FCON Esports. I'm getting the vibes, gentlemen. Throwing back to M2.
Test. Okay. Hello, Indinho. Hello.
That match.
And I love how you started. You know, you laid it all out so well, Leo.
Where's my... Okay.
Filipino dominance started against Myanmar. That was the Philippines' first world stage crown, their first big trophy.
My wedding is tomorrow. Serious? Jack, I'm not gonna say your full name. Serious, Jack? Tomorrow you're getting married? Hello, Kurosaki Ichigo. Hello, guys. Welcome to the live stream. Start a bit late, but still, we start before the game starts. Nanti hari Selasa kau no bata. Hari Selasa I'm working. I'm working hari Selasa. So I will watch the game. Tapi I ta watch party. I ta watch party.
Yet to really be defeated or have much major competition, even against TLID. It was a clean victory.
Kesian Helena fell sampai kena ugut bunuh. Helena?
In about a minute and change,
Who's Helena?
The match will
Helena
begin.
siapa?
That means the draft will be upon us. But for now, go ahead, claim this redeem code. This is for y'all. Part of this.
Siapa Helena?
Make an M6.
Pala, Mr. Pala.
Another
Oh.
Type it in before it goes.
Now that's too much.
Now.
Oh, I didn't know that.
I hear that we have
That is too
a
much.
few words with
That
the beast
is
himself, King
too
Kong.
much.
Telling
Dah lah
us
mak dia
how
rajin
they
tengok
beat SRQ.
ni
First of all,
MPL.
they didn't expect anything, but they want to win M6, and they never assume that they are stronger. At the end of the day,
Melebih fan, yeah,
doing their
that's...
job, and they gotta be confident.
Tahulah yang mana Nur Aina.
A team that's confident, but
Kita
a team
tahulah
that's
yang mana.
also humble, right? Everybody sees
Do you already know how the venue at Axeta looks? No, I don't. I don't. Like, trust me when I say, we were using every bit of energy just for the events in our face right now. Yesterday's great match. Why didn't you stream it?
FNOP has come into this just with the confidence, right? I mean, they have their pop-off.
I was working.
You know, Keller with a little banter.
I was
here and there
on the
with some of
desk.
The other gold laners, but overall, they come
Did
into
you
this
not see
very
me
confident,
that
just
I'm
knowing this is-
on the desk?
This is just another Friday to us, man. This is just another day.
I
of
was there.
drafting, Another day of gameplay.
I was
We
on
saw him
YouTube
at the hotel last night,
and
just
TikTok.
RGN, man. RGN, late night.
Fel,
RGN
maksud
in the
peel tu
lobby,
apa?
just hanging
Peel
out.
tu
This is just
maksudnya
another
macam
day for
kau
these boys.
tolak orang jauh daripada kau punya damage dealer. So, peel ni,
Up against
so peeling an onion, kita tarik satu layer onion tu keluar. Betul. So, dekat dalam game MOBA, dia macam tu. Kau bayangkan Tigreal, Lela, Joy kejar Lela, Tigreal tolak Joy daripada Lela. So, that's peeling. Like, you're pushing people away, you're pulling people away, you're knocking up someone, some kind of crowd control that saves your damage dealer. Okay, I know. Melebih pula diorang ni, bila kita buat melenting pula,
we're in the draft.
seloknya kita jangan buat lah. Sebab satu benda kita kena ingat is that apa-apa kita buat, Allah melihat.
It looks
So,
like Fnatic, Onyx,
kita nak minta maaf ke Allah senang, kita nak minta maaf dekat manusia ni susah. Sebab kita tak tahu manusia diorang akan terima ke tak. Alright, FNOP, Alpha, Hylos, Granger, Fanny, Jushin Ban, okay. Can you guess M6 hero skin?
I don't think we've seen a first phase
You mean Claude?
blue side Granger.
I mean, we don't even know who's gonna win, you know?
This may be one of our first, and I think it's a real power ban from FNOP here.
it's a clear
I mean, if it's like the heroes that most people are using, it's Bruno. The only team that hasn't used Bruno is Team Spirit.
Blue Yo. Unless
Suyo as well. Suyo.
Since you're new, blue Suyo, blue side Suyo. That's blue Yo.
Oh.
They've been, so they're reading it as well.
It's taken off the table, but there
Ah,
it is.
Bruno first pick.
Locked in for Fnatic.
Bruno or Suyo might be the M6 skin because everyone uses Bruno and Suyo. But more generally, I think people will go for
A lot
Suyo.
of teams try and find a way to work through it, right? We've seen the Angie Ling come out. Sometimes it worked in their favor, but other times completely got dominated.
I love that.
Joy, I think not so much. If FNOP wins, maybe Joy. But Joy is such a meta-dependent hero, you know? Bruno is also meta-dependent.
For Falcon, right?
Suyo is like,
that was the plan for FNOP. It's like,
whatever happens, Suyo will always be
we
good.
get one of them,
So
no
the
matter what.
most
So now
makes sense is probably a
FNOP
Suyo
respond
skin.
Hey, the Eve is still on the table.
First pick is best side. According to the numbers, no. Second pick is best side.
on the field.
According to the numbers. Time to drive the beat of the Flash. But I don't think Joy is good against the Bruno, because if the Bruno has a Haas Claw, then the Bruno can out sustain the Joy damage.
So far in his history in M6, it's this, the Phobius, or the
But I
Sissy?
think this is Falcon. Number one, Dax is amazing with the Joy, and Dax doesn't want to give the Joy over to King Kong. Low bracket, minggu depan ke esok? Minggu depan, hari Selasa.
And FCON just sticking with that. FNOP on the other hand, you pick up maybe jungler here, Cho, Alpha.
Fredrin! Oh, counter the Joy.
Counter against the Joy.
Counter the Joy.
I like it, right?
Smart.
The way of the dragon, you have
Falcon kena ambil Farsa, senang sikit untuk burst Bruno dari jauh.
I mean, that's one of the hardest things with the Joy is the mobility. Now having a means to slow him down and the energy eruption from the Fredrin as well.
If they can use it lah.
Believe it or not, this is just King Kong's third hero in all of M6.
Joy and Suyo have incredible
The Beast
effects
has
to every
played
pick
Joy,
champ skin.
the
I think
Beast has played
Suyo. I think Suyo.
and just this, the Fredrin. Folks, quick fun fact about Kid X. He holds the highest assists in a single game record in M6. That's 20 with the Hylos. He scored that against NIP Flash. And he's, by the way, the #1 tank amongst aggregate scores in all of the tanks, all the roamers in M6.
Okay, and speaking of that, now we get our tank.
The Tigreal is a very good pick, by the way.
Side of FCON. It is the Tigreal, and we saw how good this Tigreal
Right now, FNOP,
did against
I feel like Bruno can fight against all the marksmen, so he just are worried about the mid lane.
Give this Joy the ability to do whatever it wants in the pit. Now coming into bans, second phase, FCON still are going to need a gold laner, they're going to need a mid laner, an FNOP mid laner, and then EXP most likely.
And there goes that Hilda ban, going to take
Hilda,
the
good ban.
table over there from Falcon Esports. Now, we have yet to see the mage from either side. I mean,
Another band that you might be worried about is the glue.
You know,
Then Fredrin meta is
I
real.
would say they could've went
I mean,
for
against the Joy is very
especially
good.
when you have this Phobius, but without the
It's a
mage,
mini
the
Tigreal.
Vexana is still up for grabs.
It's a mini
That's
Tigreal.
exactly what Fnatic Onyx attack.
Yeah.
This is a PX7.
Fredrin in general right now is pretty
After
good,
the
going up against
triple X,
assassins.
You take it away, you force him on something else.
Especially when you already have a Bruno, where the Bruno can, the Bruno feels like 2 people's worth of damage. Prediction, I feel like FNOP got it, but it'll be interesting if Falcon can win. Because CW says Falcon's team fight is insane. But Falcon, but Onyx is very good at pressuring the jungle.
I'm with ya, because so far, Fnatic Onyx.
But on paper, it's supposed to be Onyx.
Good front to back.
I feel like it can be a 3-1. Betul ke Dex baru umur 16? 17. 17. 16 is Hiko. Dex might be 16 going to 17, but around there lah, 16, 17.
Eve is still open. That's another big backliner. But
The XP Cho could be.
So it's like we also want to look for counterplay. We want to
The
look for
Gator is still
ideas.
open.
And Prince on the Eve was a thing of beauty.
Gator is open, Glue is open.
There is light.
Now,
They ban it.
Also
Oh, Louis.
The ban Louis.
ooh, call me
Ah,
crazy,
good ban.
right?
FCON's got to take Eve.
But I say, yeah, you gotta take this Eve up while it's available.
Farsa.
Take the Farsa,
Whoever
though,
called the Farsa
and
called
lock
it.
in on
Siapa?
a different side of artillery.
But that was also, we saw Super Prince on Farsa yesterday too, which
right.
was disgusting.
Syamir cakap.
Either one.
Falcon kena ambil Farsa. Betul.
He made the Mage Prodigy look like a prodigy.
They need burst. Who?
You were
FNOP?
a prodigy.
They already
I'm a
have the
monster.
burst.
That's what
They got
happened
Bruno.
yesterday. So what
The
does
Bruno's
Prince
burst is
pick up
insane.
now?
I mean, is the Eve still viable against the
I mean,
Farsa?
That's fighting fire with fire.
Oh yeah, you're both.
And
just
the-
long-
and
you're
the
two
Cho
in a
is not gonna
different
give
position
burst,
in
you know?
that extent.
Does
The Cho is
set up a
probably
better
gonna be a
box, or at
tank
least
Cho.
an equally sized box, 'cause you
Even
also
if
have
it's
a
in
Tigreal
EXP.
for FCON.
Yeah, and you also have a
Yeah,
Cho,
the
which
Eve is
still
still
can be
open
flexed
if
to
they
the
want.
XP lane. If they do that,
It's just that they have to.
essentially
They can pick up Valentina actually.
Even there, you have a means to
Valen,
escape.
Valen
You have a means to
Glue,
engage, and I
Valen,
think that's
Gatot,
especially
Gatot. Oh, they.
against
Oh, Gatot will be
Looks
so good
like
here.
That could be vicious. On
Kirk has played it.
Faramis,
Agreed.
Faramis Matilda.
Wheezy.
Oh, this is full. This is full macro.
Wheezy F, is that for Fnatic?
This is full macro for Onyx.
Matilda combo, dirty duo here.
Gatot
We've seen
could have countered Farsa, but they want to play full lane.
Philippines.
So it looks like this is gonna be an EXP Cho, but it's probably gonna be tank. It's not gonna be damage.
So, what's left
Azeta
for
Grand Final
here?
juga, lower
Is this
bracket
something
final
they
and
can
Grand
bet?
Final.
gold
Dua hari.
lane, I mean,
Protect the
I guess
boss,
the fact
yeah.
is what, they could pick up
And I
some
feel like
extra
it's worth it to protect
We've seen a
Kelra.
little bit. It's not that great right now, but at least counters you could pick up.
This is gonna be so annoying for Falcon. How many times do they have to kill Kara?
Kind of my
like
I think that's
they
where we
have
go.
Yeah, I would say
Faramis,
the
Matilda. That's so
It's
strong.
a little shaky here. I think that's a good read. Definitely something that can play for survivability. You have a very heavy dive-centric composition and sustainability
Melissa?
from Fnatic Onyx. So as
No,
we are seeing
Carry.
the last pickup,
Carry.
Carry is.
I mean,
I
it
don't know
does
about
deal
Carry.
with the tankiness of Fredrin, but that Cult Altar, that's what
Yeah.
I'm seeing the lack of right now.
Yeah,
But
they
if
like they
Joy
would have
helps
done better with the Beatrix, because the Beatrix can handle the Faramis ult, the Cult Altar. Faramis good on Joy? Kind of. If you see the Joy come in, you just pick up the Cult Altar and then you just protect your team.
What is up, guys? I'm nice to join here.
They know Kara still open that. Why they don't go on Gata? I don't know.
Best of 5 ahead of us. How we doing, man?
We love to watch Joy, if not Malaysian team
First
pick
best
it.
of 5 finally. I'm hoping this is gonna go all the way, and at the same
Honestly,
time,
Dax and King Kong are probably the best Joy. Everyone else is like, okay lah.
What Milky used in game number 1 yesterday. The Phobias up against NIP Flash started things out strong with 707. And
Yeah, Royal Mix, Phobias is insane though.
Well, we're gonna find out if it works out. I know we've got a crowd here, so IOI convention.
Who do you guys think is gonna win?
You ready?
Do you guys think the Onyx is gonna win or Falcon? Looking at the draft, I actually like Falcon's draft a bit more, except for the carry. Oh no.
Fnatic, Onyx, Philippines, or Falcons.
Oh no.
And you guys get to cheer a little bit longer while we wait to get to the game.
Onyx
We
bet.
saw it, man. We saw the compositions. Our panel broke it down. Man, you know what? This is that point in the tournament where everybody's hyped. Everybody wants to know the top 4 teams.
Yeah.
They're going to be heading for.
Device problem again. So apparently there's a hot fix. There's a hot fix that is interrupting with M6 right now. So it's more technical, and it's hard for the production team to do anything about it. Hi-Fi. Like, it's an interesting decision to make some kind of hot fix during M6, but
the environment
it's
changes
definitely a
bit here,
decision, you know?
Especially when we have a best of 5.
Pause okay, but where Amoy when the world need the most? Entahlah, I put that though.
Kind of made that switch for
Only much attack damage except Bruno and Firemiss. I think it's enough. Legit, I feel like Onyx draft is enough.
The fact this is a best of 5.
M5 tu pakai device apa?
They've showed great
M5.
things, and I think a lot of people really were awakened in a way, like seeing
M5.
Falcon Esports, and we know the region itself.
Aku dah tak ingat
very
dah.
successful.
Aku dah tak ingat dah.
Even the M series previously, but I
iPhone
feel like
kot.
this is a big statement depending on how
Dah
this
tak
game
ingat dah.
falls out. So here we go. Let's jump into the game here. Started off game number 1, the best of 5.
M5 pakai RG juga? Okay, okay. Alright, I dah tak ingat dah. Serius, dah tak ingat.
Really important. King Kong and Dax. We'll see if they can step up, especially Dax here. He's done amazing things, but again, this is against King Kong. The guy has been the king of the jungle so far. Before we break it down a little bit further, everybody watching with us right now, M6 pass.
Yeah.
It's now available.
It's actually the perfect time.
This is perfect time
to get the M6 pass. While we head into a little bit of a troubleshooting, you can complete.
It's not allowed using iOS now. No, it's the sponsor. It's the sponsor.
Get amazing rewards, including
Like if Samsung sponsor, then we'll use Samsung phone. If ROG sponsor, we use ROG phone. If Infinix sponsor, we use Infinix phone. If Realme sponsor, we use Realme phone. And iPhone will never sponsor. Let's be real.
Hey, man.
RG best defense sebab charging port dia tak kacau tangan time skill. Fair, rasa SRG akan bangkit ke pas ni? Akan.
Speaking of
Kita trust. Confirm akan.
Falcon Esports, I mean, man,
Takkanlah diorang lepas kalah diorang buat lag je. I don't think so. I feel like okay, guys, personally for me, nah iPhone wanted sponsor. Kalau iPhone wanted sponsor, that'd be dope.
Yeah.
I rarely see Falcon Esports.
I feel like SRG lose is a good thing.
Track record. They won against Aurora, lost against Twisted Minds, won against SRG.
I feel like SRG lose, it's a good thing.
With a sweep.
Because
I think that's why I was saying, you know, it's
they
just,
get to learn what's their mistake.
Again, as a region,
Tablet user kind of nerf.
Specific play style, they love to be pretty aggressive.
That's my personal opinion. Because I feel like lagi banyak game dorang main, lagi banyak chance untuk dorang betulkan. Like the winning route upper bracket is so short that you cannot fix too much mistakes.
can you match their aggression? But I think it's always
if
that
you
question,
play a
it's
lot
like,
of games,
if you can
it's
match their
tiring lah,
aggression,
it's penat.
can you
But
keep it up
you have a lot of
the entirety
chance
the
to
game?
fix your
Not just
mistakes.
Game 1 though, but like in
The
an
problem
entire
is tu lah,
series.
if you lose,
I
then
think that's
eliminated lah.
really where
That one
the
is
test
a very
comes
big
for a lot of
downside.
the teams that will face off against teams like Fnatic on Philippines. I mean, you can almost say the same too for a team like
Kenapa aku nampak Vamos macam lebih potensi je Fel? If Vamos win, if Vamos become champion of M6, I'm not complaining. I'm not complaining. Like the villains becoming the heroes is such a good story. Ni phone pun meta lag signal ke? Tapi tak dapat untuk MY jumpa MY final. Yeah, but you know, it's exciting lah. Kalau Malaysia lawan Malaysia, best untuk kita, tapi dia tak best untuk orang luar.
Even Kirk could be the same thing. Kirk popped off yesterday. He had like a deathless.
Harap sempat lah Vamos versus SRG at least kat Axiata. Yeah, they can. Kalau dorang sebab yang bagusnya SRG dengan Vamos bracket yang lain. So dorang akan jumpa, tapi dorang boleh jumpa dekat Axiata.
No one rotates to the gold lane.
Yeah.
The gold
Vamos
lane
Instagram dapat engagement semalam 8k. I think lebih daripada 8k.
all about the rotations in the XP lane. Who's
I'm
gonna
very
rotate first?
disappointed
Who's gonna get to rotate first? Who's gonna be
to see the
aggressive
reaction
first? And with the two
yang players kena, streamer kena. Ke streamer banyak TikTok dorang kena ban.
action right away,
And
even
TikTok tu
before 2
pun
minutes.
tempat dorang, you
Yeah,
know,
we'll see,
cari makan.
exactly how they kind of approach
Aku
that.
rasa it's too much lah.
With
Kau
the gold
kacau
lane,
kerja orang kot.
specifically
Kau
where,
kacau kerja orang.
you
Pada
know,
aku itu too much.
They've known that they've been left to their own kind of devices, and then they usually just duke it out.
Kalau main banyak game, enemy can analyze gameplay kita, no? Yes, but I almost feel like that also doesn't matter. Like, dia memang betul, orang boleh tengok strategi kita, but at the same time, I don't know, mungkin aku jadi fikir like lagi banyak game lagi bagus.
We hope to give them a good fight and show our surprise pick. Of course, we're aware of the strengths, so we only have about 50% confidence.
Harap tim Malaysia
in this
bangkit lah,
matchup.
Sim.
See you guys on the stage. Would you take the 50% confidence?
I think
Ya, jadi mana Malaysia tim menang, kita alhamdulillah.
Yeah.
Jumpa kat semi-final kan, Fel? Ya. Ni kalau tim Indo yang main, confirm bising lagi. Itulah. Fel, I have a question. There's no device sponsor. Is the device can be whatever the player prefer? It depends on what the production prefer, and the production will just use an iPhone.
It's like it exposes the teams. It makes
Sebelum phone sponsor masuk, kita pakai iPhone.
And for Coach RC, I know he's
Being in low bracket pun dapat main dekat Axiata 2, dia ada advantage tu, ya. Kalau upper bracket, langsung tak main dekat Axiata except for grand final.
Still a chance for them to come back, because again, it's a best of 5 series. A lot of room for them to show the surprise.
And for tak salah
picks
iPhone kan, maybe, I
they
can't
are
remember.
bragging about.
I think the surprise picks are they have.
Fans sana
been
tak relax semalam. Ya, aku tahu,
so far. Either way though,
Si
we saw
Sofian
that
yang
video
tak bersih pun
package
kena
yesterday
ban.
alone where
Yang tak bersih.
the lower bracket run, man. You know, if a team gets sent
Dah lah, yang
to the
technical
lower
force tu
bracket
orang
versus
Indo,
before
itu
when
pun
they
kecam.
make that,
Ni best of
call it
5.
the lower bracket buff.
Arcadia mengamuk apa tu?
They eventually get to the grand finals and then, you know,
Apa tu?
end up,
Charlotte, Sophie. Arcadia mengamuk apa?
champions there if they can, but I think either way.
Chibi dev sampai 7 kali tapi still dapat turtle lot. How to fail? Dia memang power.
Chest, I believe, right?
Dia memang power. Chibi retry dia memang on point kali ni.
I'm not sure. Okay, he's
True, kesian streamer player.
This is another way you
Nak
get
tutup
to
mulut
your-
fans
your
lalang, or ada fans just
N6
tutup komen.
pass right now. He's going.
going for the
Tak bersalah.
level 75.
I see. So it's kinda impossible for a tablet player to use tablet on tournament. Memang impossible.
He still got
Memang
how
impossible.
many is that more, around
Uh,
5, 6 draws?
Ada beberapa tier 2 tournament.
Diamonds left.
Ada beberapa tier 2 tournament
Okay.
pun apa nama dia?
Pass while you can.
Ban
Yeah,
tablet.
man, I don't know.
If you want to become a professional player, you have to use phone.
If Falcon Esports,
You have to use phone. You cannot use
they
tablet.
get the advantage early on, I think we might actually see because
Sampai anak Zob kena tag. I know.
really struggle. I mean,
Aku tahu, tapi ini antara masalah yang aku tak ada kuasa nak buat apa-apa.
say, you know, you do obviously respect the team that
Using
is
PC apa gila
most
siap pakai
say
PC.
tournament favorite now up to this point. You know, so you
Semua ni
gotta
takkan
look at
berlaku
the
kalau
certain
Chico dan Moon tak
mindset,
swap
I
ball.
feel like, and if that's 50%
Aku lagi rela
confidence,
SRG
it's
lawan
kind of
Onyx daripada Vamos
back
lawan
that
Onyx.
Fnatic has
Terus terang lah aku cakap.
to all the teams they played at this point. That's the best thing you can do.
I think
Yes, Hamza,
safe
serious.
for Falcon, esports.
Sampai
Back at
anak Zorn pun kena like Aku rasa korang pun semua setuju streamer tak patut kena. Apa salah streamer pasal pause? Family player tak patut kena. Cause apa salah family player buat? Player sendiri pun tak patut kena sebab salah apa yang player buat. Apa yang player tak buat apa. Dah lah korang bayangkan Vamos kalah. Kalau Vamos menang macam mana? Lagi teruk kena.
King Kong has been transitioning slowly to some sort of a utility jungler. I mean, for the first half of the respective MPL.
Tak boleh ke do something pasal fan tak ada otak ni? Apa yang kita boleh buat? Jujurlah cakap, apa yang kita boleh buat? Kalau kita cakap kita bersuara, kita kena. Itu nombor satu. Nombor dua, kita bukan Instagram, Facebook, YouTube yang boleh control sangat komen-komen orang. And dia terlampau banyak. Kalau kita delete satu-satu komen, ban Indo itu too much. Sebab konsep dia sama. Konsep dia sama. Apa salah player-player diorang buat? Player tak buat salah. Player tak buat salah, player kena. Dan tak elok lah. Benda tu pun tak fair. Cuba kalau netizen Malaysia selama ni korang nampak je dekat FB group ke Instagram ke apa ke, dorang cakap papak PH ke apa benda tu. Aku tak tahulah apa maksud dia, but dorang hina PH dengan dorang hina Indo. Kalau pasal netizen buat salah, tiba-tiba SRG kena ban, tiba-tiba Vamos kena ban, then that doesn't make sense juga. Kalau player tu yang pergi buat, then okay lah. Dia itu dia punya problem lah. Dia punya problem is, jujur cakap, tak ada cara sesuai untuk handlekan benda ni. Tutup komen pun tak boleh sebab TikTok punya streamer, dorang tutup komen. But it doesn't matter about the comment. Yang matter is dorang spam report cakap streamer ni buat sexual harassment. Kau tutup komen ke kau buka komen, kau tetap kena ban. Untuk professional player pun lebih kurang sama lah. Diorang boleh tutup komen. And aku pun sebenarnya rasa better lah diorang tutup komen. But apa nama dia? But diorang punya account tetap akan kena ban. Sebab ramai orang ramai orang spam report. Jujurlah cakap, aku sendiri macam nak tutup aku punya IG. Aku nak tutup aku punya IG, aku nak ada personal account IG, aku nak ada personal account TikTok yang orang semua tak tahu. Tapi masalahnya benda tu akan rosakkan aku punya career.
Okay, he's going with the max. He's going with the nice Sue style.
Okay, 20. We're doing half. How much XP is this? We gotta look really closely.
Oh, it's Delar.
It's Delar. Hey, what's that? 5,000 XP?
I can't do quick math, bro. let's ask Delar.
Good luck, Delar.
Apa ni? Jangan lupa Fel, sila sebut sikit auto declip. Ya.
Danny got 7,000 XP. Hey, we're
Best thing against haters is just ignore, trust me. No, the thing is, even kalau kita ignore, dorang tetap dorang still boleh ban kita punya TikTok, which is very annoying. Itu yang annoying. Kalau kita duduk diam pun kita kena. Fair, betul ke host M6 naksir sama Sesujin? Apa tu? What is naksir? Tak faham. Ya, tak boleh juga nak ban Indo. Player tak salah, fans bingai je salah. I mean, Indonesian can win against Indo netizen, trust me. Just don't give us more fuel. Semalam RRQ menang netizen Malaysia, semua puji Skyler. Sampai kejaran sebelah, lebih-lebih sangat. Sedangkan Merkel pun pernah hilang IG, betul? Sedangkan Vamos pause sebab ada masalah teruk. Oish, gila Dax.
Forced it down, Brusco was just busy looking at the emblems, and Dax, it all happened in a flash.
Terlampau takso, betul?
Bruiser with one electrifying beats.
That's how fast.
Report abuse, report abuse. That's why it's annoying. Kalau kau tak buat apa-apa pun, kau still boleh kena.
They do have the advantage, and it's quickly going to go down. So they are going to just trade this out. King Kong will secure that. But look at the moves here from FCON Esports. Dax trying to take the purple. Might get cut off here, not able
The kick also getting gacked up by 4.
Ayo.
That Iconic Philippines went with. They got the turtle plus a shutdown onto Dax.
So they get that, they make it work. Now possibly looking for more. Royal Milk also here in the mid lane, but holding it down once again. Objective secured for FNOP, and that's what they're probably going to focus on the most. That's why they also have the Fredrin. And just the amount of pure utility they have, man. That's, I think, one of the biggest obstacles in this game one that they have to overcome. here we go again. Now taking a look at the emblems. Look at all the quantum charges here for FNOP. Of course, plus the 2 concussive blasts to help with that clear speed, but tanky enough to sustain a lot of the damage.
MC meta assassin ke fighter. Tak ada pada aku tak ada meta assassin ataupun fighter. Dia memang betul-betul depend kat draft. Kali ni assassin dia terbuka. Tank boleh, fighter boleh, assassin boleh. Dia lebih pada hero lah, macam Suyo. So Suyo adalah meta, and then Joy counter Suyo, Fredrin counter Joy. Nampak tak 3 hero yang berbeza? Haya pun kuat, tapi Haya kalah dengan Hilda, kalah dengan Fredrin.
This is the aggression we were all talking about.
So pada aku jungle dia bukan meta sangat sebab ada banyak counter dia. Sekarang ni nampak lebih kepada meta marksman balik. Sebab marksman sangat penting macam Bruno.
So we'll see how they rotate through this. Royal Milk still holding down the bottom side.
Ada potential ke FNOP kalah game ni? Ada. So Falcon ni memang kuat. Sebab kalau korang tanya aku, pada aku there's no such thing as 100% chance. There's no such thing. Kuat mana pun team tu, still boleh kalah.
Okay, here comes the Shadow Stampede, but Royal Milk goes in with the Infernal.
Oh, nice though. Oh, tapi Feramis lagi nice. Feramis counter terus. Oh, baik do Royal Milk. What the hell Royal Milk? Dah Royal Milk. What the hell Royal Milk? Oh my god, Royal Milk.
Kirk answers with a kick. Kelra gonna feed him off. Double also for Kelra.
Bro, Royal Milk. What the hell? Oh, Royal Milk makes me want to play. Dude. Royal Milk. Gila the 4 years dia. That's why guys, never 100%. Jangan ingat oh team ni kuat, team ni lebih. No. High chance Onyx still menang, tapi jangan pandang rendah dengan orang lain. There's no such thing as 100%.
Yeah.
He allows you to just go ahead and get the airtime with the Infernal Pursuit and just dunk on people, turret or not. And so Kelra nearly getting that tier 1 turret up on the top side.
Tapi Kelra ada orang kemenangan. Yeah.
First item locked in now. Starlium Scythe, Glowing Wand also for PX7. Some of these first items already coming into play.
Okay.
Mid lane though.
Energy Eruption, gonna try and poke down Kid X.
Sa M6 ni Royal Milk jadi idola aku. Masih tunggu ni Mia masuk M6.
We have to commend again the mid duo of Kid X and PX7, but we have to commend Brusco because he goes in with the guiding wind and now saves Kelra.
Macam mana dia nak bunuh Kelra ni? Ada Feramis, ada Matilda.
Trying to zone out Super Fritz Kirk. Well, we see a kick and it connects.
There's the kick. They're gonna find the target. Kid X out of the picture.
And now their next target is Royal Milk.
Terlampau berpisah sangat. Lagi satu, PX7 tak ada ulti. Kalau PX7 ada ulti, ada chance tu. Sebab setup ada.
You see the amount of utility that we're talking about. Oh, Benny could be in trouble.
Oh, use up the red. He still has the Purify, but here comes that Startling Eagle bringing King Kong with him. And bang, bang, boom, Benny goes down.
Benny nowhere to run.
Fredrin pun annoying kak. Dive tower pun tak ada masalah. Carol always carry mid late, yeah. Phobia's the type of hero that you don't want to face most of the time. Yeah, I didn't forget to pin the link. Yes, Z. I learned.
But still, you have to take a look. Jungle's doing fine. Dax is there. PX7 will go ahead and clear out the wave with the feathered airstrike, and now Turtle up. Last one in the game. 1 for 1 for both teams. Still, Falcon Esports can choose to fight this.
Kalau Citriomi underperform, yeah.
Top side, possibly trading if they can.
SRG does a lot to talk about, but I still trust lah. Aku rasa draft pun kurang. Aku rasa player pun tengah kurang. Sebab apa yang netizen cakap, banyak yang betul lah. Apa netizen cakap, banyak yang betul. Step Busy baru sampai semalam ke? Ya, baru sampai semalam. Apa yang korang nampak netizen cakap, aku pun sebenarnya setuju je.
In full control, King Kong used up his retribution to force PX7 to use the flicker and wings by wings. Fnatic Onyx Philippines holding to a 1.7k gold lead.
Good push from Benny. At least they got something out of it, but Fnatic getting a whole lot in this. They're gonna drag Kid X.
Shadow Stampede forced to use the Sacred Hammer for Kid X to walk away. And now the thing is, the thing that's happening right now, Falcon Esports,
Ay,
they
ini
were
kuat
able
sangat
to
lah.
get previous trades during the
Visual
first
buat ni
45
macam mana?
minutes.
Visual apa?
It wasn't the proper target. I mean, looking at the composition of Fnatic Onyx,
Aku baru perasan yang SRG langsung tak pick Fovius sebab diorang asyik pick Hilda.
the main win condition of Fnatic Onyx Philippines, and if you keep him alive, even if Brusco falls down, King Kong falls down, Kirk falls down, it doesn't
Like satu benda pasal
matter. As long as
SRG,
the
diorang
Fnatic
punya
is alive for Fnatic
draft tak
Onyx.
banyak
That's what
pun.
I'm wondering for Falcon Esports. Just
Like diorang punya hero pool sebenarnya tak besar mana pun. Yang besar si Stormy. Stormy tu je besar. Sebab SRG memang jenis ikut meta, which diorang patut. You know, kalau macam Vamos main fighter mid tu, itu lagi pelik lah. SRG memang draft ikut meta. Tak tahu diorang akan ubah ke tak cara diorang draft. Yang berani pakai hero pelik-pelik Stormy lah. Hilda problem ke? Hilda tu kuat, tapi oh. Ay. Susah ni. Rosak doh Bruno. Oi, gila sia Royal Milk. What the hell, man? Bruno ni rosak lah. Dah lah yang pakainya Kelra.
The aggression of the super family, I mean, all throughout the game.
Like Kelra tu dah memang power, dan kau bagi dia hero macam Bruno memang susah tu. Tapi itulah pasal tournament ni, kau tak ada banyak pilihan. Nak tak nak kau kena lepaskan. How Bruno escape ban? I pun dah tak ingat dah ada bans, but kenapa still team tak respect lagi Bruno ni? Sebab diorang rasa boleh lawan. Macam Falcon diorang lagi takut Suyo daripada Bruno.
And so with this, Falcon Esports falling further behind in this game 1, they're going to have to go ahead and get ready for a defense.
Kenapa SRG tak prio Bruno Vel? Sebab diorang takut kena counter dengan Onyx.
As they get ready, they might have to pull a miracle play out here with Kid X.
Diorang takut kena counter dengan Layla kot.
Okay, Dax still gets his purple buff.
Tapi aku pun rasa macam take the chance ah. To be fair, FNOP hero pool luas ya. Kera too good ya. Kera too good. How come Wheezy baru sampai lambat? Save budget. Sebab dia punya tarikh bekerja baru hari ni. Kalau dia datang awal, banyak duit kena keluar. So save budget sikit lah. TLID macam lagi kuat dari RRQ. I also feel like TLID lagi kuat. Kita akan tengok lah nanti. Sebab diorang akan main best of 5. Aku pun rasa TLID lagi kuat. Also, how Matilda also escaped. Matilda is not prio in M6. Matilda is not prio. Because Matilda was also last pick.
And there they go, still trying to end it here.
Oh, the implosion is there, last effort, but super.
Oi, Royal Milk Hero, what the hell? Oh, that's good. What the hell? Damn, Royal Milk is a. Oh!
Even on the face of 4 members of the Falcons, unfazed, wants to go for more, gets the double, Kirk gets the kick, feeds Kill with the triple. Is this gonna be a main? The act! Kalra wins it for Fnatic!
The gold standard will go in with a cleanup and a maniac. 11-40 a game for Fnatic Onyx Philippines to start the best of 5. Can the Falcons?
Tapi draft macam tu memang susah tu nak kejar Kelra. Sumpah susah.
Because what a game, what a performance.
Abang rasa Joy Sekais masih lagi patut dimainkan ke? Disebabkan nama saya bukan Arcadia dengan Becky, saya rasa saya tak berhak untuk cakap apa yang dia patut dan tak patut pakai. Kera MVP M6 ni, antara Kera ataupun King Kong. King Kong pun power gak?
Again, amazing performance. I know our panel wants to go ahead and break this down a little further.
Mengarut dia Bruno.
What do you guys think about game 1?
Killing dia tak slow. Bruno dia laju dah ada crit.
They call that a lightning round in just 11 minutes and 40 seconds. Fnatic Onyx Philippines walks away with the dub. Given this is a best of 5,
Bruno pas melifit ka rosak, memang rosak.
way to set the tone, gentlemen.
Tengok Kera weh, ya Allah hai.
On the M6 stage. How's that for you?
Told ya Kera need to shut down. I
I
don't think anyone said they shouldn't. I think everyone agreed. Like, saying Kera needs to be shut down is not a hot take, you know? I feel like everyone agrees.
Yeah, you know, you think it's hard to kill Kelra, right? It's already very tough, but you add a Matilda that stands behind him non-stop, you add a Colt Alter.
Memang susah nak counter PH, serious. Ya, memang susah.
I don't know how you break through that.
Marksman between Kera and Arashiki, who you think win? Dua-dua gila power.
King, I'm gonna hold the front
On
line,
paper right now,
bro.
Kera,
I mean, he was
but
leading
Aaron
the
Shiki has been
attack
improving
those
so
fights.
crazily. So I don't know. I also don't know. It'll be interesting if Aaron Shiki can win.
What did that game look like by
Kalau kita pakai high ground MM lawan
16
Bruno boleh tak?
Kelra 9-0 and 5.
Tak.
Just barely finishing his build, by the way.
Tak.
Yeah, that's so average 3-item
Tak.
build. Just to like break it down from.
Sebab antara yang gilanya Bruno,
It's about
dia punya life steal tu.
8-7 minutes you're doing very very well. 9-10 minutes is probably like average time.
Antara yang gila pasal Bruno, dia punya life steal tu. Nyawa dia rendah macam mana, dia attack kau balik, life steal dia naik. Gila tu.
Probably around 11 minute mark, I'm sure. You know, maybe a little after.
Just
11
play
minutes, but still,
Kelra
that's
sentries.
insanity.
Jarang nampak Fanny dalam MC sebab Asyik kena ban.
Catching up to that.
He put
Asyik
the
kena ban.
gold standard.
He put the gold in gold standard.
Yeah, I mean, even with the itemization,
Coach Falcon lihat Bruno Kera semalam dah fikir, boleh counter lagi ni. Susah tu. Like, Kelra sendiri, Kelra, like Bruno itself is a problem. But look at everyone else. Matilda, Faramis, Fredrin, Cho. Look at the 4 heroes of Onyx. Like, the reason why Bruno is so strong, is because you only need one hero to deal all the damage. The rest don't matter. The rest don't matter. Faham tak? Like, the reason why we say that Bruno is broken because you can do this draft. Other drafts, you need 2 heroes or 3 heroes to do damage. But if you have a Bruno in your comp, you only need 1 damage dealer. So 1 Bruno equals to a gold lane, a mid lane, and a jungler. So if one hero feels like 3 heroes, feels like a marksman, a mage, and an assassin, then you're allowed to draft like this. You're allowed to draft full defense. Just protect Bruno and then you're all good. And even if all 4 of them die, even if there's no Matilda, there's no Faramis, there's no Fredrin, there's no Chow, look at that Hasclaw. Hasclaw heals so much for Bruno. Hasclaw heals you so much. This is why Bruno is so strong that you can draft like this. If you have the carry, look at this. If you have the carry, you still need something like a Farsa. You still need something like a Farsa. You still need something like a Joy. If you have a Beatrix almost lah. Beatrix can kind of be like Bruno, but you need a magic damage. King Kong tak farm sangat pun, resource pergi ke Bruno. He doesn't need to farm. Fredrin don't need to farm. Something that you guys need to know, Fredrin does not need to farm, and that's why Fredrin is so strong. Because Fredrin can gank. If you use an assassin, you want to farm, and then you want to gank. But if you use a Fredrin, you don't need to farm, you just need to gank. So using Fredrin is good if you have a hyper carry marksman like a Bruno. So if you're using a protect comp, then you can pick up a Fredrin.
Order right? He went to Hoss Class and then he goes straight into the Malefic Gun. He's playing not only for the survivability.
Kenapa FNOP kuat sangat? Diorang punya mekanik gila. Diorang punya mekanik memang
And
gila.
that's what made him so hard to take down 9-0 in
Fredrin job desk cuma secure objective saja kan Fel? Ya, secure objective, pergi gold, retreat gold lane, tolak dia keluar daripada lane, pergi dekat EXP, retreat EXP, kejar dia keluar daripada lane. Kalau ban MM banyak untuk lepaskan assassin, worth it or no? MM Bruno je lah worth it ban. Yang lain tak sangat.
And you can see the slowness in the jungle.
Nerf maksudnya apa? Dilemahkan.
Picks up the molten core, picks up the helm, picks up a little the Athena shield just in case PX7 gets out of control.
Memang kena tangkap Kera. Soalan dia tadi, how to cash? Yeah, how to cash Kera? We don't deny that you have to shut down Kera. The question is how?
It's that security.
How? Matilda, Faramis, Fredrin,
Let's talk about
Chow.
Sports this time around. The way they drafted, the way they built
Dax
their lineup,
has to
it's
get to
something we've never
Kera.
seen before,
You're
especially for
correct.
them. It's the
But
bold
how?
early on, PX7
How?
sandbagging on Royal
This is a good
Field.
draft by Onyx. Like how?
Which was unfortunate. Benny never really got online.
Bunuh Kera ada King Kong, ada Super Friends. Semalam dah dapat Kera Super Friends lah, King Kong dapat wipe out terus ya.
Damage skyrocketing over everybody else on the board. I mean, you had a couple of members, 1, 2, maybe even 3 members from Falcon.
3 is safe.
3 is safe.
Yep, add up all their damage and that's Kelra's alone.
And you know, Falcon started off well. Doc's got that.
Main Fredrin ni lah maksud sebenar, main guna otot je, tak payah pakai otak, betul?
And they get the kill on the Brusco, but then Dox goes down.
SRG
And from
seriously
that
very
point, it just felt
undertrained.
like
I mean,
FNOP was
MPLPH habis
like,
dulu.
"Alright, fine,
Baru
we're
MPL
gonna
ID.
press gas now."
Lepas tu baru MPL MOI. Tak lama so
Composition.
yes,
All
but
the heroes need about 3
Arcadia
items to
said in
really
an
pop
interview
off.
he doesn't want to use that as an
And they
excuse.
just couldn't get there. When they did get there, FNOP was already so defensive.
I feel like
so
after this, SRG
aggressive,
will
there was no
deny.
turnaround.
And is it just me or
Look, hyper carry, 80,000 damage. The rest doesn't have to do damage. This is what a hyper carry lineup looks like. And I'm not talking about hyper jungle. Hyper carry means all your eggs in one basket. Right? 80,000 damage, the rest could not do damage. This is what a hyper carry looks like. And I would say Kera did amazing, but Kera is not the reason why he did 80,000 damage. It's because of Super Friends, because of Brusco, it's because of King Kong. Every once in a while, Kirk is able to kick Dax, but it's really about distry, the protection. Like, you could sub out Kelra for a lot of different marksmen. How Brusco protected him, how Super Friends protected him, how King Kong protected him, you can do it well. And I'm not saying Kera is not strong. Kera is very strong, but with how they play, Kera had a very good time. Like, this draft is very good. This draft is very good.
is
Yeah, even Farsa alt Bruno can reach her.
What Fnatic Onyx is doing. It's too clear that hey, this is where the damage is coming
Harley
from.
Natalia
This
untuk
is the
counter
power
Bruno.
spike in early-
Okay, Harley goes in, Brusco heals. So no. Natalia goes in, and then Fredrin and Faramis is there. So I don't think so. I see the logic of using Harley or Natalia, but there's a Matilda, there's a Faramis, there's a Fredrin. Kalau Yuzong boleh tak kejar Bruno tu, Yuzong tengah terbang, dia akan mati sebelum dia jumpa Kera. And Kera, dia punya heal lagi kuat daripada damage Yuzong. Lui can, but we see that SRG did it and then they still lose. It's Ubi's right? Yeah, it's kind of Ubi's right. Is it possible in the future untuk MLBB buat global ban hero? The team so far, they don't want it. Bellery boleh counter Bruno? No, I don't think so. Because I think the Bruno punya range is longer than Belleric punya range. That's number one. Number two, Bruno's burst damage is much higher than Belleric's passive counter. Number two. Number three, the Belleric can't get on top of Bruno. Even with a flicker, I think it's very difficult. Natalia kat rank boleh lah. Kat pro scene jangan harap kau dapat jalan ya. No. Like Natalia can, like once you see a Natalia, Brusco just has to babysit Kera and then it's all good. Bruno dah ada Malefic Gun, Yuzong ulti pun jadi ulti cacing. Yeah, correct. Yuzong akan mati sebelum jumpa Bruno. Susah nak outrange Bruno ni. Dulu ada lah Xia boleh counter. Fair memang takkan cast BM ke? Ya, memang tak cast BM. Hi bro, I've heard yesterday an interesting strat to counter Bruno from XK Pejahat. He said use Natalia and gold lane, only possible in rank though, I think. Yeah, like, the argument is still the same. You have Matilda, you have Faramins, you have... Honestly, just take one. Just take Fredrin. You don't have the other two heroes. Just Fredrin. Only Fredrin. Only Fredrin. And I think that shuts down Natalia. Could Leslie counter Bruno in laning? I think can, but the problem is when you go to the late game. Kalau Laphel, apa Fel and draft untuk counter FNOP draft? FNOP's draft is the moment you let go of Bruno, you kind of lose the draft. That's the problem. Mia tak ada skill save, macam mana nak lawannya? I would let go of the Suyo, ban Bruno, enemy pick up Suyo, and then you pick up Joy, and then Phoveus. I feel like if Falcon let go of Suyo and ban Bruno, I think that would be a better draft. Only Layla can counter Bruno. I feel like Kelra Layla can counter Bruno because if Layla has this kind of protection, then it's good. Bring back Marty's jungle untuk tutup game awal and Bruno tak sempat fed. That's an interesting idea lah. That's an interesting idea.
And then we've
seen teams pull out something like the Beatrix. Maybe the carry came out. And that was a little bit of a shocker to me, right? I didn't think the carry was going to be the pick there.
Martis would be an interesting pick though.
Right? A Claude, something a little bit more survivability.
Innocent transfer to TLPH, Doggy.
Yet to be matched for Fnatic Onyx.
Talking about that draft, it looks like they
anything
were
can happen
into a corner.
Anything can happen.
And it's this man right here that's responsible for the situation right now.
Vamos versus Team Spirit. I feel like
more about why not in just a bit. The head-to-head.
That one is hard. That one is hard because
better results overall, but I did not
Hiko is
expect
so
the
strong
numbers to be this clean, to be this close actually.
Yeah, I mean, there's still a
Hiko is so strong.
Rate still favoring FNOP. Average turret, FCON, but we're still just getting
I don't know if
started in
Vamos
this,
can shut down Hiko. That's the
this
problem.
knockout stage. You do have to also think about this as
Because Vamos is
had a
very
pretty
strong.
Early exit out of Swiss stage, to whereas Falcon played a few
Pakai
more
assist
games,
counter
had a bit more
Bruno,
time
high
to
crit damage
bump
waktu
up
team fight.
those points.
If
But
you
I think
have
overall, you know, we're looking
if
at
you have an assat, I don't know. I really don't know about
And
that.
not to mention, you got to look at who they win against as well.
Kalau
right?
Ubi strike lagi, kena flex
Down
Roam or
Marcel
EXP
and
lah
Evers, they
baru.
took down Aurora.
Last baru
Also
chip.
took down SRG.
and
I don't know.
Aurora.
Oh, come on, man. It's
Lolita
too soon.
boleh, Lolita shield boleh lawan. Lolita punya shield, once shield dia dah turun, what will happen?
we're not gonna say it. All right, cool.
So
They took out BTK.
these stats are rolling. These stats are growing, and as we move,
Like I'm a
forward,
Lolita
through
user,
M6,
and I know
you'll see
once
that
Lolita punya
things
shield
are
is
just
down,
looking better and
what
better
else is
for
there?
Fnatic Onyx. I think it's time.
That's the problem.
For Falcon to bring out the bigger guns.
If Lolita shield
In
has a very low
fact,
cooldown, you can just keep up,
an effort to
then
change,
yes.
The tides and change the momentum, bring out something new. Would y'all agree that maybe it's time to go deep and maybe show us the likes of the Roger?
I mean, it's definitely
Sila Munton nerf
overall-
Lolita, yes. Sila Munton nerf
My only
Lolita.
worry is
If Lolita was
against a team
buff,
like FNOP,
there's a chance. There's a
I
chance.
wonder how things like that are gonna do. You know, I just feel like they're
After
such a
listening to your
grounded
explanation, I think the
team
only
that
counter
it's
for
very
Bruno in
hard
this
to,
patch
like,
is to ban him. He
it's very
is
hard to disrupt
stupid
their
strong.
flow.
You can
But
fight
again,
against the
that could be
Bruno,
the fear
but
that's in all of
it's
our
like
minds.
you
That's
have
why
to
they don't
use
do it.
so
maybe
much
they should.
resource
I
to
mean,
counter
like,
one
if you
hero.
have 5 games here,
So
if it goes
I
that
agree with the
distance, you
coaches
have
that
at
Bruno
least
can
2
be
more games,
countered.
you know, so
But say you need
At least.
three heroes.
That is bare minimum.
Question for you guys: If you want to counter Bruno and you need 3 heroes, you need a Lu Yi, you need a Granger, and then say you need a Suyo. Actually, no, those heroes are strong no matter what. Okay, like whatever. It's like going up against a Fanny. You need a lot of heroes to counter Fanny. If you fight Glue and then you have a Faramis, 1 hero counter 1 hero. But against Bruno, you need 3 heroes to counter 1 hero. Do you guys think it's fair in drafting if the enemy has 1 hero, you need 3 heroes to counter just 1 hero. And then the other 4 heroes, you don't have a counter. Kan ada item burst macam Twilight Armor, Anti-Cuirass, item counter basic attack. Hamza, I pun try. I use Twilight Armor, I use Anti-Cuirass. It helps. Actually, it does help. It does help a lot. It does help a lot. Especially if I use High Loss. High Loss with Twilight Armor really helps a lot. Like, I can tank a lot of Bruno shots. Actually, yeah, you know what? You're right. But it's not enough. It's not enough lah. Like what I want to say is, like Hamza said is correct. It's correct. Twilight Armor does help with Bruno punya burst, but it's not enough. Like, you can tank the damage, but now you need someone to kill Bruno before Bruno's healing become a problem. Lolita Hanabi dia tak okay, sangat tak okay. Sorry to say, sangat tak okay. Hanabi tak boleh bunuh Bruno sebelum Bruno. Hanabi attack Bruno punya crit dengan dia punya regen tu lagi tinggi daripada apa-apa damage yang Hanabi boleh keluarkan. So that's the problem. Okay, you have a high loss with Twilight Armor, you can tank. Now who is going to kill Bruno? Hanabi cannot. Granger maybe can, but if the enemy tank kat depan, then Granger cannot. Right? So you need range, you need tank, you need damage. You need some kind of gap closer also. So for Harith, no. People have tried the Harith, no. Harith can handle Bruno in lane, but once the lane is done, now it's team fight. Now that's a different story. And Harith has more counters than Bruno. Freya got lane. Now we're starting to be a bit crazy. Now you guys are starting to sound like Vamos a bit. And you guys have seen how that happens. Like, you guys cannot be mad at Vamos for trying out new things when you guys are also not having. Leslie, I feel like you don't have enough damage. I feel like against Kelra, I doubt that you have enough damage. Especially if you see a Leslie, then just have heal. And then that's it. Twilight Armor passive tak ada cooldown, tak ada. You guys being pops, yeah. Ruby Golin, listen to yourself. Listen to yourself. Yes. Guys.
Minimum. Falcon Esports here play.
The problem is there's no one hero to counter. If there's a 1-for-1, if there's a 1-for-1, it's okay. If there's a 1-for-1, it's okay. Like, for example, how do you counter the Joy? Fredrin or Tigreal. That's 1-for-1. 1-for-1 is enough. But if 3-for-1, that does not make sense. Okay, Onyx might let go of Bruno, and then we can see how Onyx counters the Bruno. Right now, range plus high damage is king. I agree.
Which one do you want, man?
Exactly.
Because we're going to get 2 powers back. Hilda's still open. Cho's still open.
Alright, so Bruno is open.
They ban out the Hylos. So now FCON is...
Let's see how Onyx counters it. Because I feel like Onyx can, but let's see how. They used Layla before. We'll see if they use it again.
From blue, red this time. They did it blue. Now it's in red. They go, alright. They get the Bruno. And now FNOP can go Suyo X. Suyo Hilda.
Okay, let's see how Onyx counters it. Again, I still have the same opinion. There's no 1-for-1 ban, a 1-for-1 trade.
Benny's definitely comfortable on this Bruno, but
okay, that's
not gonna waste any time. Too heavy.
Time for you to use the Fredrin.
And the Joy.
Time to use Onyx Draft. Just use Onyx Draft.
It can win out in the
Just use Onyx Draft.
So many junglers win out against the
Fredrin.
It's one of the few
Fredrin Gatot maybe. Fredrin Tigreal. Okay, Tigreal.
So now FCON has to think maybe they don't pick the Suyo. Maybe they go for something like the Alpha. Bovius again. This one looks a little better.
It's okay.
against
It's
the
okay.
Joy and the Cho.
Yep.
It's okay.
So maybe it's not complete comfort.
It's
but at least
okay.
it looks good.
Phobius, Royal Milk, Phobius is insane.
Falcon Esports are again hedging on Royal Milk.
Check out to Bruno to go
Other
patch
big
update, yeah.
wins in Swiss, and even in the opening
Farsa.
day of knockout was off.
Wait.
Popping off. So
Is
far,
Onyx gonna use the
it's
same
looking
draft as
like
Falcon?
Falcon Esports have that at least in the first
Guys,
phase.
is Onyx just gonna use the same draft as Falcon, and then show that we're all wrong, that you can't counter the Bruno with these
We
heroes?
have to see what's going to be the response in the goal.
Is that what Onyx is gonna do?
Picked up from Benny.
Etc. Yeah, etc.
Different marksmen that have rose to the occasion. With the Granger being off the table, you still have the Moskov. You still have the
Like that would be
The
crazy.
Layla.
doing really good. The Layla.
We saw it from Keller before. Again.
Tutor how to use the same lineup.
That's right.
I mean, why not? I get it.
I'm just saying.
Fredrin ban. All right.
No. I'm not even worried about his gold pick because it doesn't really feel like it matters that much. Like he'll.
Paano gila ka na siya doon? Farsa plus Layla, combo crazy. Yeah, Farsa Layla is gonna be crazy.
But just as well,
Falcon
they're
needs a
justified.
assassin
The
then.
Falcon bans the Bea and the Layla, and then they allow the fair pick.
Ben carry. Yeah, Ben carry. Don't let them have the same draft.
You know, especially you could technically put in the XP lane up against the Phobius and just
right.
let the
Yeah,
Cho
does well against it.
run the roam position, and honestly, it'd be a really good pickup here considering the Cho's single target. Well, I guess not single target CC, but it's not as easily.
Tak best lu tengok FNOP main, tahu sangat FNOP
So
dominate.
I
Yeah.
think that would be an excellent pickup.
Now, if that happens, I don't think I'd like to see the Layla because there's nobody protecting you. That's two dive type of frontliners, and Keller is left alone. Keller's good, but not, you know, no peel good.
I'm on the mind of FCON jungle right now. And Alpha's gone. Suyo is open, but I think FNOP wants them to go Suyo.
They'd rather
I'm
hit
almost
Suyo.
looking last, you know, slot 5. They go for maybe an assassin here. Maybe it's time to bring out something like that, the Haya, something along those lines. We know they have that type of jungler in their kit, and it could be troublesome for the Farza and the rest of the team.
But the stats say Suyo has a better score over Joy. Is
I haven't
Fnatic
seen the 1v1.
exactly? Is Fnatic Onyx the one to say, you know what? You don't know the beast. You don't know the Sigma jungler. You haven't seen him mewing, looks maxing, Ohio Phantom Tax. You haven't. So maybe they'll allow that, and that's exactly what they're saying here.
I mean, they can go for it, and it will work. I mean, it can work. It's pretty much whoever gets the first few kills, right? From what we've seen, we saw yesterday, we saw Joy win out sometimes.
Belila they ban the
Suyo
1-1,
win
and then the Claude.
Whoever scales a bit quicker is gonna win out.
Is Claude okay
Yeah, right
against
now,
Bruno?
You are seeing that Claude picked up. It's gonna have a little bit of that survival.
Claude's, yeah. Leo skibidi toilet. Yeah, Leo is very
hard to kill before, right? But now
very
it's gonna be
in it.
even
Memang
more
boring
challenging.
one-sided game,
Not to
tapi
mention
bagus
she
untuk
almost
analysis.
gets
Hilda is
the
open, but
14
not many people
competition
prior Hilda.
is,
That is,
and then
yeah.
take on the other
I've
side.
heard some teams say that Hilda is overrated.
Confirmed.
I legitimately have heard some teams say that it's overrated. Okay, guys, there's a bit of a problem here.
Still open.
What's gonna be the mid lane?
From FNOP
Eve is still
yesterday,
open,
did wonderful together.
but Eve not so okay against Joyla.
A root? Oh no, they still need a mid. Vex.
Faramis. Okay, so roughly same draft except no heal.
It's a little scary. They're picking that into multiple counters.
Well,
So Falcon kinda using the
I
same
would
draft
say
as Onyx,
Vexana,
kinda.
just for the fact if you could deny the glue.
Claude versus Bruno in lane, I don't know. I legit don't know.
You're gonna get blown up.
Yeah, you're gonna get blown up.
Tak payah pun kita trust team MY boleh, yeah.
Keep it simple. Put Kirk on the
Edith.
Edith.
Did you see
That's
Kirk
the
last night?
signature.
Did you see
Monstrous.
Kirk last night?
The Claude is good against Faramis though.
He did not. I'm just kidding.
Monster.
Now, okay,
No, he didn't die.
the Tigre has to play good because Tigre can counter the Joy.
Let's throw it over to our
You have to be
captors.
really good.
Call
You have to be
game
really
number
good.
2. Nice one, Ian. Let's
3
go.
nerf versus 3 buff, yeah. Edith can counter Bruno, I have no
Last
idea.
night We did, and everybody else saw Kirk's performance, but also Phobius and
Every stage of the game, Bruno is better than
This
Claude,
time
right?
around, man, I
Well,
gotta
we're
say,
about to see.
it was an
Let's see
electrifying game, a
if
one.
Kara just wants to
This
play the
draft
long
this time
lane,
for Falcon Esports
or-
is gonna be enough to take
or
them
Claude can legit
into
counter
the
the Bruno.
series and even it out 1-1 again.
You know, I do have to agree with Trex, man.
Farsa can habis
You
ko
picked
ulti
up the
Faramis dulu. They have a lot of ways to do it.
Farsa and the
Claude can
obviously
finish off the
just gonna
Faramis ult as well.
burn through the nether
Skill satu Claude sakit though. Yeah, kena buff. But itulah. Let's see. We haven't seen a lot of Claude, so I cannot say for sure.
They both have comfort picks leading into this game. And really, when it comes down to it, you got to be able to contain the lightning that is Fnatic Onyx Philippines. We'll see if Falcon
Kenapa Sergis ke
can
first pick
soar
heal
high.
down to
Game
Cram?
number 2, jumping to the
Because
random
they feel
dog.
like it's very important for the
Breaks down to
for the
Vince
macro lah,
Max
I
and
think.
King Kong in the jungle. This time
Counter
Dax,
Bruno ialah Kara.
also a pick that he
FNOP
loves
though.
to
FNOP
take
is so strong.
into the games. We'll see how he answers mid lane. It gets a lot of action early on, especially when we see the Cho in play. And this time they'll try to secure the buffs and the early rotations. But Ingon, anything sticking out so far emblem-wise for you when we get a preview of it?
Not so much. It's just that Dax again resulted to the Impure Rage, so you know that he wants to go for the sustain. Not so much about the attack, but looking at Kelra, unfazed, unbothered, Quantum Charge, Master Assassin. Yeah. He wants to go aggressive.
How Nick Flash lost yesterday?
This is what I love.
Royal Milk.
Kirk loves the war cry.
One word, Royal Milk. So strong.
When he does pick it, such a comfort pick for him, and we've even seen him go to the extent of just taking Lords alone. So, again, something that Falcon Esports wants to go ahead and keep in consideration.
Brusco just being annoying. Annoying EF.
Pretty aggressive on the chow.
Dax, get it? Oh, Kurt, nice, Kurt, nice, Kurt.
Flicker combination. Here comes King Kong. Might be able to take down Super Friends once again shining for the Super family. They want to extend their lead by trying to go for Royal.
By the way, in case you guys don't know, the Joy is strong against Suyo.
That was a huge response coming in from Super Friends.
Big response, PX7 could be in trouble. Brusco taking a couple of shots, 1 kick, 2 kicks, gone. Super Friends will pick up the kill.
The aggression of the mid.
Prince punya Farsa pun balik-balik dia punya passive tu dapat sangkutkan Yums. Ya, betul.
In terms of statistics,
Meta split push tak boleh pakai ke? It's a team thing. Strategi bagus macam mana pun depends pada team untuk execute lah. Kalau tak mungkin boleh. Team lain tak sure.
I'm wondering how this matchup will play a part. You know, we saw this answer already. Benny,
Boom.
in trouble, the feathered airstrike finds the mark, and now the fight for the turtle's gonna break out.
Inferno Pursuit, they're gonna try and work on Kirk. Kirk pops his ultimate, but gets
get something.
hit with the Queller.
Oh, tapi King Kong ambil buff. King Kong tak nak kacau pun. Oish. Oh, Onyx punya rotation ni. King Kong ambil buff doh. Ya Allah, jahatnya dia. Bagus pasal King Kong ni dia tahu siap-siap apa yang dia nak contest, apa dia tak nak contest. Gila dia. Prime AB brand better or Onyx PH sekarang? I think Onyx PH sekarang.
Yeah, maybe
I think Onyx PH sekarang. King Kong ni gila doh.
I mean, Bruno obviously just massive win rate right now, pick rate as well. The Claude so much, not so much so. You know, it's specific gold laners and players that really.
Semalam Innocent hampir split push, tapi laju jauh ni backup with team ya.
A lot of the gold laners from the Philippines like to go for the Claude, and it's always something they can take into consideration later in the game where they split push on the map.
Yeah, I think that's why Fnatic Onyx Philippines early rotated up top, because we've been talking about this a while ago that. They normally don't engage in the gold lane, but in this case, since the opposing team has the Bruno and Keller has an unfavorable hero in this Claude, they have to work on the gold lane. But right now, Royal Mick with an Infernal Pursuit.
They're gonna go in. Kirk, a little bit of health still left. Will flicker on out.
Royal Mick ni gila lah. Royal Mick ni akan buat game.
Now still the fight.
TNC X player is beast. King Kong to Prime Kyrie. Oh, I think Prime Kyrie.
There's the kick though.
I think Prime Kyrie.
PX7 though with the Nether Realm to try and save Kid X. Brusco forced to use the flicker. So that was still a good
Prime Kyrie, I still remember the Hayabusa play at M4. That's insane.
Lose their Nether Realm with this incoming turtle.
Part of this again too is just to be able to contain, you know, allowing your junglers to get the buffs. Now look at King Kong. He can actually go in.
And he got the buff.
Like it was taken, so
oh, King Kong, so annoying.
You were just about to say that the
Dax pun susah nak hidup. Patutlah Sekais pun susah nak hidup though.
1.2k gold lead for Fnatic.
Dude, King Kong is so annoying. He takes the buff.
Trying to control the higher ground in Turtle Pit. They want to go for the neutral objectives as much as possible to try and delay Fnatic Onyx Philippines fast rotation. This is how you keep up with the tempo of Fnatic. If you can't go for kills,
susah tu nak main jungle macam ni.
Okay, paired up with a feathered airstrike, a mega kill coming in from Super Friends, but they're gonna answer back by taking down Brusco as well. They have full control over this turtle, but King Kong will make it in time.
I'm not sure if he's gonna get there in time. Dax will get the turtle,
and the primal wrath coming in from Kirk, but PX7 goes in.
Oi, sakitnya.
Take down one more, make it two.
Sakitnya King Kong, ya Allah.
They did, however, get the turtle, but Fnatic Onyx Philippines will transition in the middle lane.
Benny making his way alongside Dax. They will hold on to the turret. Benny taking a couple shots, but it's Kelra now taking that, but he's gonna be fine.
Onyx too strong though. What the hell? King Kong kind of overshadowed by Kara. Yeah, King Kong is strong. That's why I say like Kara is strong, but King Kong, man. King Kong, man. King Kong, man.
Actually, we don't see it because it's always an off-cam kill on the bottom lane, Naisu.
He's everywhere and anywhere that he needs to be, and it just seems like FNOP continuing on now. Benny could be in trouble.
Okay, there's still no Jit Kundo. Okay, it connected, but Benny. Okay, we
Harapan
know
orang
Benny
tunggu
is
Benny
one of
dapat
the
4 item and mungkin boleh lawan.
players, not just in the
Laju
specific
pace ni,
region, but
dia
actually
pakai
in the
Joy lega
whole
PH.
M6. And now
Terdominate
he has to
sampai
step
sakit
up,
hati tengok.
reach the
Skill gap,
16
ya,
mark,
skill gap.
where Bruno is really activated, can go for a potential comeback up against Fnatic Onyx Philippines. But in order to do that,
Like, it's all
he
about
also
King Kong's
needs the
macro,
rest of
man.
the
He
members
shut
of the
down
Falcon
Dax
need to
so
step
hard.
up and try to extend the game to that mark.
This is what FNOP likes to do. They like to play on all fronts, all lanes. You know, feathered airstrike just to go ahead, get that limit test in on Royal Milk. Does get brought down under half health, but he's going to be fine. Essentially, it's Falcon Esports to go ahead.
The only way to stop King Kong is to call Godzilla.
Top side too.
Finally, Onyx ID not qualified and suddenly Onyx PH datang. No way for not gonna let Benny farm. So far, I think he's okay. He's only 0-1 and 0. Like, it's 6 minutes in, and Benny is only 0-1-0, so okay lah.
They're gonna easily burst down Kid X right away. Not even a single reaction from Falcon Esports. Now gonna transition up top. They're gonna gang up on Benny.
Benny in trouble. Sliding tackle in. Bruce
Sakit.
won't get it.
Oh,
Still
yo.
alive, and they pick up a kill now on Benny.
No wonder Fabian want to solo kill King Kong. Yeah.
Fnatic Onyx Philippines, they know
King Kong is so annoying, man.
Paired up with a flicker. Now Kurt goes in with the Earthshatter PX7 with another realm, but it's not gonna out-sustain the damage. Kelra goes in with a blazing duet. That's gonna be a double kill for King Kong. And
Memang 3-0 lah ni.
in your words, Naisu, Fnatic Onyx Philippines. They're just
Sakitnya lah hai.
Now they are charged up.
How do we shut down King Kong?
This turtle as well. It is still 2-1 in terms of turtles.
Look
but
at the difference,
every
6.3K
fight that's going right
and
now,
3K.
it's FNOP that comes out on top of it.
FNOP too
They
strong,
have to be
FNOP
able
too
to
strong.
take down Super Prince. I mean, we've seen the utilization of the flicker
Joy King Kong too, ya Allah, yeah.
So,
Like, King Kong is a
Falcon
beast,
Esports, they
man.
wanna be able to lock someone down, but
How can
who
SRG
they
deal with
get?
King Kong? If SRG
Because
can deal with
you
King
think they're
Kong,
actually gonna be able
can
to
deal with
withstand
Ah, too many things.
It's either Kirk or it's Brusco.
AP Brand pun tak main macam ni.
Every
Yeah,
time
AP
the
Brand pun tak main macam ni.
Brusco, he's going in, trying to set up a kick here. Now at this point, they'll have to respond. Falcon Esports trying to find
King
out
Kong
what
is so
they
smart
can.
with his jungle
When you look at
pathing.
the damage, the
Able
amount
to
of damage
find,
that's
like-
being done here, they don't
Like, he
think
doesn't
they
even
have
contest
time
for
to follow
turtle. He
up.
just contests for the
fact
buff.
that they have this fairness in their favor, it's not the same amount of damage burst that comes out from Super Prince.
You know, at this point, Super Prince
Dia tahu Tigra kacau Joy, jadi dia makan dulu Tigra, betul?
Force PX7 to use the nether realm right away before they fully commit, but here comes the play. Oh, Kikondo plus Flicker combination, gonna bring down Royal Milk Infernal Pursuit.
Now the Cho looks so annoying as well.
Will they overcommit though? They don't have minions, and under the turret, they might go for the discipline route and just walk away.
Falcon at this point trying to get what they can across the map. It's probably going to be this
Yeah,
tier
just
one,
give
but they
Benny
can
farm,
remain
just
to
give
that.
Benny
You
farm.
guys might want to back off from that as the rotation comes through from Fnatic.
MSC champs guys need to wake up.
And this
Captain
is what
Yos also
like.
need to
Yo,
wake up,
Dad's
yeah.
in trouble.
Kelra?
Still going to be fine. Kelra won't dive into that, but they will work on the tier 2 turret now.
Siut-siut dia sepak di mana-mana, ya. Tapi itulah, it's like when you're 7,000 ahead, kalau you sepak confirm kill. King Kong dah level 14, dah level 15 dah. Nak target King Kong, Kara, ada nak target Kara, King Kong ada, tak payah target sesiapa lah.
You're free to do anything.
Yeah, when you have this kind of lead, it's really... You have to be very careful on how you approach some of these fights. Even into this first Lord, the Falcon Esports approaches it in...
Benny punya harapan tu je lah. Dapatkan farm, and then jangan mati banyak turret.
They've got a couple of things to work out. There's the kick from Brusco.
Plus the feathered airstrike forcing PX7 to use the nether realm right away. King Kong onto the back.
Oh, nice. Oish. Damage tak cukup begini.
Royal Milk has to flicker away. Here comes the Fnatic Onyx Philippines. Kirk with a primal wrath, but they're gonna answer right back and take down one Fnatic member down.
Oh, Super Prince.
That's 2 kills for Fnatic Onyx Philippines in exchange for Kirk.
He's keeping Dax there. Dax is going to go ahead and regen, but King Kong will jump in. Super Prince waiting patiently, relying on Benny to come help him out. He wants to clear that way. Oh, there's the feathered airstrike. They're going to cancel it out so he doesn't get the one last in. And Super Prince will back
Dax.
off, but they bought themselves enough time to secure the Lord for FNOP. King Kong waits a little bit longer, and there you go.
On the PH ni dia paksa team fight. Tak, sebab dia dah lebih dah goal. Kalau goal dah banyak macam tu, okay doh nak paksa team fight. Serius.
One more hit to Dax with a feathered airstrike. So Falcon Esports, they did not lose any bodies, but Fnatic Onyx Philippines, they got the Lord uncontested, and now they're gonna try and
Tapi antara banyak-banyak team PH, antara banyak-banyak team PH, Onyx lah jenis yang banyak fight tu. Onyx yang jenis memaksa fight. Yang lain main lebih makro lah. Onyx dia main micro.
They just don't have enough firepower right now, so this main idea might be to get a pick here. King Kong, though, elusive as he is on the Joy, will be able to just freely get away.
Tigre tak dia buat kerja, padahal tu one of the best hero untuk dia tu.
With this kind of deficit is they've got to be able to pull the holy defense off. A miracle play, if you will. They try to hold on at the tier 2 in the mid. Kirk will jump in, gets the tackle out. Feathered airstrike drop down, and the shields are going to be popping. There's Brusco once again as a threat, looking for the kick. They just get a couple shots of the base turrets as King Kong approaches with that bottom wave.
Aduh, Benny still tak dapat item lagi ke? Dah 11 minit ni. Malefic kan? Oi, baru dapat 3 item 11 minit. Tapi okey lah sekarang dia boleh ni. That's what I said. Onyx PH dia team fight power dia macam ID plus PH. Dia macam ID plus PH. Macam mana lah Aurora boleh 3-4? Time tu meta lain. Time tu Aurora kuat meta tu.
Give it up to Falcon Esports, even despite being down this much. Hold on to their base turrets, even if it's just barely in the mid lane.
Blalis pun okey kan waktu play off, cuma kalah kena comeback dengan Aurora. King Kong punya cara main jungle ni aku tengok dia farm je until yakin boleh do something. Yeah. Boleh lah, ambil satu tak apa.
Once again, Fnatic Onyx Philippines, King Kong with the electrifying beach, trying to go for the backline, but PX7 with a clutch nether realm, and all the while Kelra just worked on the top lane inhibitor turret, executed flawlessly by Fnatic, but a heads-up play for Kid X for Falcon Esports.
Took them a little bit longer, but they got the 2 base turrets down off of that Lord take. And again, Kelra now picking up the Malefic Roar. As we were saying, the spark difference between the gold laner damage is massive. And so we're looking at another 5+ minutes, really, for Falcon Esports possibly to get back.
11k with 6.
They might have to go ahead and give up even the next
11k gila
at this point, unless they can somehow get
Banner jungle viable ke tak?
that's what they've been trying to do.
King Kong macam main
It just
rank.
hasn't worked, because most of the times you have
I just noticed you forgot to say the Joy ulti line. Honestly, I'm very tired. I'm very tired from yesterday. Yesterday, oh yo, from 1 PM up until like 11-12 AM. Yesterday was a very long day. I'm super tired.
The Lord will be started up.
Part 1 GG memang GG. Yums punya Cho pun tak ditangkap.
Okay, an uncontested Lord for
Yums punya
Fnatic
Cho pun tak
Onyx
ditangkap tu.
Philippines and
Gila
Falcon
tu first hari ni.
Esports. They're no longer looking for a trade. I think with their current composition, they can, however, try and clear this, especially if no one gets picked off and Kid X makes another miracle implosion play, so it's still possible for Falcon Esports to try and turn things around and force the game to the 16-17 minute mark when Benny is going to be activated for their side.
Benny's positioning is what's crucial here. You can still play around the fact that you have a Nether Realm to help you. He's got a little bit of defensive, picks up the Rose Gold Meteor, so he's got that BOD also for Dax on this, possibly the last defense. We'll see how they play apart. FNOP takes the last base turret in, and now walking in slowly with the Lord up front. Taking a couple shots, they still respect the damage that can come out.
Benny dah ada damage sikit dah. Benny dah ada damage, so that's good.
Actually defend, even despite the 13k lead right now for FNOP. Not sure if they actually go in further. It looks like they do really want to just be disciplined here because of the fact that they have to respect how much utility is actually there for Falcon Esports.
Yeah, again, they have the Nether Realm and Kid X can go in anytime with the implosion. So Fnatic Onyx Philippines, even if they have this huge lead, 12.9k, even if they had the Lord, even if they have damage coming in from Kelra, the utility, the PX7 alone with the Nether Realm is going to be enough for Falcon Esports to out-sustain 2 to 3 seconds worth of damage coming in from Fnatic Onyx Philippines and eventually enable Benny to just wreak havoc up against Fnatic Onyx Philippines. Not to mention, he did, however, pick up the Rose Gold Meteor, as you mentioned, and he does has his Purify. So in terms of positioning, when it comes to those clashes, it's going to be also hard for Fnatic Onyx Philippines to lock down on Benny.
Sort of surprised, you know, with FNOP, even with the lead that they have, based off even what we saw in Game 1, how kind of slow they're taking that approach into the base, and Part of it really is just because, for example, if one person goes down from FNOP and they overextend into a base push, that's a whole lot of gold going to whoever gets that kill from Falcon Esports. And if it's Benny, obviously he's pretty much there.
Bro playing...
He does have
Nah, I'm not
some
playing
position that he
Magic Chess.
needs.
I'm playing
Still
something, but not
working
Magic
on the
Chess.
last one, but you can already see it. You know, when they get a
What about you? How to
pre-game
counter
when
on
they're
EPH?
defending, it's there, and
I don't know, man.
NetherRealm alone is
I
enough,
legit don't
no
know.
matter how behind PX7
Because somehow you have to handle King Kong.
NetherRealm is enough utility and enough value.
Like, Kara is strong, but it's like the people around Kara that is making Kara strong. Like, I feel like the jungle is very important. If you find a way to handle King Kong, then you're halfway there.
Practicing that disciplined approach, you're still waiting for that lord to come up.
Like, you kind of have to, like, fight mechanics with mechanics at this point.
Rather just kind of out of stalemate until Falcon
That's my
Esports
personal opinion.
Yeah. Fnatic Onyx Philippines gonna do this by the book. Gonna try and get an uncontested lord, but looking at the position of the rest of the members of Fnatic Onyx Philippines, if someone for Falcon Esports tried to get information, get vision, for sure Fnatic Onyx Philippines won't be afraid to try and dive down and get the burst.
Well, Lord's up here now, so Falcon will just let it get taken. They know that even if they approach towards this, it's going to be gone in an instant, as it is. Another Lord now in the hands of FNOP. This is...
Shella, what you playing? Nah, it's just a Marvel game. Rasa game satu nampak macam Falcon boleh first game. I think still got chance. Sebab Benny dapat dia punya item. Like that's a big thing. Benny getting the items is a big thing. Maybe can.
Again, they have what? No turrets down, so they have to win a base defense and possibly swing towards the base of FNOP. And as they wait for that Lord to approach, FNOP will deal with the waves managing them up. And this is one of the things, you know, Dax himself has good damage on the Suyo, but he's nearly just got to wait for Kid X. If Kid X lands this implosion, it's going to be great, but already Kid X in trouble.
They got spotted out and bursted down. Kid X Immortality will be popped. That's one member down for Falcon Esports, but Killra actually is not going to mind Kid X anymore. They want to go for the tower push.
Without Kid X, though, can they even win this fight here? They're going to break out.
Okay, they're going to zone out the members of Falcon Esports. They're going to log
GG.
and win game number 2 for Fnatic Onyx Philippines.
Maybe the Bruno could have done something, but looks like not enough.
Punishing the positioning mistake.
Dah 2-0 guys.
We don't even get to see Falcon Esports go for the base.
Ibu jadi King Kong tersepit pintu, confirm pun nak dapat grand final. King Kong is bahaya. Nice mistake from Tigreal. Hard to say because that game was pretty GG, not gonna lie.
Again, going back to the drawing board.
That game was pretty GG.
Yo, Falcon, Fnatic Onyx Philippines, even though they're hyped up, exciting team, they're still not afraid to showcase their discipline, their macro gameplay, and their patience up against a team like Falcon Esports. That game was executed to perfection by the whole squad of the Super Family.
Man, I'm just not sure the call there. You know, with Kid X, that was crucial. I was saying, you know, we need this implosion to see the tide turn possibly in the fight, but hey, maybe the panel can make sense of that. Panel, take it away. What do you guys think about this one?
I think the mistake, guys. I think the mistake is they saw the joy. They saw the joy, but they don't pick up the Fredrin. Like maybe Dax cannot use Fredrin. Because Suyo is weak against the joy. You already see the joy, and then you pick up the Suyo.
King Kong.
Trust me, Kimi can counter Bruno.
This one wasn't really the age of Kelra, but yeah, again, Super Friends and King
like
Kong
between Suyo and Fredrin, even if Joy steals your buff, it doesn't really matter. Betul tak? Like Suyo without the buff sakit tau. Suyo sangat kalah dengan Joy. So, dorang dah ambil Joy and then kau ambil Suyo. Tu memang mistake lah pada aku. Like, I feel like the mistake was that they did not pick up the Fredrin. Like, even King Kong, nampak Joy, dia terus ambil Fredrin.
And I think that's the beauty of this draft by Fnatic.
Main protect the Bruno je, ya. Macam mana Onyx PH tiba-tiba perform ni? Bukan tiba-tiba, dekat MPL PH dorang win streak.
Despite the stats saying otherwise, you should not run the Suyo into the Joy or the Joy into the Suyo. It was the Joy and Cho opener. The draft alone, once again, allowed for...
Kenapa pick Suyo?
to make the active calls and say,
Pixio lawan Cho, sama case macam Chibi semalam.
this is what we're ending up with. And let's look at the item
Tiber,
builds,
apa yang
let's look
Tiber?
at the stats. Despite it going longer, something tells me this was more of a non-starter for Falcon Esports.
Yeah, definitely hard to match the pace of Fnatic Onyx, right? I mean, we talked about it from the beginning. Aggression versus endurance, and they're very aggressive. This is a 17-minute game, a little bit longer of a stretch than the last one, but still the same result, right? Even though Kelra wasn't really the one to get the
Kenapa
round,
diorang tak ambil
he played
Fredrin,
more for survivability on this one, right?
Laphel FNOP sangat jauh dengan tim lainnya.
King Kong to be able to get those
Sekarang ni tank
super
jungle is back ke?
super
Bukan,
fights.
bukan.
From afar, raining down the
Dia
artillery, but I got a
depends.
question.
Kalau tank jungle pun kalah dengan Suyo.
Right play.
Tapi kalau enemy ambil Joy, tank jungle menang.
We saw it so late in the
Esok
game,
tak ada M6, tak ada.
felt a little bit off with some
Sekarang
of
ni
the picks
jungle,
already on
siapa
field.
ambil jungle
You're up
dulu
against,
sebenarnya
Kelra
boleh
on
kena
the
counter.
squad, which I think can do a great job against it. You're up against this Farza.
Nobody likes
You're up against
Fredrin,
King Kong,
takut
play
kalah
very
farm.
aggressive
Yeah, but the thing
game
is,
and can get
you
in the
pakai
midst
Fredrin,
of
you
that
memang akan
full
kalah farm.
counter and just bring everything down.
Memang akan kalah farm.
King
You just
Kong,
have to
once
be
it gets
okay
fully
with it.
crystalline, you know, it's trouble.
You kalah farm, tapi orang lain dapat farm
Damage is
laju.
just too much for everyone to handle.
So to answer your question, Faramis was kind of
Kenapa AP Brand dengan TLPH boleh drop? Yang lain makin kuat. Tengoklah Onyx ni.
And the potential
Onyx ni
for
kuat gila kot.
Fnatic Onyx to come in at many different angles to bully your formation.
Dia tak
out
semestinya
of
orang lain drop,
position
tapi orang lain meningkat.
Makes the Faramis less than ideal. I'm sure
SRG semalam hampir nak endgame 1. Iya, iya. Kenapa orang suka type pakai caps lock? Relax. Fredrin nak sekat movement Joy, betul. Fredrin counter Joy, tapi tak tahu kenapa Dax tak ambil. Maybe bukan hero dia lah. FNOP kalah satu kali je lawan Omega. FPH lah build different. Sebab kalau korang pergi PH pun, main rank kat sana best lah. Main kat sana best. Sebab player public orang pun power.
You're out of range to be effective on the implosion play, and that's when you see Fnatic take advantage of the engagement.
Dear God, look at the monster mage.
Fredrin perlukan Matilda tak? Best kalau ada Matilda, tapi tak wajib lah. Tak wajib.
To be a monster, very similar to Kelra.
Mobile mentality, yeah.
Give this man, he is making plays, but when it comes to these back
Jahit main damage sedap,
especially
okay.
the Farza or the Eve, but the Farza was so fun watching yesterday, and it was extremely fun watching today. I love how he picks up the flicker, and this flicker, for Super Friends at least, is almost never used defensively. It is a engage, flicker in, look for the stun, look for the play. I mean, isn't it aggressive flicker?
It's a reposition. We've seen it in the last Turtle fight, and then we saw it a few times inside Falcon Esports' base. And you'll see here, the gold graph, for the first one, 5-6 minutes, it was under control. It seemed like Falcon were keeping it close, and then suddenly, what was this? The last Turtle, it went for a drop. This is just showcasing Fnatic Onyx understanding of what makes macro work, because sure you gave the turtle, but you're losing more on money.
Kenapa PH pau sangat ML?
Right? When they're in control, it's very
Diorang dekat sana semua orang main, and bila aku kata semua orang tua pun main. Jenis yang umur 60-70 pun main ML.
Match point on the way.
Yeah, I would say honestly, even with that first turtle, it still felt like FNOP was in control, because remember they gave them that first turtle, got a bunch of
Dorang punya, aku pun tak tahu nak explain macam mana.
We're able stole purple. They got such a great trade out of that. We're able to push back Benny and give Kelra.
Nanti nak aku 60 main ML lagi. Sheesh. Apakah sebab faktor SRG tak dapat rehat yang cukup gameplay dorang drop? Could be, tapi dorang sendiri cakap dorang tak nak guna itu sebagai alasan. Dan
I'm wondering if this is an all-time high. 12.9.
It's just competition.
In the knockout.
The thing is, kalau korang jadi pro player, korang tak boleh nak ada alasan. Menang, kalah. Itu je lah. Suka tak suka bila jadi professional player ni, kau break up ke, kau punya family ada yang sakit ke, kau tengah demam ke, kau tengah COVID ke, kau tak boleh guna apa-apa sebagai alasan. So, you know, that's just the reality of jadi professional player. Tak cukup rehat, sure.
mean, Super Prince has been
But
flying under the radar.
tak boleh
of the
jadi
MVP
alasan. They just have
game
to
for a
keep on
while.
playing.
I feel like it's been well deserved for a minute now, so it's nice to see his face up there. It's nice to see him because this guy is truly a monster. I mean, it feels like it's hard to pick and choose on the side of FNOP.
Aku sampai tengok pun.
One.
Hey, thank you
Says,
for.
how to win a game Sonic Diam 2 Baggy Diarang Jalap Laxative Sebelum match done.
Not gonna lie, Z. Sambil tengok ni, I pun tengah try untuk figure out macam mana nak lawan dengan Onyx ni.
Without even an ult, he's just wings by wings in, one blast, and then we're good.
Cara paling basic kau nak menang ML ni is kau kena menangkan mid trio.
Yeah, I mean, just look at his positioning, right? He always plays from afar. I mean, look how far he is in this turtle engagement. That's what makes the difference, right? Playing for survivability, but also
Cara paling mudah nak menang ML ni kau kena kuatkan mid trio.
From that feathered airstrike to the maximum.
Tapi masalahnya, kalau korang tengok Onyx lawan dengan SRG, Onyx tutup skies. Sepanjang tournament ni semua orang tutup skies.
Because especially for FNOP, it fits their quick moving laning phase. It fits the way they want to move around the map. Super Friends hits the wings by wings to look.
Diorang dapat Hilda. Hilda kebiasaannya menang lane and then dapat masuk jungle enemy. So dia boleh slowkan jungle enemy. So Hilda tu macam pick yang betul.
They're never stagnant in these team fights. And that Farza works so well for Super Friends in their form.
All right, folks, it's not like we're seeing Farza for the first time in M6, but the fact that it's coming back with such great returns, great highlights, great stats, make it a breakout hero. Who else might we see? It has to be something that...
The only chance they have is misdraft on Onyx.
Because
I think that's a bad mentality to have. If we're hoping for a mistake from the enemy,
results are similar too, so, you know,
they were not really all that strong.
Doing the same thing over and over again, it's something new.
Right, but end up getting the same result. Right now, I'm pretty sure.
It's to the point. It's to the point.
Yep.
It was available, and
I feel like
Fnatic
Skies
still proud the Farza, right? You're a little bit more mobile, so I guess in survivability
should use a hero like
you have a lot
Fredrin.
more extra disposal, right, to engage and disengage, and then you
Like
stack
even
up
if
the
Skies
flickers as
lose,
well. It's just pure chaos and definitely not.
like I
something
feel
you
like
see in the hands of Super Friends.
Malaysia
Now,
punya jungle
everything on the line.
maybe try main
Chance
lebih
to be
utility,
top four right now. This is where
kuatkan
Fnatic
dorang punya
is
gold
headed.
lane dengan mid.
Falcons, they need to elevate. They need to spread those wings, but how? Do they
Sebab
do it?
Nets
Can they come back in this series?
boleh carry, Warlock boleh carry, Chibi pun boleh carry. Tapi kalau Chibi just boleh set upkan untuk dia punya team, maybe better. And then Innocent korang nampak Innocent memang perform. And Stormy pun sebenarnya menggila. Like even 1 lawan 4 pun Stormy boleh dapatkan kill. Aku rasa better untuk Skies main hero utility. Hidupkan Stormy, hidupkan Innocent.
That's November 22nd to December 29th. M6 support chest will be available for a limited time.
Purchase the support chest for 50 diamonds to get a large amount of pass.
Hilda first pick aku rasa tak worth lepas bunuh lagi tu.
A basic M6 pass. Use the basic M6 pass.
Bila pick Fred,
instantly
Onyx confirm
activate
pick
the
Suya,
M6
betul?
pass, unlock additional pass rewards and immediately get Claude Challenger Spark.
Komplain tentang air shiki kuat. I think also Fred is good for Sky sebab orang dah start target dia.
Mobile
Yeah.
Legends, bang bang.
All right, so with this out of the way,
Masalahnya Onyx ban Fredrin enggak? Yes, I know. Sebab tu aku tak salahkan coach untuk pick Julian, tak ada pick lain. Kalau ambil Haya pun, mati Haya tu. Rasanya Marquis dengan playstyle SRG, not a bad idea. Not a bad idea. Asalkan ambil hero yang tak perlukan farm sangat, aku rasa okay. Apa-apa draft
Hello everybody and
Team Malaysia nak ada,
welcome to the
dorang kena dapatkan
My
mid
name
trio
is
kuat.
Rose and I am with Michelle, and right now I am with Mr. General Dilar all the way from the Philippines. He is a pro player, content creator, model, and now he's a part of the MPL PH Insider. So, sir, what do you do as an MPL PH
Tapi Link Skies tak pakai lagi doh. Lagi teruk kalau dia pakai Link doh.
Content creator po sa Philippines.
So you're an
Dia
MPL
pakai Joy
content
pun
creator, technically.
macam
So,
tu.
is that why you keep dancing
Dia pakai
and
Sio pun macam
taunting
tu. Oi, kalau pakai Link lagi lah.
Yes, ma'am.
Why are you so scared to answer suddenly? Are you nervous?
Opo.
Okay, he's nervous. Out of nowhere.
Maybe nervous because beside the Rose, right? So any like content inspiring you after watching the game 1? What do you think about their game 1?
Tingin ko dun sa game 1, mas naging agresibo lang talaga yung Onyx Philippines.
I think good for Skies to try pakai jungle keras. Yeah.
Yung
Ada rasa untuk Malaysia, kita pula yang kena start pakai
He said
jungle
he thinks
keras.
in game 1 actually, Fnatic Onyx Philippines.
Diorang ban
managed to
Akai
score
gak, dia nak
quicker,
tutup Skies.
and
Yeah.
after that, Falcon
So, diorang tahu
managed
kalau
to come
Skies
back
hidup,
because of how aggressive
SRG
Fnatic
hidup.
Onyx was. Okay, now Dilar, I'm just going to ask you one question, okay? Give me a good answer. O sige ah. Give me a good answer. Who do you want them to meet later on? If they were gonna proceed to the upper bracket final?
RRQ versus Team Liquid.
Yes, who do you want Fnatic Onyx Philippines to meet?
Napakadali namang sagot yan. Ay, tanong yan. Tingin ko kahit sino naman sa kanila, mauulit at mauulit lang yung nangyari nung nakarang M-Series.
Wow! Michelle, you know what he said? That's such an easy question. It doesn't matter who Fnatic Onyx meets because whatever happened in the past M-Series will happen again this time around.
Whoa, so you are get so confident about the team, right? So did you think they got any improvement after coming to the M6 series?
Yung Fnatic Onyx Philippines.
Yes, ano yung improvement nila from MPL?
Hero pool is not the problem, but jungle hero right now is limited.
Sobrang
Betul?
laki kasi
Betul, Nabil?
nung MPL Philippines Grand Finals nila, medyo tumagilid.
I think honestly, Akai jungle is an optional draft against Onyx. Yeah, but it got banned also.
Sa M6.
Maknanya Skies ni kunci SRG pegang game betul.
And
And banyak orang shutdown kan dia.
He said that actually in
Sebab tu aku
MPL
pun fikir kalau shutdown kan King
the
Kong pun
draft
bagus
and
juga.
Everything else was still shaky. The boat was shaky because we all know that the grand finals Aurora almost won, right? And so he said in his opinion this time around, Fnatic Onyx Philippines managed
Skies
to
nampak
win
dia
the draft,
perform
and I'm pretty
sebab dia
sure
kena
even
aim je
discipline-wise, they're
dari
very
draft sampai ke
different
in-game,
this time
betul.
around, right?
Yes. Dahil sa syempre sa coach din.
He said also because of the coach. Okay, Dilar, what do you want to say to Fnatic Onyx Philippines on the stage before we start game 3?
Galingan nyo pa, tsaka gawin nyo lang yung mismong trabaho nyo, tsaka yung role nyo. Shoutout din sa, syempre sa Falcon. Kasi sila yung team na isa sa pinaka-sinusuporta ko dito sa M-Series yung Falcon niya. Kaya patuloy lang natin i-cheer yung mga bansa na sinusuportahan natin yan. Tuloy lang natin yung mga trash talkan, masaya yun
He said that to Fnatic Onyx Philippines, just continue doing what you're supposed to do and just stick to your job desk. And for Falcons as well, a big shout out to them because he said he finds Falcon really good this M-Series. To everybody watching, don't forget to just support the country you guys are supporting and just continue with whatever you guys have been doing now, the banter and everything because it's fun. It makes everything fun. Okay, thank you very much to Dilar. Thank you to Michelle. And with that, let's throw it back to the panel to start the game 3 of this game between Fnatic Onyx Philippines going up against Falcon.
That man, the general, knows what he's talking about. Thanks, Michelle. Thanks, Rose. Once more from the front line.
Sebab Vamos dengan SRG semua power serius. Cuma sekarang ramai target jungle kita sebab tu punca lagi kuat tim Malaysia. So instead pakai hero power, pakai keras. Ya, itulah kena adjust because aku rasa diorang pun patut sedar yang ramai orang dah start target diorang.
To get to the top of the world stage, and when he says Fnatic Onyx is on a whole nother level, best believe Fnatic Onyx is on a whole nother level.
Yeah. He was very
Why Coach Arcadia
right?
didn't work on RRQ? Kena kick RRQ, kick Arcadia.
He's looking for the Philippines to push on through for another story.
He also mentioned how
Yang lagi sedih, Vamos kena kecam dengan netizen tu sebab pause malam. I know. And aku rasa tak patut. Aku rasa tak patut.
Very clearly there was a pattern that you saw.
Yeah, there's one thing to start off. There's one thing that's major is it's not just the gameplay, right? It is the drafting to a T. I mean, from game 1, we see them counter the Joy with the Fredrin, and Fnatic Onyx is never scared to pick something that maybe someone would see as weak, but if it counters, they're gonna make it work. We saw it with the Layla in the very beginning of Swiss stage. We just saw it with the Fredrin.
Bila RG9 release?
Other teams aren't
Belum
willing
release
to push that boundary, but Fnatic Onyx, they're always doing it. FCON could have picked the same draft that FNOP did, but they didn't go for it.
Right time, right tool, right job. Here's a quick M chat with Kid X. He was asked, how does the team cope in high pressure situation? The young man answers, during scrims, we always train without pressure. If a teammate misses his spell, we try to make him laugh instead. Now he was asked, who misses his spells the most? Maybe it's him and the PX7, the mid-roam.
Well, they know how to have fun, right? And sometimes that definitely is what matters. But right now,
You can rest early if they sweep Falcons.
Deficit in a best of 5.
Yeah, after this I'm gonna pray. After this I'm gonna pray. Since guys kena bagi hero macam Fred, Akai or maybe Gwyn, so dorang dia boleh hidup berdikari dan tolong Innocent Storm buat kerja. That's my theory. That's my theory because like if everyone wants to counter Skies, then just give Skies a hero that does not need farm. Like let Stormy and Innocent carry because I feel like Stormy and Innocent can carry. Surau IOI besar tak Fel? Besar. Dekat IOI boleh solat Jumaat lagi. Fel, rasa Malaysia masih ada chance menang M6 ni tak? Ada. Bukan setakat Vamos je kena, account aja nak zone pun diorang serang. Dan itu memang tak patut. Dengan kata Stream Ombong and penjahat semalam kena ban, bukan dorang je. Streamer yang korang tak kenal pun kena ban. Compare Mitek dengan IOI mana better? Personally aku suka IOI sebab kalau aku lapar, aku boleh pergi beli makan kat luar. Like aku bias sebab IOI dekat dengan rumah aku. Waalaikumsalam, typical Adam. And aku nak makan ke, aku nak beli air ke, apa ke semua dekat. Kalau dekat Mitek semua benda jauh. Mitek lagi best like as just an event punya tempat. Tapi IOI sebab dia mall. Kalau aku nak beli tie ke, aku nak beli baju ke apa ke, semua ada kat situ. Kau ada kajang kan? Kalau pos lama je salahkan team. Padahal diorang ada masalah technical issue. Okay, Bruno again.
I don't think the Bruno's bad.
Yeah, the Bruno is good. The Bruno is good. Ambil Fredrin.
If they go for this Joy again,
but Skies on utility jungle is so risky sebab you are going back to the time Skies hasn't gone outside his shell yet. Nak tak nak, something has to give. Kalau you nak menang and you tak ambil risiko langsung, how are you gonna win, you know? Nak tak nak, you have to make a risk. They want MSC sebab Skies can do the carry job while Innocent played weak side gold laner.
Trax's theory is in this series. So all you gotta do
Ayah senang dapat lunch sama minum kopi senang itu. Technically speaking, FL, do you think Muntang can take action ke? No, they can't. Like what can they do? What can they do that doesn't affect their business? Like if you piss off the Indonesian punya ni and then satu Indo boycott ML. Business wise, that's a bad idea.
With the pace of that Khalid. Now, there's still a lot.
All right, Fredrin. There you go, Fredrin.
Right.
Phoveus lagi ke?
Prediction at its finest.
Coach Trex. Okay. It wasn't a prediction. It was an order.
It was an order. It was, listen, guys.
Matilda.
And there's another page out of the Draft 1 book, Game 1 draft book. We pick up the Matilda. Gives Benny some opportunity to dance around here. Now, last time we saw it as a last-minute flex, but still, we're looking very similar to FNOP's Game 1 draft on the side of FCON.
As good as this is as a development, right? You take a draft and you make it as close to the winning formula. You're doing it against a team who did that.
Hey, man.
Imitation is the highest form of flattery, but not like this. What are you trying to get the Faramis and then like an XP lane substitution for that Cho?
Maybe they should have took the Cho in the beginning and then did the swap and literally just copy and paste, you know?
Now the question is, do we pick up our mid laner here, right? I mean, last pick on the board for the first half. You could go in for the Farzeg, and there is a Mathilda, though, could be a little bit of a challenge. They're going to go in for the Vexana instead.
All right, this is another hero that I think Super Prince is comfortable with, but we haven't seen him shine as much as compared to, you know, his MVP winning Farsa, his Lu Yi,
Faramis boleh ban.
even his Valentina. So I'd like to see how he works.
Ban CC.
And it just goes in so cleanly to the way
ban
CC.
CC.
They're always looking for the counter.
FNOP nak ambil Phoveus ni.
This time we're going to slot Mage in our third pick. This time we're going to slot this in our third pick. They know, okay, you got Fredrin. We're gonna bring out the Vexana. It does great.
Right, Ben Faramis.
In the Lord Pit, it does great.
FNOP nak Phoveus. Dia ban Layla.
Falcon's like, listen, we're gonna take out the Layla.
Look at that.
And the Beatrix.
FNOP nak ambil Phoveus ni.
Wasting any time. Coach, why not? The Kimi Mutombo, no. Just says,
I'm not going out like
you
this.
You cannot do what we did to you game 1. And of course, Coach Nyo Chow respecting the hard counter. Counter said it himself. Yes, it is a hard counter. If I pick up the Layla against the Bruno, them balls ain't touching me.
Now, do you match mobility with mobility, right? With the Khalid and the Joy?
Moskov. So orang bagi Phoveus.
It's open. Oddly enough.
Phoveus
works well, I think.
No, pick up Phoveus. Phoveus gila.
So that's 2 hard counters. the Fred, and the Hilda. There's another hero I think that is open, but you can't pick any more to counter the.
I think the Layla is a good ban.
You just get in there. You
I think the
stand,
Layla is a good ban.
Yeah. Stop dancing. Stop. Wait a minute.
Wait. All right. We are looking for
Luika.
There you go, Royal Milk's fave. And
Luika.
what's going in
Valena.
What's
Valen is good
left?
also. I mean, Valen better.
Is Louis still? Nope.
It's not enough burst though. If you pick any of these heroes, that's not enough
Yeah,
burst.
just go for a nice back line, honestly. I think Eve would work. Could go for the Farza again.
Yeah, Eve atau Valena.
Damage.
It's going to be challenging because of the mobility aspect.
Farza.
I was going to
There
say
it is.
Farza would work
Quick Edith ni.
better than the Eve.
Kena
Just
pegang
because
nanti
it
for
wings
obvious
by
orang
wings,
boleh ambil
but
Edith for
around
FNOP.
safety, maybe paired up with the flicker as well.
And the damage profile.
Tapi Louis
very
Friend zero
important
power
to
though.
the
Louis
meta.
ban.
If you
Aku
pick anything
berpersen.
else like a utility, mage, and mid, FCON would not be going fast enough. Not even close. To catch
If
up,
Falcons
FCON
didn't win
would
this draft
definitely
again
go
and
away.
it's over,
It's make
I
or break
mean,
it.
it is
Facing
game
match
number 3, you
point
know.
for Falcons.
So
You're
literally,
gonna see that
yeah.
last pick on the
Yuzong!
Holy.
Always ready to counter.
Well, tadi ada orang cakap Yuzong going up against Bruno.
We're counterplaying.
It's
We'll
Falcon
see.
we're asking for.
We'll see. Someone was talking about the Yuzong.
Evolving the
We'll
meta
see.
once more before our very eyes. Yuzong showing up here. Game 3.
We'll see
Our
Yuzong.
casters, Ingan and Naisu.
You know,
FNOP just doesn't care. Honestly, I feel like
he's seeing all the
they
other
pick up
guys
Yuzong, they
come
pick
out
up
and play
Layla.
F6, and he's like, you can't forget about me, Ingan. They pull out.
Yeah, I
Yuzong.
feel like
What do you
FNOP
think
just
about it?
doesn't
You think
care
this is
anymore. Not in a bad way. Not in a bad way.
for
I think
FNOP?
it could be a closer, a good
Yuzong really can shut down Phobius.
competition of Falcon Esports and in that
Okay, kita tengok
matchup,
Yuzong ni
someone
berkesan
like
tak?
Kirk
Although to be
easily
fair, I
activated.
kind of feel
He
like
disrupt the
Onyx
formation
ambil apa-apa
of
hero
Falcon
pun, it will look good.
specifically when the Feathered Airstrike has been casted, so it's going to be hard fought battle for Falcon and going up against Fnatic on in Philippines.
If it's FNOP, of course they can counter Bruno using any hero, yeah.
What's a Falcon to a Dragon? We'll see if it plays its part this time around. Game 3, it's match point right now.
Okay, aku ingatkan pause tadi, aduhai.
Falcon Esports is
Risau aku tadi, aku ingatkan pause.
series by taking a game against Fnatic Onyx Philippines.
Pas ni Oni pick Hanzo jangan terkejut. Yuzong ni untuk counter Phobius je kot. Oh, ya ke? Tapi aku rasa untuk counter Farsa.
It's such an interesting change of pace that we
Ada
see
banyak
throughout
counter Farsa kat
Game
sini.
6, even from Swiss stage to now and just the meta in general. And again, make sure you guys
This
grab
MC's
your
become debut
M6
stage for
passes
hero,
now
not being picked
available.
before.
Oh, mid lane, PX7, oh, in trouble, one hit away. Brusco will be fine though.
Okay,
Aduh,
this is
bahaya
the
lah. And then dorang freeze.
that
Dorang
we
freeze.
expected from Fnatic on it.
Oh, that's not good.
Have the signature Brusco Khalid.
Mid duo Onyx ni gila lah doh. Mid duo Onyx ni gila lah doh.
Is to really try and go for the mid control and eventually go for the delay in the jungle rotation.
Senang Vamos kenapa pause lama? Phone problem.
Brusco has been doing a good job going for those pokes, going for those engages, and we'll see if Brusco can keep it up against Falcon Esports.
Part of this too,
Ads.
obviously, is, you know, I like that Falcon Esports has utility on their side now. You know, you still give Royal Milk the hero that he's performed probably the best on. Even Benny to that.
Nah, dah tutup
but still,
monetization.
you play around this Matilda pick. Help
Dah
Dax
tutup
have a
monetization.
little more mobility on this Fredrin's going to be great. They're setting things up for the first objective, poking down Brusco a little bit here, but King Kong is there to go ahead.
There's a reason why
And
they call it the fam. Oh, hold on.
Prince, though, will have to burn
Okay.
the flicker already, so pretty proactive early
Makanan apa
game
yang
from
sedap sangat semalam time pause tu? Hello
Hello
Panda, I don't know.
And you know that in terms of mobility,
Fredrin farm lambat, it's okay, it's okay. Dia memang farm lambat, but it's okay.
Mobility-wise, he's not up to par.
Kerja dia bukan untuk farm laju.
So that's a good resource burned for the side of Falcon Esports. But again, here is the problem. Kirk with a Yuzong already level 4. If PX7 decides to go for the Feathered Airstrike, but on the other hand, no Dax, going right after Brusco.
Brusco going to be in trouble. Flickers out, heals up, quicksand guard. Will go down though, but the fight's still going to break out as Dax falls next. And it's Kirk taking some more with this
Oi.
and gets the double. It's a reminder the Yuzong still works in the meta, and that's going to be a turtle as well for FNOP.
Surprise masih tak ada Popo Malefic gun yet. Maybe tiba-tiba Onyx akan pakai. Is Hello Panda available in Malaysia? Yeah, ada. I think so.
King Kong though forcing Kid X to flicker up, but catches him off guard with electrifying beats and brings him down once more, extending the lead of Fnatic to 1.3.
Falcon punya draft dah kuat dah ni. Kalau kalah juga dan
Vision available.
Onyx kot jadi
to King
champion.
Kong to see if they actually want to make a play from this. Dax has to be careful because of just the difference in speed from the jungling that can happen here. Mid lane, they do get that flicker out now from PX7. Feathered Airstrike to help clear things out. The Super Prince will keep him under the turret. But you can see this, again, Dax is falling behind slightly against King Kong, now sitting at level 7.
Yeah, and apart from the discrepancy in the two junglers, we saw what could happen when it comes to the mid lane matchup. PX7 cast the Feathered Airstrike. Super Friend's not going to go out of the vicinity of the Feathered Airstrike. Just going to go in and cast the Destiny Grasp to disrupt the Feathered Airstrike. That's more than enough. And not to mention, Kirk also has the usual with the Petrify. So there's a lot that PX7 needs to worry about when it comes to casting his Feathered Airstrike.
Again, this poke battle here in the XP lane. Kirk's biggest threat too is obviously like we've seen in past M series where Yuzong was just picked up so much in the XP lane. Whoa.
Time to draw the bit of the flash. Bila aku tengok Onyx main, aku stress tu sebenarnya. It's like aku pun tengah fikir macam mana nak kalahkan orang.
King Kong gonna be able to just get away. This Joy is so slippery to catch energy eruption or not. A whole lot of ultimates just kind of thrown out there too.
Tak tahulah, tengok Onyx main ni dah semacam main team lain kopi untuk nombor 2 je. Kuat sangat, ya. Kuat sangat dua Onyx ni. So ada orang macro power, micro pun power.
For FNOP. Starlium Scythe now for King Kong. I'm surprised, you know, he's been doing so much damage already. What more now with the Starlium Scythe in hand?
Sampai aku risau kalau grand final 4-0 je.
He's been just farming up, doing his thing.
Kalau 4-0 tak best tu.
Kirk made his way to that gold lane as they get ready to just let Kelro push bottom side. Sophie, Falcon
RRQ pun jauh level dengan FNOP. Semua orang tu jauh level dengan FNOP.
Kirk also has the Petrify. Falcon Esports to retreat, but PX7 has the Feathered Airstrike. Spirit of Destruction will also connect. Gonna take down Brusco in the hands of Benny. Here comes the Terrify coming in from Super Prince. Gonna bring down one more. Kirk is gonna fall down, and this is the response of Falcon.
Bila ada Bruno dalam fight baru rasa macam ada damage sikit.
Get the turtle. That's exactly what Falcon Esports needed. Good item picks up. They are going to trade that tier 1 turret, but this is a good shift that Falcon Esports needed. They had to get some momentum and take care of the gold deficit getting too out of hand. King Kong still going to go ahead and put pressure in the jungle, though. So Falcon Esports, how do they adjust from everything that just happened here? They showed that they can still fight, utilizing the utility that they have, and even down to the firing power.
King Kong punya join ni gila tu. King Kong dipakai lah apa-apa pun gila tu.
Is there?
Okay.
Allah.
They might be able to solve the problem right away. Kid X was the reason why they got saved, and now PX7 with a Feathered Airstrike to bring down Brusco.
Dapat King Kong ke?
Go for more. Infernal Pursuit trying to catch up onto King Kong. Volley Shot Worldy is gonna connect, and Fnatic Onyx Philippines will
King Kong sebat semua jungle, which is bigger event MSC or MPL. MSC is a bigger event.
Fight it out if they have to. Kirk now joined the fight into the mid lane. They get the vengeance out. Kirk could be in trouble. Still gonna be fine. Get some of the healing back with that shard.
King Kong always still in jungle. Wait, diorang dapat apa buff ada. Tapi it's okay sebab Fredrin tak perlukan buff, so dia tak kisah sangat. Dia memang macam roam yang kedua.
All the while, Kelra, the gold standard, is just really making quick work of the turrets. He did get the turret down bottom during that turtle fight wherein Falcon Esports won that trade. And right now he got one on top and King Kong goes in onto Dax.
They're going for Dax. Dax.
Tu macam ni. Kira dah mati kau.
Right on the mark. And now PX7 whittled away. 1 HP will survive. And Kid X now caught under the turret.
Benny.
Here comes an internal guard, but Royal Milk wants to go for Kelra. He's not going to be able to catch him, and Kirk blocks his path.
Boleh ke dapat Kirk tu?
They re-engage. Kirk has to jump away. And again, the gold standard. When you thought he was just going to go for the turret push, he went for more.
Okay lah, not that bad.
So what you always got to watch out for is...
If you play an assassin jungler, you should try your best to take every jungle pick you can. Yeah, true. As a tank jungler, it kinda doesn't matter that much. It's more important that you're there to protect your teammates.
Right on the mark that time. The fight, though, for the turtle. Falcon Esports looking to take the last turtle of the game. Brusco jumping in.
Okay, they're gonna commit the Raging Sandstorm, but all the way to the backline. Kid X
King Kong. Jangan Farsa tu. Benny mati tu.
Kill onto Benny as Dax gets the turtle. They want to go for more. Falcon Esports on the attack. Killer just dishing out the damage. Super
baik tu Royal Milk.
Super Friends.
Okay, you need fight lah. You need fight. But this shows that Falcon with a good draft, then they can do something.
Even if they lost to Benny, it's fine. Falcon Esports will fight and fight and fight. They know they're facing that match point against FNOP.
Oh, tengok Kero, tengok Kero.
Kelra could be in trouble this time. Guiding a win, circling Eel.
Nice.
Finally,
Nice.
down. On to Kelra, a much-needed pickoff for Falcon Esports.
Not really a shutdown though, but still nice. Falcon can still win. Now macam ada Sina skill untuk Falcon. I missed out the first two games. Did Falcon draft badly? Not draft badly, but there were obvious answers that they did not pick up. Game 1, Onyx menang draft Kau. Game number 2, Falcon missed a very good opportunity to get a good draft.
Maybe this is what they needed. Maybe this amount of mobility and firepower is what they needed to bring Benny online. Look at the damage though. King Kong will be able to get that circling Eagle out, but mid lane.
This quite close, yeah, quite close.
Committing a lot onto Royal Milk.
Oh, Royal Milk masuk.
Attack is there plus the vengeance. He's gonna fall down in the hands of Brusco. Here comes PX7 feathered airstrike by Fnatic Onyx Philippines. They went out of the vicinity of that ultimate. No trade for Falcon Esports.
No trade right now. They're gonna get in position. They still have plenty of time before that Lord does come up, about 30 seconds or so. That's why there's so much focus here in the mid lane.
Oh, dapat King Kong. Tengok King Kong. Oi. Dorang lambat. Dex dapat King Kong tadi.
Back up before the next fight. But these tier 1 turrets in the mid lane obviously very important.
Hero Mobile is real deal. Dia bagus untuk lawan Enjoy. Lawan Assassin dia bagus. Okay, kali ni 9 minit, Benny dapat 3 item. So better lah. Sebelum ni 11 minit baru dapat 3 item.
Malefic gun. He is where he needs to be on the Bruno. Has farmed up quite a bit, sitting at the top of the gold ranking here too for Benny. So he is online. As long as he is safe, and he's got not only the sliding tackle, but he's got a flicker plus Kid X on the Matilda. His positioning should be on point.
Oh, sikit lagi.
Has to walk away now. Falcon
But now ada chance untuk dorang start Lord ni. Cuma tu lah. Free turret ni untuk Kera.
King Kong looking for the proper angle. He's gonna hide in that brush.
Gonna get in position. Kelra might make his way down too. They know Falcon Esports wants to take this with the Fredrin. They have
King Kong.
Here comes the Black Dragon form Raging Sandstorm combination to zone out Falcon Esports.
Oh, Kera. Nice. Kera mati tu. Tak boleh lawan Benny. Tak boleh lawan Benny.
They're bringing everything they have to bring down Fnatic, and only King Kong is left.
Tahu bila ambil Fredrin kan senang. Bila ambil Fredrin kan senang.
And they'll just go down, taking the tier 2 in the mid lane. They might look for more. Working on the base turret, they're gonna get the shields down. And FNOP a couple seconds away, but they lose a base turret. And now they have to defend.
Kan bila ambil Fredrin senang. Bruno is key. Tapi enemy ambil Joy, ambil lah Fredrin. Kan boleh lawan. Kalau tak, Joy tu free sangat. So tu guys, Fredrin kalah farm, it doesn't matter. Dia punya kerja is nak selamatkan orang yang buat damage.
His priority was to go for the Lord and he got it. But they went for more. They went for 4 bodies. A huge play.
Ini jangan maksa.
Royal Milk also to zone out the members of Fnatic Onyx Philippines. Lord sieging in the bottom lane.
Sieging on in. They're gonna wait for that to go down. They'll walk in with it. FNOP. They'll have to be on the defense. Feather airstrike gonna be used.
Dapat King Kong. Kan dapat King Kong.
Energy eruption brought down by Dax. They still have the Lord, but Fnatic Onyx.
Enemy ambil Joy, ambil Fredrin.
They have minions up top. Now they set their eyes on this inhibitor turret. Will they be able to take down everything Fnatic Onyx Philippines has? Royal Mills
boleh
for the zone. Here comes the circling eagle. Benny left alone to dish out the damage. Fnatic Onyx Philippines has to walk away, but Falcon Esports says we will make the gods.
Kan kalau dapat draft bagus kan okay. Matilda is the answer. Matilda is good, but Fredrin Bruno though. The value Bruno Matilda.
Exactly what they need.
Yuzong is just too squishy, yeah. Yuzong too squishy. Bruno is not key. It's the way you activate Bruno. Possibilities of utility jungle is back. It's so high now. It's against a Joy. It's against a Joy.
We're at 1-2 right now for Falcon Esports. FNOP.
Kalau dorang ambil Suyo susah juga.
I mean, that was a quick game, man. That was 11-44 for Falcon Esports.
Yeah, draft menang, Yuzong tak main.
They made adjustments throughout the
Dah terbukti Yuzong tak di counter Bruno. Baik tu, yeah.
Even for Kid X.
So the draft, yeah, it's the draft, and I kind of feel like Onyx underestimated a bit Falcon.
Series and Falcon Esports gets one.
Let's throw it over to the panel to break down this amazing Game 3.
Finally, the Falcons get some altitude and are on the board. Game 3 going over to the Burmese, and It took 2, but finally they found their form.
Hey, where there's a will, there's a way, and they found it, right? Able to turn that game back around. Trex, we mentioned it every time we're on the desk together.
Fredrin boleh counter Suyo ke? Suyo lebih counter Fredrin. Suyo counter Fredrin. Sebab Fredrin kan dia ada 2 HP kan. Satu yang HP yang betul, lagi satu HP yang warna grey tu. Suyo punya second skill, dia ada execution. Jadi walaupun HP kedua tu tebal, dia boleh matikan terus.
Listen to T. Listen to Big T, alright?
Alright, so folks, if y'all need a quick recap and you just tuned in, after repeated renditions of the same draft, Falcon Esports now finally finds a counter and picks the Fredrin into the Joy and forces a new pick out of Fnatic Onyx book, and they pull out the Yuzhong. They get even the Moskov out of Kelra to face off against Benny's Bruno, and they get the dub. Is that all to the story? What's behind this big win by Fnatic Onyx? We'll be able to talk about it more as we look at the post-game stats here. There was a sudden snap in the mid-game. This was a short game, but I think the beats we'll be able to understand more when we see the gold graph and the highlights.
Yeah, overall, just decisive, right? Falcon, even with their backs against the wall, they found a way to disrupt the reign of Fnatic Onyx. Even with the Farza pickup, with that feathered airstrike just being such a demonic force. You get to see the Mathilda bring them back to safety. I think with the sustainability.
Reverse sweep, please, let's go. Yuzhong soft sangat, ya. Suyo ada little counter, copy yes, betul.
And speaking of that Matilda, right, you get the
Fred boleh pegang Suyo macam dia pegang Joy. It is more of a skill matchup lah. Yuzhong lebih kepada kacau Farsa tu, tapi tak boleh. BTK menang sekali lawan FNOP hari tu, BO3, yes.
But since they have the Fredrin in that place, you have the advantage.
It definitely helped. And Fnatic Onyx, interesting response. Ultimate dive. They have the Joy on King Kong, just trying to, you know, weave in and out, try to burst down Benny if he somehow found him. PX7 as well, a little softy there.
Suyo menang dengan Fred, Fred menang dengan Joy, Joy menang dengan Suyo. Segitiga ni, betul.
The X factor, the special ingredient.
2 kali dah Onyx kalah sama Fredrin, betul. SRG boleh comeback, insyaAllah boleh. Yuzhong dah tak meta sebab tadi tahan badan. Betul. Sama je Fred lawan Alpha. Counter teruk ke Fred, but still Fred boleh menang. Pun betul. Yuzhong belum jantung lagi, dah kena sepak dengan Bruno. Janganlah reverse sweep. FNOP turun bawah sakit juga. Oh, betul juga. Game 4 mesti FNOP menang, kasih peluang. Aku nak solat sekejap, guys. Aku nak solat sekejap. So sementara tu dengarlah diorang bibir.
Where now you essentially have 2 heroes that just aren't real frontliners. Like they are, but they're not your hard-boiled tanks, right? And once Benny gets online, he's just eating those things up. And that's why in the beginning it works for FNOP. They have the dive, they have the counterplay. But once it gets to the end, when Benny's really punching in, those, you know, more half tanks aren't cutting it.
And this is just overall a way better solidified draft from Falcon. It's what we've seen in the last matches, right? You have the Mathilda, which helps with the Phobius. One of his biggest problems is having to dive into a team and having no way to get back to safety. But when you throw that Mathilda in the mix, he has a clear path back out when he uses that Infernal Pursuit. As you look at the gold graph on the board, I mean, look how it scales in Fnatic Onyx's favor, all the way up to about that 7 minutes with that turtle play. And then out of nowhere, Falcons rise high in the skies and take over.
Almost 3,000 gold between them, and then it was even Fnatic who scored the turtle at that point, and suddenly, come the 9-minute mark, it's Falcons who scored the Lord, and then Fnatic locked inside their own base.
Well, there is a big trend to notice with a lot of Fredrin games. It is normally always first Lord pop-off. Like, that's normally the time when these Fredrin compositions start to shine, right? Because Fredrin's a slow jungler, and what FCON did so well here is they never let that gold get past that 3K mark, right? They always kept it under range. It peaked at 2.4 deficit for FCON, and then it starts to come back. It starts to flow back. If FNOP was able to full send that gold lead and, you know, get a couple more kills on the board, then their composition probably would have won out. They would have been able to take control. But because FCON's able to kind of stalemate it until that 8-9 minute mark, then they're good.
and they really spread out the responsibilities. You see here, PX7 got a solid amount of kills, 3. Benny as well, 3. And then sometimes the frontliners would just find these stragglers, these random heroes from Fnatic Onyx that have crossed the threshold, the point of no return, and that's what led up to that huge lead. Because, again, in the first 7 minutes, yeah, it's true, Fnatic Onyx were in control, but Falcon never let them go farther off. That's why it stayed within comeback territory and allowed for the Burmese to get the win. Let's go ahead and figure out who our MVP is. Which one would you name to be the biggest impact player for Falcon Esports? Ladies and gentlemen, it's none other than Kid X holding their ground, keeping everyone safe. His Matilda definitely allowed for so much more than just protection.
Yeah, I think this was the perfect Matilda game, right? Especially stacked up with that Phobius, and I would say even with the Fredrin. Both of them, not the most mobile heroes, but when you throw the Matilda in the mix, not only are you providing those shields, but you're also getting them back to safety. We saw a lot of amazing highlights over there from Kid X to get that job done. Only really needing that flash of Oasis to be able to pull that off. Now, with the Matilda in the mix, and the Phobius, is that a gamble Fnatic Onyx wants to take again for the next game?
To leave both open?
To leave both open.
I guess it depends on what side Fnatic Onyx ends up being. If Fnatic Onyx picks blue side to go to, the draft will be completely different. It's going to be a completely different game, you know? But still, we'll see exactly how it ends up. I like the way that Kid X plays this Matilda. In the early game, it was a little more aggressive. He was able to bring Dax to chase down some of these picks, able to bring people to safety. He was always in the correct spot at the right time. And I think just overall, it's a hero that did fit him very well.
Okay, now in hindsight, watching these clips play, and again, once the fight begins, Falcon Esports just has had that unfair advantage of we can disengage and re-engage at will compared to Fnatic, who is just all in dive. Maybe that's something Fnatic Onyx did not see coming, like the way Kid X plays it. It's very different from Bruce with Matilda, that's for sure.
He's not sitting behind the team. He's sitting in front of the team looking for angles nonstop.
And maybe that's the problem that Fnatic Onyx ran into, right? I mean, when you have a hero like the Yuzong and also a Khalid, both of them with the Sandstorm, with the Black Dragon, they both dive in and they're looking for that opportunity. But when you don't get it, when you have a Matilda that disengages that target that you select, you just wasted your utility. And that's when you counter-engage, and that is when you make that opportunity work in your favor. And that's what Falcon Esports did.
And now in hindsight, even the battle spells, watching the action once more, it's evident to me that the lack of Purify makes it all the more worse, right? I think the way Fnatic Onyx approach this game and the way that Kid X and Falcon punish them is, yeah, we're going to outbox them. We're going to press these buttons better, and that's how we're going to win. Falcon did not let that happen.
You know, it's such a great point because Kelra is kind of, at least so far in M Series, he's notoriously known to just take the flicker because I think he's so confident in his mechanics.
About 9 out of 10 times he's right to do that.
Exactly. But this time, FCON catches them out, right? Falcon Esports takes advantage of that, and that small oversight ends up being one of the downfalls here, right? So very well played by Falcon, and now, for the first time in 3 series, and we're coming on to what, Series 4 now, Fnatic Onyx has to go to the drawing board.
Yeah, I mean, they're rolling their sleeves up, but they're not out of the tunnel just yet, right? They got to find another way to disrupt that path that we've been seeing Onyx dominate in. And I agree with you, Trex, when you mentioned the draft, when you mentioned the Fredrin, being a great response to the Joy. These are the things they have to do, right? Half of the battle is in the draft, and that is where you can disrupt Fnatic Onyx from taking over.
And with that said, going into Game 4 for the first time in this best of 5, it's Fnatic Onyx who has to figure things out. Luckily, they can still adjust the draft, and we have a quick break. So with that said, folks, y'all go ahead and grab a drink, grab a snack, and we'll come back with more action here on the M6 World Championship.
But I think Onyx takkan pandang rendah dengan Falcon.
Fight for ultimate glory starts now.
Sebentar tunggu ni aku main game jap. Mobile Legend is shimasu. Bro, kinda hearing great news for Homeboy season depan, tapi not sure how great it is, but they promise that it is going to be great. I believe in Homeboys. I believe in Homeboys. Homeboys jenis tak kedekut nak spend money. Biskuitnya enak, isinya lezat, coklat dan strawberry. Hello panda, semua suka biskuitnya. Biskuitnya enak, isinya lezat dan strawberry. But anyway, Kazu, what do you hear? What do you hear, Kazu? Hello, Panda. The head hafal sikit-sikit. MP the King. Oh, kalau MP the King, that would be interesting. Never break down, game never over. MP the King. Tapi itulah, MP the King, tak silap aku sebelum ni cakap dia memang takkan datang Malaysia. Dia nak sangat stay dekat PH. Sebelum ni lah. Tak tahulah kalau dia betul-betul change their mind. Yes, itulah the reason he is willing to come sebab Seoul. Oh, sebab Seoul.
You're joining us smack dab in the middle of a best of 5 upper bracket bout. At your service, my name is Leo here with
and the local EXP laner will join Homeboys. Yeah, sebab dah dua important. But that will be very interesting lah.
And Falcon
just got
on the board.
Repo maybe
is a 2-1, and it seems like Falcon is making
Repo
a
free
draft
agent
that they started with in the series somehow work with just a few tweaks.
Yeah, just a few tweaks. Some counter engagements, right? We talked about Fnatic Onyx being the aggressor and the counter engager being Falcons, and that's what we've seen in game number 3 is some counter engagement. That Fredrin to lock up that Joy, that Mathilda to get the Phoveus back to safety. These are the things you have to do, and it starts inside of the draft that makes the major difference, and also a chance for them to possibly even out the series.
So with that, Coach Trex, what does Fnatic Onyx PH do? Because again, we mentioned for the first time in the series.
So RG transferred to Homeboys. Yeah, RG.
Well, I think I don't want to take away from them taking that Yuzon pick because that's just the way that FNOP goes. Like I said, they're never scared to pick something if it theoretically on paper counters. And I think FNOP just has to continue doing that, continue playing their game. The real question is, do they go back to blue side, which creates this really interesting dynamic between teams.
RG release their MY lineup, betul. Diorang jadi free agent.
And I'm kind of still wondering where does FNOP
Aku sokong RSG sebab Izanami dengan Repo. Kalau Izanami dengan Repo pergi Homeboys, then auto Homeboys lah.
More on the Yuzhong.
Repo Izanami, so how they adjust based on past performance. Diorang okay je, Izanami dengan Repo okay je.
Just their coup de grace, their finishing maneuver to try and take down Falcon. Speaking of which, here's a quote from Royal Milk, the story behind the team's success. Their biggest factor of success was their training. They play every day without rest, preparing for the World Championship, and it takes a lot out of them, and it's mainly out of the trust for their coach. Both of their coaches, Coach RC, Coach Nyo Chow, are like family because those are their sources of motivation and pushing them to improve. It's their support that allows for them to improve.
Yeah, they're definitely close-knitted, right? They keep it home, they keep it as a family, and that's what you have to do, right? That synergy is what comes alive.
Uriel JDB homeboys, yeah.
In game number
I thought it'd be game 9, who knows? Who knows?
Chance to even out the series. The odds are higher than ever, but they were able to prove everybody wrong. I mean, there was a moment when I looked at the prediction rate, it was 99% to 1. I gotta see what it is now. I mean, after the last performance, there's some glimmering hope for the Falcons.
Okay.
Ini Team Falcons specialist lawan besar ke? Yeah, team fight. Well, that'd be interesting, but gaji itu confirm mahal. Yeah. Gaji Udil dah memang mahal dah. Aku rasa susah nak sustain tu, personally lah.
Something tells me game 4, they will play closer to a style that doesn't outright try to reinvent the wheel, because that's what we mentioned as the Yu Zhong pick came through, right? Like, oh no, they're redefining the meta again.
they're changing it up. But you know, I can completely agree. When you get to a point like this, it's like, all right, back to
Yang tengah tu dari mana ni? Daripada Amerika.
And you force Falcon to kind of come
Daripada
back
Amerika.
to that. You jog them back to the world.
Daripada
Can
NACT.
they embrace themselves for that? Because
Steph Weezy nama dia.
it's tough when you go that off and then to snap back, you know? So can they do that?
Well, we also asked the question with the last
Not to disrespect Udil, but Iznami is better. Yeah, it's just that Iznami needs a good roamer. That's the biggest issue.
Have a plan against that, or are they just gonna let them select?
Iznami has always been a good mid laner, same level as Stormy. He just needs a good mid laner. Sorry, good roamer. And that's what he doesn't have, which for me is a bit sad, but it is what it is.
Like I said, because if FNOP's on blue side,
Bila kerja Selasa.
they might have the option for the Matilda, right?
Satu paket dengan Trax, ya.
That's where the Matilda's been going.
Ada new team masuk MPLM ke season depan? Team Sunfrost.
And then if we think
Selain daripada tu, I tak tahu.
at least in this series between these
Sebab sekarang ni semua orang fokus dekat M6.
For like the cheeky Matilda first second pick, right? Instead of saying
Iznami the old boy, no, he's still my boy. He's still my boy.
At least between these two teams, that
He's
is
still my
one
boy.
of those defining game-winning picks.
One hero for sure that's going to show up in the first phase, regardless of blue or red, is the Joy. King Kong has played the Joy 5 times now, the most in M6. That's why they call him the electrifying beast. Second would be Hades and Hoda, and then Sekai's and Tienzi. So, Joy Fredrin. Let's talk about that dynamic.
Hades baru menang 2 kali, Sekais baru menang sekali, Hoda baru menang sekali.
Are we going to see that trade here?
Arami bila masuk, Arami is very sketchy right now. I pun tak tahu.
There's no reason
His
for
name
you
MCT,
not
yeah,
to
yes. His
see
name
a
MCT.
trade between those two.
Is it that solid? Coach T, is it that solid?
I think as long as the team is solid, it's that solid. I think it is the rock, paper, scissors right now. I think it's Joy over Suyo, Suyo over Fred, and Fred over Joy. And then Alpha's just the, we can throw that in too if we want.
And that's why Coach Ryan's just like banning it over and over again.
Yeah, I mean, even when it came to King Kong,
Laphel boy is Prince of Mage and a Mage Prodigy, yeah. I can have 2 boys.
Win rate on that, and that was definitely affected by the last game that we just watched.
That's
with
right.
That Fredrin.
Won 4 times prior, lost just now. So that's the current stat here for the Joy. Let's talk about that Phovius. Again, Royal Milk, successful with only 2 heroes so far.
Hopefully 2 hari cuti ni SRG dengan Vamos boleh fokus balik.
That's
Yes.
another valid point.
Hopefully can.
Maybe that's what Fnatic on it can do to force out another pick.
So aku pun rasa diorang tengok je game ni.
Here we go.
And aku rasa diorang tengok apa Falcon buat yang berbeza dengan apa SRG buat yang menyebabkan diorang boleh menang. And aku rasa diorang pun akan perasan pasal Fredrin tu.
Correct.
Now that was they pulled that pick out.
Dia dengan homeboys tengah pujuk MP The King. Tadi ada orang cakap juga. Tadi ada orang lain cakap. I think it was Kazu. Kazu yang cakap.
Pick against the Fredrin. So
Matilda dengan high loss.
and then pick up the CC maybe second.
Agak-agak FNOP akan try ban ni ke?
Maybe
Ban
kinda pick up something that's flexible.
Phovius. Sebab Phovius memang auto menang tu untuk ni. Ban Eve.
Very nice counterplay we could see.
Kalau menang SRG tak kisah pun.
But also speaking of different,
SRG kena baiki draft more and Vamos kena baiki
in the
mistake
draft.
gameplay.
So that means they have prio over a hero like the Bruno.
Hello Anik. Aku rasa diorang tengok stream ni Fel. Tak, aku rasa bukan stream ni. Tapi aku rasa diorang tengah tengok M6. Aku rasa diorang tengok official punya.
I think we can agree that Bruno's not the problem, right? Especially if you're Fnatic Onyx. There's a way to deal with it, but just the same, they were in this very spot to start the day. They picked the Bruno first. So that could be
Falcon,
a way,
ban Bruno.
back to your center. Find a way
Zon saya
to
bina
go
awal, saya
back
bukan
to the
Zon.
draft.
Guys, make sure korang pujuk-pujuk Vamos sebab diorang kena serang dengan geng-geng orang luar. Kena jaga dia. Oh, diorang ban Fredrin.
Get out of here.
So
Joy
you
auto
ban
pick.
here?
Joy
You
auto
give
pick.
over the blue yo. So no, you don't ban Joy
No,
here.
Bruno.
The
FNOP
thing
akan
is
ambil
now
Bruno.
that we have this dynamic between jungle, if they leave it all open,
Ataupun
FNOP,
Falcon
you think they would
lepaskan
first
Bruno
pick
and then diorang ambil Joy.
with Fredrin gone.
I think it would be a good
Fredrin
move.
tu ban yang
Honestly,
bijak.
Without that Fredrin, it's
Nice.
gonna put a hole
Diorang
in
ban
the
Jushin.
draft for Falcon Esports and maybe a little bit of
Falcon ni
a
draft
challenge.
bagus.
We are seeing
Ini
the
draft
bans
bagus. Dia open.
completed in the Joy.
Bruno
So
open,
the thick
Suyo
ones.
open,
Do we
Joy open.
Or do we Bruno?
Bruno?
Tapi kau jangan ambil Suyo.
You don't blue yo.
Do you Hilda?
You maybe Hilda.
No, no,
Because
no,
let
Hilda.
The other team.
Yeah.
Aku
You
rasa
end up with one or the other, but you run the risk
Ambil
of
Joy.
going Bruno for Falcon.
Looks like they're wondering the same thing right now.
Ooh.
sebab diorang tak sangka Jushin ban ni.
Hey, something else is still walking on the table. It may not come first, but it's
Bruno or
being
Joy.
very
Bruno or Joy
active.
first pick ni.
Barza is still on the board, and it is one on every single side it's been on.
Show.
So they go for the Cho. They
Oh, bijak,
leave
bijak.
it in FCON 7. If I'm
Tapi aku rasa
FCON
paksa
now,
je.
I
Bruno
think I'd
Joy.
Go for the Joy.
Joy Bruno?
I think I
Bruno Joy.
Bruno would be solid. It's very strong up front.
Bruno Joy lepas tu Fovius. Bruno Joy, betul.
It is.
Bruno Joy.
Right. So Farsa here, would you
Ambil-
right now put in this
kalau aku
because
ambil
I wouldn't
Fovius.
agree Farsa first,
Aku
Warrior
ambil
two, you know what I mean?
Fovius.
But I would first face.
And then aku akan
I
ambil
would first phase it. I think it would be because if not, then Falcons is gonna pick it up, right? You're kind of forced into a
Ambil Louis.
situation.
Isn't that damage overload though?
Ambil
Right?
Louis.
Isn't that a little too much soft?
I think at this
Ambil
point,
Louis
FCON
Alpha.
needs some sort of front line before they're all cut off.
Before you commit to that kind of artillery, right?
Do they pick up the Hilda here on FNOP?
Louis Alpha, Fovius
Hilda
Alpha,
jungle?
Fovius
Maybe just go for the
Louis.
Alpha?
It's either the Hilda or Khalid first.
Oh, diorang ambil Suyo juga. Suyo
Oh,
Granger.
Granger.
Diorang ambil juga Suyo ni,
Granger's been
okay.
getting banned.
It has.
Now that it's through, it's the clear answer to the Bruno. Which, by the way,
Counter-engage.
Fovius got lah,
catching
Fovius
up,
got lah, aku
by
rasa.
the way, the stats are so close. The stats are neck and neck for Bruno and Granger here.
And it really helps support the Suyo and some of the things he's have like.
Dah datang
it just
Granger
adds
on
a bit
point.
More damage where he needs it. The
Eh?
Granger's a little harder to
Hilda.
catch, I think.
Oh,
than
kali
the,
ni diorang tak ambil
Bruno.
Fovius.
There goes your Hilda pick though. So I think overall both drafts very solid. We
Sebab bila
finally
lawan
see both
Granger ni kau
coaches,
kena
I
ada
feel like,
hero
are
keras-keras
on
kat
an
depan
even
ni.
playing field going head-to-head.
Tapi the thing is, Joy boleh kejar
available
Granger
right now,
tau.
right? I mean, you have the Hilda
Draft
on
sekarang ni
side
aku minat
Falcon.
draft Falcon.
Could be the Roam, could be the XP.
Got the
Same
Cho.
with the Cho as well. So right now, I think it's going tit for tat. They're trying to figure out who has the edge against the other. I mean, right now, Roams are still available to be grabbed from both sides.
Current stats on the Bruno Granger matchup: 7-6.
Hilda kejar Granger.
with one game lead.
Fovius
for
Roy
Bruno
power tu.
Granger.
Diorang masih boleh buat ni,
I mean,
Hilda Rom.
because in the beginning it was
Walaupun
all
aku lagi
Bruno,
suka Hilda
but now
EXP.
that we're getting to knockout stage, we're seeing the gold laner shine, and we're actually
Akan
seeing
still
that it's a
open. Yeah,
legitimate
akan still open.
counterplay,
Right? Put it into the hands of the likes of the
Alright, Edith
gold
Ben.
standard, the untouchable Aaron Shiki. It's definitely possible.
All right, hear me out here. Tigreal.
Bentigreal.
Oh, wait, did he just get banned?
It's
Okay,
banned.
he's banned. I was about to say.
Gato
like,
is good for
ironic
Falcon.
a second. I thought
Recall.
Yeah.
there would have been a chance, but a good read from Fnatic on it.
Lagi satu bagus, Falcon dorang mungkin boleh ban
The Tig would have been excellent here, and I think
Faramis
that's
dan
a
ambil
good
glue,
read.
tapi Hilda
To take that off the board now. Yet to see the mages picked up. What are we thinking?
Farsa is still out there. Eve is still out there. Vixana. Oh, Eve is not
Eve
there.
ban, Eve ban.
Vixana is still out there. So
Ni
that's
kalau dua-dua ni
possible.
terbaik, betul? Fel, dapat maklumat pasal roster MPL Season 5?
M6
M6 bro, M6.
Oh, yeah,
Aku punya jenis orang, aku cuba fokus benda yang kat depan mata.
Room for,
Benda yang akan datang
I
aku
was
fikir nanti.
expecting the Louis to get taken out here too.
Sebab aku nak letak segala tenaga aku dekat yang sekarang.
Either way.
Aku jenis tak fikir pasal the future or the past, aku just fikir sekarang. So aku tak ada
You know
info.
who I'd like to see? I don't.
Dulu
I
aku
might not
kejar
like
info
it,
tapi sekarang aku dah malas dah.
but
Glue maybe. Ya, I pun fikir glue tapi sebab Hilda kan. Glue untuk FNOP lah maybe. Glue FNOP bagus ni. Macam Innocent, kena Granger dengan Joy.
Yesterday by RRQ
Yes,
Hosty.
betul. Joy boleh ni lawan dengan Granger. Morning Ahmad Afifi. Lagi orang yang sama, Dax. Dax yang dapat Innocent Granger.
You ever been yeeted in, Weezy?
I can't say that I have.
It sucks. No fun.
No good, no bueno. All right, There's the Khalid band out, respecting Kid
Yes,
X's
Gatot, bagus.
potential.
Gatot good
There's
pick.
the Kid X pick, the Gatot. He was running out of choices, folks.
Lepas ni kalau dorang boleh ambil fair
Players
miss.
all have played at least 5 heroes
Tak pun
throughout
Vexana.
the run in M6, so they got deep pockets.
All right, now we put the ball in Fnatic on a
Xavier.
side. Is this going to be a Cho?
Oh,
next
Xavier baik ni
Will
kalau
this
Granger
be a
Xavier.
Cho roam?
I think they could Barza here again, honestly. It's the one. It's like I like.
No, FNOP tak boleh Farsa.
You have little escape.
FNOP tak boleh
from
Farsa
this
doh.
Hilda and
3 orang doh
Joy.
kerja belakang.
But at least with the Farsa, you have your wings by wings. You have.
You can purify.
You can purify.
You can flicker.
You have
Tak boleh doh, lawan
a
Gatot
lot
Farsa
of
susah doh.
maneuverability at least.
I'm with ya. Also, we do not know exactly what Brusco's playing. So finally, we're gonna get a reveal here.
All right, Valen.
Which one? A pocket
Akai?
pick? Is this an Akai?
Akai.
Oh.
Ada orang cakap Akai tadi. Akai telah di-pick. Akai EXP.
In the past quarter of MLBB Sports.
Siapa yang cakap Akai tadi betul?
Definitely be either one right now. The same goes for the Gatot and the Hilda.
Oh, it's more likely Hilda XP.
Or like, so do you like the Kai?
Aurora pun not bad kat sini
I think
sebenarnya.
the Cho's better EXP against Hilda because at least you keep up in rotations.
Correct.
Rom kot.
This makes it
Takkanlah FNOP
difficult
nak
for
kalah
the
nak turun
Farza
low
though,
bracket.
because
Falcon ambil
the way
Cecil je.
back to Farza with the Cho,
Alah.
the Akai,
Cecil pun
and
bagus
with the
sebenarnya.
Valentina, with the IMU,
Cecil
that's
pun
a really
bagus.
good read.
Mari kita lihat apakah Akai
Fnatic
menang dengan
to
Joy.
lock in that Valentina last minute, and now all eyes
Sekarang ni Onyx
on
tengah bagi info ni.
Keep in mind, if they pull off this game,
Brusco power
they will
Akai.
tie
Oh,
up
I
the
see, I
Series 8
see.
battle to earn top 4 and have a seat in Oxiana.
And that means we go all the way. This rivalry will not
Aurora ya.
go
Aurora
down
pun okey
so
sini sebenarnya.
quickly. The closer for Falcon.
Draft bagus ni
There
dua-dua
is
team.
Coach T, the Aurora.
Tu je. Kita counter
I
Joy
like
is
that.
Akai
I
and
mean,
Fredrin
I
ya.
think it's solid. I think it helps answer something. The real spice here, though, is that Akai. How is it going to work out?
Back to back, game to game, FNOP bring out a spicy pick. Let's throw those our casters to call this match.
Game number 4 ahead of us here at Falcon Esports after getting the last one. Can they do it again to bring it down to 1 game? What is up, guys?
Banyak tutorial counter hero dari FNOP ni. Diorang tengah bagi banyak info kat dekat orang lain.
Earlier last game, but now also the Akai comes to play.
Yeah, Akai onto the hands of Kirk, so it's gonna be interesting how he's gonna fare up
no,
against
Brusco.
Royal Milk's Hilda. But in terms of clear speed, I mean, paired up with a concussive blast, then you get the Molten Essence. It's gonna be okay, and then you're gonna have
Kali ni Royal Milk
when it
tak
comes to
pakai
stability,
Phobius.
A week
Draft dulu
ago
best,
for
betul. Draft
Knox.
dulu best.
Again,
Gwyn,
up
Fred,
for Falcon
Akai boleh counter
Esports
Joy
to
for
gain
jungle.
the flight in the
Sekarang
series,
Roger still
taking
relevant
the
ke?
land of
So far
Dawn.
satu je Roger diambil.
Falcon Esports
And to be fair menang lah.
into a game
To be fair
plan,
menang.
taking it all
Tapi memang tak banyak
the
orang
way
ambil.
against the super
Tak banyak orang ambil tu.
FNOP. Or will this be the end of the series? FNOP looking to close it out, still at match point. Dax and King Kong again in the jungle, and yeah, it's Brusco on the Akai in that roam. Kirk went in, took the Cho, parked it in the XP
Diorang mesti
lane.
study semua hero counter.
So now we
Will
get
Merkel's
to see this
prediction going to be
kind
true?
of
3-1.
difference work here this
I
time
said
around.
3-1
But I think,
also.
you know, Falcon Esports, man, they
Roger
have
conditional,
a
yeah,
lot
conditional.
of great picks to deal with this. Even looking at the
Honestly, this draft is pretty good by both teams.
Quite a bit already. Royal Milk taking some damage, a little bit too much.
Even popping the Revitalize, but King Kong might actually be able to take him down. Here comes Super Friends, but Shadow Strike also. One more hit, and King Kong gets it.
Royal Mix silap tu. Sepatutnya dia masuk keluar, masuk keluar, masuk keluar, masuk keluar, masuk keluar. Dia silap tu. Dia patut masuk keluar, masuk keluar, masuk keluar.
Surprised, you know, that even with the Revitalize, Royal Milk just wasn't able to
Kirk pun buat roam,
understand that. And that's what I was going to say. You know, the heroes that they have, remind you, they have double.
Tengok item nanti ya. Aku tak sure dia pakai roam ke tak.
Revitalize sustainability composition here to help them out. Kelra too, I mean, we saw his phenomenal performance on this Granger alone just yesterday. So still, it's going to be that gold lane matchup. And I have to agree with what Trex mentioned earlier. You know, these at this point in the knockouts, you're really seeing these gold laners come into play in these, you know, longer series now where they are that
Fredrin dengan Roger mana lagi kuat for jungle.
sometimes
Fredrin.
they're left to their own devices in the lane, but then they end up going 1v1
Fredrin at least dia counter assassin.
but
Roger dia tak
later
counter
on,
sesiapa.
These picks specifically,
Roger is strong pick tapi dia
obviously
tak
can
counter
turn the
sesiapa.
tides of these early on fights.
Yeah.
So now Turtles up.
Roger ni
Positioning
dia
can be
jenis
crucial.
kau
We've already
menang
seen
early,
a
kau
kill
menang
now.
terus.
Super Friends taking some shots here. Pick
Kalau kau tak
7.
menang early, dah
Oh,
susah.
whoa.
Whoa!
Oh, nice, nice, nice. Dapat King Kong.
King Kong off cam. And now trying to work on Kirk.
Nice, nice,
Super
nice.
Holder for Fnatic Onyx Philippines as Dax picks up his purple.
Oh!
But they answer right back with a takedown onto Kid X as Falcon
Kid X mati tak apa.
will try and get the objective away for Fnatic.
They might try to stall this, but I think it's going to be too late with the Joy. The electrifying beat's going to be too much as Dax will secure the objective. Good response again from Falcon Esports. Able to pick up King Kong, you know, it's surprisingly, we didn't get to see it all happen, but PX7 was there.
Match to S ke A versi bang? Apa ya match to S tu? Royal Milk is annoying, yeah. Royal Milk is a very good EXP laner. Very good EXP laner.
XP has been a nuisance for a lot of teams going against it. Oh, Benny going to go ahead and block a lot of shots. Counter going to be fine, just trying to delay what he can. He is a little bit.
Besides drafting, nak counter 5-man rotation ini juga key. Dapat baca macro diorang settle. Ya, tapi susah nak baca.
Just be aggressive in the mid lane, especially for
Tier mage versi bang Laphel.
and try to keep Fnatic Onic Philippines preoccupied. Don't mind Benny once again. Give him the power spike later.
It's hard lah sebab when I look at the draft, it's all about interaction antara hero kita dengan hero team sebelah. Kalau kita buta-buta ambil tier list and kita just ambil semua S tier hero tapi dia tak ada synergy, then tak bagus juga. Contohnya macam kalau Eve adalah tier S hero dan Akai adalah tier S hero, takkan kita nak ambil Eve dengan Akai dalam team yang sama. Nanti kadang Eve dah kotak and then Akai tolak semua orang keluar.
So King Kong just kind of shooting off from far range.
Dia lebih pada ikut combo. So kalau tier S, Jushin dengan apa nama dia? Jushin dengan Eve tier S, tapi adakah diorang sesuai dalam semua draft? Tak juga. Kadang-kadang kalau kita ambil Jushin, kita tak cukup damage. Eve lah yang paling bagus untuk semua. Lepas 7-8 minit, diorang confirm rotate berlima.
If King Kong got picked off once again. Now they're giving a lot of space for Benny onto the top lane. Now they want to go for the counter engage onto Royal Milk, forcing his revitalize.
This is why they have to buy time. Brusco gets the revitalize out. They still have one more. Now the turtle's up. Falcon Esports will go ahead and get in position. Kid X holding down the front side. Kirk taking a couple shots at King Kong, trying to get a range here, but he's going to be zoned out quite a bit from Falcon.
Royal Milk and Kirk and Kid X just trying to zone out. Here comes Brusco with a heavy spin. Caught Dax off guard.
Nice.
But still,
nice. 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 Nice.
Four members of Fnatic Onic.
Ini aku boleh kenapa Onic ambil Suyo lawan dengan Joy.
With the triple on this Aurora. Great usage with the frigid glacier and look.
Royal Milk ni kuat gila doh, sumpah.
Well. Talk about momentum for Falcon Esports.
Falcon Esports 3.3k gold lead.
Royal Milk boleh buka kedai jam, pandai beli masa. That's nice. That's good. Nak main synergy ni, belajar dari MCGG je. Tok Royal Milk kacau semua. And then tok KX taunt King Kong, jadi King Kong tak boleh masuk. Timing cantik tu. And then kita boleh nampak Joy memang boleh lawan dengan ni.
And see, that's what I was saying about the lineup the Falcon Esports has. They have so many options.
Kita tengok sebab Onic pun bahaya. Diorang first picture, diorang bagi Bruno dengan Joy. And then diorang ambil Suyo.
So now they're going to be focusing a couple shots on Royal Milk, but he's tanky enough to just deal with it. This is a huge.
Royal Milk kalau fluent English confirm offer import bersepa. Nak ada Bruno lah ni, tak ada Belanda, aku rasa memang Falcon. Apakah Falcon ni Dark Horse? Sebenarnya Falcon favourite, tapi sebab diorang bukan team MPL, jadi orang tak panas sangat. Sebab Myanmar ni memang kuat. And Myanmar lagi banyak menang lawan dengan PH daripada PH menang lawan dengan Myanmar. Jadi sebenarnya kalau ikut stacks nampak macam PH underdog lawan dengan Falcon ni. Sebab on paper Falcon lagi banyak menang lawan dengan PH.
Or even just getting frozen down from PX7. And as they picked up those big kills, you know, these are big item power spikes already for Falcon Esports.
Yeah, Taylor just only has the Hunter Strike compared to
ya, ingat zaman Burmese Ghoul. Ya, Burmese Ghoul dulu punya zaman gila tu. Sampai ada skill nama player Ruby Didi. Memang dari zaman Burmese Ghoul lagi memang kuat. Ya, memang ni kuat. Memang ni sangat kuat.
They're getting good ground coverage, not even letting Fnatic Onic Philippines get a sniff off that turtle.
3 for 3 now for Falcon Esports. Objectives all secured. Once again, momentum in their favor. They're going to play a part. They're all over the jungle. There's a kick from Kirk into the turret.
This might be a good engage for Fnatic. Onyx Philippines are going to take down Royal Milk, forcing KidX also to use their Revitalize. Kelra, that's Sonata connecting. That is not going to be enough PX7.
Oh, nice. Very nice.
Now Fnatic Onyx Philippines
Worth.
finding the favorable trades.
They'll find one pick.
Kalau ni dua-dua je, rasa macam dua-dua.
much ground to cover
Ruby D di
here.
mana sekarang? Aku rasa dia still main. Tapi untuk siapa
Willing to go ahead, you know, if they
Mystic
lose
Seal
Royal
lah.
Milk, it's
Mystic
not
Seal.
that big of a deal if it's
Dalam
Kidx
game ni
as well,
nampak
and
SRG yang menurun sangat sebab FNOP tak terlalu OP bila lawan Falcon. Tak, Falcon ni kuat tu. And Falcon, dorang punya draft bagus ni.
can work with that. So even if he uses
Sebab Joy menang lawan dengan Suyo, and Joy menang lawan dengan Granger. Sekarang ni counter Joy, si Cho, and maybe Akai. Tapi so far dorang tak dapat tangkap pun. Kenapa diorang tak dapat MPL? Sebab diorang ada Civil War. Diorang ada Civil War. Agak sensitif lah. Agak sensitif. Wow. Selamat mati juga. Oh! Macam mana Dax boleh cancel kick tu?
And that's a good, better trade for Falcon Esports as Benny works on the top lane turret. And we were asking this question even during the start of the broadcast is how do you tame the beast? How do you tame
Falcon.
It's easy.
Ulti Joy immune. Bukan.
Exposes jungle and take away the buffs.
Sebab tak silap aku dia tak ada CC immune. Dia ada slow immune. Joy all ada debuff time tekan ulti.
Setting themselves up for a easy
power gila sebab kalau gitu kena ada timing gila kan. Ya, aku baca balik just to be safe.
Knowing them, they might get in position for it.
Aku baca balik just to be safe. Valentina stun skill cancel Cho ult. Ya ke? Tak lawak kalau FNOP jatuh lower.
Can't find an angle. Super Prince.
Tak, cara dia buat tu macam tekan purify. Itulah tu. Macam Ajoy Mercury cakap, cara dia buat macam tekan purify.
No trade whatsoever for Fnatic. Onyx Philippines, they do however get the top lane turret, and just look at the damage coming in from Benny. He already has the Malefic gun, so in terms of range, you can expect Benny to just go crazy.
It looks like Falcon Esports wants to do in Game 4 what happened to them in Game 1. Massive lead right now, very one-sided, and Lord getting ready to march down the mid lane as Fnatic Onyx Philippines gets ready for a defense again.
Dekat sini dia kata casting this skill with 3 bit energy will remove all debuff on Joy and make her immune to slow effect. Dia tak ada cakap apa-apa pasal crowd control ni. Melainkan dorang anggap CC tu sebagai debuff.
Shield's gonna pop. Dax now. Is he gonna jump into the base? They deal with the Lord. It's gone. But
now check 1-1.
Online. Just a couple shots will bring them down to half health even.
Oh, good play.
Oi, dia dapat Benny.
Shuts down Benny. There was a close call for Fnatic Onyx Philippines because Super Prince almost got bursted down to try and get the AOG away from KidX. And now Kelra has been activated. A crucial shutdown onto Benny.
A good pick-off, but still.
1-1 removes all control effect. So tu yelah crowd control. Tak. Dia bukan CC debuff. Korang tengok.
As Falcon Esports still holds on to a comfortable lead, and I mean Dax, there's been no answer for Dax. Dax has just been freely taking the jungle.
Tak. Nanti.
Okay, they commit the Frigid Glacier for the AOG. It's all gonna miss.
Oh, nice Dax.
Electrifying beat, but Bro's got from the back with a heavy spin. Gonna catch up onto Royal Milk.
Still going, they're gonna disengage. Super Prince holding on to
Synergy SRG pun nampak macam goyah sikit. Ya. Royal Milk ada potensi. Oh. Royal Milk ada potensi tapi terus mati. SRG main playstyle kiting. Kalau war all in atau main tabrak macam RRQ buat kat Pro Series baru ni maybe FNOP susah nak adapt. Maybe.
Let's see what's gonna happen here. Dax trying to zone out King Kong, and Falcon Esports still clinging and holding on to a 6.2k gold lead.
Royal Milk's gonna be that guy. You know, he's probably gonna die the most obviously through this because he's that front line. He gives so much information to Falcon Esports in some of these skirmishes and some of these fights. Little by little, Fnatic Onyx will try to crawl back into this game, but they have so much they still have to do. Even looking at the items, you can see the gaps between the lanes here. And yes, at some point, Kelro might get the itemization he needs, but he doesn't have it just yet. Still working on the BOD.
Rumor si beli Equipage nak beli Innocent. Real of pakai. Tak tahu.
As they get in position now,
Debuff macam-macam fail. Slow effects, tak hero. Tak, I mean...
If there's any time for
Pun maybe
Kerbal to
juga,
find
maybe
the
juga.
kick,
Maybe juga.
This is going to be the one positioning there. Royal Milk scouting things
Maybe
out.
juga.
Be able to find one. And now they have to
Joy ni sekarang kena buff ke?
Again,
Yes.
the
Dia punya
great
skill
thing
2 kena
that
buff.
FNOP was able to hold
And
on to
enemy
the
semua
base
HP dah
turrets.
rendah kan. Jadi senang
Off
dia nak
that
burst.
massive push in from Falcon Esports.
Best ni kalau FNOP turun lower, ada chance Vamos jumpa.
And the front line is going to be set up. They might just have to give the Lord away as Falcon Esports.
Tapi Onyx ni pun diorang macam berani-berani ya lepaskan Joy Bruno.
Flawless execution
Pas ambil
from
Suyo.
Falcon Esports. Now they have the advantage to siege in and get down and hit
Draft
the
macam
turrets for their
disrespect
side
tapi
as
tak
they
tahulah.
once again take away the buffs of Fnatic Onyx Philippines. Looking at the itemization, no defensive items for Killer. He does however have
FNOP ni kalau kalah 2 kali, diorang susah nak comeback ni. Diorang nak try lawan kot, maybe lah. Diorang nak try lawan. Diorang nak tengok sama ada Falcon boleh bawa ke tak.
It's an easy kill for Falcon Esports.
This is crucial too. Genius One locked in now. Over here on the side of Falcon Esports. In a base defense against an
Weh, aku tak mahu Onyx low bracket. Aku rasa game ni dah terbukti dah. Onyx ke, Falcon ke, dua-dua kuat tu. Kalau Falcon turun lower pun bahaya.
All waves pushing in perfectly from Falcon Esports as they get ready to take down the base turrets of FNOP. Mid already down, bottom next. Electrifying beats popped, and they're trying to hold it together. Kid X taking up some damage. Lord's going to be worked on. Now they make their way towards the last turret of the base, but right now FNOP still in it.
Oh, Falcon Esports, they still have enhanced minions into the middle lane and on the top. Will they go for the engage? They have a 9k gold lead here. They still have a lot of utilities. Again, AOG and also the Frigid Glacier. They popped the Revitalize for added HP coming in for this potential clash. Look at it, that's not, it's gonna hurt though. Kinex goes in with AOG.
AOG, Kid X, gotta get back. Already
Nice.
both Revitalizes.
Dax to go, Dax! Oh gila, tapi dia dash tu pun sakit gila siut. Dia dash je pun. Kalau BO5 SRG kuat, baru game 4 relax lah. Semua team kuat M6 ni, betul loh. Semua team ni kuat tu. Kalau Falcon menang, dia buktikan yang Falcon ni kuat gila. Ke dorang confident try meta nak lawan Joy Bruno? Aku rasa dorang confident ni, tapi itulah. Kita tengoklah macam mana result dia. One counter Joy kalau main long lane.
It's quite painful for Falcon Esports, but again they have double revitalized, they have frontliners.
BO5 SRG kuat macam pernah dengar lah. BO3 SRG kuat. Joy ni hati kering, itulah tu. Kalau kena tangkap tu.
Even getting out of that jungle, and again Kelro, he only has that flicker available.
Oh, tapi King Kong punya damage tinggi ya. King Kong, Kera, Super Prince.
But you can see this, you know,
Oh tak, sebab diorang share attack Royal Milk. Tak. Baru aku faham. Damage diorang tinggi sebab Royal Milk. Stack Granger macam Sicilian kan, kurangkan energy. Kurangkan energy, tapi Sicilian tinggikan damage.
15 seconds away from that Lord. We'll see if Falcon Esports just gets another one, but a couple shots here, maintaining these waves pushing in. Falcon will make their way for the objective. It might be better here, Egon, if I don't know if FNOP doesn't fight this, but they have the option to go into position.
Bayangkan FNOP kalah turun lower bracket, dia bantai semua kat lower bracket. Aduh, itu pun bahaya lah. As a Malaysian citizen, I can only imagine what if SRG the one doing this to FNOP. But it's most likely impossible. Don't say like that. No, boleh. SRG with rest, with more prep time, they're okay. FNOP is trying something this game, maybe. Maybe.
But Royal Milk will still provide the vision. PX7 and Kid X as well. Trying to force back FNOP. It looks like they want to fight. Kid X and T. Karas picked up. They don't want to commit just yet. It does go for a reset. They're still holding it together. They might give the go. Kelra's positioning still has the flicker. They take their time in.
Poking Ranger sakit ni. Falcon tak payah paksa. Falcon tak payah paksa. Kau tengok minion bawah. Falcon tak payah paksa doh. Falcon tak payah paksa doh. Diorang just main minion je.
Another revitalize coming in from Kid X. They're zoning out the members of Fnatic Onyx Philippines as Falcon Esports gets the Lord here.
Okay, back. Tak payah paksa. Oi, dapat juga.
He's gonna take him down. Benny on the other hand goes on to King Kong.
Oi, boleh ke bunuh Kelra? Tak. Jangan blender. Dah dapat lot ni.
Falcon Esports once again outplayed
Onyx cuma jatuhkan satu tower je tu.
That's just showing again how much of a lead.
Tapi for real, this match gives lots of data for other teams, betul.
It was smart.
Onyx pun aku rasa macam diorang bagi banyak pick yang bagus lah dekat Falcon.
They were forced in this situation, and even Kelra to burn the flicker. That means he won't have it for this
GG dah ni.
defense. So even more so is that
Hopefully this
positioning
game,
gonna be
SRG
crucial.
can
They're
learn
gonna have to
something.
manage the waves
Aku rasa
for
lebih
the
kepada Falcon punya draft
Currently
bagus
up.
ni.
But right now, Falcon Esports are looking to close out this game 4 on this push. Keeping an eye on them here. King Kong and Super Prince holding on to the Avatar of the Guardian will have to make this work.
Lord sieging in onto the middle lane. King Kong has to walk away. Brusquito goes in, but electrifying feet from Dash is there. Benny gets a free hit. AOG.
Oh,
and
Kelra
working
mati.
on the crystal. A shutdown onto Kelra. And Falcon
GG.
Esports evens out the series.
Yeah.
We've got a game of 5 in our first best of 5 here. Again, both teams want to get to the top 4, and Falcon Esports found flight. The first team to really give FNOP a run in a series, and now it all comes down to 1. Oh man, what a series this is.
No easy wins, no easy series, and Falcon Esports showing that they are not backing down against Fnatic Onyx.
Again, they were facing the 2-0, the match point. And
Power
now,
to Falcon.
2 games in a row, they've brought it back.
SRG
They
please lah main
found
macam
the
ni.
altitude like they mentioned on the panel, and they had exactly what they needed to bring it now to this point.
Aku rasa macam ni pandang rendah jugalah dekat Falcon sebab Falcon, korang bayangkan Falcon second pick dapat Bruno, dapat Joy.
And for the first time in a long time, someone is making Fnatic Onyx Philippines sweat. We're going to game 5.
Best counter for Bruno, ban.
You
Betul.
know, I'm going to take the host real quick and ask you a question, Leo. You mentioned they had to keep the cards close to their chest. Do you think they're doing that? Is it going to come in a game 5 because they picked the Akai? They're still getting a little crazy.
They didn't, and they introduced another new element to the draft. And looking at the order of picks,
Semua team kuat tak ban, tak pick ke Bruno ni.
kind of a plan was it? I don't know. I wasn't in
Korang
the
rasa
room where
kali
it
ni
happened.
diorang akan respect tak Bruno tu?
Looking at it in practice, just safe to
Kan,
say,
pelik FNOP ni ban Fredrin lepas Joy.
there were
Kenapa diorang tak first pick je Joy tu?
in Fnatic Onyx plan
First pick Joy tak apa, first pick Bruno.
and they just did not have the right damage profile to
Dia
go through
bijak
a
daripada
double
Falcon,
vitalizer.
diorang tak ban Bruno ataupun Joy. Sebab diorang ban Fredrin, nampak sangat tau.
I knew it was possible. It was only a
Kau dah ban
matter of time,
Fredrin,
right?
nampak sangat kau nak pancing Joy tu.
Florida brothers are on the desk together. Doesn't matter if it's in ACT, doesn't matter if it's M6, it always goes the distance. And we're jumping into a game 5.
Yeah, it's definitely going the distance right now. We're at game 5. I don't even, at this point,
FNOP troll draft game 3 and 4. For me a bit lah. Sebab aku rasa macam dorang tak respect Benny punya Bruno.
Call game 1 into a warm up because it seems like they
Meta Brawl dah buktikan FNOP susah nak adapt. Tak juga, sebab FNOP ni pun kuat brawl juga.
And to be honest,
FNOP nak try counter tu macam SRG selalu buat.
Like they had it figured out going into the game, right? But as soon as the objectives started rolling out and as soon as rotations came
Sedap sangat ke Yellow Panda tu. Ini bukan Yellow Panda, ini
early
pen.
as the what? Second turtle, third turtle? They were
SRG
facing
lawan FNOP pun,
troubles.
FNOP tak first
And
pick Bruno.
It's at that point
End
you
up
look at a
second pick
Valentina
ambil.
lineup. It's at that point you look at a Makai lineup and say, if you can't find
DJY jawapan dia, culik dia letak kat hutan. Tapi itulah, korang tak rasa pelik ke masih banyak team yang tak respect Bruno?
Yeah, I mean, the joy has just been huge so far in this
Tu Hello
series.
Pen, betul ni
You
Hello
really
Pen.
see an answer
We got the
outside
best
that
Bruno
Fredrin.
and the best Joy in the
Very
tournament boys. Yeah.
impactful, and without Fnatic
Siapa pun turun bawah
Onyx,
tetap
picking
kuat.
something a little
Tapi
bit
pelik tau, aku rasa
say unorthodox,
kalau
right? You have
kali
Makai
ni
in. We asked the
Onyx
question,
lepas
you
lagi
as
Bruno,
well. These off-pocket picks, are they
tak
worth
tahu
it?
doh.
Now losing 2 games back to back and losing the opportunity for a top 4 today if they're not careful.
Looking at the items, you'll see that
sekali nampak kalau Bruno open ambil je. Tapi dorang ban Fredrin and then lalas Joy tak dapat, Bruno tak dapat. Bapak rugi tu. Why FNOP tak pick Layla?
He was dealing with the balls from Benny and
Tak, seriously, korang tak rasa pelik ke? Dorang dah ban Fredrin and then dorang lepaskan Bruno dengan Joy. Tak rasa macam rugi ke untuk Onyx?
8-6 if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, Bruno definitely still holds.
Like, try to think about
lead.
that.
as long as you have the right
Lolita tak viable ke counter Bruno. Lolita punya shield tu sekejap je, dia bukan lama.
They seem to be the ones to pull the cards close to the chest.
Kenapa Granger bawa War Axe Sebab dia boleh dapat spell vamp. Tengok, dia punya emblem pun emblem fighter dengan Festival of Blood. Dia untuk healing. War Axe ada healing. Diorang ingat diorang boleh counter kot. Lepas ni diorang dah tak boleh fikir macam tu dah. Sebab kalau kalah lagi, drop low bracket. Easy said, FNOP tak respect lah. If FNOP doesn't ban Bruno, they're purposely trying to play for low brackets. Ban Fred, ambil Suyo, confirm enemy pick Joy. Nampak tu draft merendahkan musuh. Ya. Tapi to be fair, dorang dah nampak dah Joy ni. Dorang ada option untuk ambil Alpha. Tapi dorang ambil Suyo. First pick Chow tu dah show Nick tak respect Joy, Bruno, Falcon. Pada aku dorang tak banyak pilihan lah. Dorang memang tak banyak pilihan. Sebab dorang ambil Bruno, enemy ambil Joy. Dorang ambil Joy, enemy ambil Bruno. Tapi ramai rugi coin kat ML ni. Uloh, masuk-masuk dah dua-dua. Gila ni Falcon. Falcon ni kuat tu. CW ni cakap Falcon punya team fight kuat gila. Dax play Joy super good, that's it. Honestly, Royal Milk is the big problem. Dia pakai Hilda ke, dia pakai Phobius ke, Royal Milk ni kacau kau. Sekarang ni Onyx diorang mesti dah nampak, okay kita ambil Granger, diorang ambil Hilda. Terus kita punya Granger mati. Vicky pun cakap dia ada cara kalahkan Bruno. Kadang coach ni memang ada ego ke macam mana nak tunjuk I got a way to counter Bruno. Yeah, I think it's ego lah. Rugi coin aku ingat 3-0. Falcon kuat. Percaya je aku, Falcon ni kuat gila. Dah lah guess coin tak dapat balik coin. Dia bagi XP je. Ya doh, Royal Milk will be milking all enemies. Apa-apa jadi it's gonna be hard for our Malaysian rap. Betul. Kita jumpa lah Onyx ke, kita jumpa lah Falcon ke, susah doh.
What else?
Susah.
That's good for now. We'll start with that.
So that means the meta is in a very healthy place right now. We are at about 72 heroes picked overall out of 126.
What performance from Falcon? Guys, this is M6. No team is easy. Betul tu Potato. Betul tu Potato.
You'll see that it was a downhill.
Sedangkan tim WMena pun hampir-hampir masuk knockout.
Going into that first turtle.
Hilda Gatot memang zoning habis lah, betul. Zoning diorang memang gila.
All-time high of almost 10,000 between them and Falcon at the 14-minute mark.
Yeah, total control, right? I mean, in the beginning of this series, Falcon was having a hard time getting into this game, and I think right now we can agree they're a slow starting engine for this series, and now they're fully revved up, and you're starting to see some of the cracks show from Fnatic Onyx, right? A lot of pressure on their side. They're the last team from the Philippines sitting in M6.
Padu Falcon. Yes, I agree, but of course we want easier matchup for our Malaysian teams. Tapi sekarang ni korang rasa mana lagi senang untuk tim Malaysia? Lawan dengan Onyx ke lawan dengan Falcon? Tak wajar panggil Falcon dark horse setiap tahun, padahal setiap tahun diorang power. Betul, setiap tahun diorang power. Betul, itu aku setuju. Setiap tahun diorang power. By the way, do you ask Trax, did he ride the Russian guy straight last night? Oh no, I didn't. Royal Milk always teman jungle musuh farming. Betul. Duduk susah. Spearing and flash pun scary. Betul. Ada chance kita tak lepas sebab duduk tu kuat gila.
They're leaving things down to too much of a coin flip maybe. And teams like Falcon, those outer sea aggressive regions, love that. They thrive in that.
And that is the current dilemma for Fnatic Onyx Philippines. Can they somehow snap back?
Now it's Onyx time. Laphel pakai cendol, jom. Oh, malah nak keluar. Aku ikutkan hari ni pun aku fikir 2-3 kali nak stream sebab penat tu. Semalam punya penat, tak boleh buat main tu.
They're a frontline mage. Their MVP mage. We're gonna give it to him. Spoiler alert. Let's throw it over. It's PX7 on that Aurora. Coach, he picked up the Aurora. Coach T, he picked up the Aurora.
I like it. I think it was a very clean pick and it worked well. At first I was a little like, okay, this can work. It's a little dangerous, but again, you have the front line to block for.
Better jumpa FNOP lagi. The motivational revenge. Betul. Satu objektif je FNOP dapat. Sebenarnya memang draft je sebab M6 ni semua player power, tak ada lemah. Cuma sekarang draft je kena cantik. Ya, SRG so far draft nampak ada lemah sedikit lah. Jujur cakap. Nampak ada ada lemah
the
sedikit.
draft right after that Valentina
It
slot
was
up.
red 5 for game 5, yeah.
And to get that MVP, it just showcases PX7's mastery. And right now, with the momentum rolling inside of Falcon Esports,
MPL PH
they're
itself is
one
much tougher than the
game
M6. Of course,
away
PH team can
From
adapt.
dropping
Tak juga. I
into the
disagree.
lower bracket.
Flipping the table.
I disagree. I think M6 lagi susah.
Let that sink in.
Let that
I think-
sink in.
I think M6 is much tougher than
Can they do
MPL
it?
Momentum
PH.
is on their side. Unless
Because
Fnatic Onyx somehow,
MPL
some
PH,
way
you can plan
pull
for the
something
teams you
out,
fight
then
against.
yeah.
In M6, it's hard for you to
There's a
plan
phrase
against the
we
teams to
haven't
fight
used, I think, at all
against.
this M6 that I think goes very hand in hand with Falcon and Days of Past.
Is it broadcast safe?
Downloading.
Oh.
Falcon Esports first 2 games where they just downloaded was Coach Neo Chao just downloading the draft for a bit. You know,
Has the bar filled? Are they good to go?
Are they at 100%? I think
Aurora
they
atau
are
Gatot
right
counter
now,
FNOP.
because
Sebab rasanya tak ada yang
just
guna
the
masa
first
lawan
2
FNOP.
games, Fnatic on
Ya,
a
draft
European
SRG
was
menurun
in
gila.
the
Uish, Rora
driver's
MVP
seat,
padu
man.
kosong
They
mati.
had the wheel of the
MVP,
draft.
KDA,
And
Munton,
now
Royal
Falcon
Milk, the
Esports
real
seems
MVP.
to have the
Yeah.
wheel of the draft. They got Fnatic on
Tapi to be fair, memang Aurora ni
And if
control dorang
anything,
kau-kau lah.
Watching the game now,
True, 'cause you never know who you
PX7's
fight next.
highlights on that
So
Aurora,
MPLPH, dorang dah tahu
and
each other, but
Falcon's
M6 you don't have much
performance
data
so
on
far,
them.
games 3 and 4.
Bang, SRG lemah dari draft atau
I
mechanic?
agree with you. It seems like
Dua-dua
it's now
jugalah.
check
Dua-dua ada
for
silap dia.
Fnatic Onyx Philippines if they have
Pada aku dua-dua ada jugalah.
more files, if they got more blueprints.
Sebab Sekais dengan Yums pun tengah tak
What's
perform.
in Coach? Why not? And Coach Hayes
Royal
is
Milk
clear,
and
bro.
his
Like,
4 years so scary.
The
else do
original
they have?
blueprint. You just
If
gotta get
MPL
back, like
PH
you
tougher,
said.
why Aurora got
Pull your
eliminated,
cards
bro?
in, get back to the original
Biasalah tu fair, overprod
blueprint.
you know, mesti cakap
I mean,
dorang je
they're
yang
stacking
kuat.
up teams left and
At
right
the end,
in
draft
M6
kau
so far.
power,
I mean,
draft kau
they
boleh
took
win.
down Aurora
So macam suka lain, kau power
during
tactics you can win.
the Swiss
Lagi
stage.
kat
And then
Swiss
they also
stage
took
yang
down
hanya ada berapa
SRG.
jam je untuk prepare,
And
serius
now,
sakit. Player
to
team
bring
Falcon,
back this
Ashik KS
series,
MVP
which
Royal
was really
Milk.
just one match away from a full sweep from Fnatic Onyx, now tied up. How do they
Ada orang cakap
do
match
it?
fixing.
And if anything, it's Falcon.
That's so
who
weird.
refuses
Betul,
to
pelik,
budge.
pelik.
It's Falcon who just says, no, we're just gonna pick the same
That's
heroes.
so weird.
We're gonna put
Like,
Aurora on PX7.
aku tak tahu apa lagi kita boleh buat untuk tunjuk kat orang yang benda ni transparent gila. Moon tengok tempat lain, tangan dalam kotak, pusing, depan kamera and then baru dia ambil.
We could have sworn fundamentally we could beat them. I think that is one thing that they haven't done quite yet. It's just go
Explain
back.
panjang sikit tentang kelemahan SRG ni. Kot lah diorang dengar apa abang cakap ni. Saya sendiri dah message dah.
Stop it with these Yujongs.
Kalau diorang nak tahu, diorang boleh message saya. Sebab saya sendiri dah message dah. I message direct.
I was gonna say, do they stop these X Factor picks? Because I always say it's high risk, high reward, and right now.
Sebab
the reward
draft
is
memang ada
not
isu,
on Fnatic Onyx.
mechanic memang ada
Listen,
isu.
if you see the crowd behind us,
I dah
the
message diorang dah.
Philippines behind my right shoulder. We have Myanmar behind my left. Myanmar was quiet.
How can it be fixed? Yeah, it couldn't be
Just
fixed.
silence in the crowd, but they have not sat
Royal
down.
excel his task and more. Apa yang jadi dekat phone Vamos Laphel, lama no pause, dia tengah main, tiba-tiba dia flicker putih-putih tu. Like dia macam pulsing warna putih. Macam mana dia nak main?
Welcome back to Courtside Reporter. Now here with me, Poji.
Diorang sampai tukar phone tak silap aku.
Chantel and MPL PH Insider, and as well Falcon Esports super fan. And also maybe you can introduce yourself.
Sorry?
You can introduce yourself a bit to all of the fellow fans all around the world.
Hello, Falcon! AI! AI! Fly high!
It's a very heavy crowd right now.
Awas look at AI! Fly high!
Nice one. Menggelapa, my friend. Ako. Menggelapa as well. Now, kumusta?
Oh, you know Filipino words. Wanna hear some of the shout from the Filipino crowd? Are you guys ready? In 3, 2, 1, let's go Fnatic!
If Falcon beat FNOP, is it first time Myanmar beat Philippines? Far from it. According to history, Myanmar beat Philippines more than Philippines beat
I
Myanmar.
love Falcon Esports. All of them is my favorite. You are all my favorite, bro!
Betul bersemangat. Very enthusiastic. I like your spirit. But now, for Chantel, I want to hear something. What's happened inside Fnatic on it right now? Because at first, we thought they're going to win this game 3-0. But now, it's 2-2. It's the last game. What happened?
Probably because of the masterful draft from Falcon Esports. We didn't really expect it to be a very long game, especially for that. And all I can say is that Dax is playing really well. Aside from Benny's a nice matchup against, I forgot the name. I'm very nervous about this game, but yeah, against Kelra. So it's all about the laning, and again, the basics of Falcon Esports was just really on point from that previous game. Yeah, draft and execution.
Based on what happening now, what for Fnatic on it, who should they aware of for Falcon Esports? Because Falcon Esports is currently rising at the top.
Kalau korang nampak, aku text Vicky, and then they just
draft and
just reply thanks. They just reply thanks.
Benny and Dax, specifically Benny's Bruno.
Right. But now we're gonna have a cheer battle. We want to look.
Aku rasa TLID menang kot.
Shout the strongest. Can Onyx start first? Maybe you can lead the chant.
Okay. Should we go here? Can we go here? Okay. Guys, are you here with me? Let's go. Okay. In 3, 2, go. Go, Fnatic! Go! Fnatic! Go, Fnatic! Go, Fnatic! Go! Go, Fnatic! Go, Fnatic! Go, Fnatic!
Ya, TLID same.
Fnatic!
Coach R dengan Vicky mesti tak tidur ni.
What time is that? What?
Imagine how strong Myanmar will be if the civil war is no more there. Yeah, I think they can dominate legit.
Nice one, but now for Falcon Esports.
Tolong bagi TLID win though. Takkanlah guys kau hancur je hari ni. Beloy just chill guy. Laphel still contributing to the Malaysian team. Yeah, I trust in them. Ada coach Yep. MC's got so many gorgeous talent like Miss Universe contest. Balah macam terpaksa lahian. Oh, habis tercabut. SRG masih simpan gorgeous. Never doubt SRG.
It's crazy over here right now. And now, without further ado,
Last aku cakap, I just trust you guys.
And let's hear what
Baiklah tunjuk teks ni. Tali.
about their cheer right now. Let's go back.
Tapi ya, in case kalau korang nak tahu, itu style aku. Itu style aku. Kalau aku nak cakap apa-apa dekat orang tu, aku teks personal je. Sebab aku rasa kalau aku cakap terbuka dekat sini, nanti orang klip, nanti ramai orang nampak, nanti orang akan letak subtitle. Bila orang letak subtitle, tim lain pun boleh nampak. Bila tim orang lain pun dah nampak, kan toy. Kan. So in case kalau korang nak tahu, like aku sebelum ni energetic gila, and sekarang ni aku kena lebih relax, aku kena lebih chill, aku kena hati-hati dengan apa aku cakap.
I think so. I mean, sometimes simplicity.
Kalau ada benda-benda penting, aku text orang tu direct. Aku text direct. Aku takkan cakap time live ke apa benda. On a side note, I really like that the Malaysian crowd is not biased and that they support other teams rather than only Malaysian teams. Although to be fair, I think that those are Myanmar. They're not Malaysians. I think they're from Myanmar. Wizy dah datang sini, tapi aku tak boleh fly ke sana nak jumpa dia. Sedih cuy. Kazu dia dari mana? Laphel trauma sebab kena clip. Bukan sebab aku je. Semualah. Wolf, Mirko, siapa nama? Simon. Setiap kali ada benda clip, mesti ada gaduh. Mesti ada tak puas hati. Kalau teks direct kan dah settle. Bila ada clip, dia mesti ada pergaduhan. Aku tak boleh. Aku tak nak terlibat benda-benda gaduh ni kalau aku boleh elakkan.
He's got up on the gold per minute.
Nanti akan ada yang twist kalau cakap dekat live. Just be a chill guy. Ya, be a chill guy. Bang, tolonglah bagi tahu daripada Becky tu.
Find those items as fast as possible so he can get to the point
Trust Becky.
where he can
Trust
capitalize.
Becky.
Yeah, I mean,
Trust Arcadia, tu je.
This is gonna be a tough one, right? When you see super
Adakah Laphel formula kemenangan selama ni? Aku tak cakap banyak. Jujur aku tak cakap banyak. Bila kita nak bagi advice dekat orang pun, kita tak boleh nak bagi step by step. Kita tak boleh nak bagi step by step. Cakap okay, first kau buat ni, kedua kau buat ni, ketiga kau buat ni. Kalau dorang minta, kita bagi. Better untuk kita bagi clue sikit-sikit and then dorang figure out sendiri. Sebab the objective is to win, is not to be right, you know. Sebab kadang-kadang bila kita melebih, kadang-kadang kita pun tak tahu kita betul ke salah. And takut kita terlampau influencekan orang tu. Fredrin ban, Alpha ban, Bruno Black ban, Falcon dorang kena ban Joy. Kalau dorang tak ban Joy, banyak option open.
Falcon Esports, I think they can pull it off. They're in the driver's seat right now.
Dorang ban Eve or Louis?
Take it across the finish
I trust Laphel, but not his prediction. Betul, we can strive together. Aku rasa kita memang tak kuat main kat home ground lah. Betul lah. Okay, FNOP serious mode. Joy.
Oh, I mean, Bruno
tak Joy.
is gone. Bruno's gone. Cho should be first on the board for Fnatic Onyx. I mean, right now it could be Flex.
Tak
Right?
Joy,
You don't know if
Cho.
it's gonna go into the roam. You don't know if it's gonna go into the XP lane. And I
Could
feel
or not
like
be Eve.
it's the safest option so far.
Yep, Joy.
But
Joy first pick.
it is gonna be the
Joy first
There's
pick.
no Fredrin though.
Tigreal Phobias ke?
Counterplay out the door.
Ataupun kalau dorang ambil Kaja atau Franco, dorang boleh lambat. Dorang boleh ambil Phobias dulu. Granger Phobias.
And they allow the counter. So now FCON's in the position where
ataupun Eve.
they have to find the counter to
ataupun Valen.
What is it? Joy's been winning games back to back to back.
Oh, high loss terus. High loss ni boleh gerak mana-mana. FNOP, diorang better ambil Tigreal. Tak Tigreal, ambil Matilda.
Oh, this is getting spicy right now. The audience
Diorang boleh ambil Eve ni.
wild cheering.
How often do you hear cheering in the draft alone? As if the chess match
Roger pick. I'm smelling Roger pick. Falcon draft still flex. Next EWC ada MSC kan? Tu tak sure. I tahu ada EWC tapi I tak sure. Ya kot. Bulan 7. Realistically speaking, yes, playing on home ground kinda increase the pressure, betul. Diorang sini cakap diorang lagi suka main kat Riyadh. Hilda Eve. Okay, draft Onyx dah kuat dah ni.
With the Eve and the Hilda.
Alright, already they have
Haya.
control. And
Diorang ambil Haya lawan dengan Hilda.
The Hayabusa picked into the Hilda.
It's dangerous.
It's dangerous, yes.
You know, as
worrisome.
Coach T on his off time is an XP laner, so you know you're gonna send yourself.
Sekarang ni high loss tu kena letak dekat roam rasanya.
Right, you're already looking to have a little bit of trouble here. The only goal for FCON at this point is, I don't care if you got to give up minions, I don't care what you got to do.
Granger on Joy. Yeah, very brave. Falcon right now, diorang punya draft yang very iffy.
Which right now, it is not Benny, it is Hayabusa.
Sekarang memang jadi panel je ke? Panel je. Esok cuti guys. Esok cuti. Phobias ban, clever. Haya ni aku rasa tak hidup dia, betul. Sebab FNOP ni dia kacau jungle kau tu. Glue high loss. Glue okay.
So he has to pick a very specific.
To be honest, the only time Haya work is on Chibi.
Likely a flicker.
Tinggal tertidur kejap, tahu dah dua sama.
Second ban here for Falcon.
Berani orang.
One more choice of gold laner.
Bila start main dekat Axiata, 14 hari bulan. 14. So, lagi 6 hari.
Very viable. I think it could definitely work out here.
1-1 or Moskov.
Yeah, maybe the Moskov and force him into the 1-1, but the 1-1 does really good against the Hylos.
That it does.
So at this point, I think you just take out the 1-1. They go for the Cho ban instead, also a decent ban. But yeah, if the 1-1 gets picked up,
Diorang ban Gatot apa bulu ni.
It's at least when it comes to like Lord fights and some of those more late game fights, Hylos is gonna have a little bit of trouble.
Ban Farsa.
Wait a second. Maybe, just maybe, the Mathilda is still available. Couldn't FCON take that up? I mean, it'd be another way.
Both of them can.
They both can.
Yes.
but FCON has priority right now.
Yeah, and you're already pretty squishy with the Hayabusa. It's
The fact, hadir kat Swiss dengan knockout ni, diorang beli tiket ke?
Also a
beli
little
tiket.
bit risky.
Could go sideways.
It could go
Kita
very
punya security
sideways.
agak ketat.
Falcon is actually looking for is the
Kalau aku nak bawa wife
comeback
aku
that
pun,
he made that
kalau
is
dia tak ada
the
tiket,
right
tak boleh masuk.
damage profile burst.
Walaupun dia wife aku.
Thankfully they pick up the Vixana. If there was
Cepat
any
dah nak
other
tengok
pick,
Vamos
they
dengan
would be
Sergi Gaza
having
ni.
a hard
InsyaAllah
time
boleh.
finishing people off with the Granger and the Haya. Good pickup here. Still
Kalau
no
Onyx
going
kalah,
after
jatuh ke
Roller
lower bracket ke
XP.
Fel?
Fnatic
Yes,
Onyx,
betul.
what goes into the hands of the Filipino
Suyo tak
Savage
laku,
here?
tim lain
One
berebut
wants
nak
to
nak
open
Suyo.
at large, the Moskov too.
Tak, kalau lawan dengan Joy, kau ambil Suyo, kau minta. Kau minta kena bunuh, bai. Susah Suyo nak lawan dengan Joy. Haya boleh menang lawan dengan Joy. Haya boleh menang lawan dengan Joy. So Haya tu pick yang bagus. Irritel kali. Draft FNOP bagus ni.
Okay, so we've seen
Draft FNOP
play
bagus.
the Airthel before. It was against
Draft FNOP bagus.
the 1-1. You know, it was against some of those picks, but still, I'm not completely against this.
I've played this matchup before. I'm pretty confident with the Irithel. You just have better coverage.
Tigre still open kalau dia
Rangers
nak
draw
Tigre.
straight lines. As the Irithel, you can actually, have some combat mobility.
And you have decent kite against the Hylos. You have decent kite against a
Tigre
lot
still
of
okay.
what FCON wants to bring.
And if it comes down to it, you can dodge the big thing.
Myanmar got MPL already, but temporarily paused. Oh ya
If
ke?
you're somehow in the thick of it, in the middle of things. And
Kalau FNOP kalah game ni, I have no words. Ya, diorang punya draft
kill,
kali ni kuat.
heavy crossbow into like a party of 3.
Yeah.
And you spread the damage there.
Now, do we see the Mathilda picked up here? Is this a Hylos in the Roam or a Hylos in the XP lane? Seconds away from the final draft for game number 5.
Tigre.
And Tig has been slotted in for FCON.
That is a Kid X special. How do you feel about the draft, coach?
I do like FNOP right now. I feel like FNOP looks very clean.
Falcon
They
recruit
brought
na
it
M6
back
ni.
in
Aura
for
SRG,
sure.
MBTK po kalah.
One final game in this best of 5.
Tigre is very good,
Our
yep.
casters to call the action. Jose and Jose.
Ingan, we gotta check IOI Convention. It's game 5. Are you guys ready? All right, they're ready. It's me, Nice Soon, Ingan, to bring you game 5. One last
X6040 for FNOP. Yeah, FNOP has a very good draft.
Two solid
Kali pula dapat sakit boss main assassin. Memang sakit. Diorang ambil Haya ni nak lawan dengan Joy. Haya boleh menang lawan dengan Joy. Tapi lawan dengan yang lain ni. Aziata 14 hari bulan. 14.
Too much, but at the same time, Kelra with the Airthel in terms of mobility has a slight advantage over the Granger, and let's see what happens.
FNOP 3-2 Falcon win. Well, we're about to see. Kalau Haya ni menjadi, dan diorang boleh menang. Tapi Haya susah nak menjadi ni. Ayo, I punya merch just jual apa nama? Baju TNT ko.
And Dax have been back and forth throughout the series. And honestly, when we look at the draft here, everybody gets some solid choices. But we haven't
Oh, what is Kirk doing?
Okay, an early engage for the Falcons here. Going on to
What is Kirk doing?
The Revitalize. They're going to bring him down. A first blood drawn by Falcon Esports.
Nani?
Oh man, the fact that you get a first blood already.
Oh, tapi sebab Brusco kat situ kacau dan okey. Kalau Brusco tak ada kat situ, rugi.
Now for Fnatic Onyx.
Sebab Brusco kacau dan okey lah, make sense. Dax dah dapat dislokan. King Kong dapat farm laju gila ni.
But now you have a Hayabusa across from you. Oh.
There was the Void Crystal.
Wolf. Never mind. Apa Kirk buat with Wolf?
Forcing out PX7 to use a
Sebab dia dislokan Dax.
Engage from Fnatic Onyx Philippines. And let's see if they can continue the aggression, because so far, if Dax just continues on his rampage over King Kong right
Dax
now,
dapat.
King Kong managed to steal away that jungle minion.
No, Dax dapat. Kalau King Kong dapat dah level 4 dah tu.
Series, of course. A lot of battle spells being expended early on. Even Kelra taking a couple shots here. Oh,
pops a Purify. One more, Benny. Is he going to be able to do it with the Rhapsody, though?
Oh!
Enough, Kelra survives.
Oh,
he sidesteps, he bombs, he weaves, Kelra survives. In that exchange, again, that would have been massive here for Benny if he's able to capitalize on the kill. But still, they find themselves pushing and pulling really on all sides of the map. Now, looking at this too, you've got Benny running that Festival of Blood. This time around, he didn't go with the master.
Kara got a dog in him. Falcon Dark Horse is real. I wouldn't say Dark Horse lah. I would say dorang sebenarnya favorites. Cuma orang asyik tak pandang dorang.
And Falcon Esports will get in position. Are they going to be able to contest this?
Okay, King Kong starting things off. Here comes
Nice.
the catch, and Dax gets the turtle. King Kong has to walk away. Here comes the counter engage coming in for Fnatic. Onyx Philippines forcing Royal Milk to use the Revitalize. No response for Fnatic, and Falcon Esports, a well-coordinated attack against Fnatic.
Now with that trade, Falcon Esports still holding on to a very minor lead. The fact that they got this objective, PX7, using the Eternal Guard, doesn't have the flicker though, so able to stay alive for now. Some information. Bottom side though, this is what we see so much in the gold lane right now. And this time around with the fact that this is an Irithel for Kelra. It's gonna work in their favor with mobility, but they're gonna go for Benny.
There's no raging stance. Let's go.
And dia dapat minion. Allah, hai. Dorang try deny minion tu. Dorang attack Benny supaya Benny mati, deny minion. Benny dapat kill and dapat minion. Ayo.
Just try to make that play for Kelra, but instead they get punished.
This Vexana is being choked. Maksudnya suka tengok momen Royal Milk sejak dia MSC lagi. Roma Idol. Royal Milk EXP. Kan sebelum ni main Roma, aku tak ingat dah.
Brusco wasn't level 4. They
ingat.
went for the engage. The Raging Sandstorm wasn't available. And Benny was... we shadow kill, forcing Super Prince to walk away. Here comes King Kong onto the back line with the electric...
Ya Allah, Bai. Bai no time. What the hell?
Here comes the counter attack, but still King
Bro, what is that? From both teams.
Kirk is there, joining the fight.
Gila, Brusco predict.
Again.
And then Kid X standby untuk lawan balik.
Diminishing that minor goal lead.
No way lah, FNOP throw, come on. Wait, aku rasa boleh though, win Falcon. So salah timing ke? Apa ni? Eve Slow is so annoying, not mentioning how she has Ice Queen 1. Tapi kebanyakan Eve sekarang dah tak beli Ice Queen 1 dah. Dorang just buat damage.
Dax will make his way though. They might just try to blitz this forward. They have 3 members here, Kelra and Brusco, waiting for the rest of the team.
Hylos akan nampak ke?
King Kong might... hold on, Brusco!
Defensing Raging Sandstorm. Quick Sand Guard to make sure he's not going to get picked up by Falcon Esports. Here comes
Falcon habis banyak skill.
Kelra! Brusco went down, but Big 7 as well. Kelra, in the midst of everything, Kirk working on a Kid X. Kid X has the implosion plus the revitalize. Here comes the Sacred Hammer, and it's going to get a kill on to Kid X. King Kong zoning out Benny, but Falcon Esports remains
rugi sebab Falcon orang dah banyak pakai skill tapi tak mati.
They're gonna have to go ahead and just get this buff. Dax goes and secures it. King Kong's gonna start the turtle. They expended quite a bit on both sides for this. Dax will check things out, but 4 members of Fnatic Onyx will force Royal Milk back.
Kid almost save Dax. Depa ni kalau turun bracket SRG kan, tak apalah jumpa sesiapa pun dulu kena revenge back.
Brusco be able to escape, but now Kirk, King Kong looking for the back play as well. They go in a little bit longer.
Yo dapat PX7.
Brings down PX7 with electrifying bleeds, and Kelra works on the bottom lane turret. They also secure the turtle. A lot of isolated clashes there for both of these teams, but Fnatic Onyx Philippines, they won all 3.
Man, it just feels like, you know, at one moment, FNOP flips a switch. They turn things in their favor, and they just cause some chaos that makes teams kind of second guess a little bit on the positioning. I mean, they collapse down even under the turrets. So they now build up 2,000 gold lead at this point. They got the last objective. Falcon Esports still in fighting form though. They're still in a good position to go ahead and contest the next turtle when it comes up, but they might look for another play if they can. Again, the surprise factor here really is for Kid X. He's got the implosion, he's got the flicker combination, where Royal Milk, he's more so of utility. I have some sustainability with Revitalize, but I can also use the Glorious Pathway to cut off the exit routes.
So sekarang macam final BBH.
They're going to force out the Glorious Pathway to be used defensively. On the other hand, Kirk has to walk away here. Coming in
nice,
Falcon Esports. They also used up their Revitalize. Major resource expended for the side of Falcon Esports. And they're going to make quick work of the mid lane turret. They might set their eyes on Benny. King Kong goes in for them.
Green Jin nak buat apa dulu lawan Joy?
Himself, King Kong.
You can't stop him. You can only contain King Kong, but now with the mid lane.
There's an attempt coming in from Falcon Esports. Here's come one to Kid X again with the implosion.
Don't touch good damage.
But the stain is there for Fnatic Onyx Philippines. Kelra dishing out the damage, forcing Falcon Esports to walk away. Again, no trade.
Dax dengan PX7 touch good damage.
You cannot stop King Kong in his element.
Nak kena tunggu lagi ni.
4-0-1, and now they're going to
take away
Joy
je mampus Green Je. Ya, Green Je tak boleh tu nak buat apa-apa lawan Joy.
To stop him from taking the resources. Dax is gonna need this. He's only at level 9, nearly level 10.
Okay, level 10 lawan dengan level 11. Taklah teruk sangat, tapi still
For the taking,
tak biasa.
go ahead and get in position. Falcon Esports needs this. If not the turtle, then a
Kita dah nampak Dax belum cukup
team fight
damage
in
lagi.
their favor. They don't have a flicker for Kid X.
Tak dapat burst.
He's gotta wait for the implosion to be
FNOP leading,
available, so
Aurora
they'll take their time with
kejar
it.
lepas tu FNOP menang.
But even so, Benny and the PX7 both have to watch out positioning wise. They're gonna set things up. Benny picking up with the Malefic Roar. Turtle's gonna be started up by King Kong. And now Kirk providing the vision. Both gold laners making their way towards the fight here.
Okay, they're gonna try and work on Kirk. Here comes the implosion. They're gonna come in.
Oh, nice. Bye, though.
The first man down, but the answer right back.
Oh, King Kong tetap dapat.
King Kong still gets the turtle. Another kill onto Kirk. Falcon Esports doing their best to try and break down King Kong.
Oi, dorang tahu dong Dax tak cukup damage. Tunggu je situ. Dorang tahu dong tak cukup damage. Aduh hai.
2-for-2 trade, but the objective for FNOP.
King Kong menang dari 3 pula kat situ. Tapi ya, dia punya level lagi tinggi kan. Oi, dia dah 2 item siap Holy Crystal lagi. Ya ampun. 2,200 gold beza dengan Haya.
Massive lead right now, 2.2k ahead of Dax. And when you pick a Hayabusa like this is where
cukup
it
ke
gets
damage?
difficult. Holding on to the buff, so they go
KX pun nak mati
in
tu.
a fight, they'll take the purple.
This is the main
Tigre buang ulti ke tank.
Game number 3 and game number 4. Kirk has been
Tak ada
activated
pilihan
along
tu.
with Brusco. They
Aku rasa dorang sebab dia macam ni tau. Kalau dapat kill, dorang untung gila. Tapi sebab tak dapat kill tu.
It was easy to burst down and poke down.
Semua carry FNOP no death. Dorang split yang lain kejar Kira. Dax kena si die. King Kong agresif. Tak ada orang boleh burst Joy.
But right now it's different. It's a different story for Fnatic.
Kena tengok Granger ni macam mana perform.
Even if Kid X commits implosion,
Benny boleh tapi macam belum boleh.
With what Kirk did was all used up by Fnatic Onyx.
Man, even for Super Prince, you know, the fact that he's just able
Lagi
to
satu
go ahead and
nak
be
burst
by
si
setting things
Eve
up
pun
with
susah tu
the
sebab Eve
RWM,
nanti dia ada shield kan.
but he also just has a glowing
Bila dia
wand
pakai
and a
ulti.
wishing lantern. I mean, the Void Crystals alone are enough.
Falcon
to
still
go
boleh
ahead and
menang,
stop some of
tapi
the
susah
guessing
lah.
of Falcon Esports on wanting
Dorang
to
kena
fight.
cari nak handle King Kong.
And Dax is almost going to be in a situation where then, all right, he's
Tapi Brusco ni annoying dengan dia punya Khalid. Kalau walaupun 0-3-1, tapi Khalid dia kacau.
Best case scenario
Damage
for
tinggi
Dax
sangat.
is just able to go ahead and somehow
Dia halang Dax farming kan.
It might have to happen here. We've seen this time and time again with previous
Falcon always all in
players.
roamer. Kalau dapat kill bagus, dapat kill
Again,
bagus.
the
Tapi
zoning potential for
kill ni tak banyak.
FNOP is so good that Dax's entry point is really hard to get to. I mean, he has such a difficult time actually getting there, even with the quad shadows.
Yeah.
So now the Lord is up. It's going to be started up by King Kong. It's still going to be used too. They want to make a play on Royal Milk.
Okay, they want to go for the -1. King Kong here with electrifying beats, forcing the Glorious Pathway once again, plus the Revitalize. That's 2 major resources expended by Falcon Esports. And again, you mentioned Dax.
Haya was a bad pick. Haya dia untuk lawan dengan Joy. Antara banyak-banyak jungler, Haya boleh menang lawan dengan Joy. Tapi itu 1v1 lah.
Oh, Dax, look at that. Already so low, even with the quad shadow. A quarter of the health. They know they're low. They're going to start up the Lord again.
Lagi satu, Onyx dia orang ban Fredry dengan Alpha.
They might be able to delay this.
Dua hero boleh lawan dengan Joy kena ban. And then Joy first pick.
Falcon Esports.
Kalau ambil Suyo lagi drop.
So
Suyo kalah dengan Joy.
They know that some of the resources were down as well from
Aku rasa Bane pun tak boleh.
So both teams still going for a reset. Even with this kind of lead, Fnatic
Bucks dia
cannot
tahu.
overextend into the team fight and they'll send Benny back down.
Tapi tengok yang lain counter Haya. Ya
Just
betul.
push this out a little
Heal
bit
dah
at
tukar
tier
control.
1.
He's gonna try to go for a trade instead, because again, looking at the Brusco along with Super Friends gonna bring down Royal Milk. Real world manipulation paired up with the Raging Sandstorm is enough to take him down. Now they're gonna work on Kid X. Here comes the power of Villainess, forcing Kid X to walk away. One member down for Falcon Esports. Fnatic Onyx Philippines looks to get the Lord away from Falcon.
Memang game ni memang pasal draft je tu. Menang draft.
Looks like he might try to do it. Pop in the shadow kill, but they delay the Lord a little bit further.
Oh, Super Friends
manages to find Dax. And now he has to walk away. Fnatic Onyx Philippines secures the Lord.
Great pull off.
Granger dah kena carry sekarang tu. Boleh kita Granger dah carry.
So they're able to go ahead and safely secure the Lord.
Xbox pun tak ada pick lagi kat M6 ni kan. Xbox lembut sangat. Lepas HP semua kena nerf. Bruno boleh pecahkan, Editor boleh pecahkan, Valentina. Aku rasa Valen pun boleh pecahkan. Xbox lembut dah. Kalau Xbox keras macam dulu tak apa. Tapi sebab Xbox kena nerf, dia punya shield kena nerf, susah lah. Gila kat item FNOP.
They'll try to hold on to what they
Tak
can.
hilang pun
Shields
separuh nyawa
breaking
kali, kena
the
45
defenders
skill.
here. They'll clear out what they can, but this is the moment maybe Kid X is able to pull something off with the implosion. But can he withstand the damage? Again, Kid X not fully locked in. Only a dominance ice completed on this Tigreal pick. They'll try to spot them out of the jungle as they deal with the Lord right now, but so far so good for Falcon Esports. Glorious Pathway drop down.
Tapi lagi sekali apa yang Falcon buat kat Onyx buat kat Falcon. Ambil Granger awal-awal, lepas tu lawan dengan Hilda.
Falcon Esports made quick work of that Lord.
Kalau diorang ambil Hilda hayap, okay tu aku rasa.
Also the mid lane turret. Just look at the damage coming in from Keller, forcing PX7 to walk away. King Kong electrifying me. This might be the catch. Falcon Esports gets 1 kill. Now they want to go for more though. Kid X with a conceal.
Oh no.
Super friend.
Kena pancing.
Super instinct. And now the counter attack.
Kena pancing.
They're gonna take down one more. Kid X is gonna fall down in exchange for King Kong.
Kena pancing tu guys. Falcon menang ni Tigreal kena walk moment. Tapi itulah kena pancing tu. Tak, dia lebih pada Super Friends tu. Dia laju.
Not sure what they're going to do with this if they just want to secure the purple buff. They have the rest of the team to help them out with this, but look at the front line. Brusco taking a couple shots, and Kirk will also be spotted out. Again, making it work here for Dax to get the buff. Goes in, takes a couple shots, and has to go back, so he's going to lose the purple buff.
You can just see the damage of the Death Sonata and Rhapsody not sufficient.
Mistake, yeah,
Kirk
mistake.
Just stood up against the Rhapsody, took all bullets, and just look at the health, full health already, utilizing the passive, just going into the bushes alongside Brusco. So how do you go and attack the front line, even if you have a Benny with the Granger already has huge items? Fnatic Onyx Philippines with a 4.2k gold deal.
Damage E yang paling tinggi sekarang.
The thing is,
santai, boleh nafas lagi tu. Ya, boleh nafas, boleh nafas. Aku tak tahu aku nak siapa menang. Aku tak tahu aku nak Onyx menang ke aku nak Falcon menang. Tapi ikut draft Onyx menang ni.
They were able to avoid it with Super Friend's flicker. Here comes the Sacred Hammer. Okay, but Kirk still going for it.
They're going to jump on in. Actually, already crafting down on Kid X. They're in trouble.
They collapsed on Kid X to bring him down. No more implosion for Falcon Esports. They might go for one more. They're going to try to work on the mid lane turret.
Okay, at least diorang punya wave clear macam bagus lah. Vexana dengan apa namanya Granger.
I think Dax still tries the same thing. Even down with Kid X. Kid X will be up in 14. They can delay it enough for him to be up. Plus
at least sekarang sama level 15.
So if they try to make something happen, but they're going to send Kirk to go ahead and spot them out. Might force something. Oh!
Boleh mati juga
the
situ.
power of wilderness might be too much. Dax has to retreat. Glorious Pathway again used defensively.
Laju clear spawn, casual player tak tahu reflexes pro player macam sial. Itulah. Macam mana Super Friends dapat elak ulti Tigreal tu gila tu. Super Friends ni antara player yang berani pakai flicker lawan dengan Cho, lawan dengan Tigreal. Laju tu reaction dia. Tahu je bila orang nak masuk. Ni tengok, Eve sekarang dia tak pakai dah screen one. Eve buat full damage je.
We're seeing how much Super Prince is a threat alone. Like we mentioned, still working on his next items. Already got 3. And even the
kena shutdown Eve kalau Falcon ada peluang untuk comeback.
Do help out. King Kong.
Lebih baik counter hero ataupun pick comfort hero.
So this is just a whole lot of magic.
Lagi bagus pick comfort hero, tapi janganlah comfort hero kita kena counter. Itulah dia. Ambil comfort hero tanpa di counter. Itu yang terbaik.
But to hold it together, Royal Milk still holding on to the revitalized and glorious pathway.
So macam sebagai contoh,
unless they force the situation, keep an eye on him. Might try to force things in.
Ambil Haya ni, enemy semua keras gila nak lawan dengan Haya. Okay, Kid X dapat seorang. Dapat siapa tu? Dapat Eve ke?
They do, however, clear out the Lord and clear out the minions. They might go for the counter attack. Here comes Dax though. Does he have the leaky shadow kill? No, he doesn't. And Fnatic Onyx Philippines will go for the retreat.
Sayang tak dapat nak kill Super Friends tadi. Walaupun Kid X dapat tangkap.
That top turret, they're still in the game.
Teringat dengan Sans good mid lane. Kunci kuasa Onyx adalah rambut Wolfcat. Tahu ada rambut diorang.
And that's exactly what they need here. Again, at some
kuat do Falcon. Ni kalau jumpa tim Malaysia pun aku seram ni.
Dax has done a good job at catching back up. Remember, he was down.
Ni kalau biasa 7 tak tahu apa jadi ni.
Benny is online. He's where he needs to be. But Kid X, once Kid X gets a little bit more tanky, catches up himself in the itemization and doesn't have to
tekanan berterusan tak boleh nak bernafas.
Then
Tapi sepatutnya Hayat dia dah ada item sikit, boleh lah lawan sikit-sikit.
Because even Kirk on the hill, man, Kirk alone is so tanky.
And Benny so far pakai Granger so far
Get ready for this again, trying to take that buff.
Keller already swapped his boots for the Wind of Nature. So he's jam-packed. Keller wants to go all in. And for Falcon Esports, it's either you try and go to contest for the Lord and steal it away, or at least if Fnatic Onyx Philippines secures the Lord, you need to take down bodies for the side of Fnatic Onyx Philippines.
At this point, FNOP will just go ahead and take things slowly, take the buffs what they can, and go ahead and just gauge to see if Falcon Esports wants to force a fight. I don't think they should. And if they do, it's literally only
tim ni ngeri kalau turun bawah. Sebagai lah SRG Vamos, SRG Power kalau kalah mati, tengoklah kat MSC playoff. Kalau Falcon kalah pun bagi saya dengan kau tak adalah kena bantu teruk. Ya, Kira belum mati lagi. Dua tim ni maybe jumpa Vamos. Ya. I pun tak ingat bracket nampak macam mana.
We'll see if he actually gets back, but the Lord is up. It's going to be started up too. So he does still recall, it looks like, unless he gets the information that...
Oh, dia nampak Kid X.
Will spot Kid X out.
And now they're going to go all in onto Kid X. Royal Men forced to use the glorious pathway. Kid X immortality will be...
Oh, no Kid X! Allah.
And they will bring down Kid X. Connected to every single member.
Dah
They
habis,
go
GG.
with the cleanup crew. Immortality will be popped. Benny has to walk away. He's the only one left.
GG, susah ni.
Raging sandstorm from Brusco was on
okay,
the
good game.
point.
Good game.
4 members down. It's only Benny to defend this base push. Kelra and Super Prince, they'll take down the mid turret. They'll clear out the lanes. But they might not be able to end it. Super Prince.
Hampir bonus Super Prince.
Oi!
He's gonna break down King
Tahu,
Kong,
GG,
but
GG.
Fnatic doesn't care.
Good try.
They secure top 4.
Dulu ni pick your poison je untuk SRG Vamos. Dulu team sedap. Best game ni, best. Yang kali ni akan lawan Vamos. Itu pun kalau Vamos menang lawan Team Spirit.
A decisive 5-game series. What better way to book that slot, the top
Kuat tu
4
Falcon. Hampir jatuh kawan ni tu.
Then they have it go all the way. What people
Falcon kuat,
thought,
Falcon kuat.
myself included, was going to be a
Falcon kuat tu,
sweep
guys.
was not. And talk about the rising to the occasion.
Falcon ni bahaya, guys.
Falcon Esports, they do go down.
Super Prince won the game there. Seram kat ni walaupun Falcon kalau tick tak kantoi, ya kalau tick tak kantoi boleh comeback tu.
Let's throw it over to the panel.
That's a very good game.
That makes 3 and 5. Still in favor of the Burmese, but Fnatic Onyx Philippines takes one for the current reigning and defending region in the M Series. We went the distance, gentlemen.
We went the distance, and Fnatic Onyx earning a spot into top 4 of M6 and a seat in Oxiata.
Yeah, I mean, it completely goes all the way. Back, forth, back, forth. Falcon try to clutch that final win in there. But what does Fnatic Onyx do?
Yeah, respect.
Exactly what you said,
Kalah draft,
Leo.
yeah, kalah draft.
They bring it back to simplicity. They
Kalah
bring it
draft
back to the
pun,
basics
Falcon dapat
in
main
the
macam
last
tu.
game, and they take the dub.
And more importantly, in game, they were very surgical, very specific in what they were trying to do. Midway through the game, I checked in on Dax's net worth. Homie was legit in poverty. He was difficult of items. He wasn't dealing any damage. And all the way until the very end, even when it was quote-unquote comebackable, he was sent back with a shadow as soon as any
Nice try,
member of
Falcon. Yeah,
Fnatic
nice try.
saw him.
I mean, we asked
CSU
the question,
versus
right?
Falcon siapa
Picking
menang?
up the Hayabusa
Falcon.
into the Hilda. Was that the right decision? I mean, there was not really a point
Isn't it
in
GT?
time
Yeah,
where
isn't
we
it
got to
GT?
see the Hayabusa thrive in that environment.
You know, but that's when it leads to the question of what else was there, right? It was definitely tough. You could fall back to something like the Suyo. You could fall back to something like the Alpha. The Alpha might have been well there against the Hill
Alpha
and
Ben.
everything, but the pressure's on, right? It's game 5. You
Alpha
got
Ben.
one shot, and Fnatic Onyx clutches up in those.
Smart Ben Fredrin.
And I think for the first time in the whole series, this is the real pop-off for the electrifying beast, King Kong.
Key play kat Tigreal tapi tak ada moment.
And I think it's safe to say, Joy is the #1 jungler in the meta right now in M6.
You know, Trex brought up a good point. Possibly new meta on the way. He said, ban Fredrin, go Joy blue side.
If you're blue side, yeah, you ban. I mean, and we just saw that happen. That could be the answer. Of course, we're going to see how things unfold with other teams. It feels like when we get
The draft though,
like
mind
this,
games for real.
There's always one hero, one or two heroes.
Ulas secara ringkas bang tentang game ni.
Specifically, it was the joy.
The draft.
Sure when we watch
Menang kalah so
FCON
far
VS
memang
RRQ,
semua
it could be a
draft.
very different
Game
hero,
pertama,
but it seems like there's always at least
Oni dapat
one
draft
hero
power gila.
that ends up being the major trading piece.
Game kedua, Falcon dorang ada peluang nak dapat Fredrin, tapi dorang tak ambil Fredrin, jadi Joy meluasa, jadi Onyx menang lagi. Game ketiga dorang ambil Fredrin, dorang dapat menang game. Dan game keempat pun pelik. Aku dah tak ingat dah draft dia, tapi memang Falcon menang. Game kelima ni Haya tapi lawan dengan banyak yang keras. So ni memang lawan draft ni sebenarnya. Daripada segi mekanik, makro semua, dua-dua tim sama kuat, tapi draft memang membezakan.
An amazing run so far. How are you feeling?
Sa match namin, parang mas madami kaming natutunan ngayon, match, mga lesson na i-review mamaya. And excited rin kasi top 4 na kami.
Okay, Brusco said they actually have a lot of homework to do later on. They have to go back to whatever mistakes they did just now so that they can continue improving, and they're also very happy because they're now in the top 4. Super Friends, how are you feeling?
Okay lang din kasi first time din namin sa M-Series, tas parang palong-palong kayo maglaro.
He said he feels good too. Despite being his first time in the M-Series, he also feels happy that they're actually playing really well. Now, Brusco, can you take me back just now? What happened in that game against Falcon? Why was an almost reverse sweep happen? What happened?
Siguro binigay namin yung Bruno. Tapos nanalo kami. Akala namin goods lang Pero nung pinikulit nila, di pala kaya. Kaya din namin respeto yung Bruno talaga.
I see. So Brusco thinks it's all down to the Bruno. They gave it in the first time because they think that they could actually beat it. But I think, Benny's Bruno is really not something to be messed with, no? It's very scary. He's very good at it. So will you do it again? Will you give him Bruno again if you guys meet?
Ban Bruno.
Ban Bruno.
Ban Bruno. Player pun cakap ban Bruno.
We all know Super Prince has been in Onyx for a long time, right? Fnatic Onyx. And you've been through multiple roster changes. How does it feel that your hard work is finally paying off?
Unang-una po, masaya kasi napag-international stage tapos yung hindi po sumuko yung Onyx sa akin.
He said firstly, he's very happy because he managed to go into the international stage. And he's also very happy that Onyx did not give up on him. Okay, now, for Super Friends as well, you got a new moniker. There's a title. People are calling you now the Monster Mage. Do you like this moniker? Gusto mo ba yung title na Monster Mage? Or di mo masyado bet? Honest opinion.
Kahit ano.
Anything? Anything's fine with you? But maybe you can tell me more. Do you like it or do you not like it?
Okay rin.
Okay, maganda. It's nice. Okay, now, in your opinion, who could give you a hard time in the mid lane? This M6.
Rins.
Rins? Why do you think Rins is gonna give you a hard time? Bakit?
Kasi pag naka-scrim namin sila, sumasabay siya sa akin.
Oh, so during scrims, Rins can actually catch up to Super Friends. Now, this is gonna be interesting. Now, Brusco, we all know that this is also your first time in the M series, right?
Ay, ka English, Hakim.
Are you nervous playing, actually?
Hindi po parang excited na kasi excited pa po kami kasi kami yung magde-defend ng title ng Pilipinas.
Oh, he said he's actually not nervous but more towards excited. As they're the only Philippine representative left, they're very excited to defend the Philippines title. And you, Super Friends, are you nervous?
No.
No. What's your personal goal this M6 aside from winning champion? Finals MVP? Do you want to show the world you're the best mid laner?
To be the best team.
To be the best team. What about you? Personal goal.
Parang tingalain kami na sobrang lakas na team na mas malakas pa dun sa mga prime na mga
all teams. He said his personal goal is to be the team that everybody looks up to, stronger than the previous champions. Okay, Brusco, come here. Okay, I want you to give you a really good answer, huh? The next match will decide who you guys will meet in the upper bracket finals. Do you want to meet RRQ Hoshi, your ex-team, or Team Liquid Indonesia,
yes, I'm permanently
the team
panel.
that you beat in the Swiss stage?
I want to cast, but that's what they gave me.
Gusto ko malaban talaga RRQ
RRQ Hoshi, why?
Oh, they want to fight RRQ?
Parang, wala lang, may gusto lang akong patunayan.
He wants to prove something. What do you want to prove?
Na ako nga pala yung sinayang nila.
Wow! You know what? Okay, guys, he just said, I want to prove that I am the player they actually wasted. Do you have any message to them before, if you would meet them in the upper bracket finals?
Good luck lang kasi ano rin kami, parang brothers no FNOP tsaka RRQ good luck bukas, sana manalo kayo.
He said, good luck. We hope you win. Thank you very much to Brusco and Super Prince. Once again, congratulations on already securing top 4 this M6 World Championship. And with that, let us throw it back to the panel to break down what happened in this amazing best of 5 series.
Meta ban MM ke? Player pun cakap ban Bruno, guys. Aku...
Thank you so much to Rose.
Guys, bila play Onyx, pendapat korang, player Onyx, Brusco cakap ban Bruno.
What he said about RRQ, right? He said, "Oh, I want to prove that I'm the one y'all wasted. By the way, I'm winning championships over here."
I like it. That's the type of mentality you gotta have. Like, just to let you know you missed out. You know, big games. It's like you guys know what I'm saying.
He's saying he's a lottery ticket, right? And they didn't cash it in.
I agree. Brusco is a one-of-a-kind generational talent, and through the hard work that he put in with his teammates in Fnatic Onyx, they're about to, again, hit strides and maybe even surpass previous Filipino champions on the world stage. Let's break down game number 5 by looking at the post-game stats here. Starting with the item builds, 18:57, just under 19 minutes. Well into TikTok timers. Fnatic Onyx Philippines, look at what they did to my boy Dax.
They did him dirty. This man didn't even get complete build at 19 minutes in. He was still working on final item and didn't even have a piece of final item, which means he just finished. He just locked in what, Malefic Roar there, Endless Battle, or no, BOD was his last item that he built. So I mean, it was a tough road for Dax overall.
He was famished.
He was famished.
Look, if this
Guys,
was
this is too far. This is too far.
Right? I mean, he never got online. He never got started, and you got to see FNOP just taking advantage of it. I mean, the Hilda just being great on denying him his farm in the jungle. King Kong on the Joy. With the
Ada orang teks cakap jangan sampai aku bunuh anak kau.
Looking at the kill scores, meaning the deaths that Fnatic Onyx had to concede over the Falcon. These are the most strategic deaths I've ever seen.
Tak apalah, aku postkan aku punya story. Aku postkan aku punya story.
Peeling for his teammate.
Ke tak nak post?
With the 3 deaths, I guess the first 2 were like in efforts to put Dax even lower on gold. And I guess one of those on King Kong because he stayed underneath tier 2 in mid too long.
Yeah, but that's okay. And even in the very beginning, with Kirk dying, it was all.
Aku nak kena double confirm ni, but
we slow down Dax as much as possible. We saw
tak
it
payah
at the very
post.
beginning. First kill the
Fake
game
account
was
tu.
over to FCON. Dax in Royal
Fake
Knox,
account.
but still,
Tapi
by the
orang
time
tu orang
Dax
Malaysia.
gets to the other side of the map, when he went for that first gank on Killer,
And kalau orang tu
because of
orang
the
Malaysia,
slowdown, he didn't have level 4, so he couldn't.
Kalau orang tu orang Malaysia, kita boleh ambil tindakan.
And that is where Fnatic Onyx makes up for it in macro. And when you mention macro,
and sekarang ni nampak gayanya dia nak buat report polis.
Power spike, a late game end game plan.
Kalau kat Malaysia kita boleh tangkap lagi.
It was to have Dax clean up what Ben.
Boleh jadi Indo tinggal di Malaysia. Asalkan dia dekat Malaysia, polis boleh ambil tindakan. Kalau dia duduk kat Indo, macam mana polis kita nak ambil tindakan, betul tak?
Benny, let's talk about this hero, Granger.
Guys,
would you agree with me?
aku bagi tahu korang dekat sini, korang kena ambil serius tau. Not directed at me. I think it's Zon's wife.
Definitely has a little bit of a skill gap that comes to him as well.
Dia macam ni tau. Bukan aku. Ini aku rasa wife Zon ni.
With the Irithel on the other side, you imagine the Irithel with that great dragon.
Ini aku bagi tahu korang
Fury as well.
Kalau korang pakai fake account, tolong jangan fikir korang selamat. Dia di MB ni Zon, ya.
Yeah, I think
kalau korang fake account, tolong jangan fikir korang selamat. Daripada segi agama, Allah tahu, tu satu. Tapi nombor 2, MC boleh track tau kau siapa. Kau pakai fake account, jangan ingat orang tak boleh track. Kau pakai wifi kat mana, kau punya IP address,
didn't have
kau
any
punya
money.
phone.
Milk had no money. So
Aku rasa kalau kau
right there,
pakai
this
apa
falls
nama dia?
apart if there's
VPN pun boleh
nothing to
track
hold
lagi.
it down.
That's right.
Depends pada
If you
VPN
do
lah. Kalau
scale up
VPN mahal
somewhat,
maybe boleh lah.
you
But
need cleanup. You need a way
kalau budak
to
kuno
take
macam mana?
advantage of it.
Aku rasa
And
diorang
that's
dapat
where
track.
these
Diorang dapat
successes
tengok ni
come
orang
in.
Malaysia.
King Kong and Dax, all the
Kalau
more
orang tu dekat
the
Malaysia boleh ambil tindakan.
owing
Kalau orang
to
tu
the
dekat
fact
luar
that
negara
Dax
tak boleh
did
buat
not get
tindakan
to
lah.
play MLBB. Look at the turtle and lure distribution. Look at the amount of damage they dealt to turrets. And
Bukan aku yang report lah, diorang akan report.
even in assists, 400 gold, that goes a long way. That could have been the little pieces and bits of that final item for Dax.
And this just shows when you have a pick like the Joy and nothing to really stop it in its tracks, you're going to scale way faster than a Hayabusa who already has to deal with a counter-engaged pick such as a Hilda.
Yeah, and the thing is, seeing that gold difference, that 2,000, almost 3,000 more gold, plus the minions, this is what the Joy is so good at, right? It can farm decently, and then you can also send your EXP lane or send your gold lane to another place, and the Joy is so fast and moves so much that it can pick up those minions on the off lanes. It gets all the change in between. It is essentially like the new funnel hero, right? It has all the pieces.
And that's where King Kong got the 5,000 gold over Dax, which explains what 5,000 is about an item and a half when you're a core, right? When you're a jungler. And truth be told, even if King Kong was behind here, even on a Joy, we've seen him in prior series, prior games here in M6, he's just so good at farming with the Joy. It's a term I'd like to go to call hunting. He just decides to go hunting in the jungle and then clears up and somehow catches up. As the Hayabusa on Dax, he just doesn't have the kit. Like, it's just very difficult to do.
Yeah, and we also asked the question, bringing it closer to the chest, going for more of a standardized draft, and that's what Fnatic Onyx did.
Masih boleh track IP.
Game number 5.
Nah, VPN mahal still boleh detect. I see. VPN mahal pun still boleh detect. Tu masa MPL kot bulan 10. Ya, aku pun baru tengok bulan 10. Tapi aku tengah contact orang Vamos. Just nak confirm kan. TLID, aku rasa TLID. Report je kalau kat Malaysia. Sebab benda ni tak kelakar tau. Benda ni tak kelakar.
It was beautiful.
Yeah, I mean, I think anytime we see Super Friends on that back
Kalau terlalu terlampau boleh buat report. Kita tak tahu ala-ala kata jadi. Buat report je for safety. Ramai kroni diorang kat bumi Malaysia. Report je. Beria nak bunuh anak orang. Muntah tak nak buat announcement ke? Kalau Muntah buat announcement, apa yang boleh jadi? Like Muntah bukan polis, bukan raskar, bukan apa. Like apa yang diorang boleh buat? Betul tak? Like secara realistically, apa yang Muntah boleh buat?
How do you reckon that last item's gonna go? Something tells me
Dia kalau bug game Muntah memang boleh lah, tolong.
Get it done with, fleeting time.
Kalau benda dekat luar, apa yang Muntah boleh buat tu?
I mean, it could have been. I mean, that's more control over
Imagine
kalau
a real world manipulation coming in like 15-20 seconds.
Kalau orang tu dekat Indo pun aku tak tahu apa boleh buat.
As we're going to take a look at
ambil je tindakan yang jadikan benda ni macam ni norm.
Super Friends, this is early game. This is when Falcon Esports has the lead, but Fnatic Onyx with this Eve is just
bahaya tau. Ini aku cakap kat korang, bahaya tau bila kita rasa kita pakai fake account, kita terlepas daripada apa-apa hukuman. Aku just bagi tahu korang lah. Daripada segi agama, Allah sentiasa nampak. Daripada segi the law, kalau contohnya lah macam aku, orang pakai fake account, kecam aku ataupun cakap aku macam ni, aku macam tu, aku pun boleh screenshot and aku pun boleh ambil tindakan. And katakan orang tu orang susah, tambah lagi kena saman, and then kena bayar saman dekat aku. Kita sebagai public figure, kita tak nak buat sebab kita tak nak menyusahkan orang, tapi dia macam jangan sebab orang bersabar kau ni lah, kau nak cabar kesabar orang, tak elok lah. Ada orang tak ada threats dekat family member team player yang aku tak tahu logik aku tak tahu logik mana pakai fake account ni selamat. Biasanya budak-budak, sebab budak-budak dia ni kan tak tahu dunia ni macam mana. Sebab pada aku dia menakutkan dua benda tau. Satu macam Allah nampak apa kau buat, dosa tu tercatat tau. Tapi yang paling bahaya, katakan orang yang kau serang tu, dia buat pilihan dia tak nak maafkan kau. Sebab itu option tu okey. Orang tu tak berdosa untuk tak maafkan kau.
Here's a quick
Okay, kalau cakap aku nak bunuh anak kau, and then dia cakap, Kak minta maaf Kak, saya gini-gini gitu-gitu. Lepas tu cakap, kau minta maaf, kau memang minta maaf, tapi aku tak maafkan. Nanti bila dah nak masuk syurga neraka, kau dah cakap apa? Allah cakap dia tak maafkan kau, nak macam mana? Aku paling takut buat silap dengan manusia. Sebab manusia kalau tak maafkan, kau nak buat apa tu? Kau nak buat apa? Ni peringatan untuk aku dengan korang. Aku sangat takut. Aku salah cakap, aku sakit hati orang, lepas orang tak nak maafkan aku. Itu bahaya. Peringatan untuk kita semua lah.
It's Vamos or Team Spirit.
I think if I'm Falcon,
ni aku rasa TLID mana.
I want to go against Vamos.
Apakah berapa item Rose Meteor passive lifesteal tukar hybrid defend?
No, I think that
aku rasa okey lah, aku rasa best. Sebab aku rasa Maleficent pun dah menggila. Bagilah item bagi fighter menggila. No, lawan fight. Oh, jap, aku tengok balik. Antara Vamos ataupun Team Spirit. Ui, seram cok. Guys, low bracket ni terlampau seram. Low bracket ni terlampau seram, guys.
They'll be back in action very
Lower bracket ni terlampau seram, guys.
The M6 World Championships, your feedback is invaluable.
SRG kalau menang dengan NAP Flash pun antara RRQ atau TLID.
Outings in the MLBB esports world. Please scan this QR code to share your thoughts with us. Let us know. Tell everyone that you like the Swiss format. That's just me though, right? Swiss was good.
It was real good. I love it.
I feel like every part was good, even the wild cards was explosive. Honestly, I still say it, one of my favorite matches, Fednar up against DFYG.
That could have gone to this. Imagine that being a best of 5. Let us know if you want a little bit of
Kerajaan ada rekod kod MCMC ya. Tak boleh trust Vamos boleh. At least lepas playoff dah better than M5. Betul. Aku memang proud dengan orang. Masuk top 8 atas bawah semua seram. Betul. Jangan sampai kalah draft. Draft ni kalau aku coach, aku stress nak mampus. Macam mana kau nak masuk dalam match tak kalah draft?
Skins, those are epic skins. Trial in all heroes.
Sebab kita buat pasal player.
Any one of the
Kita buat pasal player. Tapi draft ni sangat penting. Aku nak
you guys look good today, you know that?
Thanks.
Leo, you look good. You look good. But do you know why they look good? Because they're sitting in comfort. They're sitting on a beautiful chair, and you gotta keep yourself looking good, and by looking good, you gotta sit comfortably. So play better for longer, look good for longer with ergonomic chairs designed to keep you at the top of your game. The Secret Lab Titan Evo is designed to adapt to different postures across various activities. So not only is it great for PC gaming, you can enjoy proper ergonomic support, well mobile gaming as well. Treat yourself to the same match-winning comfort enjoyed by the best MLBB teams and the best MLBB casters.
That's right. We sit here on hours on end, and I never have any aches.
Honestly, I could just fall asleep. That's how comfortable these chairs are.
Not with the action we're having.
I don't know. The comfort may even scale.
Wow. I don't know if that's a nod to Secret Lab or a knock on our teams. No falling asleep, Weezy. It's your first day here. Folks, we got another best of 5 coming your way. I hope you stay with us. It's been an amazing day of MLBB so far. That is once again the MPLID rematch. It's a best of 5.
Jalan mudah sudah habis, betul. Dah tak ada jalan mudah dah. The reason Falcon boleh 3 point dari FNOP sebab river control Falcon yang kawal. Low bracket semi dengan final best of 5 dah satu hari ya.
Which one?
It's gonna be the TIG whiff.
You're gonna do my boy Kid X.
Oh no. Oh no, tengok ni. Tengok Tigreal. Tapi tengok Super Freeze. Tengok Super Freeze. Tengok. Kau rasa ini betul-betul salah Tigreal ke? Kau tengok Eve tu. Kau tengok Super Freeze. Tengok slow. Kau tengok berapa laju reaction Eve tu. Aku slowkan lagi. Aku slowkan lagi. Laju tu reaction dia. laju the reaction dia.
Yeah, what makes this all the more a painful oopsie is the fact that...
No, reflect Super Friends yang on top.
Yeah, you're
I
right.
think every
They got
mage
away with
ada
it,
satu
you know.
requirement fast
Should have
reflect.
left it at that.
Memang mechanic and
But
reaction
they
time
gave a
Super
kill
Friends
of
though,
their
yeah.
own and a flicker that's gone for 2 minutes.
That could have been a turnaround moment for Falcon, honestly.
If they stayed the course.
If they stayed the course,
Gila tu,
just
dia
got
punya
King Kong,
reaction.
regained positioning over the map, it could have been a turnaround moment.
How bad of an oofski was that?
That was a big one. I mean,
on a scale of 1 to 6.
6. You miss an implosion, it's just hard
You
to handle.
spend a flicker to miss an implosion.
And then die.
And can still play around to try and get it.
It's a matter of resources.
The
So
conceal, I didn't even think of that conceal.
I was gonna say, like, how did he get there alongside the flicker? So there you go. That is why it is the oops play of the series.
I would not say that's a
Baby of the
oopsie,
day,
like,
our heart
you
goes
know, for
out
production,
to,
like,
Falcon Esports, and of course,
entertainment,
Kid
yes,
X,
it's
keep
an
your chin up.
oopsie.
NT.
But let's be real,
There's
guys.
another life left in y'all.
Super Friends
With that
yang gila
said,
tu.
let's prep up for the next match.
Super Friends yang gila.
It's TLID versus RRQ Hoshi. Another best of 5 on behalf of Trex and Steph Weezy. My name is Leo at your service. Stay with us. This is M6.
Fel, kau rasa kalau Falcon ambil dulu Khalid, will be any different tak instead of Vexana dulu? Maybe, tapi aku pun tak sure orang boleh main Khalid ke tak. Yang ni tak selaju Lela Kira, ya. Tapi aku rasa Kira punya nampak lagi laju sebab Final Slash tu sendiri yang nampak laju. Tapi tengok game tadi, aku pun rasa macam nak main ML. Siap geram aku tengok. Okay, kita akan ada pause panjang before kita start. Aku lepas ni aku akan solat guys, sebab dah nak pukul 7 ni. So okay lah, at least kita, ya, at least tak time solat lah dorang main. Tapi big respect to Falcon lah. Falcon is a team to watch. Seriously lah, Falcon boleh masuk balik Grand Final. Itu betapa kuatnya dorang. Tengok game tadi rasa macam nak main Joy, tapi selalu kena CC bila aku main. Jujur tengok Royal Milk, aku macam nak main 4 vs tu. 4 vs tu gila tu. What's up Sol? Berapa lama break ni? 10 minit, alright. Sekarang ni kalau korang nak rehat, korang rehat dulu. Aku pun lagi nak prepare untuk solat. Dalam 10 minit gitu kita akan masuk balik. Aku rasa ni pun boleh pergi ke 5-5 game by the way. Tapi aku rasa TLID kot menang. Habis tengok match selalu je semangat nak rank. Tapi bila masuk match bukan 5v5 tapi 1v9. Betul. Betul tu. Serius. Tapi aku memang perlu practice lah aku punya EXP. Aku punya roam aku confident. final upper bracket main kat Azeta ke? Tak, lower bracket. Lower bracket. So siapa yang tengah win streak tu, dorang sebenarnya tak dapat rasa Axiata melainkan dekat grand final. Sebab tu upper bracket pun ada kelemahan dia. Bila dah grand final baru dapat rasa Axiata. Sebelum tu tak dapat rasa.
Fight for ultimate glory starts now.
So itu pun ada bagus dengan tak bagus kalau kita dekat lower bracket lah sebenarnya. Just to let you guys know. Fair, boleh cerita tak apa kelemahan SRG? Not on live. Not on live, no. So ya, dekat sini orang clip and then ramai-ramai orang dapat tengok. So bahaya. It's bagus untuk engagement, orang clip, aku jadi lagi popular sebagainya, tapi rasanya macam Muhammad Syarif baru masuk, aku text personal je dekat Vicky apa aku punya pendapat pasal orang. And then Vicky reply dia terima apa yang aku cakap and then dah settle. Aku rasa macam tak perlu untuk aku cakap time lah. Bam 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 bam. Bam 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 bam. Oh, okay, faham. Okay. Tapi secara ringkas dorang banyak benda yang kena improve lah. Dorang punya apa nama? Dorang punya macro draft semualah. Tak ada satu benda yang dorang boleh relax. Semua memang kena improve. What the heck?
In MLBB, each of the 5 players plays a distinct role.
Whatever it is you want to believe,
But how do these roles work together on the world stage?
Tapi harap SRG buat situasi low bracket ni macam kat MPL hari tu. Aku rasa ada bagusnya dorang start low bracket, jujur aku cakap. Sebab dorang dapat main lagi banyak game and dorang ada banyak peluang untuk betulkan kesilapan dorang. Fair, hero apa je best kat mid sekarang ni? Eve, Jushin, Vexana, Aurora, Valentina, tu semua okey lah. Tu semua okey. Farsa pun jujur sedap. Aku rasa macam tak susah sangat pakai Farsa. Farsa tu cuma dia ada banyak counter. Kalau enemy boleh dive kat belakang, tu bahaya. Jadi kalau kau ambil Farsa, ambil lambat sikit lah. Kau dah tengok EXP dia siapa, kau dah tengok dia punya roamer siapa, dan okey. Sebab antara problem aku bila aku pakai Farsa, enemy pakai Gatot, dia ulti aku kena cancel aku punya ulti. Sebab aku nak selamat. Aku susah sangat Aku sekarang ni dah honor 40. 10 star lagi nak naik glory. Dapat masih dapat lagi random teammate yang pemikiran macam play epic. Ya, solo queue memang susah lah. Solo queue memang susah. Kalau kau solo, kau setakat main 1-2 match hari, tak apa. Macam aku 1-2 match hari aku main je solo, aku tak kisah sangat. Tapi kalau aku nak main lama, main berjam-jam, ambil lah party. Fair, Crossing Secret Lab tu memang best ke? Or kau suggest ergonomic punya okey lagi? Jujur aku punya sekarang ni, aku puas hati lah. Aku sangat puas hati. Sebab aku ramai orang cakap kerusi ergonomik dia lagi best. Ada beberapa kerusi ergonomik pun aku rasa best, tapi ada beberapa yang aku rasa dia tak kena dengan cita rasa aku. Aku punya real advice is kau duduk je dua-dua. Macam kerusi Secret Lab ni, dia keras and dia sturdy. Jadi aku tak risau macam rosak ke apa ke. And badan aku suka apa? dia punya belakang ni keras. Aku tak suka terlampau flex. Sebab tu aku pun tak semua ergonomic chair aku rasa sedap. Ada ergonomic chair yang memang aku rasa sedap gila. Aku suka the sturdiness of kerusi gaming ni. So dia memang depends on the individual. Kalau kau try duduk kerusi ergonomik tu, kalau kau memang suka yang boleh gerak-gerak banyak, dan ambil ergonomic chair. And of course tengok pada kau punya budget. Veil sedap, serius. Kalau kau solo queue rank, sebagai pengguna hero tekan-tekan, guna Cyclops. Ya, Cyclops pun okey. Cuma meta sekarang, siapa ada range lagi besar, dia lagi berkuasa. Jadi itu je lah antara benda yang kau kena hati-hati pasal range. Yo, I've been getting breastfeeding videos on my IG reels. What the fuck did I do wrong? What the hell? That's weird. Potato. Breastfeeding videos? Falcon sekarang benchmark untuk semua team, betul. Falcon is so good. Kau ada lepak dengan caster-caster USA ni, sebab adalah yang vlog dan isu diorang jalan-jalan kat KL. Aku ada masalah mental kebelakangan ni, jadi aku banyak bersendirian. Aku tak ikut diorang jalan-jalan. And aku pun terangkan kat diorang, bukan aku tak nak lepak dengan diorang, tapi aku perlu masa untuk bersorangan diri. Dulu aku suka main EXP, tapi sekarang aku dah start main mid, sebab asyik jumpa mid yang malas tolong roam. Aku pun bila aku main roam, aku sakit hati betul. Aku dah gerak atas bawah, atas bawah, atas bawah, atas bawah, atas bawah. Mid tu duduk mid je. Astaghfirullahalazim. Ada time bagus kau stay mid je. Ada time kau kena gerak dengan team. Faham ke? So man, thank you Hakim. Thank you. Aku pun nak lepak dengan orang, tapi tak boleh. Yeah, that's why I'm not YouTube nowadays. IG been messing up so bad. I either get cat videos, people dying, dark jokes, or suddenly breastfeeding. Like, what the fuck is this random feels? Aku tu tak boleh tau tengok orang mati ataupun animal cruelty. Ada sebab kenapa Rome selalu tolong clear mid, sebab nak kau rotate sama. Betul! Benda ni simple, tapi masih ramai mid player tak fikir pasal benda ni. Selena dah lama tak meta, why? Well, Selena lepas ni kena buff. So kita akan tengok apa jadi.
They tore the house down in Bandung not more than a few weeks ago. This time, they'll be clashing in the IOI Convention Center with everyone watching. The world has its eyes on this upper bracket semi-finals on the way to Axiata. Welcome to the second match of the night. At your service, my name is Leo, here with Steph Weezy and Trex, bringing you the Kingdom versus the Cavalry, RRQ Hoshi versus Team Liquid ID.
That's right, a repeat of Season 14, Indonesia's Grand Finals. Now, you got to see TLID lead the way. They were able to take down RRQ Hoshi, but in the upper bracket finals, RRQ Hoshi was the one to take down TLID.
Yeah, so I think that says something here, right? It shows that right now, essentially it's kind of 1-1. Yes, TLID won when it mattered, but both teams did secure M6, and RRQ, we can't say that they're behind them. We also can't really say that they're ahead of them, but I think this match will be very important to see where these two teams stand in terms of M6.
On the world stage, it's safe to say that RRQ might actually be the cleaner team. Going into their DNA, that is their main strength. Very templated, very macro-centric. The Kingdom knows how to march forward to the tune of King Skylar. On the other hand, a freestyle approach to mechanics, a freestyle approach to the Brawl server that led them to a championship win in Bandung. Team Liquid ID. Which do you prefer? What makes you smile deep inside, Steph Weezy?
Well, I like the story of Skylar, right? The story of a veteran, pretty much spearheading the way for a bunch of rookies and going the distance. It reminds me of back home with BTK. It reminds me of back home with Moba Zane when he had rookies on a former BTK and they won our grand finals. So again, I like to see things go the distance. I'm hoping manifesting it into reality. Another best of 5 all the way to a game 5.
Well, you mentioned rookies. if we're talking about
Selena dah kena revert buff tu. Oh ya ke? By the way, Winton is easy to read. Hero buff new skins. Dia sakit kalau Lele dia hit kat hero. Kalau I should miss dia betul. Dia memang depends on skill. Fel, kenapa you speak Grok game semalam? Aku tak ingat full draft, tapi memang Grok tu pilihan yang bagus sebenarnya. On paper, Grok tu pilihan yang bagus sebenarnya lah. So sebenarnya Grok punya pick tu tak salah. Sebenarnya Grok tu okey. Tapi memang Yums yang tengah kurang perform.
It's weird that they're the ones who actually have to prove themselves. Is that not? They're the ones who come here and say, acknowledge us, come on. Because really, that game 7
Tapi memang
could have gone either
itu
way.
pun jadi apa nama dia?
It went all the way.
Satu benda yang nak kena tahu is
like 4-3 at the end. It was definitely
setiap kali orang tanya kenapa hero ni tak ambil, kenapa hero tu tak ambil, kenapa hero ni tak ambil, kenapa hero tu tak ambil, aku rasa tu cara, aku rasa lah itu cara Allah nak tunjuk dekat orang kenapa hero tu tak diambil. So bila aku live ni, siapa yang duduk live aku lama mesti nampak kenapa tak ambil Grok, kenapa tak ambil Ruby, kenapa tak ambil Yuzong, kenapa tak ambil Leslie, kenapa tak ambil Hero X, kenapa tak ambil Hero X. And then Pam, ada orang ambil, and then Pam tunjuk kenapa orang tak ambil. Fair, just asking your opinion kenapa gameplay SRG sekarang tak macam dekat MSR itu. Adakah sebab struggle dengan patch meta sekarang, penat dengan jadual, and you dah boleh baca gameplay, kurang persiapan? Empat-empat tu pun betul Farhan. Empat-empat tu pun betul. Patch berbeza pun ya. Jadual diorang memang padat, benda tu memang ya. Diorang balik daripada Riyadh terus training. Bukannya boleh tengok wayang ke apa dulu. So benda tu pun ya. Enemy dah boleh baca gameplay, dah berapa banyak tournament dah SRG masuk. Pun ya. Sebab korang tengok berapa kali je Skies dapat Alpha. Alpha selalu sangat kena ban. Jadi nombor 3 pun ya. Kurang persiapan pun ya. Diorang lepas ISF terus M6. Antara semua MPL Malaysia habis paling lambat. Pasuk ISF, pasuk M6. Jadi semua pun ya. Yums kalau tak perform memang tak ada lain alasan dia. Dari dulu dengan dia sendiri pun bagi jawapan tu. Bukan nak beli, tapi dia sendiri kata kalau dia tak perform tu biasanya dia rasa lapar.
At Qiddiya. We're also celebrating 1.5 billion, got that number right this time, registered MLBB players. If you're watching right now, you're one of the 1.5. One of us. From
Diorang dah champion korang apa lagi?
6th of December.
Fair, kau boleh buat backflip tak? Dulu boleh.
Join the event and complete tasks to get a random epic skin for free.
Aku macam nak try. Aku masih boleh buat ke tak backflip?
This incredible journey. #Mobile Legends bang bang.
Now, I think it's safe to say, and also a fun fact, that Indonesia, no matter which way this goes, they have secured top 4.
One way or another, it's either the champion or the King of Kings making it through. Real quick, from the 18th of November to 29th of December, participate in the M6 Lucky Gift.
By the way,
for a chance to win new
tengah,
epic skin.
ini bukan Azhar tapi
Beatrix's new M4 painted skin, Lightseeker. Don't miss this rare opportunity to get Beatrix's M4 exclusive and M4 Prime skins returning for a limited time.
You gotta get it while it's available, and these teams gotta get it as well.
Where are you at right now on it, Leo? Where are you at?
Excuse me?
Where are you at right now on it, Leo? Where are you at with the M6 pass?
I don't know. I'm still not over the fact that you let me down.
I let you down?
We let him down, Trex.
That's right.
The Florida brothers.
The Florida brothers are now disbanded, effectively.
All right. Did we miss the hashtags?
We did miss the hashtags.
You missed the hashtags. That was your job.
Talking about this next matchup, in the Swiss, it seemed like RRQ is cleaner. Still undefeated so far, would you agree that RRQ Hoshi is the team that has got a better journey going into this upper bracket bout?
I feel like, well, Aaron Shiki, opposite side of the table, he hasn't died. What was it when we pulled up the
6 games so far.
6 games.
Not a single death on Aaron Shiki, the untouchable.
So then you gotta ask, what's more impressive?
That's a single stat.
That is a single stat.
You could also bring up the fact that the Ghost of Jakarta only died once each game so far, tops.
Or the fact that RRQ was the first team to make it out of Swiss stage.
In all of M6.
In all of M6. So, I mean, I think, for me at least, RRQ has started off clean and has been clean the whole time. TLID, on the other hand, I think their first opening game was Angeling, and it did not go very well. So it's been a ride for them. But I will say, now that they are in gear, I feel like they're reaching a slightly higher high than RRQ, at least a little bit.
This is even without mentioning how dirty and scrappy things could get. This is the Brawl server we're talking about, Indonesia. Do you think we're going to see a little bit of that, gentlemen? Is that where the meta is going? Because we've seen Falcon Esports and Fnatic Onyx stretch what's possible in the draft alone. Gameplay-wise, it's what we're used to coming from these two regions. Do you think now that we're going into this MPLID rematch, we're going to see, a lot of fights, double-doubles at the end of the day?
Double-doubles, double numbers.
Yeah.
Like, we're talking 20-20. 20 minutes too, triple.
Triple-double? They went that way. Some games in that finals went that way.
I believe it.
If it's possible anywhere, it's possible with two of Indonesia's finest teams, and hopefully we get to see that into fruition from both of them. But nonetheless,
time untuk baca berapa komen. Dulu kau kurus saya. Yes, aku kurus. But at the same time, bila aku tengok gambar aku kurus, aku macam aku rasa aku nampak lagi tak handsome bila aku kurus. Macam kurus tu kurus sangat. Aku rasa macam tak sesuai. Ikra, jangan risau. Orang dekat dalam komen ni, dorang okey. Orang dalam live aku ni biasanya dorang chill. So it's okay. Aku faham apa kau cuba sampaikan, tapi dekat dalam ni tak payah nak convince sangat. Dorang okey. Potato, tadi kita nampak Yuzong lembut. That's the biggest problem. Kita tengok semua hero-hero sekarang. EXP tu is basically adalah Roma yang kedua. Dalam meta sekarang, kita kena ada dua Rom. Kita ada dua Rom. Satu Roma, satu EXP. Kalau EXP tak nak Rom, jungle kena Rom. So kalau kita pakai Fredrin and then kita nak pakai Yuzong, then okay lah, whatever lah. Tapi Lapu aku nampak macam ada peluang lah. Sebab Lapu boleh tahan lah keras dia sebenarnya. We are the chill guy, yeah. Lapu ada chance. Aku rasa lagi kalau korang kat rank, aku rasa Lapu boleh dimainkan. Wolf dah tak kerja dengan Munton ke? Tapi Yuzong tu memang nyata lembut. By the way, aku dapat confirmation daripada Vamos, memang betul ada orang serang Bini Zorn. So aku sendiri harap yang Bini Zorn take action lah. Esme still viable, XP takes too long. Personally for me, it takes too long. Macam dia macam ni lah, antara Esme dengan Phoveus, aku ambil Phoveus. What the fuck, Bini Zorn yang kena, King Bong kau akan lagi terkejut dengan anak dia personally kena. Fair, tak rasa rugi ke invest untuk stage keempat dia Axiata tapi cuma pakai untuk 3 match je? Aku rasa macam cuba bayangkan betapa mahalnya Axiata tu sampai kita mampu bayar 3 hari je. 2 hari? 2 hari lebih. Astaghfirullah, dah kenapa manusia sekarang ni. Aku sebenarnya setuju. Aku pun kalau boleh nak semua ni dekat Axiata. Aku nak semua ni dekat Axiata. Tapi bila aku fikir-fikir balik, mesti Axiata tu mahal nak mampus sampai kita mampu 3 hari itu je. Astaghfirullah, dah kenapa manusia sekarang ni. Dia punya tu, dia tulis jangan sampai aku bunuh anak kau. Kalau benda tu jadi dekat aku, and anak dorang tu is like, like memang kecil lagi. Jujur lah, kalau korang ada orang tiba-tiba DM korang cakap aku nak bunuh anak kau, korang akan take action tak?
Thank you, Panda, and it's me here, Poji. Together with me here, Team Liquid Idea. How are you guys? And now we're having Fabian and as well Aran. To Fabian, how are you, my man?
Good.
It's quite easy to answer. And now, Fabian, I need to know something.
Raja Dom ke yang serang? Takut pula kau pun kena kalau mention sini. Orang Malaysia yang buat sebenarnya.
For Sujin, I think let's give our best gameplay like in MPL ID season 40, and then watch out in Turtle dan Lord. Ha.
Wow. But then again, because soon you are about having
Fabian ni kelakar betul tu. Fabian ni
it's
kelakar.
almost like a final in MPL ID again. Team Liquid ID versus RRQ. How does the team feel?
I don't know, but maybe just same like MPL. Yeah.
Alright.
Fabian King of Brain Rot, betul?
Then again, to Aran.
Aku rasa Puji patut tanya bahasa Melayu lah.
Will get to Aziata. How prepare are you guys?
I think we very confident because I think we only need to do what we do on the final MPL so we can win.
Because I heard you have a 95
Tu nasi RRQ menang, kalau tak tahulah, itulah.
But now, can I know, is it almost 99.9999% confident wins against RRQ?
I think still 96%.
Rasa menang SRG SF ni worth tak? So bagi saya worth. At the same time, risky sebab SF dekat sangat dengan M6. It's worth, tapi aku rasa diorang takkan participate lagi kot.
Something like that.
The interview sounds exactly like Chef One, a bit lah.
Aran, do something to Cam. Actually, Aran is quite good right now, but then again, maybe they are too confident. Oh, they don't want to spill anything. They are afraid RRQ will know about it. But then again,
macam soalan sama je dengan Rose tanya.
From Rose.
Thank you very much to Poji, and right now I'm with Skylar and Susajin over at the RRQ Hoshi player booth.
The ISF is a disaster. It was a disaster,
They were too
yeah.
humble just now, don't you think so?
Very humble.
Very humble. Do you think is it because they're scared to lose?
I don't know, maybe they just respect us.
Maybe they respect you. Skylar, what do you think? Do you think they're too humble just now?
Yeah, it's very humble.
Do you like it or you don't like it?
I like it.
You like it. Okay, now, I'm just gonna say this. You guys had a very smooth journey. The first team to qualify for the knockout stage, right? So going up against Team Liquid Indonesia, how do you feel? Are you nervous?
No, we're pretty excited for this match because this is the match we've been looking for and our preparation also good. So we are confident enough for this match.
Confident, and you guys have
Susan cakap smooth, baik. Memang baik betul smooth sampai tak ada orang toxic dia.
out of the
Betul.
normal later on.
Ha, lah orang tak toxic smooth.
For sure.
For sure. Okay, now,
Susujin chill guy, very
Skylar,
chill.
If you win this game, right, you're guaranteed top 4 already. That means you will actually get a chance to play at Axiata Arena, the place, the very legendary place where EVOS Legend won, right? So, do you think you can actually win this today to be able to qualify for Axiata Arena? Awak rasa boleh menang ke hari ni?
We are ready to win with against Team Liquid, and then our already preparation. Yeah, udah
prepare. Skylar, if you're already prepared, what is the score? Your prediction?
Last time 4-3, but in MCS in 3-2.
3-2. You want to give a good fight as well, but you will win. But you will win?
Yes.
Okay. Now,
Orang zaman
Susujin,
sekarang
you
terlalu
said
tak
that
so
you
sampai
guys
nak
are
ugur orang macam kes
prepared
Faisal Halim.
for this matchup.
Orang sekarang
But
memang
Fabian
melampau
said,
lah.
Watch out in the Lord and the
Sorry to say
Turtle.
lah, macam
What do you want to say to
macam
Fabian, Susujin?
orang sekarang ni macam tak takut dosa tu. Apa dia kata?
Okay, fine.
Apa dia kata?
The Turtle. What do you want to say to Fabian, Susujin?
I will be careful.
You know what? Okay, fine. You are told to watch out. You will be careful. Hopefully, you win the red trees this time around.
I hope.
You hope so? Okay, Skylar.
Okay, tu
last
kelakar.
one, okay?
Tu kelakar.
Aran yesterday told me he is 96% confident that he will win today. How many percent confident are you?
100.
100% confident.
Of course, yes.
Anything you want to say to Team Liquid before we start?
Apa ya bang?
Apa mau bilang dekat Team Liquid?
Yang bagus-bagus lah. Ya, good luck, have fun lah. Ya, just rematch grand final in Indonesia.
Yang bagus-bagus aja.
Kenapa kalau menang jadi confirm top 4? Kalau dah menang ni, nanti dia akan lawan dengan Fnatic Onyx. And then kalau kalah sekalipun, dia akan drop dekat match top 4 tu.
Terima kasih Rose, terima kasih Popo G, and of course.
Kalau menang ni, paling busuk pun dia drop top 4.
Sutujin and Skylar from RRQ. Gentlemen, I'll tell you now, I'm pretty split.
Laphel, people nowadays like sampah. Sorry to say, but tak kisah orang dewasa atau budak, no adat macam tak ada agama. I agree, and I sendiri risau tengok. I sendiri risau.
Fond of them. But as a team,
rasa awkward pula ID versus ID tapi diorang trash talk in English tu. Next match, perang saudara MPL ID final part tu. Bukan kalau masuk upper bracket final jadi confirm top 3 ke? Tak. Tak.
Yeah, an excellent matchup between both of them. You know what stood out to me with those player interviews? The humbleness between both sides. Not wanting to throw out.
Tengok Sujin teringat Faker. Yeah, same. Aku rasa diorang suka talent MY, maybe. But do like agama dah tak wujud Islam dah, tak macam Islam. Yeah. I risau tu lah bila orang cerita pasal kiamat aku dah takut dah. Bila buat pasal kiamat pun aku dah takut. Ini bila tengok orang macam tak takut buat dosa, aku personally risau lah. Bukannya aku ni bagus sangat, aku tiap-tiap hari buat dosa, tiap-tiap hari nak kena taubat balik. Which is unfortunate, but it's okay. It is what it is.
We have a quote here from King Skylar.
Aku tak nak cakap banyak sebab orang akan fikir aku ni macam acah-acah. It's just kita dekat dalam ni ramai-ramai lah kita takut nak buat dosa. Kita tak boleh lari daripada buat dosa, tapi kita kena sentiasa minta ampun lah. Macam kita dah buat dosa tu, terus minta maaf lah. Jangan aku tak tahu. Lepas why tengok komen banyak toxic sangat, but all the comment from young people. Sekarang ni Islam kat IC je. Semoga pause banyak bagi netizen. Diorang pula koyak. Ros sengaja tak cakap Indo, takut unlock new language. Kita manusia biasa iman turun naik. Ya, pahala yang free tak nak kejar, dosa yang kena bayar pula yang kejar. Ya, aku tu je. Aku just macam semua orang tak boleh lari buat dosa. Aku try untuk tak buat dosa pun aku buat dosa, tapi kita kena minta ampun. Kita kena taubat terus. Tapi janganlah macam kita sengaja buat dosa and then nak taubat balik, like, you know. Kita bukan acah-acah alim, tapi nak perbaiki diri dan dekatkan diri dengan Tuhan. Betul. Sebab aku dalam fasa bila aku dekat TikTok, aku bila dekat social media lah, aku sentiasa diingatkan hukuman neraka tu macam mana. Hukuman neraka macam mana, berapa jauh perjalanan lepas kita mati and then pergi ke alam barzah dan sebagainya. Aku jadi takut sebab daripada segi ilmu agama aku pun aku lemah gila. Aku kena ngaji balik untuk belajar semua. Sebab sekarang jujur cakap ada berapa benda pun aku macam tak pasti halal haram. Aku dah sampai tahap macam tu. Ada berapa benda yang obvious aku tahulah. Sorry, bukan halal haram, dia lebih pada macam berdosa ataupun tidak kan. Macam ada berapa benda kita ingatkan okey, normal, tapi rupa-rupanya berdosa. Sebagai contoh macam dengar lagu. Dengar lagu ni aku rasa aku perlu mengaji untuk belajar betul-betul apa hukuman dengar lagu dan sebagainya.
Maybe Skylar was part of this.
And jadi, you know, aku sampai tahap macam tu. Yap, laga. Jangan takut di judgement. Lama tak jumpa kawan-kawan minum sesama. It's okay, Fel. It's better late than never. Benda-benda laga kena elakkan. Banyak benda laga. Why are they not in English class? He also so good. He's more comfortable on BM. Rate your 2024 out of 10.
He stopped scaling at 25. I don't know if that
That's a good question.
But assuming
I would say an 8. Alhamdulillah. I have a very good life, which makes me worry.
Some nail biters, and I mean we've been
which makes me worried
today, right? I mean even back.
Will you help with grocery when I sampai? Can. You dah kat mana, Fai? You kat mana?
Myanmar sitting out there cheering.
Sebab macam mana? Korang risau tak bila life kau macam perfect sangat? Kita boleh live. Korang risau tak bila macam life kau perfect sangat sampai kau tahu ujian akan datang?
Like if that is a 50-50, what more ID versus ID?
tahun ni aku ada banyak ujian, and alhamdulillah aku okay lah. Aku punya reaction towards that ujian betul. Tapi macam hubungan aku dengan wife aku okay, hubungan aku dengan family aku okay, daripada segi kewangan okay, kesihatan 50-50 and tapi tu aku macam semua macam okay ni, macam ada ujian nak datang. Actually toxic memory ni tak bagus, tapi manusia mula start menaturalkan. Betul, aku pun dah tak okay. Ya betul, ya at some point setuju Fel, takut benda buruk akan jadi sebab terlalu perfect. Semestinya risau. Betul Fel, ujian STPM saya dah dekat. Good luck seseorang untuk ujian STPM, harap settle dengan cara bagus. Jangan fikir macam tu. It is what it is. Yeah, it is what it is. Jangan sangka kita beriman selagi tidak diuji. Yes, betul. Aku pun fikir macam tu. Like aku fikir macam aku punya.
You just said you have yours. What do you mean?
There you go.
Oh.
You know what's funny? I concur. I think that RRQ Hoshi will be the one. I mean, like you said, they've had a
Bahagia pun ujian Fel.
so far inside of M6.
Kadang-kadang risau lama tak kena ujian. Betul. Zaxcan benda tu aku lama rasa. Aku lama gila rasa. Aku macam bila katakan berapa bulan, aku bila fikir balik aku macam duduk kan. Aku fikir macam actually alhamdulillah life aku okay kan. Macam kita appreciate apa yang kita dapat ni, kita macam alhamdulillah dan fikir balik macam kejap. Aku macam lama tak diuji. Adakah ini maksudnya Tuhan dah tak kisah pasal aku? Kadang-kadang fikir macam tu. Sebab tu aku tahu aku perlu mengaji, sebab aku nak tahu. Sebab dia bila kita nampak dekat TikTok apa, dia cakap orang yang diuji ini kelebihan dia. Dan kita fikir balik macam aku ni macam lama tak kena uji dah. Bukan kita meminta, kita tak meminta. Aku nak clarify kat sini, aku tak meminta. Tapi kadang-kadang risau. Aku sambil cakap ni aku macam berpeluh sebab aku tahu aku salah cakap. Aku punya ilmu tak cukup. Aku takut nak cakap. Sumpah aku takut nak cakap. Sama Fel, lepas tu aku diuji dengan ayah aku kena suruh Allah. Rasa macam jatuh terus. Kena istidraj tu. Aku tak kerti sebut lah. Istidraj tu, kau dikasih nikmat berlebih dengan Allah. Tapi nikmat pun ujian Fel. Betul, nikmat pun ujian. Betul. Risau istidraj dia, ya.
It always goes down the line between these two.
Yeah. So RRQ had the advantage.
Actually istidraj tu apa lah? Aku tak tahu sangat. Aku macam pernah dengar tapi aku tak ingat.
So that's why I say all the way. Plus, I'm telling you, every time you put us
tak apa, slow.
It goes all the way to the
ada tempat ngaji dekat dengan rumah aku, tapi aku tak sempat pergi sebab busy dengan hidup. Okay je Faiz Azabah mengingati dapat nikmat walaupun buat dosa. Faham. Ya, risau tu. Aku predict TLID. Dia beri nikmat walau seru buat masih. Ya. Itu yang risau lah, itu risau. Harap tak. Kau dikasih cubaan nikmat lebih daripada Allah kan. Bila dia beri terlampau kenikmatan sampai kita lupa dekat Tuhan. Ya. Harap bukan tu. Nikmat diberikan sampai jauh daripada Tuhan. Sebab tu aku risau. Aku make sure tiap-tiap hari aku solat, walaupun aku sure solat aku perfect tak perfect. Aku punya risaunya tu lah. Aku punya solat, aku rasa aku solat tak perfect. Macam ikut step dan sebagainya, semuanya betul. Tapi risau macam bacaan dia tak betul. Tadi game FNOP and FCON mistake atau FCON memang kuat? FCON memang kuat. Tapi FNOP memang buat beberapa mistake dekat draft. Bagus komen-komen sini. Ya, komen-komen sini alhamdulillah semua okey. Dari segi bacaan tajwid betul. Yang tu aku risau. Aku rasa TLID menang. Betul. Aku solat dulu. Aku solat dulu.
Gentlemen, I'm getting the goosies.
I'm gonna stop myself.
3-1 might have been an understatement. I do think now, after seeing them march on, it might be a 3-2.
Now you're feeling it?
Yeah.
You think it's possible?
Any less than a 5-game series
would be a disappointment.
Would be less than what we expected because we already reached a peak in Bandung.
The Kingdom versus the Cavalry on its way. There we go. Now you hear the crowd going wild, ready for these teams to fight it out. Indonesia's finest, the first and the second seed. Liquid ID, a little bit more comfortable. They were the reigning champs in Season 14 of MPL Indonesia. Can RRQ Hoshi get their revenge?
Talking about Indonesia's finest, you have here on the center of your screens, the ghost of Jakarta, Yehezkiel, currently #1 in average KDA ranking all throughout M6 with 15.5, trumping just barely his teammate Aaron Shiki, the untouchable, Kelra, Skylar, and Super Fritz. You know why they call him the ghost?
Because you can't see him.
No.
You can't kill him.
Because he only dies once.
Can't take him down.
He went wrong like 3 times. He could have died, right? No, but ladies and gentlemen, that is a fact. He has only died once. Every game since making it to the knockouts, at least. Aaron Shiki, though, the stat is still true. 6 games unkillable, but he's still just second to Yehezkiel.
So if he's the ghost, does that make Aaron Shiki the immortal?
I mean,
he hasn't died in 6 games.
For sure, I can say he's untouchable.
Untouchable.
No one can find him.
A little bit more fair.
No one can find him. Let's see if Skylar and the gang can do just that. We had a chat with Team Liquid ID here. We asked him, this seems like a faded rematch. Any messages to RRQ? You want to do a good Fabian
Let's see
voice?
who has the better retry. Sujin. And be careful in lane because I will solo kill you.
That sounds like a Fabian thing. What did Aaron say?
Dyron, if you lose, it's okay. Just don't get eliminated or go to the airport.
Aaron, though, a little more encouraging. Let's go, Skylar. See you. So he's got kind words. Is this odd? Why is suddenly Aaron the humble one?
The nice guy.
Yeah. Was he not the one who said, I want to face Skylar? I want to face Kelra?
Because he wants Kelra.
Oh, he just wants Kelra.
He just wants
So
Kelra.
everyone but Kelra.
Everyone but Kelra's cool. He just wants Kelra.
All right, let's see how far he can take this unkilled streak. Again, 0 deaths in 6 games so far here in the knockouts. In about 20 seconds, we're going into game #1. Gentlemen, I'm just excited to see how far the meta can evolve once more because that first series today definitely showed us a lot of universal truths in drafting.
Speaking of universal truths, today we're going to possibly see just why the title, the Brawl server, was donned in Indonesia. As we are now jumping into the draft for game #1 of our second series for the day. The first versus the second seed, Team Liquid ID up against RRQ Hoshi.
So TLID already kind of doing their homework. They know that RRQ loves to slot up this 1-1 early in the first phase. And TLID taking it off. And this is already a start to a very different draft of what we saw previously. Now, something else they took off the field is the Bruno. Now, Leo, do you think the prio of this match is going to be way different than the prio of last match? How the Joy became so important, how the Bruno became so important. Do we think it's going to be a completely different playing field here?
Oh yeah, for sure. Already we're seeing a lot of, how do I say, tailored bans for each team and specific picks coming through. Not a single Jushin was showed in the first series today, so that is the priority. Giving it over to Yehezkiel. RRQ, what they can trade for is, what, a Hilda? That's a breakout pick from that season of MPLID. You also have the Hylo still out and about. Suyo still there. Joy as well.
And the Cho, which still can be flexed, roam, or the XP lane. But with that Zushin first pick, I mean, we've seen how much of a threat it can be, right? The crowd control, able to have a massive AoE range to give a lot of teams trouble. There's a reason why this hero's banned out majority of the time. And a quick response back from RRQ Hoshi. There goes that Cho with the Valentina alongside.
I like the Valentina, I like the Cho, and I like how they don't slot up the jungler first, because what we learned from the last series is it's rock, paper, scissors out there right now. And if you slot it first, with the way the bans are looking, there's still plenty of counter options in there. TLID, on the other hand, is going to be the one who has to do it. They pick up the Hilda, they pick up the Suyo. If I'm RRQ at this point, do we lock in the Joy?
Win rate on Joy is still very good, especially against its rock, paper, scissors contemporary. And there it is, putting it in the hands of the mercenary. I don't see this getting flexed. No way. I don't think Dyron is the kind to pick it up just because It's clear as day. This is going into the hands of Sutsujin. Going into the ban, second phase. Coach Kez taking out the Belleric, which is, again, a solid counter to the joy in the show. You just stand in the middle, rather than Dryad. Stop this nonsense.
This is going to be challenging. I mean, already having the Cho on your side, that was something that could have gave the Joy a little bit of trouble, but now it's going to work in RRQ Hoshi's favor. You know who else is available? The TIG. And I wonder if TLID is going to try and take that away, because if they lock in that TIG, they flex this Cho into the XP lane, they have some great defense, especially with the Hilda, who's going to want to invade in that jungle. But Joy, we've seen the mobility, we've seen the farm rotations. It's hard to match up with.
Now, I will say this, one of Edoc's signature picks is the Cho, big chance. I think they keep it on him. I do think, I mean, there is the flexibility possibility, but Edoc Cho is, it's known. It's considered, you know, like the pick for Edoc here. And RRQ loves to slot in. What's surprising me is they didn't lock in gold early. They saved Skylar for last, and at this point, I think they saved Skylar for very last. They probably lock in EXP here. Maybe they go for the swap and lock and roam.
Oh, that's that draft.
They decide to go for the guitar, which, like I said, I think that's going to be EXP, and now TLID has to respond.
What do they put
Santai bos, terus belajar. Bagus comment section kau ni, Fel. Ada masa jadi wibu, ada masa jadi penasihat. Betul. Komuniti kita kecil macam mana pun, alhamdulillah, sentiasa positif. Sentiasa positif. Tak apa, Fel, tu urusan dia terima atau tak, yang penting kita buat betul. Allah lihat effort betul.
But you also have this Cho who's going to dive in and look for those solo pickoffs and isolation plays. And then on top of that, you have the Valentina to kind of worry about as well. Right now, not really the best ultimates, I'd say, for the Valentina to profit on so far.
They go for like Hylos and Hylos Meton, or Hylos Beatrix, Hylos Harith, or Chip.
Whoa! All right.
Big change up.
So far, we've only really seen Chip use as a specific answer or a strat-defining, rotation-defining pick. And of course, the return of Harith. What do they close the draft up with? A Claude. What are they trying to find here?
I mean, you get the Purify, you get the Escape, you have some ability, you have mobility, and if there's, you know, Skylar's up there in the echelon where he could pull it off.
All right. Gentlemen, the draft has been settled. Game's about to begin. Let's throw it over to Ingan and to Naisu.
Thank you so much, panel, for breaking it down. Welcome back to the English casting desk here. Again, I'm Naisu, and this is Ingan, and we're ready to bring you the second match of the day. Maybe we get 5 games again. Ingan, you know, we just had an amazing series conclude with Fnatic Onic locking in the top 4. Now, one of these teams fighting to be the first one, at least from Indonesia, to move forward to the top 4. How are we liking the draft here?
You know, I like the fact that there's a Chip. Chip has been utilized a lot by highly macro teams in terms of getting the objectives that they need and at the same time going for the split pushes. So it's interesting how TLID will play upon this Chip.
We'll see if the Chip's going to work or not. It's the Kings versus the Champions. Who will reign on the world stage, and it starts here in game number 1. Again, a best of 5 to decide the fate for the 2 teams from Indonesia. Taking a look once again, the matchup. We always get a good glimpse at the junglers, and we saw the talk that led into this match. And you know, Edoc, man, we've seen him so much on the Cho. A lot of teams, they have decided to go ahead and deal with this pick. Make it work. It does give a lot of crowd control, obviously, but the pickoff potential is great. Early on, too. I mean, it looks like they're already making moves.
Okay, they're trying to make a move onto Edoc. Edoc has to walk away. Here comes the Revitalize, though. And now RRQ, Hoshi turning things around. Might be able to work on Widdy. Here comes Yesgil with a Lantern Flare. Gonna try and work on Dryer, and they're not even done, though. A lot of sustain, a lot of damage. But here comes Sutsujin, though. Not at level 4, but they're able to take down a Widdy. An aggressive start from TLID and RRQ. A 1-for-1 trade.
Oh. Fabian, little stutter step there, but now still going to bring it out. Sutsujin taking a couple shots with the Soul Stepper. He gets punished. It's a double already for Fabian.
Flavor Fav, a double kill. A bit of an overextension then from RRQ Hoshi. Even Sutsujin isn't level 4 yet. So that was just a huge play coming in from Fabian.
I mean, such an extended skirmish already. You know, that's what that really broke out to, and that's where you play in the part when you have a Revitalize available. Mind you, we've been seeing teams do this where they have the double Revitalize options, and that's Team Liquid this time around. And even Dyrant, you know, he had his own, but That's what those fights and those early skirmishes are going to do. Now, how does that play into the first objective? A little bit of a lead right now for Team Liquid ID, but the fight might break out when he does take a couple shots. Lantern still to throw everybody from RRQ around, but the turtle is up, and now it's going to be started up. Both teams getting in position. Fabian will hold the turtle, half health for now.
Even now, Sociabuzz isn't still level 4, so Fabian might be able to get the turtle, a free one for TLID, and no trade once again from RRQ Hoshi.
What's difficult here for RRQ Hoshi, hold on, Aran, okay, Edok's out of there, is not only playing against double revitalize, but also the purifies that are available here. They have to be able to go ahead and follow through with the catch. Oh, not even that, but also just playing against Witty the Wise. The chip has worked for some teams, and honestly for others, it's also been a weak point. It's kind of double-edged sword when you pick up this chip and you bring it to a certain draft, a certain gameplay style. Now up top, still the focus trying to keep Sociabuzz under control on that Joy pick, but that's the thing. I'm really interested to see how Team Liquid decides to go ahead and use the chip. It's literally bringing in the cavalry to some of the fights, but are the punishes enough? Does RRQ have enough to go ahead and punish when that shortcut comes through?
Honestly, it's just a bonus if ever Witty performs or executes a beautiful shortcut, because right now, looking at the gold level
It was
Fabian, Sociabuzz
masuk
is
Albert
two
kan? Masih was.
levels ahead
Kita
with
sesama naik.
Suyo.
Mi
We
yang ada
don't know
kucing.
Sociabuzz with a Joy,
Rui.
he's gonna scale up
Si
later
Bong
on,
suket betul.
but
Team fight yang sangat personal dan balas dendam. Kenapa orang dah tak takut Zushin? Kacau betul time team fight. Sebab kita lawan pakai range. Kita lawan pakai range. Range dan juga damage.
Really just not too anything too crazy happening. Even the fact that you have Edok on the
Minit 1 dah perang. Itulah aku dah lepas. It's okay lah.
Just because of Yehezkiel has this Jushin. We've seen this quite a bit. They're able to go ahead
Tak sempat aku nak tengok orang punya draft sangat, but okay. Sekali dia pakai Claude
Unless Sociabuzz has the ability to go forward, Fabian will keep Edok in check. Purple buffs up now, so we'll see. He's got to be able to secure that, but this is just what's going to continue to happen. You already talked about the level gap, but Fabian now working on this purple buff, and that's just going to go ahead and get taken. Turtles up. Meanwhile, Sociabuzz working on the orange, is going to get spotted out. They might break into a skirmish. They'll fight.
They're going to commit. The way of the dragon. Aran has to use the revitalize. Here comes Yehezkiel to the rescue with the Crimson Beacon. Gonna catch. AOG used defensively. No casualty for RRQ Hoshi, but you can see already how much lead TLID has, to the point that Aran, even if he overcommits, he's not gonna fall down. He's gonna do his job properly, which is
bila nak interview lagi, Skyler with M6 skin. Ni kalau RQ kalah, jumpa balik Vamos lah kan? Bukan. Jumpa SRG.
Can he actually withstand this?
Oh, blazing to it, but Aaron Shiki also has his Zaman Force. Here's come Witty though. They're trying to work on Edok. Edok commits the kick, but he's gonna get bursted down. Coming in from Aaron Shiki. Aaron Shiki got deleted also. 3 members ganging up on Witty the Wise, and he will fall down in the hands of Sociabuzz.
Ya, tak cukup damage lah daripada Jushin. Jushin ni memang annoying, super annoying. Tapi, wow, TLID nampak kemas.
As Team Liquid ID gets an objective. Surprising too, Skyler able to go ahead and withstand that. Yehezkiel delaying them a little bit longer from recalling. Now Era joins the fight, can crash down on Riz.
Nice.
Under the turret, gets dragged back, and Aran will get the kill.
Where did Aran come from?
Jushin ni sebenarnya dia macam Roma yang kedua jugalah.
Bursted down, and TLID, they already got the mid lane turret. Okay, Edok commits the kick onto Flavor Fave. Will he be able to escape though? Here comes the Sever. It's gonna hurt quite a bit. Aran
keras lah siap Suyo ni.
So TLID gonna go again for the purple buff steal.
You're gonna take this. We'll see this time around. Sociabuzz just.
Cara Aran pakai Hilda nampak very good. Nampak sangat kemas. Chip so squishy, ulti dan nerf CD ya. Chip dia memang squishy gila. Sebab tu aku rasa dorang macam dorang okey pakai chip kalau dorang dapat Jushin. Sebab Jushin boleh coverkan balik untuk dia punya kelemahan yang dia squishy gitu. Main brawl macam ni rasa macam main rank pula, tapi in pro scene-nya.
To decide on how they want to approach this, they might just give up all 3 turtles and just try to play catch up. We know that Skyler on the
tapi late game ni macam RQ Hoshi lagi kuat ni.
To build up to get the items that he needs in comparison to a Harith for Aaron Shiki. Well, right now turtles up. Radiant armor is locked in now for Edok. That might help him dealing a little bit with this the Jushin across from him, but so far we really haven't seen those setup kicks that we're looking for from Edok, like we've seen previously, as now the third turtle is locked in, secured for TLID.
Yeah, and I actually like to go back to your point, because the reason why Edok is having a hard time or having trouble with finding those angles is because of the constant pressure Yeskiel has been putting onto him, and even Aran, every single burst that he can find, he's gonna go in and try to.
Yeah, RQ quite late. Aran dia first pakai Hilda EXP dekat Pro Scene, dia lah bapak Hilda EXP. Yeah, I think I remember that. Yeah, betul.
I'm surprised at just how methodical this is, and that's why it's a little bit slower paced, just because TLID, they know their advantage. You know, they can go ahead and play around the macro level. They don't have to force any fights. A lot of the times, they're just kind of responding. As long as they keep Edok in check and he's not, you know, doing what he has to do on the Cho, they don't really have to force anything. They just whittle down the turrets, get the space they need, focus on taking the buffs if they can, or at least putting pressure there.
Best pula aku tengok orang main Suyo ni. Tapi aku tak main jungle.
Nothing, you know, nothing action-packed has happened in the last 2 minutes or so, but they continue to build up on the gold lead that they have. So it's RRQ Hoshi that has to kind of stop the bleeding here.
Tempo gak Favian lawan dengan Joy pun dia hidup Ke Susujin yang kurang pakai Joy ya?
Here comes Rin, so he has his own Crimson Beacon, and now RRQ Hoshi still standing their ground.
Korang tak rasa macam dekat tournament ni, walaupun Joy ni kuat, tapi macam tak banyak yang power sangat pakai Joy. Dia bukan macam King Kong lah, dia bukan macam King Kong. Sushi macam Cyclops, mage yang tanky. Ya, dia lebih pada mage yang tanky. Meeting Honor dah susah siap nak dapat Suyo ni. Nak main hyper boleh, jangan marik sudah. Joy kena harass dengan Hilda early tadi. I see. Yeah, makes sense.
For TLID, and knowing that they can just let RRQ Hoshi respond. This time Rins is holding on to his own beacon. Edok though takes a couple shots. Aaron's gonna jump in.
Commits the power of wilderness now, he has to walk away. Because he has to respect the damage coming in from RRQ Hoshi, but that was more than enough for TLID to secure higher ground in this Lord pit. Again, they're just really controlling.
Yang power Joy Dash dengan King Kong. Ya betul. Dua tu memang power. Yang lain macam boleh lawan lagi lah.
You can see that. Again,
jungle beza 5 level.
It's beaten by 1 second.
Ui, siap.
Fastest level 15, and that's just going to be another objective. But they go in with a shortcut. Are they going to be able to follow through? That's already the Lord taken. The shortcut to come up.
Oh, tapi bagus tu. Dorang just nak. Oi. Bagus tu TLID. Dorang dapat. Oi, macam pakai Louis siap. Korang nampak tu situasi bila Dyron nyawa macam tu lah. Time tu korang nak Sky Piercer. Ezekiel baru siap Sky Piercer. Kalau dia Sky Piercer tadi, kelemahan Jushin tu je lah. Dia nak finish off tak boleh. Tapi sekarang dah ada Sky Piercer, insyaAllah boleh.
It's looking a little dire here for RRQ Hoshi, trying to defend the base.
Okay, they're ganging up on Edok. Lantern Flare is there. Edok has to walk away. The damage chunking up a lot of his health. Energy shields will be popped in the middle lane. And onto the bottom lane, RRQ Hoshi. They have to think about
King Kong and Kenzie je paling impress so far. Tak, Dex more bagus.
Here, they might be able to go ahead and clear this out again. Only the first Lord, RRQ Hoshi, makes work of it. But they do lose space.
Aku rasa TLID punya gameplay lawan je Brawl server. Kita paksa ikut rentak TLID. Joy King Kong nampak OP, orang lain main macam tier B hero. TNZ punya Joy pun okey tapi sayang tak ada rezeki.
That's all utilizing the shortcut. I mean, that's exactly what it is. You know, 1 minute they're taking the Lord, next thing you know, here comes Team Liquid ID through a portal, crashing down. And RRQ Hoshi, they don't have an answer for it just yet. You know, even Skylar, he needs time to continue to build up. He's got the Corrosive Scythe and DHS.
SRG Vamos kena tengok macam mana TLID lawan RRQ.
Come online, that trinity for the Claude.
Tapi diorang kena fokus match masing-masing dulu.
Part of that was in due too, that Susujin was just, he had a hard time in the jungle, man. He was gapped early on and until now, quite behind Favian.
Yeah, the first 2 kills that Favian picked up onto the early game was really crucial because that opened up a lot for TLID, not to mention that they were able to take down the mid lane turret even before the 3rd turtle respawn. So Susujin's jungle has been exposed rapidly, and I just noticed Aaron Shiki already has a death. And now they're trying to go for Ezekiel, forced to use the Crimson Beacon. Skylar going in with a Blazing Duet.
Jushin ni memang antara mage yang paling keras lah siap.
They're gonna be able to break down Ezekiel and Fabian. Here comes the Kingdom, trying to answer back, working on Aaron Shiki. Rins used to the Crimson Beacon to walk away, but Dyron though is gonna get caught though by TLID. For the price of Skylar, they were able to take down Yeskiel and Fabian.
Sekarang kita nampak kekuatan Joy.
Able to find something. Yes, Skylar went down.
Macam pukul batu dah keluar tu. Siok Jushin ni kan susah nak lawan dia. Oh ya, Jushin ni macam tank tau.
But man, do they have
The longer the
to
tournament, the
cover.
better TLID plays. Zoshi
Even
damage
looking
HP
at
base ke?
the gold
I don't think so. I don't think so.
rankings here between
I could be wrong,
the
but I
heroes
don't
and
think
the
so.
lanes, they have a lot of work to do.
Valen okay,
Even for
Brismite atau
Skylar, like I
Impure Rage?
mentioned, he was nearly
Dalam
at
situasi
power
lawan
spike
dengan
that is, for the
banyak
FCON,
poking
which
macam ni,
just locked in
well,
the golden
cara
staff,
poking,
but
bagus Brismite.
you don't wanna go
Dia
ahead and
macam
lose all
Brismite
those
ni kalau kau
fights
rasa
to take
macam
a couple
kau tak boleh
kills,
survive,
that's great, but can they
kalau kau rasa
actually
kau
go
boleh je
face to
survive,
face
and then kau boleh keluarkan
in a
damage
team
lebih, kau
fight
buat
for
Impure
the
Rage.
Lord? It might be better for them to go ahead and continue to try to farm up, buy some more time in this game because of how
Senang macam ni lah,
lopsided
senang macam ni
the
lah.
early game was.
Kalau kau rasa kau boleh menang
TLID
lane,
will
kau
start
pakai
this.
Impure
This is
Rage.
gonna be a quick one.
Kalau kau rasa kau kalah lane, kau ambil
Laphel
Brismite.
from the Lord and RRQ
Macam contohnya kalau lawan dengan Farsa, Eve, yang kau rasa range kau tak boleh nak menang, kau pakai Brismite. Kalau kau lawan
You can see that
lawan
too,
apa yang menang lane
picking up Divine Glaive enough too, just to take Dyron down. You know, to
Cecilia,
have
entah,
health.
aku
So that's
tak tahu
what's
lah.
in
Aku
store for
lupa.
Argyoshi as they get ready for this defense. Now, Ingon, are they going to get past this? Are they going to get past
Bill
this?
Jushi lebih kurang build Alice.
Being down this much.
Line emblem Jushi ni.
It's still possible. Although I believe they're gonna.
Diorang beli waktu untuk Skylar je ni, betul? Match paling rugi semalam, Vamos patut boleh menang lawan RRQ. Ya, sebenarnya boleh. RRQ pun cakap diorang punya mid trio kuat, tapi Nets yang underperform. Uish, Valen pun pakai Brismite, yes. Sekarang ni banyak mid pakai Brismite. Semua mage boleh pakai Brismite ke? Boleh. Boleh. Marksman pun boleh pakai Brismite, guys. Marksman pun boleh pakai Brismite. Depends pada marksman lah. Like ada je orang pakai Claude Brismite, dia punya first skill tu untuk dapatkan HP dengan dia punya ulti.
Under control, taking their time. Bottom turret now down. RRQ Hoshi will clear that out. Mid wave now pushing in. Looking to take this. Conceal's already going to be used.
Oh, okay. Here comes Arando onto the back. Ida commits the kick. But the Blazing Duet, will they be able to take down more? Arana is going to fall down. Skylar with the Blazing Duet to try and clear out the minions. Sutsujin, Dyron is down. TLID trying to work on bringing down the crystal. But RRQ Hoshi manages to defend the onslaught of TLID. Fabian goes in. Edok has to walk away. They don't have Mega Skylar.
Ooh, baik doh Fabian.
Skylar might be able to escape, but Edok Shaky says no. And then another. Edok falls down. And
Bye. Good job.
What a play and Aaron Shaky.
Rasa tak Vamos macam Chibi Zone sentry sangat? Sentry stop apa? Sebab kalau salah seorang tu kena lock, habis-habis confirm Vamos kalah. Kita Malaysia ni, kita kuat kita punya mid trio. Bila mid trio kita tak okey je, memang tak okey. Zoshi patut MVP. Maai gila TLID laju siap main. Okey je Joy pick game ni. Ya, tapi lawan dengan Hilda susah lah. Yikes, Suyo cepat sangat. Mahal Ice tadi, memang mahal. Ice tadi memang mahal. Fair, Claude memang tak sesuai dengan meta sekarang. Meta sekarang lebih pada burst damage. Dia lebih pada burst damage. Hero yang attack speed ni, kecuali 1-1 lah. Kecuali 1-1 macam tak sesuai sangat. Cuba buka minute first.
TLID rematch happening at the M6 knockout stage. TLID draws a first.
They have to be able to go.
It's been settled. Game's about to begin.
For breaking it down, welcome back to the English casting desk here again. I'm Naisu, and this is Ingon, and we're ready to bring you the second match of the day. Maybe we get 5 games again. Ingon, you know, we just had an amazing series conclude with Fnatic Onic locking in the top 4. Now, one of these teams fighting to be the first one, at least from Indonesia, to move forward to the top 4. How are we liking the draft here?
You know, I like the fact that there's a
Pernah nampak Beatrix full tank emblem macam PUBG. Banyak sangat hero scaling yang fair. Valen, Claude, Joy. Joy tak semestinya scaling, tapi scaling dia bagus lah. Aku rasa Claude lah. Claude je lah yang kurang. Yang lain okey. Claude je kurang. Dia tak ada initiative untuk neutralkan invade TLID dari minit 1 kena ganggu. Okay. Oh, dorang pun start ni. Start EXP ni.
Taking a look once again, the matchup. We always get a good glimpse at the junglers, and we saw the talk that led into this match. And, you know, Edok, man, we've seen him so much on the Cho. A lot of teams, they have decided to go ahead and deal with this pick, make it work. It does give a lot of crowd control, obviously, but the pick-off potential is great. Early on, too, I mean, it looks like they're already making moves.
Okay, they're trying to make a move onto Edok. Edok has to walk away. Here comes the Revitalize, though. And now RRQ, Hoshi turning things around, might be able to work on Widdy. Here comes Yezkiel with a Lantern Flare.
Annoyingnya lah Hai Jushino.
A lot of sustain, a lot of damage, but here comes Sutsujin though, not at level 4, but they're able to take down a Witty. And
Betul lah Brawl Silver.
TLID and RRQ, a 1-for-1 trade.
Oh, Fabian, little stutter step there, but now still going to bring it out. Sutsujin taking a couple shots with the soul.
Wow! Baik doh arah dengan Fabian.
For Fabian.
Fabian boleh kalah tu sebenarnya.
A bit of an overextension there from RRQ Hoshi. Even Sutsujin isn't level 4 yet.
Semalam first game Path of Amos dah boleh menang dalam RRQ. Overall rasa draft RRQ tak macam semalam. Best of 5 biasanya diorang akan ambil risiko sikit lah. Biasanya best of 5 orang akan ambil risiko lebih sikit. Overall rasa draft RRQ tak, mid trios kita power. My theory is instead of 2 damage, apa kata diorang buat 2 defense, hanya mage je damage sebab jungle tank boleh roam. Ya, aku pun rasa itulah. Kita nak kena lebih defend daripada damage.
14 Liquid ID, but the fight might break out when he does take a couple shots. Lantern still to throw everybody from RRQ around, but the turtle is up, and now it's going to be started up.
Mana Wolf tak cakap diorang ni Brawl Silver. Macam ni lah diorang lawan. Ya, pasu marah bila cakap Brawl Silver. Benda betul. Betul. Benda patut dibanggakan. Benda patut dibanggakan.
To level 15 at 847.
Flavor Fave! On point for TLID. You gotta love to see it. You know something else that stands out to me, Aaron Shiki. On this Harith, man. Monstrosity.
I'm still stuck on that level 15. That's
under 9 minutes.
That's almost 2 levels a minute.
Homie was farming for next game.
He was farming for next game. I mean, Fabian, and that's the thing when you look at this team, it's hard to just pick a singular player, right? Because yeah, Aaron Shiki played great, Fabian played great, Yeheskel played great, but none of them would have been able to do that if it wasn't for Aaron and Witty. I mean, the whole team is a full package and they bring it every single game.
You say Aaron or Aran? Aran on the Hilda. There you go. He was checking, he was clearing bushes so that Witty can bring the party. There you go. I was like, wondering, party. Yeah, how does?
Tapi tadi solid ah. Seram enggak kalau jumpa ni. Witty ni player IQ siap, mekanik dia biasa-biasa je tengok. Yeah, I agree. It's basically their identity. At least korang dapat lah Brawl Silver yang kita baru naik medium server match. Diorang ni selagi lawan tak mati, selagi tu lah war walaupun low HP. Itulah tiba Mozin cakap medium server pula. Okay lah, at least kita dapat a bit of respect. Kita dapat a bit of respect, okay lah, better than nothing.
What one would think. In 14 minutes, they were able to go 10k above RRQ.
Putrajaya banjir kilat ke Fel? Ya ke? Aku tak tahu. TLID memerlukan 2 game kalah je untuk bounce back. After that, nampak game kemas dan solid. Macam seram sikit lah TLID ni. Tak nak jumpa lah.
There's nothing over there for RRQ Hoshi for grabs.
Yeah, I mean, they were consistently in the lead. Even that one dip is only because they were looking to finish.
Satu benda yang aku rasa korang semua setuju, nak jadi champion ni susah betul lah. Nak jadi champion ni susah betul lah. Team ni pun kuat, team tu pun kuat, team ni pun kuat. Anjas. Semua orang kuat tu sekarang. Bila pula draw? Dah tak ada draw dah. Dah tak ada draw dah. Semua dah tahu dah lawan siapa.
And then the slow dip, and then the eventual finish. So this all happened within a matter of 2 minutes.
Semua dah tahu dah kita lawan siapa. Siapa kalah ni lawan dengan SRG. M6 kalau boleh semua tim seram tau. Semua tim seram tu. Team Secret je lemah. Team Spirit and Team Spirit kuat. Jujur cakap Team Spirit tu kuat. Jangan pada rendah tu.
Well, none other than the usurper Flavor Fave.
Team Spirit kuat. Percaya je aku. Dalam satu season je ada team yang lagi OP dari SRG. Betapa cepatnya orang kejar SRG, guys. Gila tu.
So I mean, we've talked so much about Aaron, we talked so much about his kill, but Fabian, I mean, he's one of the players who, when he gets his hand on this Suyo, he is a monster. It doesn't matter whether you pick the Joy, it doesn't matter whether you pick the Fredrin. I'm gonna wreck ya, and he brings the personality along with it, and he builds this aggressive build.
This is the one man I know that threatens every other jungler he's about to face. He wants
to solo kill you.
He wants to solo kill King Kong. He wants to take Sutsujin's jungle.
Oh man!
And I think that takes a it's a very specific kind of confidence, and he has the moves to back it up.
Take some flavor.
He has the Cho pose.
But it's the Suyo main.
Exactly. Deadly, a menace as we look at his highlights.
Secret bukan Spirit Fell. Oh, kau memang cakap pasal Secret ke? Tapi Secret tak ada dekat dalam M6.
able to get the job done at a moment's notice.
Ada Team Secret ke dekat dalam MC? Rasanya Team Spirit je.
The power spike. Look at this level 3 diving in. Hold
Tak boleh pilih-pilih lah. Semua kuat kena juga jumpa kat last sekali. Lepas tu nak adapt patch baru mesti ada masalah di Team Malaysia. Shiko tu bukan yang main biasa-biasa. Team Spirit semalam Kid Bomba tak dapat main. Betul. Bomba tak boleh main terus mati akal lu. Vamos versus Team Spirit rasanya Vamos still boleh menang. Draft je kena mantapkan. Disiplin tu dah improve, betul. Dekat M6 je kita at least puas dapat satu World Championship di Malaysia sendiri. Kau paling rapat dengan siapa fan antara panelist caster? Merko lah, Merko. Team Secret yang paling lemah. Jap. Team Secret ke Spirit? Sebab dekat M6 tak ada Team Secret. Ke aku salah? Jap. Sekarang aku yang pening.
That's exactly why I predicted for Liquid is because of this.
Mana ada Team Secret guys? Dalam masa setahun banyak team yang improve. Member salah server ni. Belum tentu lagi fail. Yang kalah ni lawan SRG. SRG kena menang. Oh betul. Sorry. Epic Gaming betul. Aku lupa. Aku lupa. Antara tu. Betul. Benda belum habis lagi.
They first picked that Angela.
They did. They tried to do the Angeline combination, tried to take down the Bruno. We all know how the rest of that.
Betul. Epic Gaming, betul.
When you face a team like RRQ Hoshi, who
TNC welcome Benequity and Sanford. Seriously Team Secret hang borang pak G ke? Adakah M6 merupakan M series paling kompetitif? So far yes. It depends pada grand final kita. Kalau grand final pergi 7-7 game then yes.
That game 1 win definitely gave him the ring.
Dia melawak je tu fail Team Secret OOC. Team MPL yang paling lemah salah type. MPL.
The M6
Actually aku rasa dia lagi lemah daripada Secret. Sebab Secret pun ada je menang yang track dapat betul.
Jewelry collection for Jushin and Mia. If you've seen it, you
know
what I'm talking about.
As a viewer, I kind of like this kind of environment where a lot of teams are good. It makes you want to watch matches even if they're not Malaysian teams. Yeah. Korang janganlah tambah berat sakit mental dia. Spirit mana datang Secret lah ni?
You need to be mythic to be able to get this. You go on the ferry website.
Confident sangat kau fair dalam SRG betul lah. Silap.
Yep. You know, I just want to say one of my favorite parts about buying things is the unboxing experience and good unboxing experience.
Is that why you didn't wear it just yet?
No, I just keep opening it and then closing it and then opening it and then closing it.
They come in 5 rows by the way. Did they give you the right one?
Sayang Navi tak ada lagi since sekarang banyak e-sport or join MLBB. Yeah.
The explainers are tanks these days. What are you talking about?
That's the sad truth, I guess. Yeah.
So they know you better than you think they do.
Fair.
They figured you out.
They figured me out.
What role do you play?
Okay lah tu positive SRG move next stage.
I didn't get one.
Are you mythic?
What's going on?
Are you mythic?
Okay.
In spirit.
Talk that count? Talk to Fairy when you're mythic. Have a Hello Panda for now. There's no rank requirement for that.
Wheezy tak mythic lagi. Come on lah Wheezy. How lah tak mythic lagi? Flash bukan dah pernah jumpa SRG kat Messi ya? Pernah and SRG menang. But times have changed. Team Secret team luar negara kan? EECA, Eastern Europe Central Asia. Kebanyakannya adalah Russian, tapi diorang bukan team Russia, diorang team EECA. Sebab Kid Bomba tak silap aku German. Member nak positive vibes. Style easy. But what do you think of SRG right now? They need rest. They need time. But when they come back, they'll be strong. Weezy MLBB dia pun tak update lagi tu. Aduhai Weezy, come on lah Weezy. My rank.
Florida brothers back together. Is Florida Man 3 a thing again?
I mean, you're one of the Florida Men too.
Exactly. Are we putting it together? Okay. All right. We're putting it together, folks. Florida Man 3 is back together. Real quick, let's get into the mind of the man behind the mic when drafting begins. Here's a quick quote from Coach Saint DeLucas of Team Liquid ID. Familiar faces in a different arena. It's going to be a tough match for us because I'm sure they're hungry for revenge since they lost to us in the grand finals of MPL ID Season 14. Coming from the 3-0 bracket, They've had more time to prepare too, so we're likely facing an improved version of RRQ. We don't make it easy for them. No. Don't forget that they're also up against an improved version of Team Liquid. That's what I'm talking about. That's what I'm saying is...
It's going to be a tough match for us.
Journey to the knockouts, I'll say, is more beneficial to Liquid because they had a lot of lessons to learn.
They had a lot of teams to play against. They had a lot of games to hone the craft, right? And you could almost say that it definitely...
Fun fact, Wizzy was in Navy. Oh, iya ke?
Favorite seen as...
Kalau parents Nets izin kan boleh ke dia kita naturalisasi Nets jadi warga negara? Tak tahu. Aku tak tahu rules and regulation untuk naturalisasi ni macam mana.
That we saw in round 2. You know, that we saw in round 3.
That tried cheeky things, but only to learn.
Nama dia tak buka, dah berabuk diamond dia. Allah.
So with that said, it's the flip side this time around with RRQ. Backs against the wall.
Yang tu tak elok
game
sebenarnya.
loss and it's down to match point. What do they do? What do they...
Kita sebagai caster kalau boleh better up to date lah.
The second game of this best of 5.
Asal kita tak ada coach dari Dota
draft up the snuff for you.
Past the draft, a little bit of the macro, right? I mean, we
ataupun coach Dota yang tak nak pergi MLBB.
Went over to TLID.
So draft for objectives.
Sebab entah.
Could draft for objectives.
Antara yang logik aku fikir sama ada macam gaji tak setimpal ke macam dia daripada Dota kan. Daripada Dota gaji tinggi and then masuk ML yang gaji tak setinggi mungkin orang tak nak. Itu mungkin kemungkinan satu. Kemungkinan kedua is diorang tak minat sebab still ramai orang pandang game ML ni macam game budak-budak. Oh, Kazu dari Sarawak, I see. TLID, I dah cakap, I memang cakap TLID akan menang. I think if SRG dapat kalahkan NFP Flash 2-0, kita ada harapan. Tapi if SRG struggle nak beat diorang, then kena risau. So far momentum SRG still sama. Diorang main best of 5, just nice. Fair betul ke Mars kena ban? Tak adalah, mana ada. Sahaja je tu. Ya, ex-Dota ada kat coach RQ dan coach Liquid. Sarawak gang rise up. Sub Sarawak, tapi saya harap performance SRG sekarang adalah sekadar gimmick je untuk alihkan pandangan tim lain. Maybe. The name Bang Bang on MLBB is goofy as fuck. Maybe that's why. Yeah, maybe. I completely agree that it's quite goofy. I agree that it's goofy.
And he says,
I think we can win. I trust in the team's process.
But are you looking for revenge, we ask?
No. That has already been forgotten. It's also their effort that helped them win. And you know the rest. Indo pride.
Emoji. Make the sound for the emoji.
I'll leave that one to Trex.
Emoji. Hashtag.
All right.
Does that count?
Not very creative, but we'll let it fly. I like that Dyren does not want to be a slave to vengeance. He wants to do this for the right reasons, and he wants to win because it's the mission. Because, you know what? Now I'm wondering, when did Skylar make that promise? And did Skylar share that promise with his current team that if we win M6, we're doing it
Homeboys, Mushi, new coach.
I mean, he already said they want to be
and we have
record,
Magic
right?
Chess Goku. Seriously,
Mushi
coach, Homeboys baru. Hey, if that's the case, that'd be cool.
Toward the right direction, even though they got off to the wrong foot.
Bang Bang shows what happened in America though. Laphel team ini kuat tak? They're okay. They're okay. Some obvious weaknesses, but they're
okay. Let's see if it's all in on Skylar once more.
You know, something really interesting to point out here. Yesterday when we saw RRQ playing, when they had the choice to choose, they
Team Dota or League. The very first esport yang pernah nampak is League of Legends. That's the very first esport, bukan Dota. Sebab I masa membesar, I jujur cakap, sebab I tak pandai cakap bahasa Melayu, I tak banyak kawan. And sekolah I mostly semua cakap bahasa Melayu. So I memang tak ada kawan masa sekolah dulu. Jujur, bila time form 4, form 5 baru start ada kawan. And aku pun tak lepak orang yang main game sangat. Aku belajar pasal League pun umur aku 20 lebih, 21, 22. So aku punya like aku masuk dalam e-sport ni lama gila.
And you got to worry about the Fredrin in the first phase.
When you say MLBB, it does sound nice, but when you actually say the full name, Mobile Legends Bang Bang, bro, yeah.
What if RRQ, what if KezQ challenges Flavor Fave? Can you Fredrin in the?
So your opinion, who's the faker of ML? No one yet. I feel like Faker is such a high ceiling. We haven't reached there yet. But you still managed to be one of the well-known caster. Yeah, I try my best. That's something about me. I try my best.
Oh no, Bruno!
I came from Dota 2, tak pernah sentuh League. So I'm the opposite of Kazu.
Like it.
Like Bluey.
Bruno first pick.
But what's the response? Cho? Do we pick up the Cho here? Nice
Hilda.
for the Hilda.
Hilda Suyo. Chaba. RQ untuk ambil Joy.
It's a Flavor Fave special.
But honestly, RQ can pick up the Fredrin.
Why reinvent the wheel?
Fair futsal jom, I'm not a futsal kind of guy. Apa maksud Faker? Faker adalah player league, mid laner, the GOAT, the best player of all time.
Bruno this time, but TLID still very much drafting exactly what worked for them last time. Will the Bruno be the big difference maker? I think RQ
Gatot atau High Loss dengan Fredrin. Aku rasa Suzuki patut pakai Fredrin kat sini.
I think it's a better case for RQ already. Just
Kau pergi selalu mana?
a hero that is a little more in the meta, a little more prio.
Ada somewhere yang dekat dengan rumahku. Yep, Fredrin Aurora, Ken.
And look at this, running a Fredrin into a Suyo. Doesn't even have to be a Joy. This is clearly, as they saying, yeah, we're protecting.
Mengharapkan Final MCs macam Final Worlds.
Okay.
Granger,
also,
Granger.
Remember what
Okay.
happened to the Joy in previous series when the Hilda was on the field?
Ben Matilda.
Like, Suyo can work, but when there's a Hilda on the field, there's a little
Ben
bit of a
Matilda.
problem. With Hayabusa on the field, there's a little bit
Ben
of a
Matilda,
problem.
Ben
So I think
High
this-
Loss.
Because at first when I see the Fredrin, I go, how is this going to work against the
So
Suyo?
TLID dorang ambil Hilda sebab dorang tak nak Granger dorang kena kacau.
Right, the Hilda gives you a little bit of trouble. So not a horrible pick overall, I feel like.
Yeah, it's going to be hard for Hilda to kind of rush into that Fredrin, right? He's very sustainable. He has the energy eruption, a little bit of CC in his kit, which can make it a little bit more.
Why Lila didn't make it in the meta yet? She got damage CD zoning.
Stops that Valentina.
Not sure, but I do agree. I do feel like Lila is strong. Okay, TLID dorang nak High
We're going
Loss.
to be seeing that CC knocked off the table, though, trying to limit the mobility. They don't want something to kind of match up with the mobility of this Hilda.
Ben Louis,
on the
Ben
side of
Eve ke?
TLID.
More importantly, I think
Oh, if
it's
the
the
ban.
damage profile that Liquid ID have to work out here. The
Got
fact
scouted
that
by Orange dulu tapi tak
RQ
dapat
showed
accept
on
sebab
them,
masa
taking
tu
up
dah
the
nak
lead.
kahwin. My esport
Would
dream
not
was
be
not in the
surprised
picture
if
masa
the
tu.
big Sana follows up next.
Sorry to hear that, Kazu. Sorry to hear that. Bro, dia okay ke kalau pakai Husklaw untuk lifesteal? Honestly, not a bad idea. Farhan Naim. Honestly, not a bad idea. I think patut try bro di Husklaw. M6 banyak team yang improve dari last international event. Sangat banyak. M6 sekarang dekat Aziata kan? Yes, dekat Aziata. No one in any esports title can be able to be compared to Faker. No one yet.
Maybe go like Romeo.
It's a good aim to have, but I don't think anyone is close.
And I feel like
I don't think
Super
anyone is
Stadium
close yet.
pick these long distance mages like the Eve, it shouldn't really be a problem. But then they could also go into something like
But it's fair. I think Lilia is actually a good shout. I think Lilia is a good shout
They still
sebenarnya.
get the Frigid Glacier with that.
Yeah, it's unrealistic if you aim that high.
Yeah, I mean, RQ Hoshi, they need something to get into the back line. Right now with the Fredrin, with the Aurora, with the Bruno.
It's very honest.
Yeah, it is honest, and it's
Ben
not
Farsal ke?
closers, right? They need somebody to be able to close that distance.
I don't know if there's room to switch up suddenly, throw that Fredrin into the X.
Xavier, clever. Aku pun lupa Xavier siap. Susahnya nak lekatkan Golden Rose, susah betul. InsyaAllah boleh, kalau Allah izinkan kita boleh.
That's what they used.
Xavier is a good ban. Xavier is such a good ban. Oh my
And it was a
goodness.
clean play too. We were
WRQ.
Xavier came out,
Kenapa
we were
Dota tu
like,
tak popular macam League? Honestly, I don't know.
And then it just worked out so well.
League sebab member aku minat, time kita lepak kat mamak dia buka. Pasal aku macam, kau apa benda siap tengok game? And then I tengok macam, what the fuck, best ni. Walaupun aku tak faham apa jadi. Sicilian. Good shout. Sicilian. Tapi dorang boleh ambil last kan? Dorang boleh ambil High Loss dulu ke?
Blocking the XP of Rome right now.
Cho, dorang ambil
There
Cho,
goes the
okay.
So well done. There's your dive to the back
At
line
this
right
point,
there.
the term Golden Road is a curse. I agree.
Can't even kick the
I agree. The Golden Road is such a curse.
And now we
akan
gotta
terus.
ask, how does RQ Hoshi respond
Yeah,
to
this
this,
looks
right? I mean,
very
Katat
fancy.
is still available.
Ni makanan wife aku masak,
Ruby
guys.
would be
They're
good
known
here.
to pick a Ruby on first pick.
Edoc played a Ruby.
They're known to do
Yeah,
it,
yeah, yeah.
especially against a draft like this. This is actually almost the exact draft that they picked Ruby against before. Could be something they lock in.
It's a strong frontline composition right now. From the side of TLID, the Cho, the Hilda, the Suyo. Anything with crowd control could be a problem. Is Tig still available?
League cepat kot. Dota tu lama kot. Sebab tu biasa trigger. Yeah, maybe because of that. Ruby Benedetta.
Throw it on a Benedetta.
Macam Pak Kapau.
For good measure.
W wife, wow.
Unbeaten in M6.
Wow, nampak yummy nak sikit.
like the-
Next kena warning tak lepas taunt. I tak tahu. Jujur I tak
And
tahu.
you get to make up, you get to
Aran doesn't
damage
eat rice,
XP
but he's
because you have
into
a tank,
art food like
jungle.
murtabak durian. What the heck?
We're seeing here Aran, real quick before this pick
Yeah.
gets locked in, doesn't like...
Kalau SRG boleh
the
comeback lepas tu
Nazis.
menang,
He's not
memang
a
the best
fan of
journey
rice,
yang diorang
but he
dapat.
does like
Especially if you
his
see what
durian,
happened to Oni Eddie last
and he
year.
wants to try
Looks nice, you
Milo
down for
cheese,
doubting and 21-year-old guy by chance now.
you wanna try that out?
Nampak sedap, nak try boleh. Yeah, it looks very good.
Vexana?
I think you just go the Valentina here.
Valentina? You can
Yes.
take the I'm offended. It could work. You could go the Vexana.
Frigid Glacier, you get the whole package possibly.
Is that
Wait a second.
Novaria?
That was a,
Novaria!
Wait a second,
That's a
Novaria.
Novaria.
Seven long-range sniper.
It's still a poke, and it definitely helps with the setup because again, no push is gonna be unchecked.
You nailed
with
it.
The way TLID drafted here, Game 2 has been locked in. I hope y'all are ready for the action. Nice winningan will be at your service for
Mukbang
this
stream. Sebelum next taunting, Solos dah bagi green light dekat Nets. Ya ke? Although, kalau aku Solos pun aku macam, kalau kau menang, kau buatlah apa-apa yang kau nak.
For the first time throughout the tournament, this time around, it's Novaria. Ingan, it's been a minute since we've seen Novaria.
Man, they used the Savior, now they want to go for another ranged artillery mage. The Novaria is back, could provide a lot of good vision for TLID.
Again, looking at this too.
Oh yeah,
Comfort
sedap.
pick still also for RRQ.
Tapi I rasa nak pakai tangan lah.
Is it enough to even out the series? That is the question as we get ready to load up.
Draft mana lebih kuat?
into
Aku
the
suka
land
draft
of
RRQ.
dawn. Once again, RRQ
Macam dah jadi pro player, mula jadi player
wants
MPL.
to bring this to a victory.
Macam
now.
best match ni
Based
draft
on their
gila.
lineup,
Oh, it's
that's a
good.
little
The
bit
food is
different,
good.
obviously.
Really
You know,
good.
I'm glad that we are seeing this.
Widi lagi padu dari Jawi ke? Apparently.
Once again, especially when
Friday
you have
Novaria,
a
yes, dalam live
certain
solos.
game plan and idea.
Okay.
How you approach the game, look at this, Dyron and Aaron.
Yalah, dalam tak nampak Stormy main Nova. Dalam tak nampak sesiapa main Nova.
Aaron's gonna actually be able to back off. Still, Revitalize for both of them still available. And that's the thing, you know, some of this early action to start things up, but also to start things up for you guys at home. If you haven't yet, grab the M6 pass. It's now available. You can hit level 75 for free up until December 29th. Make sure you go ahead and grab it while you can. A couple shots already.
Oh, the vegetable is
Keep
really
Edok
good.
in check. What do you feel about the Edok pick
Yeah, the
once again?
broccoli
This
is very
Ruby
good.
against that Cho.
I mean, it's a good answer whenever Widdy decides
Look,
to dive.
Stacy, now I need a wife ASAP. Yeah, get a wife quick.
The momentum that Widdy can
Masukkan wife lagi
whenever he
sedap dari
decides
kedai
to
kan,
go
betul.
into
Memang lagi
the
sedap.
Wave the Dragon combination, just like what we're
Widdy
seeing
dapat
right
curi
now,
buff, alamak.
coming in from
Tak
RRQ.
nampak, aku tengah enjoy
What's
makan.
interesting about this as well is the fact that, you know, I wish we had a count for how much damage is contributed, because that's 3 concussive blasts for RRQ Hoshi. And if they get the lockdown or the setup on the right moment, whether that's the Frigid Glacier, whether that's even just Edok setting things up, some of that concussive blast, if it's all procced at the same time, can actually burst down and be a surprising form of damage. Now, Iran gonna get caught into the jungle again.
He did not want to force out the flicker coming in from Rins. Now, TLID wants to go for more.
Oi,
But
no.
they're going to bring down Sutsujin, wanting more Edok in trouble. The Queller is
Eh,
going to hit, but
Fabian
it's
ni
not going to be
bahaya
enough to
siap.
take down Edok.
Not going to be
Bahaya
enough,
duk,
but that'll
Fabian.
be enough to go ahead and make them swing towards this turtle. TLID already off to a
Lupa
good
pula yang
start
Suyo
early
bagus
game,
lawan dengan
trying to replicate
lawan
what
dengan ni,
they did
Fredrin.
previously, and Dyron won't be able to do anything about it. So they go ahead and grab themselves the objective, and now
Ya, lapar
eyes
pula.
set on the purple buff. Trying to put pressure here to make things worse.
Okay, trying to work on Dyron, and just looking at how the game's going right now, Aran has been playing phenomenal, unbothered in his own lane. Important to note that Dyron opted for the Benedetta type of sustain because he has the concussive blast and the Festival of Blood, and his battle spell is the Revitalize.
It's going to be crucial for him. Again, we've seen iterations of the Benedetta already through even the Swiss stage and up to this point a couple different times. But that tankier Benedetta also, depending on what kind of item build he goes to, could help out. Dyron forced to pop that Revitalize just as we
Somebody
mentioned.
Revitalize.
But now here.
Oh, they're going to catch Widdy. Here comes the taunt. And all of a sudden, they bring down Widdy the Wise. Energy Eruption also connecting. That's why Widdy, he didn't have time to react. He couldn't get away from RRQ.
That's why the Ruby's so good. You know, we saw this just recently. And it's a great pick. Edok loves to go ahead and play around this, and that's exactly what they have to do. They have to kind of catch people out from TLID, whoever that's going to be. Most of the time it is going to be Witty because he's going to be the one trying to set things up. Now, if they do go for Aran later on, they need enough damage to follow through that, and they just don't have that right now. But eventually, even when Skylar becomes online, you know, the fact that he already got an early kill will help him scale up against Aaron Shiki. But now Fabian,
even the right is
okay, one more Queller. Didn't even have to use it as Fabian picks up the kill onto Dyren. Not a good start for this Benedetta.
Fabian only having the Hunter Strike. Does get a flicker out from his kill, so he's going to be fine. Witty also checked. Skylar joining him. Not sure if they're going to actually follow through. Witty half health with the turtles up, and they are everywhere. It just seems like there's a cavalry in every side of the map, putting pressure all over RRQ Hoshi. As they go ahead and now
Rewi rasanya Nova memang dalam tak di-pick.
Fabian was able to manage
to
take up.
Yang ni kan masuk kau kalau nak pakai HP damage jungler jadi hero tank. Ya betul, ya betul. Dalam satu game dia dua keras. Kalau boleh satu front line, satu crowd control. Kalau boleh lah. Kalau duduk crowd control lagi better lah.
At the bay right now as Fabian keeps things going. The rest
Kalau
of the
duduk
team
boleh
is
crowd control
already
bonus.
making their way here though. They might want to break out a fight here.
That's a good Astral Echo, just a stun. And here comes the Jin Kondu combination.
Oi, Edok dapat, what the heck?
Here comes TLID onto attack though. Aran forced to use the revitalize. RRQ Hoshi still standing strong. They're forcing TLID to retreat, but Arando keeping RRQ Hoshi at bay.
Keeping them at bay, tanky enough, but hey, 1-1 for the Turtles right now. And RRQ Hoshi trying to keep things in tow, you know, not get too out of hand. Again, Skylar able to go ahead and just kind of farm up, do what he needs to do. We've seen this matchup so many times now, the Bruno versus the Granger. Aran might get caught here though.
Okay, now they're trying to work on Aran. 4 members up against him. He's not gonna be able to out-sustain that. And that's gonna make Aran overthink, can I really out-sustain or can I really dive deep?
You know, eventually, yes, he will be able to continue to do that. He just doesn't have much right now. You know, he's essentially still working on the
bila ada Bruno, kena trust tu. Bruno ni gila.
Defense, but ultimately, he needs more time. Even when
Skyler pula pakai.
Down,
ada chance.
And that's why the catch is so good from RRQ Hoshi. They just need to be able to follow through with the damage, and now the focus on this tier 1 in the bottom lane to conceal.
You don't have
goes in with I'm offended play. Rinto on the other hand, Widow.
Ya Allah, Renshiki. Bila Renshiki nak mati siap.
Brings down Rins as well. A bit of an overextension for RRQ and a great response from TLID.
Though Aaron Shiki ni might be one of the best gold laners around.
I mean, even just a face full of rhapsody from Aaron Shiki.
He hasn't died in 6 games.
Not where you want to be if you're Edok.
Yeah.
So with that,
maybe in 7 games now.
Kind of reset at this point.
Oh, he's really good.
Wow, the steal from Yezgil, able to get it with the shot from down under.
And now they're going to gack up onto Dyren as they take down the bottom lane turret. Here comes Fabian with the stun. Even with the revitalizer, you cannot out-sustain 3 members of TLID.
You know, at this point, he is really going to feel like the ghost. You know,
Ruby ni comfort around from a second aimbot user dapat buff Mirage Nova. Diorang enjoy ke tadi? Tak. Joy open. Tapi kau memang nak ambil apa nama dia? Fredrin untuk jaga Bruno.
This turtle, though, definitely going to the hands of TLID. Everybody not wanting to approach this area. They don't want to get whittled down. They don't want to get caught. Witty as well, holding down that front side with Aaron. So this is, once again, a lead for TLID that they can just capitalize on. Just like in the previous game, RRQ Hoshi trying to scrap up what they can, and every time their flickers are down, they could get caught out. You know, they could easily get taken down by a setup
Fred buff got stolen again.
And just like that,
no one scared out, but just skill up.
The passive, heal up, and then continue his dominance, his over-aggression, providing a lot of vision for TLID. They do, however, have a 3.8k gold lead. Now they go on a conceal. They might go for Dyren down bottom.
They went down there.
Suzujin did say that smooth punya Benedetta is better than Dyren. So
Skylar is going to be
maybe Dyren's sekarang ni
right now, at least in terms of this Bruno already sitting at 2-0.
Teringat owner lama Mamara Suzujin cuma Fredrin. Padahal bukan salah dia siap. Dah kalau push nak dia main pakai hero keras, tahu macam mana?
He will be able to actually go ahead and fight with space and some of that extra range to keep TLID in check. But right now they just need so much time because look at the pressure. Fabian's doing alone by himself. They might try to go for Fabian.
They're trying to go for Fabian though. But again, it's not going to continue.
Like
commits already the I'm offended play onto Aran, but Aran remains unbothered.
Okay.
As TLID, just look at the macro. Just look at how they're controlling the map. They have a tanky frontliners in Widdy and Aran. So right now, RRQ Hoshi's having a hard time trying to respond to the aggression of TLID as Aaron Shiki will get the turret up top.
Turret falls and TLID looking for more. A couple shots always from a distance. And Yehezkel, all he has is a glowing wand. He's got the enchanted talisman at this point. So
Dapat
continue to build up.
No Varia.
Fabian, you know, you can already see the previews of the damage. That's why Leo was talking about the damage profile. That was what's important, especially for TLID. It's hard to play against that when you have this kind of range. You know, how do you approach these fights when you have to get in range to set things up if you're
Dyron MC compared.
You're not going to be starting anything from this. Dyron.
Okay, Power of Wilderness will connect.
Baru cakap,
now
uy,
trying to gag up onto Dyron.
cancel.
Fabian though still has the Queller. He's not going to commit that Dyron escapes with Electo final blow. Again with Star Shatter connecting onto Skylar, the proper target, and TLID. Oh, winning with a kick! Catching Enoch right away as they try to work on the Lord. And all of a sudden, TLID, they're stepping on the gas. Aran has to revitalize though. When he again with a conceal, he has the Jit Kundu. When he committed though, TLID.
Wow, they're going to get actually forced off. So with that, it is going to reset. So doesn't matter. They go in for it.
Flicker in, Frederick Glacier, but Aran is going to get caught here. Taunt, Energy Eruption, and Dyron finally has a kill. That's going to be a 1-for-1 trade, and RRQ Hoshi kiting away the Lord.
Aran's out of this, and now still fighting for this Lord. Getting in position. Dyron does have that Revitalize available if he decides to kind of go in, tank things up. Winnie, though, once again, has the Way of the Dragon available.
Tetsunata.
Uh-oh.
And they blocked it. They blocked Tetsunata coming in from Aaron Shiki. And the damage. He's going to fall down.
Aaron Shiki nak mati siya.
Coming in from Skylar. Now they're trying to work on Dyron. A 2-for-1
Ada Benedetta mo, Benedetta
trade for the price of
dia.
Edok and Sutsujin.
I think they're still going to try to delay this out. Aaron Shiki, though, and Skylar in the mid lane.
That's another opportunity. One more Star Shatter. Is it going to connect?
Oh,
and it missed.
Ooh, that was close. But ultimately, what a fight for the Lord. Came down to it, and TLID will get that, and Aaron running for his life won't escape from Rinse.
Imagine if that Star Shutter connects, the TLID is going to make quick work of the outer turrets. They did secure the Lord, but still Skylar remains deathless, 3-0-1, and when we approach the 15-minute, 16-minute mark, when it's really activated, and when RRQ Hoshi starts to work around, starts to play around the fact that they have the Bruno, this is going to be crucial for TLID to end this early.
You can see it right there. You know, Skylar is up there on the damage meters. Like I said, he'd already had the Malefic Gun eventually for that fight. Aaron Shiki now picking up the Sky Piercer. So now this is where Aaron Shiki looks to go ahead and pop off, get the stacks. They're going to walk in with this Lord. And as long as Skylar has that space to work with, the only unfortunate thing is he doesn't have a flicker now, so he's got to rely on the peel of his team and also positioning. He'll go ahead and work on the Lord. Oh, there's the pull!
They're going to commit the Frederick Glacier and bring down Fabian. On the other hand, Arando got caught up by the Energy Eruption coming in from Susujin Edok. Will he continue to play TLID? Works on the mid lane turret, so that's still a trade RRQ Hoshi was waiting for, a shutdown onto Fabian.
That's a good shutdown. Again, going to the hands of Skylar too. Just dealing with the Lord, they dealt with the push. Get a little bit of extra thousands gold there. Whitty goes in with a kick.
Off angle kick, and now the counter punish from RRQ Hoshi. Forcing out the flicker from Whitty. Arando, Power Wilderness. Might be able to take down Edok on Skylar quite low. And now they're on the play.
Aaron Shiki tak mati.
Well, I'm offended play. Aran might
Tunggulah next season MPL baru dia mati.
Now Whitty with a conceal. Aran will be traded for Skylar.
Oh man,
Aran
Skylar
respect
almost got away.
Bruno.
Then they concealed. Then the pull came through, and he ends up dying
what is that?
in that class.
Nasi, daging,
So a whole
telur,
lot happening there.
and some
RRQ Hoshi though ultimately getting some important shutdowns and gold in
I'm
their
not making it sound appetizing, but it's really good.
Maybe allowing them to go ahead and have a fairer chance against the next Lord take. They've got plenty of time, about a minute or so, to go ahead and readjust and recalibrate. But Team Liquid ID, you know, they want to fight. There was some positioning there too. And Aaron Shiki still has not gone down yet. So Skylar getting a little bit aggressive, and even earlier in that fight, you don't even have the flicker available.
What the hell, this Aaron Shiki way, all timing on point. Aaron tak pernah mati lagi kan? Kat M6 pernah, tapi the last 7 games dia tak mati lagi.
Now that he at least has a flicker, still working
Ranger Aaron dari kemarin
on
memang
the
carry.
defensive items he's
Kuat gila
able
tu
to
Aaron
get
Shiki ni,
the Wind of
serious.
Nature eventually.
Aku tak tahu bila dia nak
Just
mati.
doesn't have it. And you can see them slowly but surely, RQ Hoshi getting some work in this game done, but still, how do they fare against the Lord coming up?
I mean,
KDA Aaron Shiki ni mesti gila tu.
They have ES kill. with the Navari that can provide a lot of vision, a lot of slows, not to mention the Astral Echo increasing the hitbox of the members of RRQ Hoshi. So the Jeet Kune Do, the Way of the Dragon, will connect properly for TLID as Dyron trying to work on Fabian. The Lord has spawned. Let's see if RRQ Hoshi can contest.
They are in that vicinity, so they're going to wait. They're going to try and clear up that long lane. Aaron Shiki will go ahead and start this up. Rins picking up the Wishing Lantern. They want to get a position. Conceal or use Witty going in.
C'est pas ça la base, okay.
Connect onto two. Skylar on the other hand just doing it. He's going to bring down Witty. One member down in exchange for Susujin. No retribution holder for RRQ, and TLID will get the Lord. And Rochiki's not done. Popping the Pride of Ice. And the Rins with the flicker out to make sure he escapes.
Tapi Skylar pun okay je 5-1-2 tapi damn Aaron Shiki 2-0-6.
Big Lord take again. Witty, you know, starting things up with Conceal goes
Game
in.
satu tadi dah mati kan? Oh dia dah mati
I mean, even Aaron Shiki himself, he's just kind of posting up with the front
aku
side.
dah lupa dah game satu tadi sebab tak fokus sangat.
And no one wants to approach that. Just because how much he hurts.
GG pok sangat pok gila. Ada Nova, ada Granger, ada Suyo. Aku rasa tu memang draft TLID kot. Does your wife also play MLB? Not only does she play MLB, she used to compete. She used to be a professional player.
Literally a walking vision. Like he is the walking vision. He can spot people out and give that call to the rest of TLID.
She used to be a professional player. Tahu TLID tak hancur satu pun. Sakit saya kena put dengan Nova plus ulti Ranger kan.
There's the pull, but don't follow through.
WF.
Turret's gonna fall though. Lord finally going down. All base turrets still up and okay for RRQ Hoshi. But they lose all the tier 2s, and now TLID, do they take a disciplined route, even though they have this 7,000 gold lead? Looks like they'll do just that. They don't want to overstep.
Hey.
They're happy with what they got with that Lord.
Apa tu Winter ke?
Ada Winter? Ya, ada Winter ke dia kena
was
freeze?
able to avoid the I'm offended play from Edok.
Yeah, I don't know.
Dia Winter ke dia freeze? Dia kena freeze.
Yeah, cause
looks like they'll do just that. They don't want to overstep.
Dia sendiri yang
They're happy
Winter.
with what they got with that Lord.
Yeah.
Okay.
Fabian just really showing his quick hands. Was able to avoid the I'm offended play from Edok with just one dash. And now a successful defense for RRQ Hoshi. They were able to save all inhibitor turret. And now they're going to try to look for a pick off there. So Sujin uses retribution, trying to slow down that run. While Dyron just keeping TLID at bay. Here comes Aaron Shiki with the Pet Sonata. Trying to discount the damage though, but RRQ Hoshi able to sustain that.
And that's all he has to do. Arana just keeps doing that, providing the vision. Knows he can take shots.
Semalam mau waktu last tu sedih cok. Granger sekarang tak biasa macam Granger dulu.
It's just they have to force themselves to just not get out vision at this point. But how do you do that when you
Tapi Granger sekarang macam gila je.
Also picked up.
Tengok Aaron Shiki main 2-0-6
These next lords, these later lords, depending on how long they can stall out this game. Oh, you don't go. Here a couple shots. So
just look at the range.
Gila, poking dorang, what the hell?
That's what I said. How do you fight against this range, man? How do you even get in position? The only time it's gonna happen is when you actually go and contest the Lord, because then you have a couple different angles to go from. But even just trying to get in that position,
just tambahkan range semua.
has done such a good job at
Cuk
just
jaga
kind of
kalau
setting
orang
things
sama
up.
dekat, and then Aran pun
Firing
just
off from a
zonekan orang.
distance. And that's why I said, as long as Aran
Fabian
is
pun
just
sama-sama
in
poking.
those bushes, in that side of the jungle, or even
Sekarang sedap
around the
lagi
Lord
Granger.
pit, you're not gonna surprise them.
At least satu benda kita bercakap, sebelum ni Granger tak ada dekat dalam competitive scene. Granger sekarang ada dalam competitive scene. Granger sekarang ikut atas play yang pada cari stack. Pada aku lebih pada ni lah, apa hit punya skill dengan jaga positioning.
If ever they want to go up against a team with high vision, a huge amount of rage, at the same time damage, they're gonna have to catch TLID off guard. They're gonna have to catch them by surprise, make an outstanding play, or even just isolate the damage dealers. Try to reach for Yezkiel and Aaron Shiki.
Well, this is where they started up. We'll see if Edok is able to go ahead and surprise TLID. Lord already started up. Witty prepping up. Waiting in, there's the conceal play.
That's a good connection of Astral Echo connecting onto 3.
Tapi tengok je lah, free hit je Aaron tu.
Still working on him. Now Susujin Bracers. But got bursted down by Aaron Shiki. Here comes the counter attack coming in from RRQ. Frederick Glacier is going to connect.
Apa Fabian buat? Dia macam
steals away the Lord. Now they're going to get Witty down. A double kill for Aaron Shiki. But
RRQ dapat
will get the Lord.
Draft ni boleh lah utility jungle rasanya, tapi scary.
But TLID,
Susujin pun hampir half nyawa hilang kena pop Nova. But Granger goal or hyper battle. So far kalau ikut tournament memang goal lah.
But still, it was only
tapi kalau kat rank hyper dia
so the
sedap.
waves will get taken care of.
Yeah, Darren got
we'll
lot.
see again. Rins, Edok, Skylar still up. You saw the preview too. Skylar's hurt, man. You know the amount of damage he's able to do with just one kick, one auto even, is definitely showing. It does have all the items that he needs, really. Even got rid of the boots. So now, Lord pushing in on the tier 2. Here's the pull.
I'm offended play onto Aran. Paired up with a Frederick Glacier, a lot of done, and they will find bring down Aran. Erochiki off the final fight. It's going to bring down Rins as well. Now TLID, they made quick work of the Lord of RRQ Hoshi. No inhibitor turrets taken down. All their turrets are well intact except for the top lane. And now Sutsujin, they're trying to work on Fabian. Here's the dash out. 5.8k gold lead still for TLID, and just like that, you take away the momentum RRQ gain for getting that Lord.
I think, you know, even given this gold lead, it doesn't really matter. RRQ Hoshi is in fighting form. A lot of times it's more so of the surprise factor, and that's all on Irok for the most part. Even earlier on for that Lord fight, you know, Witty went in. But then it was just good team fighting from RRQ Hoshi to actually go ahead. And then, yes, Dyrant. The fact that he was able to buy time by taking the Lord, you know,
damage je lah kurang. Dia annoying, tapi sooner or later you boleh je lawan. Bestnya tengok orang main Granger. Main Granger best tau. Menang kalah je. So bila aku main goal pun, menang kalah aku tak boleh janji. Tapi aku tahu aku akan have fun main Granger. Granger ni kau rasa macam kau punya mekanik gila babi tau.
To tank those shots up every single time.
Serius, menang atau kalah main Granger ni best. Mic tu range harga berapa? 700, 800 kok, aku dah tak ingat dah. Skylar terlampau padu jok. What's better against Nova? Athena or Twilight? Twilight. Dia punya second skill Twilight, tapi first skill dia you still want Athena. Seronok tengok orang main Granger sendiri main Granger teruk koyak. Tapi best lah, main Granger best, serius. Pernah main Granger dekat Brawl, best jugalah. Best, main Granger ni best. Aku ni bukan gold lane, tapi bila aku main gold lane hari tu, aku saja try Granger. Alhamdulillah lah menang. Tapi memang aku rasa best gila main. Sebab kau boleh spam kau punya skill. Untuk gold lane patut ke timing kill atau tak kisah janji tim dapat kill? Macam mana tu? Masuk timing kill? Oh nice, dapat tangkap Fabian.
Fabian down and the Lord is up. How does RRQ Hoshi play into this?
Dah ada 650 stack mesti skill main tanpa CD full. Lepas tu spam multi, betul? Wish Novaria baru lepas balik. Fair roll apa? Mid ke? I lebih kepada roam. Roam atau mid, antara dua tu. And I tengah belajar nak main EXP.
Fabian still 20 seconds away. They go in.
Winnie connects
nice kick.
Dragon onto E-Dog. A double kill coming in from Eroshiki. Working on Dyrant. Pops his Wind of Nature. It's going to be a one-on-one. As RRQ Hoshi still working on the Lord. Datsunaba is there.
Oi, dapat kill Susujin. Dapat kill Susujin.
Who's going to get the Lord? RRQ, TLID, the stuns are there. They're going to bring down Winnie.
Oi, here's a kill. Oi, baik tu Skylar. Oi, Eren mati. Oi, oh gila lah diorang ni.
It's a wipeout and what a fight it was.
Gila tu fight tadi. What the hell? Brawl at his fighters. Brawl at his fighters. Dah end, GG.
And TLID with a huge advantage.
Gila lah team fight tadi terus menang siap W Aaron. 4v5 gila. Struggle siap RRQ jumpa TLID. Maksudnya kita sendiri secure kill daripada bagi teammate yang dapatkan kill. Kalau awak gold lane, awak ambil lah kill. Dia kalau boleh, siapa dapat 2 kill, terus stop. Bagi orang lain kill. Elok timing kill, tapi jangan sampai tak hit langsung, tunggu last hit, betul. Dia depend pada situation lah. Kalau enemy yang jenis senang nak lari, macam Joy, bunuh je daripada bagi dia hidup lama. Kalau confirm kill, bagilah dekat jungle ataupun god lane, antara dua-dua tu.
The Ghost strikes again. A long haul match. One of the
Idol tak boleh buat apa. Bila kau rasa season berapa kita boleh consider ML League berjaya?
Hey, that's a debut.
It's not really.
On top of that, and a Lord
maybe 2 more seasons, maybe 1 more year.
Talk about impressive.
Team Liquid ID is full of debut picks at this point. They've been, I mean, all over the place. And I would say they have a great success rate with them.
RRQ ni memang safe meta ke? No. I rasa TLID ni kuat sangat. Draft TLID tu.
That Novaria pick makes 73 out of the unique hero
Kau
pick in
susah
M6
nak
right
lawan.
now. So
Range Granger,
we are
Suyo
definitely in a very healthy place in the meta
dengan
game. Very talented teams.
like TLID punya draft is all about range. Memang susah gila nak lawan.
ID are bringing them to the table and forcing their old-time rivals in RRQ to respect.
Draft TLID ni kalau enemy dapat Fanny tu boleh menang.
The double poke lineup.
Fair views RRQ versus FAMOS paling tinggi. Oh ya ke?
What a
Kalau bracket siapa kalah balik ke? Betul.
Right now TLID one more win away from earning a
Aku tengok views dalam MPLID channel dekat 700k core views. Macam ni RRQ leh menang dengan FNOP. Macam mana ni RRQ leh menang dengan FNOP tapi struggle dengan TLID. Tak, TLID dulu dia masa start dia macam kurang. Sekarang tengok draft gila orang ni.
We have to point out, and it's not like it's an unpopular pick, but you don't get to see it come in all the time. It's that
TLID punya draft ni very interesting. Dorang main range gila-gila. Novaria tu senyum je poke Fredrin tu. Iya, senyum tu. TLID nervous awal-awal. Betul, awal-awal dorang kurang. Sekarang dorang power gila. Okay, fair, kalau macam ni gayanya, katakan SRG menang versus NIP, so kau rasa kalau SRG versus RRQ boleh menang tak? Silap-silap, aku macam nak SRG tu main draft TLID. Baik tu draft TLID ni.
Off of Aran, and I can't blame him. He is the, once again, true core in RRQ's draft. And that's what you do, right? When there's a threat in your face, you just do your darndest to be able to survive. And if I'm not mistaken, he was also rocking Aha's Claw. So the math that just did not check out. He could not lifesteal enough to save him from the return.
He was just all over the place, invading the jungle, especially in the early phase. You get to see just how much of an impact a Hilda can have, how heavy of a hitter she can be in the beginning phase. Then you top that off with a revitalized
Hero pool TLID memang luas bro. Time grand final RRQ lawan TLID, comeback game 3-4-5-6. The thing about TLID, diorang walaupun diorang tukar hero, tapi dia punya gameplay ataupun dia punya idea tak berbeza. Macam Ezekiel, like okay, bila TLID dapat Granger, diorang memang akan main range. Ezekiel pakailah hero apa pun, asalkan dia hero yang boleh poking jarak jauh. Macam Xavier kena ban, ada Novaria. Kalau Novaria kena ban, then maybe ada benda lain, aku tak sure apa.
Maybe you catch a run, but we saw it even in that last Lord fight while it was happening. We're wondering, even with Fabian gone,
macam Vamos lah, Swiss stage kalah, BO3 boleh menang, betul. Draft sama je macam SRG, beza match pick. Rahsia Aaron maki padu sebab makan nasi kandar. TLID ni aku suka draft dia pakai mage range jauh macam Nova, Xavier. Mungkin coach boleh bagi range hero untuk Stormy. Draft TLID game ni semua hero comfort orang. Tengok RRQ ni macam tak kuat mana. Diorang jumpa apa je kat M6 ni. Is it 3-0 again or 2-2? I feel like it's gonna be a 3-0. Sebab TLID ni gila tu. Selena sekarang susah nak relevan kat pro scene sebab clear lambat. Betul, clear dia tengah lambat. Apa hero yang jarak jauh lagi yang boleh pakai? Curse activated? Nah fam. RRQ diorang dapat Bruno pun susah sih.
Absorbed 213,000 damage. That is essentially everything we see on the side of RRQ right now. All of it together is pretty much Aran's damage taken stat.
On Aran. Not to even mention what Weedy does.
Lagi satu kalau teruk sangat, Chang'e siap. Chang'e, Kimi, Sicilian.
Comparing against each other, Skylar and Aaron Shiki.
Again,
tapi takut.
In on Skylar, that's a story here. So you would assume that the stats and the gold should have been more on Skylar.
Aku harap 3-0. TLID mechanical strong dari RRQ. Respect kat si Suyo Fabian ni. Lawan Joy menang, lawan Fred menang. Gila tu. Tapi memang sepatutnya lawan Fred boleh menang. Lawan dengan Joy tu yang hebat. Okay, bye-bye. Betul juga mid clearing lane penting, tapi best pakai Selena. Dia kalau aku rasa kalau pakai Selena, dia bukan main range sangat. Dia boleh main range tapi tak semacam main range. Aku rasa kalau ada fighter jungle, jadi Selena just hit dia punya arrow and then terus gas masuk, best.
You need the whole package, and Skylar right now, you know, it's not like
Kelly just got a lot of power pick and good strategy. Hey, that's how you win the game, you know. Get a lot of good power picks and then good strategy.
Everything else is crumbling
You know?
around. Skylar's not going to be able to take towers. He can't push.
That's like essentially, you know. So yun ni macam Franco. Kadang sedap, kena sedap, tak kena tidur. Satu lagi Serena ni boleh jadi spy, betul.
Star Shatter, you just wail away. It's so much easier for Aaron to get these numbers.
At least relevant lagi ke sekarang,
to get these
Fel?
numbers, he relied on his mid laner. He relied on the Ghost of Jakarta. He just doesn't die. It's Yehezkiel.
Entah, tak berani cakap.
On point, the debut pickup and working in their favor.
Sebab ikut teori, Alice ni pick yang bagus. Tapi dia macam timing Alice tu, aku sangat tak sure timing dia macam mana. Macam dia lebih daripada game ke, mid game ke, late game ke. Alice aku macam tak sure timing dia macam mana.
As risky. When he's running on this Navarre, he's playing in the back line. But it's his setups that help the team to win these skirmishes.
Yeah, I like the way that TLID goes.
Macam mana Liquid boleh menang game satu tadi? Aran dengan namanya Hilda terlampau mengganggu RRQ, and Fabian had a pretty easy game. Fabian had a pretty easy game. Aaron Shiki also had a pretty good game. Aaron pernah pakai Alice Gold, lepas tu bantai-bantai. Ya, tapi time tu berbeza. Time sekarang berbeza. Tu yang aku cakap, aku tak tahu. Sebab time tu itu patch yang lepas. Ya, dia pakai Alice before meta change lah. Itu patch yang lepas. Patch yang sekarang ni.
No, just one per game. One per game. That's why he's called the Ghost.
Gotcha.
He just has once.
Only one.
And for those of y'all wondering, if you want to play a Novaria much like Yezkiel, that last item slot, you'll notice that he only had 5, was a juggle between Divine Glaive, Blood Wings, and a Winter Crown.
He just had the damage necessary, especially toward that late game. I mean, he was bursting down members of RRQ Hoshi. But RRQ Hoshi, it wasn't too far off, right? I feel like there's some glimmering hope for them. I feel like during some of the Lord engagements, it wasn't even a retry battle anymore. It was who could get that last hit off. We got to see not only Dyron get a Lord Steal from RRQ Hoshi, but on the other side, Liquid ID. Yehezkiel taking one for himself.
It was this right here. But you know what? It's very rare that I say outright I disagree with you, but Steph Weezy, I disagree with you. Because those comebacks from RRQ Hoshi were only possible or were only ever evident if they were able to set up 3 or 4 solid ways, and that starts usually off of Sutujin finding an angle.
Aku macam dengar Kadita macam next ngam next patch. Macam patch ni. Tapi tak ada orang pakai.
Outright almost solo kill.
Aku try tak ngam.
Like those are the ways that
Aku dah try tak ngam.
Alas,
dia macam somehow burst dia macam tak cukup. Aku tak faham kenapa.
You know what? I think I know what they need to do.
What do they need to do?
When you're feeling down, when things aren't working in your favor, there's really only one option. Hello Panda. Guys, get it. Fill your game with Hello Panda. Crunchy biscuits filled with creamy chocolate. The ultimate snack.
Oh, ada team ambil Kadita. Jadi ke tak? Tak jadi. Ada satu game jadi, yang lain semua tak jadi.
Visit Hello Panda website.
No.
Oh my Trex. What is this?
Welcome to the desk.
Tapi still harap SRG dan Vamos boleh come back stronger. Yeah, hopefully can. Aku rasa aku nak solat dulu kot.
I was gonna offer some to the kingdom because
mereka live stream masih lag je.
A little bit of sugar.
They're just that good.
Mereka buat bet akan botak-botak. Apa bet dia?
I can't help myself.
Weezy's been here 1 day. How many Hello Pandas have you had, my good sir?
I only had one out of the box.
He had 1 piece.
1 piece.
You guys have to talk about that later.
That's better than most of the other casters that sit on the desk with me. I don't really get the whole box.
Shout out to Hello Panda. As well, a reminder, folks, from the 22nd of November to the 29th of December, the M6 support chest will be available for a limited time. Purchase a support chest for 50 diamonds to get a large amount of pass XP with a chance to obtain a basic M6 pass. Use the basic M6 pass to instantly activate the M6 pass, unlock additional pass rewards, and immediately get Claude Challenger Spark. Hashtag
greater than ever.
Hashtag
MLBB M6.
Neither of you get a hashtag no more.
I don't have my glasses on right now.
We're done. It's over. We are at match point, and RRQ Hoshi needed you to get that ad read right, and you failed them. Why?
That's Weezy's fault.
Is it?
I didn't have my glasses on.
It's because he ate all the Hello Panda.
He's low on sugar.
I'm low on sugar.
I'm putting this on you.
Okay.
Once
I'll
more,
take this one.
Florida Man 3 is in danger of being disbanded. Second time tonight. Folks, we have a few moments to reset. And before we get on
I want to
with the
go pray
match,
for that.
we are going to go into a courtside interview. We have the lovely Michelle.
Thank you, our panel. So now it's Michelle with Poji again, and now we are having the ex-coach of RRQ, Hoshi,
Yeah, guys, sir.
Phil with us. Thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you, thank you.
So now on the stage, both teams were coming from Indonesia,
Yes.
but I still need to make sure with you which team you're coming for.
Yeah, for sure I'm supporting RRQ Hoshi, right? Because it's my team also. That's why I'm supporting RRQ Hoshi. But because this is the Indonesian match, still RRQ. But if the enemy is not from Indonesia, yeah.
Both teams are your home heroes, right?
Sure.
So, like, did you expected that they got a rematch so fast in like the knockout stage?
Actually, I already expecting it. I already expect because this is a drawing system, right? From Swiss round to knockout stage. That's why I expect that maybe at this moment, I expect.
So it's like a rematch of your grand final in your qualifiers. So, Poji, would you like to bring some question about the grand final in their qualifier?
Yes, sure. So for Coach Phil, do you think, how about you think about this? Because previously in MPL ID for the final, they go full series, 7 games. But for this time, do you think RRQ can go full series against Team Liquid?
At upper bracket final in MPL Indo, we get lost 2-0 first, and then we can reverse sweep also. I hope at this moment we can do the same thing lah, because we already lost 2-0 right now. So I hope we can full 5 game.
So you believe they're gonna come back, right? Yeah. Okay. So from that significant grand final in your qualifier to the M6, as a coach perspective, do you think the both team got any improvement has been accomplished in the M6 series?
For sure got so many improvement. Actually, like maybe from the mechanic, and then, but I also see that the mentality about the two teams from Indonesia, like RRQ and Team Liquid, is mentality up because they are so new player, right? They are the generation player from Indo, and they can play well at M6. That's really good for Indonesia.
So you hope all the players could keep calm, just like the Sujing, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
All right, good for you, Coach. But before we return back to the cast, I have a question, a special question actually. As someone from RRQ, which has the biggest, if not the largest fan in MLBB scene, do you have anything to say to the millions of fans of RRQ all around the world?
Maybe I can say it in Indonesia ya?
Yes, for sure can.
Oke, buat para Kingdom, jangan toxic, intinya jangan toxic, kita have fun aja, apapun yang terjadi, ya intinya mungkin sekarang kita dilihat dari dunia tuh dengan fanbase terbesar lah. Justru karena itulah aku pesan buat kalian Kingdom dimanapun kalian berada, jangan toxic, just have fun, dan tetap kita support dengan cara yang positif. Viva RRQ!
Thank you. Thank you, Phil. I believe your message just cheered them up. So let's check out what's gonna happen in the third game. So panel, back over to you.
Michelle, and terima kasih to Coach Fiel, former coach of RRQ, and to Popo G for sharing insights on this upcoming game. I lost track. Game 3?
Game 3.
Yeah, game 3.
All right, it's been a long day, but hey, Coach did say in the upper bracket finals they were down 2, and then they rolled it back.
It kind of feels like what we seen earlier today, right? Where we got to see Fnatic Onyx up against Falcons. It was the same situation, 2-0. And we all know how that played out.
It is a Florida Man 3 desk.
It is?
Yeah, it's possible. It's definitely possible.
Why is
But
there
I don't
hesitation
know.
in your voice?
Because TLID just looks too good right now.
Too clean?
Too clean. Unless, you know, I mean, we saw, unless RQ's just been downloading. But at this point, it doesn't exactly seem like it's completely just in the draft. Like, FCON vs FNOP felt so reliant on solely the draft This time, I will say that there's I mean, TLID, they're mid, they're EXP and everyone just seems to be really in tune and playing to their best ability right now.
All right, I can imagine that there's a lot of pressure on their shoulders right now, a lot of responsibilities on Skylar, King Skylar. Here's a quick quote from Coach Fiel here on the growth of Skylar. This is actually from Dyren. Coach Fiel was the one we spoke with. As the in-game captain, Skylar is great at giving us direction. Since we are all still rookies, he shares everything he knows with us. He's very different from the person he was back in Season 12, so that's about a year and change ago. Before, he had a lot of doubts, but now he's more mature and more experienced. So, again, very evident that even in-game, they all look to Skylar for that guidance.
The crown weighs heavy on the King. I mean, he has a lot to kind of keep on his back, right? You talk about the promise he made to the OGs, his former teammates, trying to get more than a top 3 placement. Right now, the battle for a top 4 placement is what is at stake with their match up against TLID. And then also to be a leader to the rookies that are day in and day out grinding with him, preparing for these matches. And right now facing a deficit of 2-0, that's a hard thing to come back from.
It's definitely a hard thing to come back from, and I feel like at this point, you know, those players also need to start being able to rely on themselves in the game because Skylar is the goal laner, right? He's the one in the back. He's the one who needs to be able to capitalize off their well-doing.
Yeah, logically speaking, he is payoff, but you need good setup. And so far, Witty the Wise has been on point when it comes to setting up his team. And on the other side, it's Edok. What's been the struggle here? What's been the story? Here's their player head-to-head. Stats say Edok should be the better player, but I don't think roamers can carry the game alone.
It's a little challenging, right? I mean, Edok, even in the last game, he was going for more of a group CC type roamer, right? He pulled out that Ruby.
That's right.
When you go against Witty, he went for that show. So it's going to be interesting how you kind of compare those stats. But nonetheless, just the overall element, setup, that is very important in today's day and age with these games.
Coach T, do you reckon it's time to bring out the Franco? Is it time to just shut down one hero, put it in the hands of Edok and say, you know, it's over? RRQ somehow end up with these Franco specialists. Time to bring out the Franco. Is it time to just shut down one hero, put it in the hands of Edok and say, you know, it's over? RRQ somehow end up with these Franco specialists.
I mean, it's true. They've had a lot of them.
Year after year.
It's definitely a possibility. It is game 3 at this point. You could bring something like that out and put on the line. And the thing is, it's not even just like a cheese pick. It worked very well yesterday, man. It picked them apart piece by piece. So definitely something we could see. I don't think it would be an early pick. I think it'd be something a little bit later. The thing is TLID has such great poke compositions that even a Franco might not be able to save him.
I reckon. So if ever a Franco, a pocket Franco, a specialty Franco to turn things around would come out, it would be very late in the draft. Here we are speaking of game number 3 is afoot. The Kingdom up against a corner. 1 game loss away from being knocked down into the lower bracket. Team Liquid ID looking to hit it where it hurts. Strike the King. Make sure that they fall. RRQ on the play. Banning out the Fanny and the Hilda. Respect to Aran. Liquid ID banning out the same heroes for the first 2. Jushin and Matilda.
I like that they finally ban out the Hilda. I think it's a really important ban. Between getting through and Iran is just a monster on, and the Hilda itself is already a very troublesome
Buat pasal Wiz sekarang sound like Chris Rock tu, aku tengok tim yang rapuh gagal defend jungle orang dia kena rusuh, jungler akan start ketinggalan.
With this Chobian banned out,
jadi dekat SRG jauh ketinggalan
door,
tu masa lawan FNOP, since kita dapat farm. Apalagi Nazim dekat Jaya.
I mean, they could still try and lock in Skylar and something a little bit more comfortable. Maybe even that
Sekai selalu tak dapat ketam hujung tu. Aku dah start sedati mesti game keras.
There's nothing wrong with doing that.
But
what follows and how Bruno saw it, how Liquid ID plays the response to the power pick Bruno in the middle of the draft is what really matters. So
14
I think it's safe. If it is open, just take it.
Cara masuk wall dulu
It's the
kemas,
power
tapi
of the
sekarang
two
macam
pick
trouble
swing
sikit.
from
Ya,
the
bit
red
trouble.
side. Which can hit like a truck, and that's what RQ is going to be facing right now.
Which is why I'm surprised RQ
Last nampak
continues to
solid
pick
lawan
blue
KGB.
side when they favored red
KBG.
so much. It's like
KBG
that
tu sebab
first
orang yang
game
main trouble.
really kind of pushed
Ya,
them
betul.
back, but here goes the risk. Here goes the roll of the
Tapi tak
dice.
apalah, aku rasa
Instead
dorang punya
of
coach
first
pada
picking
pandai
the
lah nak
Bruno,
display
they
kan
go
orang.
for the Suyo.
RQ
Quick
first pick
response to
Suyo.
Glue and the Bruno.
Yeah. With this blue, super
TLID
early.
boleh ambil Joy.
A little surprising
Hilda tak
for
ada,
me,
weh.
but a response back from RRQ. I was waiting to see it. I thought TLID would have
TLID
picked it
boleh
up,
ambil Joy.
but it's going to go into the hands of RRQ Hoshi alongside the Phobius.
All right, a couple of
Kelakar bila
power
dorang
picks came through, I'd
kata
say a few
SRG
rather,
sengaja turun low
because
bracket.
Even Phobius, prior banned over and over again in the series. The glue as well.
Yep, Joy.
I wonder if that was worth it for Liquid ID as they close up the
Dorang
first
ban
phase with
Hilda,
the
dia
Joy.
nak ambil Suyo. Memang Joy lah cerita
I was
dia.
about to say it. The Franco. This would have been the game for it.
TLID punya draft macam okay je.
Felt good after this TLID, maybe even ban out the 1-1 just to really limit down onto RQ here. But at this
LFS
point,
pindah
in
dari
this
streamer
phase of
ko,
the game,
LWiFi
I like
katanya.
TLID's draft. They get the Bruno, they have the Suyo counter with the Joy.
It is what it
Feels
is. It is what it is.
A lot of things
SPS kat mana?
comes down
Maybe dekat
to
Johor.
how this Yves
Sesiapa
will
main tu
play,
memang nak menang.
how they
Tak
calm
mungkin sengaja
down.
turun bracket. Ya, tak
What
ada
is
lah.
really
Tak ada
these
kena
final plays?
terus
Leo,
sengaja
you
turun
got
bracket. Okay, lepas tu dorang ban Franco, very good ban. Ada ban Chip. Lepas tu Widi gelap.
Yes, they do. How worthy is this glue?
The glue?
Because they
The glue is good.
and they had an instant response. I think the glue is gonna keep the Phobius hostage in lane.
It checks out.
Siasa Johor, maybe kat
Who's
Johor.
going to not only keep the Phobius
Maybe.
lane, but do a great job at
Maybe.
diving onto this Yves and helping deal with the Suyo when the time comes.
Hello?
Like, just consistently
venue
jumping
language.
around.
But we gotta ask, who's gonna stop the Joy? There's
Yeah, who's
nothing
gonna stop
really
the
to
Joy?
in the
Ben
track before
Tigril.
they drop down the RWM.
Ben Tigril, dorang ambil Ruby. Oh, Ben
We're gonna
Hari.
find out here momentarily. I mean, it could be a
What's the
wide
name of
answer,
cat?
but up
Rui.
against it, not something we see picked up often, but it has slipped through the
Rui.
cracks.
But that's
It's been
Aran
the
though.
Singular, it's been one of the answers to the Joy, right?
No, I think the glue is okay.
It's been a little
I have no
shaky.
problem with the
It's a-
glue. W cat,
it's a
yeah,
risky
W cat.
pick.
It doesn't feel very RRQ, especially with their first phase here.
That's fair to say. I mean, RQ right now, their backs are against the wall.
Yeah.
You know, they
Kali
have
diam
this
pula.
Phobius. Hold on, wait a second. Okay,
Ah,
Mavilia's
larong gaduh
gone.
hari
So
tu.
Phobius, when you get into the heart of the battle, you're gonna have to worry
Crowd
about
Johor
this
lagi
glue
best dari
for
KL
one.
ke Fel. Aku selalu bawa
And
family
then
tengok MPL dekat
It's
MPSG.
gonna be hard to chase down a Joy. Then on top of that,
Untuk tempat yang tak selalu ada MPL, dorang lagi
And it looks
appreciate.
like Liquid ID have
Dorang lagi
allowed
hype.
the Granger.
Untuk orang yang dah selalu
It
tengok,
looks like
dorang dah
that's
macam
the
dah
only
tak
pick
jakun
left
lah senang
for,
cerita.
Skylar here, unless he has something left in the tank. A Beatrix?
I don't know. I mean, like I said, you still have the 1-1, but he normally only pairs that up when he has a Cho, when they have the
RQ
Franco,
kena
when they
ambil
have something that has
Moskov
some hard
kot.
lock to allow Skylar to capitalize on it. So I feel like, yes, Granger probably the only choice. TLID needs to pick
Semoga
Rome at this
Vamos
point.
menang lawan
Do they go
Team Spirit
for
dan
the
Falcon.
Tig,
Hopefully boleh
that's what I
kot.
was about to say. It will take and go on both sides too.
Dorang boleh ambil
It's a
3 kalau
high-value
dorang nak.
target. Should lock it
Or
in.
Randy
They're gonna go
Valen.
in for the Valentina instead, so we're gonna have double artillery for both
RQ nak
sides.
tak nak kena ambil Tigril ni.
It's very rare that
Oh, Bellery pun boleh.
Enoch
Yeah.
does have it.
Bellery
I was
pun
about to say,
okay
very rare
untuk lawan
that
dengan Joy.
Yeskiel actually
Dengan
puts
Granger.
himself in the crossfire. The Ghost of Jakarta likes to play fair.
Range,
likes to play
Granger
safe.
dengan
So
Eve pun
picking
gila
the
guys.
Valentina is definitely going to get him closer to the front lines. How do they close the draft up? They still
Yeah, very
need a
calm.
solid roamer.
She's
What's
like in a
Weedy the
trance.
Wise going to play here? No show, no chip.
Macam dia terpaku tengok ML.
I mean, it's still on the table.
Hilda not open. Yeah, Tig.
There's not too many options.
Bila MPL nak buat kat Borneo Vel, tak tahulah. Jujur tak tahu. Maybe soon, maybe soon. Sebab aku rasa berdasarkan apa jadi dekat MPL season lepas, setiap tahun dorang nak buat sekali dekat luar. Luar Selangor KL gitu.
Well, as the clock winds down, we are going to go ahead and see
Carmilla. Now we saw that lineup with SRG and SRG lose with Granger and Eve. Nampaknya 3-0 curse. No, the range is good. The range is good. But not saying you will win, but the range is good. Sebab problem RQ is cuma ada ni je, si Bellery untuk stop Joy. In Kangkong we trust. Bellery Kangkong.
Thank you very much, panel, for breaking down again Game 3's draft. I think I know the little
Too much
bird they're
magic for
talking about
TLID.
again with Witty and this Carmilla pick. Egan, how we feeling about
Dairen
that?
sudah menjadi manusia ungu.
Even the panel called it
Teman
already.
Fabian
It's a
farming
counter
tadi.
against Joy. Whenever the Joy
Sorry
decides
tadi,
to go
Pet
to
sekarang
the
lebih
left
ke arah
flank,
aggressive
you're
gameplay and
just
speed
one
rotation.
wrath of Dry.
Not
It's
necessarily. Sebab kalau kita cakap tu setiap patch pun macam tu. Aggressive. And then speed rotation. Tak juga. Sekarang ni dia lebih pada damage dengan range. Jarak jauh. Hero jarak jauh is like the name of the meta sekarang. Kalau pasal rotation laju lah apa semua tu memang setiap patch macam tu. Setiap patch macam tu. Sekarang ni nampak aggressive sebab burst damage semua kuat.
As they go ahead and start things up. TLID has been all over the map from game 1, game 2, able to go ahead and punish even just like this in the early game, really putting pressure on, knowing the limit of how much they can get away with, and even holding on to this.
Speaking of game number 1 and number 2, this is what has been happening. Aran just really dominating the XP lane, not letting Dairen play. He did use the Hilda twice. Now it's going to be the glue, but still, it looks like it's the same story. An aggressive start on the XP lane.
Aggressive start right now. So far, that's been the trend or the theme of this series alone. Again, against these two powerhouse teams from Indonesia, really knowing their own playstyle and how they like to roam around the map. But, you know, just like our panel kind of broke down earlier on, it just seems like, you know, some of the challenges that TLID face there going forward throughout the Swiss stage, they've really refined
Glue menyusahkan. Glue ni memang kuat and tak ada banyak apa namanya counter untuk Glue kat sini.
The first team to secure the knockout here. Oh, he's going to be able to get away, Fabian. Oh,
not a counter attack from RRQ Hoshi. Dairen and Fabian goes in. Susujin as well. Here comes the Revitalize coming in from Edok. Rins on the other hand trying to work on Windy.
Fight tak ada level 4 ni.
So no casualties for both of these teams, but this is
tak ada benda pun nak fight tu sebab semua tak level 4 lagi.
Game number 1, game number 2, where you just keep on
Vexana TLID kalau nampak Susujin kill dulu, mata gila Aran. Glue memang pick kuat tu sekarang sebab tak banyak hero boleh burstkan orang.
The nature of these two lineups and how they're going to work. It's already up. It's already going to be spawned.
Tapi betul tak kalau dia dah ambil Glue, patutnya ambil Vexana ke apa ke. Tapi ambil
to go ahead and just take it as quick as possible. So RRQ Hoshi will get the objective locked in and
dah
secured
GG lah.
first turtle of the game.
Apa ni, risau kalau tim Malaysia tak menang tahun ni. Tahun kedepannya tak ada siapa yang boleh bagi saingan dekat PH.
RRQ Hoshi clearly having
Fair item Granger better Hunter Strike dulu atau War X Hunter Strike. Sebab kalau kau buat War X dulu tak ada damage pun. War X tu adalah damage sikit, tapi lebih pada spell vamp. And kalau kau buat spell vamp tapi kau tak damage, kau tak boleh, dia tak rasa.
We'll see it once again. Skylar taking a couple shots here against Aaron Shiki, and when we look at these rotations and how they want to go, whenever you have the Suyo, you want to be able to put pressure on the jungle, and that's exactly what Susujin will do this time around. Like you mentioned, it's them in this game 3. It's RRQ Hoshi to set the pace and find even the space in enemy territory in the jungle to go ahead and take it if they can. But with the Team Liquid ID's lineup,
Roger tak sesuai ke dengan meta sekarang? Tak sesuai. Joy memang tak payah fight first turtle ke? King Kong pun macam tu juga, ya tak payah. Sebab kau susah nak ni. Kerja kau sebagai Joy is to kill, bukan main objektif. Kalau nak main objektif, better ambil Suyo, Fredrin. Dia macam Fanny kan? Fanny pun tak contest sangat pun, turtle sama dengan Joy. Joy bukan contest turtle sangat. Joy dia lebih pada aku kill kau dulu, once kita dah menang team fight, baru kita main objektif. Kalau ada Glue ambil Vexana, lepas tu hero yang boleh burst. Vex, Suyo, ngam tak counter Glue. Dia Suyo Vex dia ngam, tapi tak semestinya untuk counter Glue. Mana-mana pun okey je. Vex Suyo mana-mana pun okey. Dia bukan specifically untuk counter Glue. Kalau betul-betul nak counter Glue, kau dah kena start fikir hero macam Faramis. Tapi Vexana okey lah. Vexana is a good Glue counter. Vexana, lepas tu kau punya jungle ambil lah apa-apa, tak kisah.
So far, every single lane though has just been a duel, back and forth between the XP and the gold, while both teams just kind of the trio mid lanes go and rotate together, leading into this objective now. Second turn of the game going to be smarted up by RRQ Hoshi. But it looks like this time around TLID still won't make it in time. So now 2 for 2.
Ya, memang takkan pun. Fabian akan fokus farming je.
Building up on the gold lead now. Nice and comfortable at this point.
Yeah, and the thing is, even if we've seen a lot of onto the bottom lane though, they want to extend their lead by trying to go for the gold lane. 4 members of RRQ Hoshi rotating down bottom.
Oh man, everybody's gonna show up for this one. Witty taking a couple shots, RWM set up to cut them off.
Oh, but Yesgil has his own RWM. Now the tides have turned for TLID, trying to work on Enoch, though. Wrath of Dryad will connect. All the while, Skylar just dishing out the damage. That's why Fabian wants to go for the backline. Electrifying Beat's gonna connect onto Skylar. They might be able to bring him down, and they will do so successfully. A shutdown onto Skylar.
Tak ada orang boleh stopkan duo dia.
Will bring him down as well.
Tak ada orang boleh stopkan Joy tu.
But up against 4, that's too much for him to handle.
Oh man, they wanted the
So at starting draft tu dah memang nampak Joy akan berluasa. Hilda dah ban. Lepas tu orang first pick Suyo. Counter Suyo is Joy. So ambil je Joy. Settle.
Great positioning from Aaron Shiki, even not to go down. And they were put pressure behind the turret, behind the tier 1. But RQ Hoshi wasn't able to capitalize on it the way they wanted to.
Yeah, that was a good call for Yesgil to pop the real
Gelo Joy moment. Gelo Jo. Susah Granger ni nak hidup. Ada Joy betul. Susah nak hidup. Does Fovia all Eternal Pursuit deal HP based damage? Because Royal Milk for full tank, yeah, very painful. Ada. Ada percent HP. Dia physical plus percent HP.
I'm even surprised because Drian went in, he flickered forward, but still couldn't cap out a kill from it, so they're still killless here for RQ Hoshi. But the fact that they got
Tapi aku dah baca. Tapi tak silap aku memang ada percent HP.
Too crazy. The gold lead that they had was diminished. So this is the adjustment time, and also where TLID's lineup starts to shine a little bit more. Maybe still they have a hard time getting this next turtle.
Yeah,
by the time we get to those lords, TLID will have the itemization that they need. We'll
yeah, 5% of enemy max HP.
As they rotate up here towards the top.
5% enemy punya max HP.
And Aran keeping them at bay for now, but Edok there also on the front side. Both teams still, Yehezkiel holding on to the RWM.
Sebab tu glue lagi better pakai flicker daripada spin. Dalam team fight boleh stun flicker. Taklah, tak semestinya. Okay je pakai spin pun okay. Dia memang depend pada orang. Ada orang suka pakai sprint sebab cooldown cepat. Ada orang prefer pakai flicker sebab boleh buat moment macam tu. Oh, Fabian masuk dari belakang. And then, oh, Fabian tetap mati. Kena burn.
Now the counter attack coming in from RRQ Hoshi as they take down 3 with them. Such as in Skylar is still alive.
Still alive. They're gonna force off the turtle here. Susagen was starting.
Fabian stay lama sangat. Kalau dia lari awal sikit tadi tu boleh ni.
Can't secure it just unless Shiki actually brings it low enough for Susagen. Taking a couple shots there, but Skylar.
Oi, Aaron Shiki, Aaron. Ah. Dah Susagen boleh dapat free.
And gets the turtle as well for RRQ.
Wow, Aaron Shiki buat silap.
There you go. Again, the pendulum swings now for RRQ.
Aaron Shiki buat silap. Stand by fans, RRQ koyak jap lagi. Full aja betul macam Sky Style MSC. Macam ni korang boleh nampak damage Joy tu terlampau tinggi untuk untuk Suyo handle.
That was almost, we could have almost said that was a solo kill, but it wasn't. But still trying there, of course, fighting in the jungle right now. But TLID has some work to do. They got to be able to go ahead and.
Satu sangat tu lah. Jangan sangat tu. Malah ada Ciku Matt Bruno. Dia main Granger punya lah hati-hati. Pak main Bruno. Dapat Chan gerak je. Fair, tolong Fair. Siapa yang nyanyi lagi dari M3 sampai M6 best apa? Siapa yang nyanyi lagu dari M3 sampai M6 best lagu M6? I tak faham, tapi kalau soalan you lagu mana paling best, saya rasa M6 ni paling best lah.
So Witty, dropping the Curse of Blood.
Forcing out the flickers from RRQ Hoshi, 2 real world manipulations connecting. And TLID just trying to soak up the damage. Here comes the Thought forcing the split to try and walk away.
Yeah, he's gonna just go ahead, get out of there. Burning the split. It's gonna be fine, he's tanky enough. See it, he also picks up the Dominus Ice. So they're just trying to hold on to the tier 1 again. These are so crucial. Leading into that first Lord. All for the space. Witty though.
Okay, Witty with the sun onto Rinz. Now the attack from
Asal Rinz ke depan sangat tu? Oh, Fabian kejar.
Gonna take down one. Sociabuzz on the other hand. They want
Dairon terus masuk. Oh, baik tu Dairon.
Gonna bring down Aaron Shiki. He's gonna fall down also. But the problem is
Aaron Shiki terus kosong 2-7.
Oh man, Dairon jumps.
Dia tertinggal bola tadi tu yang damage kurang. Penyanyi lagu M series dari M3 sampai M6. Cari siapa penyanyi tapi tak jumpa. Penyanyi lain ke? Aku pun tak sure. Aku tak tahu siapa penyanyi dia.
kind of how they have to dissect these team fights.
Aku tak tahu kalau orang sama ke orang beza.
Usually see two real world
Dairen kena rasuk Royal Make, flicker terus skill 2 lompat. Baik tu.
Rhapsody shots. Oh, bobbing and weaving.
Best tu tengok. Oi, baik tu Skylar. Oh, baik tu Skylar.
But Witty is there to try and make sure to block out the damage coming in from Skylar. Now the Lord has responded. Your RRQ host members are surrounding the Lord pit.
Ya masih Malaysia punya ke? Tapi itu untuk M6 lah. Hey, RRQ macam comeback je guys.
With Yahiskill getting forced to basically go heal back up, they didn't have a choice. So
yang Melayu tu Faiz Tahi, original tak tahu siapa ya, tak tahu siapa.
It's really the poke that comes from Skylar and the range also that you get from Rins. Just look at that. Not even full committing, not even full diving.
Dalam beberapa hari ni menjadi Granger.
They're able to force TLID to walk away, to retreat because the damage coming in from Skylar with the Death Sonata is just too much. And as they make quick work on the mid lane turret, they have that Lord up top.
They have the Lord pushing in BOD now for Susujin. Also Skylar, you know, he picked up the Sky Piercer earlier on. So there was a little bit of push there from Fabian down in the bottom side. Might still try to cut that wave a little bit longer.
Louis, what you doing?
The deals with this Lord, a Malefic Gun now.
Okay, kali ni Aaron Shiki dah ada Malefic Gun. Ui, music.
Paired up with the real manipulation. Here comes
Ui, baik tu snipe Susujin.
To bring down, yes, kill. One member down for TLID. They're trying to make quick work of this Lord. No inhibitor turrets will be taken.
Ay, macam mana TLID boleh kalah ni?
You know they ain't playing around.
Draft dah okay dah.
They're gonna pop the energy shields in the mid lane. TLID.
Guys, macam mana boleh kalah ni?
Energy shields are gonna be popped. They still hold on, of course, after just that first push with a
Play ID tak boleh main Joy. Headshot. Actually, Fabian punya Joy not bad. Fabian punya Joy not bad.
This is exactly what they need. Fabian though might.
Sebab kalau nak cakap ID tak boleh main Joy, Malaysia pun tak boleh main Joy tu. Jujur lah cakap. Kalau nak cari lagu M6, pergi je search Spotify atau YouTube Music. Bruno kena nerf ke? Atau orang dah boleh baca? Aku rasa orang dah boleh baca kot sebab dia tak kena nerf. Dia tak kena nerf. Ataupun orang dah start respect Bruno. Tapi Bruno still win rate dia tinggi gila.
And so that's why you see them working so hard for it, even if it's Aaron, even if it's Fabian to an extent.
Aaron Shiki ni pun kita tunggu je timing dia.
They're gonna press it in again.
Oi, baik tu Ezekiel. Oh, sekali hidup lagi. Dairen buat game tu guys. Dairen walaupun dia punya KDA tak cantik, tapi Dairen buat game tu guys.
Fabian has to retreat, but it looks like RRQ Hoshi, they're gonna circle around Fabian.
Fabian on the run. Still in the mid lane, it's going to be pushed by Sutsujin. He's all left alone. Fabian, he gets out, but look at the face.
Dah habis, GG. Dah settle. And.
With a beautifully executed play, will manage to
baik tu RRQ. Kalah sebab Laphel cakap 3-0 tadi.
RRQ Hoshi takes a game in the series. It's not going to be
maybe Rom yang kurang sisi. Dan macam tu je Fabian elak ulti Belleric. Serius ya Joy Fabian better dari Joy Sekais. Ya. Bagus Dairen. Aku rasa ni akan jadi best of 5. Ayo. Lama kita lepak kat sini guys. Sekarang dah 9:21 dah ni.
That's what they have to answer. Can they continue to do that? Can they taste the victory again in this 5-game series?
I think they can. They have to regain back their momentum. They have answered the problems that they've been facing for the past 2 games. And let's see how TLID will react towards a Game 3 loss up against RRQ Hoshi.
See what adjustments are made, but we'll also see what our panel has to say about this game. Gentlemen, what do you think about it?
Laphel ke strike again? Darren low sekali lompat dekat area auto full nyawa. Belleric no counter. Belleric bagus tu. Belleric serious.
Gentlemen, was the answer all this while ban the Hilda?
I mean, it's been very effective, right? It's stopping them from engaging as easy as before. Stop Aran and what he's comfortable on, but also you manifested it, Leo. You talked about the Belleric being a potential answer to the Joy.
I think it was stacking circumstance, like just the matter of the Hilda ban, the Belleric into the Joy, Skylar on a solid pick, the first pick Suyo and Sutsujin too.
Yeah, I feel like everything kind of worked out in that draft. For the first time, they felt a little bit in control, and the Hilda was definitely the first piece to complete the
Well, I called it. Curse activated. Siapa menang? RRQ. Range punya positioning gila last team fight tadi. Pendapat Valentina versus Granger and Eve. Macam even if Valentina dapat ulti Eve, free hit untuk Granger pula. Ya, betul. Granger lagi better dari Bruno ke untuk match ni? Tak semestinya, tapi Aaron macam tak perform pakai Bruno kali ni. Kenapa dia tak perform Kenapa kau rasa Aaron tak perform Malay sokong TLID overconfident. Tapi Focus memang nampak best gila tu. Ada bantuan itu Bruno out of range. Ya betul juga lah. Aku pun tak faham kenapa ramai orang dah tak prio Eve, walaupun itu semua orang tahu kuat.
Alright, we know for sure he wants to steal the RWM, yes? If you can't
hype sangat tu, maybe lah. Sebab ada, ya, banyak Belanda. Ya, ada beberapa mistake lah dia punya positioning yang menyebabkan enemy dapat tangkap dia.
I hear they couldn't do much. The Carmilla, right? It felt okay. The idea was kind of there. But we saw a few times that Witty was only able to catch one person with that ultimate. Only able to catch maybe 2 people with that ultimate. RRQ has a type of composition that has poke along with dive, along with Dyren who's just all over the place. So
tapi ya, aku rasa ni pun lagi satu bukti lah yang range ni berkuasa. Sebab kalau tengok range Granger dengan Eve menggila duk. Susah nak buat apa-apa. Walaupun dari beberapa kali Fabian dapat masuk.
Some decent damage from the side of RRQ. Even Team Liquid ID. But I gotta ask you guys the question, right? We compare TLID and Fnatic, Onyx all the time when it comes to the X Factor picks, when it comes to out-of-pocket picks. And Fnatic, Onyx, their struggle up against Falcons.
Aaron probably underestimated dekat last Total War tadi tu. Yeah, I think so. Maybe RRQ pick dive backline. So even with range, Bruno forced to play safe, especially after that Total Belanda. Apa kurangnya TLID game 3 ni bang? Dia memang banyak mistake lah. Aaron Shiki ada beberapa kali out position, nak paksa dapat kill, and then dia sendiri kena tangkap, dia sendiri mati. And game RQ lawan TLID ni nampak macam siapa ada range lagi besar, dia akan menang. Sebab bila Fabian pakai hero dive, dia boleh buat kerja dia, tapi dia sendiri pun akan mati. Wah, dekat mid dalam minit 8 Aaron offside, betul. Itu yang ya, Aaron banyak offside lah. Another best of 5, confirm tracks balik lambat lagi macam semalam. Oi, kesian tu, super kesian. Dia orang start kalah war mid tadi, maksa war, betul.
RRQ is in the driver's seat. Let's see how the defending champions of Indonesia are able to clap back.
Bila Granger pakai fighter emblem, susah nak mati siap.
The babyface assassin is Susujin.
The Suyo able to dominate on the scene yet again. I mean, look at the build, screenshot it, do whatever you need to do. But he pulled through for the team, right? 5-1-4. KDA just...
Apa pun 4 vs best tu, Fel try main kat rank. Aku main dan aku tahu best. Aku tahu best. Dia bila kita pakai Hilda, kita dapat kacau orang. Tapi 4 vs ni dia macam, dia punya kacau lagi annoying aku rasa. Babyface assassin, ya, ada babyface assassin. Aku rasa Widdy akan perform lebih gara-gara kena marah sama Yaoi kemarin. Game kedua TLID terlalu perform. Ya, range pun gila tu.
The Suyo has been winning out against the Joy. And whether it's due to the picks around it or not, it's just an interesting tidbit.
I think it is indeed that. It's no longer just the hero-to-hero individual stats. It's what's wrapped around it. And I agree, because again, folks, we're spelling it out for you. The draft just wasn't as well executed for Team Liquid ID here in game number 3. Hence why Sutsujin Suyo just
apa yang Sergi boleh buat selesa nanti.
Game 3.
Then you know what's funny? You know, I feel like during the beginning
SPS nanti ada wakil MY ke? Ada.
Looking for ways to work around the Bruno. But now you're starting to see
Tips nak
teams
dapat
find a
main
way
ML
to work
rank
around
dengan
the
Laphel
joy.
dulu saya stay
Yeah,
skill.
find ways to work around it or find
I
ways
usually
to
main rank
doesn't
dengan
work
kawan-kawan aja.
around it.
I tak open untuk
I
main
love
dengan
that,
orang luar.
That last play that we saw there, the,
Not yet lah. Maybe one day. Maybe one day.
using the Destinata
Tapi
to
I
pull out
suka
of
bila
the,
main
to
dengan
pull
kawan-kawan
out
I.
of RWM. Very
Second
good
skill
play
4
by
lama ke
Skyler.
CC dia?
Finally
Tak lama,
feels
dia
like
just
we got
tarik
to
macam
see
tu
a
je.
game where
Tapi tarik tu is untuk
so he
activate
was
kan
working,
dia punya
you know,
ulti.
so he was able to make
Untuk
the
dia
plays he
lompat-lompat.
needed to.
Apa
And it's
SRG
just-
perlu
it's
buat
good to see
selasa
RRQ in
nanti?
that type of form.
Finally, for the first time, the payoff has been set up well for King Skyler. Can they keep up the momentum? We're about to find out as we roll into game number 4. The fact of the matter is, it all starts in the draft. The
Hello Melvin. Hello, what's up Melvin? What's up Melvin?
Coach Kescute and Coach Saint DeLucas gotta get
I feel like
back
SRG
in.
boleh.
Speaking of chess,
I feel like
Magic
SRG
Chess
boleh
Go
apa nama dia?
is a multiplayer strategy
Boleh
game
handle
now
against
soft
NIP
launched
Flash.
in Malaysia
NIP Flash
and
yang bahaya
Singapore.
is
Research
Vanix.
is now underway
Tapi
for
Vanix
other
ke belakangan ni
APAC
macam
regions,
boleh lawan
folks.
lah.
There's no
Vanix
need
ke
for
belakang ni
fast
macam boleh lawan.
fingers, no need to be like
Yuzong tak
PG,
laku
no need
season
to
ni.
be like
Tadi
Falcon.
Onyx pakai pun Onyx
So you
kalah.
need our strategy
Kalau
and
Onyx
a lot.
Onyx yang boleh menang pakai Lelah, kalah pakai Yuzong, then maybe Yuzong tak okay lah. So far untuk game ni, siapa pick Suyo menang, siapa pick Bruno kalah. SRG kena ban Bruno. Yes, ban Bruno. Vanix, Moskov dia bahaya. Vanix punya Moskov bahaya. Kirk TZ
Now's the perfect time to start.
kali ni macam kurang sikit performance dia.
Nothing. This is just MCG.
Aku rasa Stormy boleh menang lawan dia.
Open up your Play Store, open up your App Store.
JPL boleh respect.
Game looks amazing on the new ROG Phone Pro 9. We are setting up for a
Aku rasa
quick break.
SRG just kena practice balik lah.
Our teams to
Practice
reset, allow everyone to
main
grab a
hero
drink,
selain
grab
daripada
a
Suyo.
snack, go to the
And
bathroom,
selain daripada
take care of
Alpha, sebab
business,
Alpha
because
she
you're
kena
not
ban.
gonna wanna miss possibly match point
So
coming
practice
up.
hero jungle lain. Aku rasa diorang kena cari
RRQ
jungle lepas tu
here
dah
at
settle.
M6. We'll be right back.
Vanix pun lagi tahu yang Moskov tu hero signature dia. And it shows, it really shows. Diorang kat gaming house, diorang kan iya. Team Malaysia banyak kalah dengan Tigreal. Bukan Malaysia je. Kalau tak ban Bruno, kena bagi innocent Bruno. Power juga Sen pakai Bruno. Ya. Joe Hades pun biasa je. Ya, aku rasa tu je lah. Fikir pasal hero jungle dah settle. Main utility jungler tak semestinya. Kalau dia dah practice punya Joy dia dah macam King Kong, dan okey je pakai Joy. Hero XP paling bagus untuk solo apa, Vel? 4vs Hilda. Dua tu 4vs Hilda. Innocent tak pernah pakai retail, tapi aku rasa boleh je. Bruno lawan dengan Moskov, memang confirm Bruno makan Moskov. Ada beberapa kali, tak selalu, tapi ada Moskov yang boleh menang lawan dengan Bruno dekat dalam tournament ni. Tak selalu, tapi ada. SRG dia tak nak first pick Bruno, dia lebih ke arah Hilda. Aku rasa diorang okay untuk first pick. Aku rasa diorang paranoid lawan dengan Onyx hari tu, sebab diorang takut kena counter dengan Rilla. Kalau material Alpha lepas, boleh tu diorang pakai. Tapi orang asyik ban Alpha. Sejak ISF, orang tak bagi Sekais Alpha. In ranked matches, which would you prefer, excluding other picks? Just personally, Rome or Nova? Nova. Rome Kadita atau Novaria? Novaria. No questions asked. Novaria, 100%. Clear wave laju, rotation laju, boleh There's always a chance. There's always a chance, but I feel like ultimately TLID akan menang lah. I rasa. Like, kalau pasal chance memang ada chance, tapi TLID aku rasa nampak lebih kuat daripada RRQ. Kalau TLID, diorang tak dapat Hilda, and then diorang kalah. Aku rasa match-match diorang akan datang pun aku takkan lepaskan Hilda. Banyak kali SRG kena respect ban. Iya, sebab tu aku nak marah diorang punya draft pun tak boleh. Sebab memang hero apa je doh lagi yang open untuk diorang pakai. Banyak hero-hero kuat diorang kena ban.
Fight for ultimate glory starts now.
Pick Julian semalam pun hampir nak menang. Tapi korang pun tahu kan, Julian memang bukan pick yang bagus kat situ. Julian bukan pick yang bagus. Hayabusa pun bukan pick yang bagus. Tapi dia dah tak ada pilihan, pakai je lah. Empat tim je qualify untuk ke Aziata. Iya betul. 4 tim je. Siafu dah bagi Alpha Matilda hari tu, terus kena bantai. Lance tak lay ke? Tak. Kenapa lag? Diablo kurang sikit season ni. Cram still maintenance performance dia. By the way, aku check 15 Disember ni tiket sold out Lama gila sold out. Boleh cakap kita takkan nampak Skies pakai Fanny MCU sekali ni ya. Agak gila lah kalau mana-mana team cakap macam apa kata kita lepaskan je Fanny. Hello Panda tu sedap ke? Sedap, memang sedap. Sana hujan ke? Yes, I rasa hujan. Tadi Agi Toilet memang dengar tengah hujan. Memang takkan dapat dah Fanny aku rasa lepas Falcon FCAB kena bantai MSC hari tu. FCAP. Aku rasa Fanny takkan lepas, aku rasa Alpha takkan lepas. Hero power Skies memang kena ban. Jadi nak tak nak Skies kena cari hero baru. Coach Adi je lepaskan Fanny tu Skies kat ESF, kena maki seluruh Konoha. Iya, kalau kau lepaskan Fanny kat Skies memang patutlah kena maki tu. Apa benda lah lepaskan Fanny. Sekarang ni kalau orang lepaskan Alpha pun akan kena kecam. Your strong prediction top 4. Onyx, TLID, Falcon, SRG. Link susah ke meta sekarang? Iya, memang susah. Sebab game kebiasaannya habis bawah 13 minit, bawah 15 minit. Tapi boleh pakai, bukan tak boleh pakai. Ada je team pakai dan menang. Tapi sepatutnya susah lah pakai. Alpha Kumazin lepaskan je. Beza Skies dengan King Kong kalau pakai Joy. King Kong boleh cross farm, plus team dia jaga gila jungle. Sebab tu King Kong selalu dapat curi jungle level tinggi ya. Jungle apa sesuai dengan Skies, entah. Kita tengok orang punya training macam mana. Skies need back to Link. Korang ingat ke Link dia dekat MPL? Korang rasa Link dia okey ke? Like korang tengok kan Skies main Link dekat MPL. Like what do you guys think? Aku rasa maybe boleh, tapi apa yang aku nampak dekat MPL hari tu macam tak convincing lah. Last Link dia 4 pedang pun susah. Sky should try utility hero. Link MSC Sky is better than MPL, kurang lah. So itulah. Sebab tu bila cakap dia kena pakai hero ni hero tu, like kita confirm. Sebab katakan kita suruh dia pakai Haya, sebab orang lain pakai Haya gila babi, lala dia punya Haya kurang. So far assassin dia semua tengah kurang lah. Yang he needs more Kalma. Ling susah hidup kalau tak dapat buff dia, jadi tak function terus, conditional sangat. Yeah, it's very conditional. Lagi kalau lawan dengan lawan tim yang makro kuat, Ling susah. EXP apa top tier sekarang? Fovius, Hilda. Fovius, Hilda. So tu lawan Fanny Uni, tu yang nampak ketara sangat time dia pakai Ling. Aku prefer Zaid lagi compare dengan Skies. Underperform Sky Prince kita, ya. Nolan pun dah tak pakai. Ya, Nolan pun dah tak pakai. Aku lupa pasal Nolan. How many minutes left? Esok kas, esok cuti. Hari Selasa baru kas. Skies kena besarkan Aeropol dia, ya. Format stage Axiata sama ke dengan M1? Tak tahu. Tak tahu.
Sharks are primed to make waves on the world stage. Returning to the M Series is RRQ Hoshi, the Sang Raja. Reinforced by Sutsujin's lethal skill and led by Skylar, this squad of young stars is on a mission for global dominance. The Indonesian cavalry made a bold gamble by swapping their lineup with MDL rookies. Uncovering gems like Fabian, the deadly jungler, a calculated roamer in Witty the Wise, and King Aaron Shiki, the next level gold laner. Team Liquid ID.
Dalam MPL Sky selalu pakai Nolan. Doa-doa Sky is back in form 2 hari cuti ni. Ya, doa-doa akan lah. Stormy, Innocent Cram masih power. Macam masih nampak orang mereka Yum dan Sky kurang. Ya, hopefully dorang boleh comeback lah. Setiap kalau Laphel cast, rasa excited. Dia best sangat sebab tu itulah. Thank you, Syarakil. Thank you. I really appreciate it. Thank you, Syarakil. Selasa ni masih ada tiket tak fair? Ingat nak datang? Tak tahulah. Kena check tiket to you. Sebab aku tak tahu tiket sold out ke, ada kosong lagi ke.
Welcome back to the M6 World Championships. You're smack dab in the middle of an upper bracket bout in the semis between Team Liquid Indonesia and RRQ Hoshi. At your service, my name is Leo, here with Trex and Wheezy F Baby. And does that stand for Finisha? What does Liquid ID need to do to get back on the horse and bring it to the kingdom? Because they were in control for what? The majority of the first couple of games.
Well, it seems that the later we get in this series, RQ Hoshi, they're developing more strategies in the draft to force picks into the hands of Team Liquid ID that they're comfortable going up against. If we start with, let's just say Witty, right? He runs this Carmilla, and which wasn't really that effective. I would say a little bit of an out-of-pocket pick, which RQ Hoshi was trying to force in his hands. But then you also have to look at other players as well, like Ezekiel, the Ghost of Jakarta. You mentioned he likes to play the backline mages, but then they
mesti Malaysia dengan mana ada.
A little bit more up close and personal, and then
Selasa ni should have. Hopefully Malaysia team can do better after this. Bila nak buat hell ke kat atas petas lagi. Tak tahulah. Budak-budak yang kata Skies tak perform lah. So pakai link lah. Cuba baca patch balik. Tengok draft. Tengok balik keadaan time King Kong curi buff. Kalau tak pun korang pergi ganti Skies main. Ya. Dia memang lawan dengan King Kong tu susah lah. King Kong lagi dengan dia punya Joy. Dia masuk dalam jungle macam apa benda siap. Mama tahu ada lagi tak nanti? Honestly tak tahu. Masih ada tiket tapi untuk match 1 low bracket semi final je lah. Yang lain dah sold out. Oh. Sepatutnya bagi semangat bukan cari kesalahan. Inilah susah budak-budak. Relax Wonder, relax. Lepas tak stream dekat TikTok ke? Dekat TikTok senang untuk di-ban. Sebab dekat TikTok orang boleh spam report
that
And then
it
berapa
seems
account
like
kena ban?
RRQ is just
Ombong punya account kena ban, penjahat kena ban.
You're right.
Fix
It is
aku tak
gonna
sure
have
tapi
to
aku
be
rasa
that
Fix pun mungkin kena
sacrifice
ban,
on the
Jab kena
Suyo,
ban.
sacrifice on the Bruno,
Kalau ban
slash
semua hero
Ranger
King Kong macam mana?
to make the
Nanti
difference.
hero
Going
Super
into
Prince
game
lepas,
number 4 now,
nanti
ladies and
hero
gentlemen.
Kelra
Match
lepas.
point for the defending
Bahaya juga
champions.
tu.
The kingdom on the up and
Fair tak nak
up.
jadi host balik ke? Dah lama tak tengok Fair buat
Who's
funny
on the
transition
play,
masa
who's gonna have
interview.
that two-pick swing.
Jujur aku rasa
Liquid
macam
ID
host
on
ni
blue.
bosan lah.
Okay, and they do the same
Jujur lah.
exact
Sebab
thing. They did in
banyak
game
menunggu.
number 1, they take out the Bruno, they
Banyak
take
menunggu.
out
Aku
the 1-1,
bosan gila.
And now the Eve is thrown into the mix, but the big difference for RRQ this time is taking out the Hilda. They learn their
Ban hero
lesson
King
after
Kong, Freeze
game
dapat
1 and
Zushin.
2, and
Dapat
now it's
Zushin,
no,
dapat
the
Luyi.
Aaron Hilda's just
Super
too
Freeze tu
much
pun
to
kena
deal
hati-hati tu.
with. We're gonna get it off the
Kinda
map.
miss Mama Talk dengan boborak yang berimu dan bukan-bukan.
Aran Hilda.
Because there's Aaron Shiki.
I'll consider, I'll consider.
Then it's Aran.
Wait, relax ha. Sini semua budak 90% baik. Betul, budak kat sini semua baik. RQ Scrutinize TLID. Okay, TLID terus ambil Jushin.
This is very similar to game number 1, right? The Zushin walks because you go for that 1-1.
Oh, TLID terus ban Bruno. Alright. And then dah tak ada Hilda, Granger agak menggila ke ah. Suyo Granger ke? Suyo Granger ke? Ataupun Cho?
Does Edo take the Cho right here, right now? Is it Chuyo?
Cho? Swiss stage first day BO1 dapat tengok 16 team main. Hari ni 4 team je main tapi dah 8 game dah. Aku kesian gila dekat orang yang kerja hari ni. Sweet Aurora?
Surora.
Tak rasa awal ke ambil Aurora?
Almost. Why is the Aurora? Is the stopper that important? They're clearly, they're telegraphing the wall set up for King Skylar.
I feel like they're up to a sneaky play. I mean, even considering they picked
Tak
up
rasa
their
awal sangat
mage,
ke?
knowing that a mage was already on the table.
Yeah.
So they have something up their sleeves.
Alpha Glue, okay, okay.
But TLID, they're not going to waste any time on the draft. Going to go ahead and pick
Joy
up
ni aku rasa macam King Kong je. Dia pakai okay King Kong dengan Dax.
Focus is still on
Tu je
Aran.
kan?
They know that Aran is such a
Orang
game
kena nerf
changer.
apa?
No matter what hero he picks, so you know.
Damage cooldown tak? Tak ingat.
throws
Lui tak laku ke? Dia depend pada team.
off and says, you know what, just give me the alpha.
Dia depend pada
Give
team.
me an old favorite, and the answer, Dyren's Phoveus.
Sebab kalau orang cakap Fanny tak laku ke, Fanny laku. Tapi nak ke Chibi pakai? Macam tu. Kita tak boleh assume player boleh pakai semua hero. Walaupun orang professional player, ada je kelemahan masing-masing. Last tengok Alpha dekat game BTK, Fabian trauma dengan Joy. Boring saya tengok gameplay Joy Suyo, and occasional Fredrin. Arcadia boleh dikatakan genius. Lepas satu game, diorang dapat baca. Vamos versus BTK, Freddy lepas je. Ya, tapi tak orang ambil. I'm still salty, no team picking Lilia. Kasih Zor je pakai Fanny, dia pernah top global kan. Sekali keluar lagi ni kejar Jushin. Okay, Bank Ranger.
Yeah, and we still got to see the roamer for the side of RQ Hoshi as well. The Cho being taken off the board. They already have great crowd control with the Aurora. What do they slot in here? I mean, even the Mathilda I would have said would have paired
RQ boleh pakai hero tangkap ni, letak kat Alpha. Macam dulu lah, Frederick Martis, Akai jungle spam dekat tour.
What do they have in store? They have some game
Lilia
plan.
tak main sangat, jadi I tak boleh nak cakap Lilia kuat ke lemah.
We got to see which way it goes. Even taking out the chip on top of that. Not too many marksmen available though. Do we see the Beatrix come out? Do we see the Claude come out?
Trex, you're onto something. Even RRQ understands that it's really not Aaron that's the problem. It's that mid duo, so they're continuing to attack.
Yeah, either now, since, listen, we know that at least Jushin.
TLID boleh ambil high loss. High loss Jushin pun kuat.
Well, last time we guessed Tig, but they didn't go Tig. Maybe they force Witty onto something like the Carmilla again, because what the little bird tell you?
Carmilla's like a nothing pick for Witty. Like
when we don't know where to go.
It's what he gets when there's nothing left.
So do they save? So do they lock in marksman right now, or do
Hello,
they
Jushin
lock
pun okay.
in the take for themselves on RRQ? Do they lock in something of that nature?
Ido macam pernah main Rora Room, tak silap. Jawhead ni, Jawhead.
Last time they did that, it did not go well. They went for the Claude, so maybe you lock him in early.
Why Rora? Betul tu. Ay, Aiman ke aku lambat ni?
Edok. So yeah, they are going to protect Skylar by picking him last. What's left on the board? Beatrix, Harith. I actually want to see.
Baik doh Aiman.
The Harris.
Xbox kurang ke? Kurang. Memang kurang.
That's what they won the Yushin lineup with, the Yushin draft.
Xbox pun dah tak keras dah. Sangat tak keras.
He went 7-2-1.
Dengan meta yang penuh dengan burst. Dengan meta yang penuh dengan burst. Macam mana Xbox nak hidup? Lila dulu laku sebab meta tank jungler. Sekarang meta burst damage. Betul jugalah. Betul juga. Betul juga apa Draft cakap. Kenapa Stormy cakap diorang masih cari identity? Setiap patch kena ada style yang berbeza kan?
There goes that Harris to be facing off against Skylar in the gold lane, matched up with the Belleric.
Yeah, I think the Belleric's a solid pick. It's a big change up from the Carmilla. Still something similar in a sense. Wants to get in, wants to throw down a big circle on everybody.
Ke nak ambil Cloud lagi?
It kind of has a slightly different touch to it. You get some response.
Cuma Cloud macam tak rasa lah damage dia.
I don't know if he's don't do the Claude. All right. So we
Oh
go
yeah,
Beatrix.
Beatrix.
Solid pick.
Well, this is different.
Lunox ke ni? Kenapa Yuzong tak kuat lagi?
TLID to really think through this draft.
Dah kali keberapa aku jawab pasal Yuzong. Yuzong tak keras. Kita sekarang EXP nak keras. EXP kita nak keras. Kalau susah lawan pokok tu, ya betul. Aku lupa pasal Beatrix masih open.
Let's go over to Ingan and Naisu.
Still a match point here for TLID.
Macam berat je ni untuk RRQ.
After a great previous game, can they do it again? Replicate what they brought? Looking at the lineups here, it's looking pretty good, looking solid.
Tak juga, okay juga draft RRQ ni.
Yeah, I mean,
Ke masuk kau macam RRQ punya draft lagi best?
went for the troll. So TLID didn't go for the bait out.
EXP nak kena open map, Roma sekarang kena set up. Sekarang EXP nak keras, tinggi regen on mobile. Tapi Vamos macam sama je. Meta pick off tabrak dekat river. Yuzong kalau sekali masuk jadi lauk dinner je betul. Yuzong lembik betul. Sini 90% budak baik, tapi 60% budak malas nak baca patch. Ya. Dia yang kelakar, aku rasa macam aku nak kena buat video dekat TikTok pasal patch. Tapi masalahnya, ada yang aku buat video lama tau. Aku buat video patch lama tau. Tapi ada orang baru sekarang baca, jadi dia ingat itu patch yang sekarang. Padahal patch dah tukar dah.
Find it interesting that the Belleric coming out to play once again, but there's so much that they can utilize here if they want to go and scrap it out or fight it out because of the Belleric plus the Harith and then the Jushin. There's so much there that you can just lock down one area and win a fight.
Jadi kadang-kadang aku macam risau kat buat video. Aku tak tahu aku nak kena letak tarik dekat situ ke apa untuk pastikan orang tahu aku bawa pasal patch mana. Yuzong dekat tour ni auto jadi belut. Bukan salah kau, dia salah video tu lama sangat. Ya, maybe aku nak aku tak pandai tu buat video-video macam TikToker yang lain untuk bagi lagi menarik. Info tu aku ada tapi aku tak tahu nak terangkan macam mana. Orang Malaysia baru nak ramai follow Pro Scene ML. Tulis nombor patch. Tak, aku rasa kalau tulis nombor patch lagi orang tak tahu. Patch note pun orang tak baca. Ya, aku rasa tarik kot. Waktu interaction buka tarik kat bawah PC, cari editor. Suggest maybe boleh letak tarik dengan nombor patch. Tapi M6 ni memang the best for me. Terizla kurang ke? Boleh je pakai, tapi ada option lagi bagus. Kalau diberi pilihan Terizla dengan Hilda, baik ambil Hilda. Kalau diberi pilihan antara Terizla dengan Fovius, baik ambil Fovius. Apa-apa hero yang korang cakap, kenapa tak dipilih? Sebab ada pilihan yang lagi bagus. Tu je. Sama gak macam kenapa tak ambil Claude? Sebab dah ada Bruno.
Goes after Fabian with the zone. Now RRQ Hoshi, they will get the first turtle in exchange for Dyren.
Okay, are they? Oh, they're still going.
Oh, dapat. Oh, tapi Sushi dapat elak, guys.
Now RRQ Hoshi.
Dua sama ni level, trust me. Kenapa Belleric Dah lah lembut. Belleric dia punya scaling bagus. Sebab Belleric dia punya passive, dia ada 30% extra HP daripada item dan sebagainya. So lagi banyak item HP Belleric ada, dia akan jadi keras gila. Kalau Yin jungle, Lui combo. Yin tak pernah MPLPH dorang pakai. put that into consideration. Tak pernah mana-mana M series ada Yin dan MPLPH tak pernah ada sesiapa pakai Yin.
Already have two great ejector plays, one that zoned out Fabian, and now one that pick up a kill onto ESKill.
Fabian will get his purple buff, but the team had to help secure that up. Skylar, first item, a Malefic gun, getting a little extra gold too. So we'll see. Like I said, he needs that range. You know, playing against the Harith in that gold lane, he's gonna have to deal with it. Fabian jumping in.
Okay, Spirit of Alpha trying to work on Edok. Unstoppable force and ejector. They're trying to work on Fabian. Here comes Arando, and Edok will fall down. A little bit too over-aggressive play from RRQ Hoshi. He's gonna
Yin
get
meta dekat
punished by
Epic.
TLID.
Yeah, that's tough to toss up an Alpha, you know, with
Nasib lah esok kita tak ada game, lambat habis hari ni.
that's the thing I was talking
MC
about.
sekali ni tak keluar langsung, Stormy punya Aurora. MPL kita je pernah pakai Yin, betul.
safely, you know.
Itu pun Yin Rom eh? Yin
Earlier on, he
Rom.
made the right play. This time around, gets punished, and now they find themselves with a minor lead for RRQ Hoshi, leading into the next objective coming up here soon. This is the one that obviously will break out, especially now that you have Witty looking to set up the Wrath of the Dryad, and they can play into setup potential. I'm not sure if Aaron Shika will actually join this fight, but it does look that Skylar might join.
Sekarang ni
this
Liquid
one.
macam nampak
Kinda
okey
waiting there to see
dekat
if he gets
Turtle,
the
tapi
call. Turtle's up. Susan
entah.
go ahead, lock in that shot. He has skill, takes a little bit of damage, but they go and get in position. Skylar
Dia bahaya,
stay
Idok ada
outside
flicker
for
tu.
now.
Idok ada flicker tu yang bahaya.
Picks up the gold
Fabian boleh
one,
kena tangkap
first
ni.
sign of priority here. They're going to test each other out, kind of posting up around this turtle, and right now Fabian's going to hold it. The rest of the team's going to set up the perimeter.
Tuh. Oh, dia try dapat easy kill. Oh, nice Fabian.
But still, Fabian will get the turtle. Now the attack of TLID, forcing out a lot of flickers coming in from RRQ. Aran just working on the lanes.
Bahaya sangat tu. Aran ke depan sangat tu.
By Edok. Edok manages to stay alive. Aran split, but
Aduh.
getting caught up by 3.
Tak disiplin TLID. Diorang dah dapat turtle, patutnya relax lah back dulu. Diorang try memaksa sangat. Itu memang mistake daripada TLID.
Getting a couple kills. Even Skylar making his way, he used that flicker down too, but
Like RQ play well, tapi lebih pada mistake daripada TLID. And then sekarang, aduh,
will now get the tier 1 to bottom lane. Great starting.
Disiplinnya mana, cok?
Even if at the cost of a turtle, it doesn't really matter right now. They'll continue to put on the pressure. And it's up to Team Liquid ID now. Looking, there's the toss again.
Another throw might be the wrong target. Able to cast the Wrath of Dryad. Pick up the Frigid Glacier.
Oh, hidup lagi Widdy.
Still to escape, and that's someone you don't want.
Well, you activated the curse just now, so I stand the Brawl Silver.
Forcing out the retribution, so Sujin will be able to walk away.
Roll XP now, Hero Crash, laju rotation, high defense. Betul. Glue terus nak mamam.
At tier 1, nearly going down. Skylar still might be able to get it. There it is with the cannon minion. Turret down, so now RQ Hoshi with a space advantage on the map. 2 tier 1s down, and this has been a very aggressive Edok. You know, whether
Nak
or
mangsa
not
fight kalau enemy
puts
dapat
himself
turtle,
in
kalau
that
team sendiri dapat
situation,
turtle,
it's enough
kill.
pressure
Kalau enemy
to
press,
keep
setting dulu baru
TLID
pick
kind
off.
of second guessing themselves,
Skylum
you
ngamuk.
know, on their entry points. Or big items being picked up. Skylar taking a shot right there. Again, he's only got the Malefic gun, still working on the BOD. And then
Aku risau lah, TLID dorang dah start buat beberapa mistake yang agak silly pada pendapat aku.
He does have a radiant armor, as he's just going to be putting himself in that position.
Yeah, the beauty of the lineup of TLID is once Witty is able to cast the Wrath of Dryad at the perfect time and sets up a lot of members of RRQ Hoshi, they can just easily burst it down because of the fact that they have Fabian as well as Aaron.
Nice daripada Fabian. Baik tu timing dia punya Spear of Alpha dengan Unstoppable Charge tu. Saya tekan Dairon. Oh, nice Dairon. Nampak Zaman Force dia terus speaker keluar.
With 5 members, Lantern Flare gonna connect onto Dairon, and they might be able to take down
Oi, baik tu RQ.
Oi,
Fabian! Oh, selamat tak kena punish.
So much, they're not able to get away from the fight.
Selamat tak kena punish.
But RQ Hoshi again coming out with nearly everything in that.
Betul loh, sampai dapat Suyo match ni menang tu.
And Edok jumped in.
Walaupun belum bagi.
If he's enough of a distraction to toss someone to the whims, then that works out. Susujin now taking the purple buff. Now it's Susujin with a lead in this game for against Fabian.
Sila Suyo yang kena ban ni.
Turrets down, and even that tier 2 on the bottom side almost pushed in RQ Hoshi with a massive space advantage right now.
Yeah, and not to mention a 3.9k gold lead. That was a well-executed player coming in from RQ Hoshi, just Dairon. Literally being the sandbag, forcing TLID out of position once again. And again, started things off by
Dah cakap match ni Suyo menang. Itulah betul loh, Shin Sui. Siapa dapat Suyo menang siap.
That was more than enough to set up RRQ.
I thought you were talented in the event while you were home, because I'm not working today. Kan Suyo should be an option untuk ban. Bila Chibi pick Suyo pun RRQ berpeluh. Diorang in-game boleh nampak ke ban TLID and RRQ dekat River? Good question, I tak sure.
But just looking at the itemization, you can see the difference.
High chance kalau RRQ menang ni game last game Suyo ban. Fabian! Fabian, what do you do?
Here comes the Frederick Glacier counter-attack coming in from RRQ. Wow. They're going to pick up two. Next man is Aran. And RRQ Hoshi just really wrecking havoc.
Aku seorang je ke yang nampak apa jadi tadi? Oh, what the fuck? Yeah, you're from Malaysia. I forgot, my bad. It's okay, John Jed. It's alright. It's alright. Hold on, did you guys see that? Look at Fabian.
Not enough, but here's the breaking at the itemization. You can see the difference.
Look at Fabian.
Starlium Scythe and Feather of Heaven, not enough, but here's the breakout again.
Early split. Dyren casted already the Witty casted the Wrath of
Cheeky, keeping him in check right.
Whoa.
Tricks
looks like something happened.
So far from Team Liquid ID.
Yeah.
And even Skylar, the fact that he got this ban Tricks, look at the shots on Aaron Cheeky, keeping him in check right now. Man, TLID needs a lot of time to be able to go toe-to-toe against RRQ Hoshis.
It's also the same story once again, just Dyren.
Back to macam Mobile Zin.
To make sure TLID doesn't get the necessary space that they want up against a team like RRQ Hoshi. They make quick work.
Member miss-skill macam Renegade dengan Domeng. Aduh, miss-click inspired by Mobile Zin. Baru-baru masuk MLB Sport, Fabian ulti Nata. Masalah macam Mobile Zin juga ke? Fabian dah kena rasuk Alpha Mobile Zin. Renegade Skyler memang tak boleh bawa bincang. Belajar dari Mobile Zin. Yeah.
So Malefic Gun, BOD, Sky Piercer.
Dia punya ulti tu macam ulti setempat. Kalau Alpha ada bug, bagus juga lah orang ban Alpha Sekais. Daripada dia pakai pasal buat mistake.
Based on whatever gun he decides to approach the fight with, but now walking in with the Lord here, again a massive lead. They're gonna put the pressure now on the base turrets.
Okay, Wrath of Giant gonna connect. Here comes the
Oi, hilang terus Aran, what the hell? Aran hilang terus ya, kena satu ulti Skylar.
Trying to make quick work of the Lord. They will, however, save their mid lane inhibitor turret, but RRQ Hoshi, their attack might not be over.
Sekali Banners Rage terus hilang siap Aran. Padahal glue punya lah keras.
He doesn't have the flicker, but he might still choose to go in top turret. Next target here from RRQ Hoshi. They might just go ahead and go with a toss-up turret being worked on. Edok now on the front side, clearing out the minion waves while Skylar works on that, and now Cheeky wall the shot from Skylar.
Even with his Salmon Force, misclick, target, and just got bursted down by the members.
Gila lo Skylar, what the hell? Macam mana dia boleh hit snipe tu siap?
Onto the mid lane, Ren flickers in, and they will be able to extend the series. Yes, Gil is the only one left, and RRQ never
Bye to RRQ.
even against the cavalry.
Mak ai boleh macam tu hilang split mata. Random Apathy Skylar, this is the guy with the 17 kills in M4. Random Apathy from Skylar. Tapi betul ke ulti Mobile Zin bug? I tak tahu. Hai, benda boleh 3-0 terus jadi 3-2. Sheesh, today dual game, very nice Laphel. Sekarang aku makin risau hari Selasa nanti. Sebab sekarang pukul 10 pun tak settle lagi.
What we know is it all comes down to one single game ahead of them. But before we get there, our panel, we have to hear their thoughts on Game 4.
The Bandung Brawl never ceases to amaze. You expected
Apakah Laphel curse? Maybe lah.
when it comes to these two teams, and you
will be same with Falcons, yeah.
That certain expectation.
TLID overconfident? I don't think they're overconfident
Ladies and
actually.
gentlemen, we're going to Game 5 for this upper bracket semi.
And technically, if RRQ Hoshi can pull this off,
Dorang kena start awal, jangan pukul 3 petang. Aku setuju je sebenarnya, tapi dorang nak prime time.
We did it again, the 50-50.
I'm blaming it on RQ TLID. Reverse sweep, just like what happened in the upper bracket in MPL ID. So I mean, maybe it's not us. Maybe it just is what it is.
We had nothing to do with this.
We had nothing to do with this.
Hari Selasa berapa game? 2 game.
10 games in one day. What more could you ask for from M6?
That one is on us. Speaking of,
why no one tried to play Edith Gold
let's
lane?
break down that 11-minute game. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, RRQ just seems to be going faster and faster and faster. That's a carry line, but here it was Skylar's Beatrix that actually turned it up a notch. How often do you see a Beatrix actually build a Sky Piercer? That's how locked in, that's how fast.
Selasa 2 game, Rabu 3 game.
Yeah, and then
Ikut
also
jadual aku 2 game je hari
damage.
Selasa.
The lethality coming out, able to pretty much execute them when they're super
Bahir sekali je
low.
dari Bruno to
And
win,
also
jadi
credits,
Suyo to
like,
win.
back to the
Kesian dekat yang
draft,
kerja
getting
esok.
witty,
Esok tak ada
comfortable around,
oh kerja okay kerja
comfortable,
biasa. Okay, faham
forcing
faham.
them on these picks and playing into the palms of RRQ Hoshi.
Okay, jauh ketiga at least balik kerja masih boleh lain game. Nonton suruh main 5 game ni, tarik views ID versus ID lah. Game ni lebih kepada silap TLID ke lebih pada silap TLID lah. Tapi Skylar pun menggila.
Stop the Jawhead from getting a good unstoppable force, you
Waktu
know? Maybe
apa
stop
ni?
Sujin from marching in too happy, but that
Don't
aside,
block
even
before
Tyron
starting
doesn't
timer.
mind getting hit with a Dryad, Wrath of the Dryad because he's gonna stomp in anyways.
Bapak reverse sweep ke? Tapi hari Rabu start pukul 11 pagi Fel sebab 3 match. Aku rasa aku kerja hari Rabu kat aku. Ya, aku check. Aku rasa aku kerja hari Rabu.
IDOC, man, I'm starting to feel like it's not just Witty. It is a battle of the roamers because right now IDOC is also on fire. He's doing what Witty was
IDOC,
doing
by the way.
those first 2 games. He's all over the place making plays happen.
IDOC is keeping TLID honest, and now it makes more sense. Now we understand why in the first phase, why alongside the Suyo, RRQ Hoshi picked up the Aurora.
Ay, Rabu
Kill
kerja.
participation in game 4.
Locked in, and speaking of locked in, Skylar as well. I mean, you saw the snipes come out. He wasn't missing any opportunity, and they seized the day. The castle still standing against the siege from TLID.
And I can't help but say, the cavalry seems like they're stumbling and they're stopping and slowing down. This draft, there was nothing wrong with it, but that's the problem. There's nothing wrong with it, and it's not pushing RRQ's buttons the right way.
Kurang damage ke Fel? Ya. Tu pun satu juga, kurang damage betul. Aaron pun tak dapat keluarkan damage. Inilah kelemahan sebenarnya bila pakai Jushin. Control dia kuat, tapi damage-nya kurang. Ya, mungkin kena ambil Cho kot. Cho Jushin baru okay.
Back in MPLID, back in pre-M6.
I think the alpha for a lot of junglers, I think it's one of the reasons we haven't been seen as much. It feels more niche than
Level cover lah kerja sampai grand final ni.
Against those bulky things like the Hylos, the Hill,
Aku nak tengok aku ada cuti ke depan ni.
But taking a look
betul lah, aku dah tak ada cuti dah.
it is just a downhill slope for TLID.
All it scored was the second turtle.
That's it. No tower, nothing.
And even with that second turtle score, it still went downhill from there. A steep crash down to a.
Ya, aku rasa aku dah tak ada live stream lepas ni. Ini last lah. Aku buat benda ni.
I just knew that Liquid was in trouble.
It was a very fast match, and you could just tell the momentum has shifted to the other side of the playing field. RRQ Hoshi, very comfortable so far. Even the fans behind them, the castle is gathered, and they are cheering for their team. One more match to go between these two amazing teams, and the question is, who is going to win the 50-50 for game number 5?
That's right, the kingdom has come alive, and they are here to cheer on their king, the MVP for game number 4.
Ya, dah tak ada cuti dah ni.
Then Skylar on that Beatrix, digging deep into his hero pool.
Banyak kerja lepas ni, yes. Aku banyak gila kerja lepas ni. Kalau idola Laphel, prefer lawan RRQ atau TLID.
Definitely an A+ pick, not a niche pick at all. And that feels like the gold lane in general. Bruno and Granger seem to be the only real standouts, and everything else is completely fair game, especially in the hands of Skylar.
Ya, dulu sama je. RRQ ke TLID dulu sama je. Vamos in Team Spirit, siapa higher chance proceed? Team Spirit lah sebenarnya. Team Spirit pun kuat tu.
I mean, he just
Bila Sarji main lagi hari Selasa.
sometimes when you are ahead, when
Kami
you
Jumat
are
mesti
winning,
rehearsal kat Aziata.
it's not Sky Pierce.
Hasclaw, forget about it. Like, we're here to end things. We're here to take names.
Ya, tak ambil Hasclaw. Gila tu Skylar. Terus fokus damage je.
Let's roll through the highlights and real quick revisit the very fast 11-minute game.
Alas, nanti tak dapat tengok Idola Fest satu malam nanti. I kerja untuk M6.
Just some great placements from IDOC.
SRG main Selasa, if win play again Rabu, tak strong though fellas.
See some excellent gameplay, pretty much.
Roger okay ke kan untuk jungler? Not really.
Domination from RRQ Hoshi.
How you counter nervous when hosting or casting?
after they got Team Liquid ID uncomfortable, it led into the
honestly,
gameplay,
I just berdoa.
and they were able to just
Like I'm not even kidding. Kalau aku nervous ke apa ke, aku just berdoa and then aku just buat kerja macam biasa.
Third item.
Yep. So he went
Sociabuzz.
Malefic Gun.
10 from Hellcat.
Hey, thank you, though.
Experiment OK Tac Bell.
Okay, so but what's interesting is that's been one of the toss-ups between a lot of Beatrix's.
Maybe boleh sebab dia ada healing kat dia punya second skill. Honestly, Bellary EXP boleh try. Aku rasa boleh. Sebab dia boleh. Thank you for the 10 ringgit by the way. Aku rasa Bellary EXP boleh sebab
the Malefic Gun.
Yeah, second skill dia.
Against the Harith, it kind of works well. Harith has great poke in lane. He's able to clear those waves.
Aku rasa Onyx PH versus RRQ final. Esok ada game apa? Esok tak ada game.
It all comes down to this. Can Liquid ID pull out?
Nervous with this guy. Any breaks lain daripada besok.
Here's the thing. This is the brawl in.
No, dalam break tu aku ada kerja lain.
Go all the way anyways. Do you think it's going the way of
habis Rabu cuti 3 hari, bukan untuk aku. Sebab habis tu aku nak kena prepare untuk M Summit pula. Sorry Dovel, banyak soalan yang kena tanya. It's okay. Cuma aku pun dah start rasa penat. Sebab aku dah watch party 7 jam. Aku dah watch party 7 jam and penat semalam tak hilang lagi. So aku rasa penat sikit lah. So sebab tu aku pun macam tengah kurang energy. In fact aku rasa aku nak ambil ubat sekejap. Yeah.
I'll be honest with you, like there was very little fight from Liquid ID.
But it was the same way in the first 2 games, right? It felt like RRQ was kind of getting smothered a bit in some of those games. I feel like we haven't gotten to a game that, you know, that 20-minute pressure. We haven't gotten to that moment where it could go any way at all.
Like a true back and forth.
A true back and forth. We haven't seen it just yet.
Could it be this one?
I hope so. I mean, we're here now. You know, we're at game 5.
If it's not, then womp womp, right?
Womp, exactly.
If it's not womp womp, like what else does Coach Saint DeLucas and the Facehugger have in their blue little notebook? Like how many ways can you gallop? How many ways can you ride out into the sunset and force a game 5 and come back at the end? Quick palate cleanser. Ladies and gentlemen, let's try and test how deep our stock knowledge of MLB esports goes. Here's a trivia bit for you. That's right. Riddle me this. Here's the question of the night as we prep up for game number 5. Our past few questions have been real brain benders. Here's one. Who was the highest damage per minute in a game in the M Series history? Like, who has the highest damage per minute?
Is this player or hero?
Meaning player or who meaning hero?
In any M series.
Player?
Player.
I'm guessing it's player, yeah.
Okay, I'm gonna break this down. Yesterday, Skylar had the most kills of any M series. So with that being said, it could be Skylar once again. I think it's a gold laner for sure.
Yeah, Skylar's been around.
Yeah.
He's been to what, 3 M series now? And consistently performed.
Or could it be like Kelron, an assassin?
No, Kelra. This is Kelra's first M
Skylar.
series.
I mean, not Kelra.
Mesti Skylar punya.
Kyrie.
Mesti Skylar ni.
Like an assassin pick.
If it's burst.
It's a mid laner.
Okay, clues,
Skylar.
folks.
Mesti
It's a
Skylar
mid
ni.
laner. Type in chat. Get in there. Who do you think it is?
That is a really good question. And
Skylar ni.
Echo, M4.
Sanji or Few?
Sanji, that's a good one.
I'm going Sanji.
I'm going Few. That's my guess.
Anything?
Folks in Iowa, y'all can guess along too.
I'm going Sanji.
There may or may not be a prize.
Skylar.
All right, here we go. We're going to reveal the answer. It is
Sans.
Keep Sans.
With the
Highest damage per minute in the game.
9.4K with a Navarian M5. Wow. So that means homie is just Star Shatter Pow. Whoop. Star Shatter Pow.
You know that game with the distance. Do you think that was last game? Do you think that was the grand finals?
Could have been. I mean,
possibly.
Which games did he play Novari in, right?
We don't got time for that.
We could check in. Manny was giving us all the hints. He's like, it's an M5. It's a mid laner.
9K, what the fuck, yeah.
Yeah.
He just doesn't tell us.
Daddy Sean was also whispering in. I am curious, or I'm gonna look into this because I'm gonna lose sleep over figuring out which one it was. But we got good news for y'all, folks. Game's about to begin once more. Let's go on stage and resume this bout. One more game.
Lebih casting, can you share advice macam mana ingin cakap teratur and jelas tanpa ada starter, really nak be like you? Honestly, Vincent, is all about practice. Because when I start, I started a lot.
For the first time for this young
But after doing it for quite a while, it becomes second nature.
Make their pilgrimage successful.
So if you wanna just start, and then you will eventually see your mistakes, and then you'll eventually know how to deal with your mistakes.
The TLID, but then you got to see RRQ Hoshi would stand their ground and turn this back around.
You want to talk long haul? You want to talk about a journey?
Yang masuk top 8 semua juara liga except RRQ. Vamos bro. Yep.
To try and reclaim glory.
Fair.
Meta tanjang dia tinggal pok-pok je. Yeah, that's true. Aku buat Emilio jap. Go ahead, Charlotte. Go ahead.
The upper bracket finals.
Woo, what a long day.
RRQ.
Kita mungkin habis stream ni 8 jam, guys. Cik Laphel, tak nak try Marvel Rivals ke since you like MCU? I do like MCU, but I don't play PC games. And I'm not that into apa nama? I'm not that into FPS games. But Marvel Rivals does look cool though. Marvel Rivals does look cool. Just for fun, kalau maybe buat skin untuk caster hero apa sesuai dengan Malaysia caster.
All according to plan. Favian picks up the studio.
And they
Sun.
banned the Phoveus this time, the change up, the switch up. Last time we saw the Eve open.
Sun dia ada skin yang apa nama dia? Yang menyanyi tu. So sekarang buat skin caster, and then bila dia campak, keluar caster lain.
And I think that is the last thing. They also lock in the glue. So we have a bit of a
Sorry to say, but Milo better than Horlicks. Bila tu chess go start, 14 hari bulan. Tak silap. Kenapa benda tak? Tapi memang akan ada tournament orang. How well do you think MY teams will fare in low brackets? I think they will do well. You don't inspire dari zone ke? Apa maksud top 8 semua champion je? Nama pun World Championship. Confirm lah semua champion. So actually that's true. Betul lah juga Shinsui. Yes, of course. Of course semua champion.
Yes, Kill and Witty right here. Those are your choices, right?
All right. Here we see
Aku pun dah.
Ranger first and then the Cho. So we did
Esok cuti Aiman. Hari Selasa baru ni. Fair, how well do you think MY teams will fare? I already answered and I think they will do fine. Sumpah menarik keluar Laphel ada dengan Milo. Fel dah penat tu. Ya, I dah penat dah.
Barza is still on the table. Barza is still available.
Not for long.
Not for long, though.
You can go edge to edge. Do they ban the Farsa and the Vixana come second phase?
There's Valentina.
Dah rabat sikit lah. Sebab penat semalam tak hilang tu. Aku punya serius, aku penat nak mampus. Aku penat nak mampus. Aku rasa memang esok. Oi, Ling!
Oh, hold on.
This is not a
Link.
Ladies and gentlemen, the first phase alone. This is game 5, Shenan's afoot.
Tolong last game tadi. Sorry Mr. Mirul, aku punya otak pun aku dah jam dah. Otak aku pun dah jam dah. RRQ menang, Skyler menggila. Skyler snipe, boom, semua kena. So itu yang menjadi. Favian banyak mistake. And then TLID nampak loss. So itu ulasan Skyler punya Beatrice menggila. Do you think Falcon is the dark horse of this M6? I would not consider them as a dark horse because they're very strong. But if any team you want to, like, I feel like Team Spirit is a dark horse. But yes, you can say Falcon is a dark horse, but I think Falcon should now be the favorite because they almost defeated Onyx.
Game 5. Do you have anything left in the tank?
Harap nanti time rap Malaysia lawan BO5 kat lower, tak ada masalah technical, drain mental dorang. Tapi Suyo tu win setakat ni betul. Ling berani ni orang, ya, quite berani.
That's E-Doc special banned out.
You know, they won their game yesterday with the first phase. Ling
agak berani Ling.
Were able to clean through. So this isn't, I think, this isn't like uncomfortable for them. How is it going to work? I think it really depends on how well E-Doc Skylar, mid are able to control, and the XP lane are able to control.
I feel like CFU more like Dark Horse if they were in.
A little bit of time to get to those.
Yeah, CFU is really strong.
There's the aforementioned Lu Yi. So it's just down to the Vexana, the Farsa, or the Faramis. Odd one out. Which one is likely to end up in the hands of the Ghost of Jakarta?
Oh, nice ban. Nice
ID,
Franco ban.
Taking out Edox.
Nice Franco ban.
There's the Franco.
Kaya Lobster ada spoiler untuk Aziata Arena tak ada. I pun tak tengok lagi.
No, because I have CO
I
already.
tak tengok lagi.
This is gonna be challenging. The Faramis could be good.
I pun macam memang tak nak tengok. Aku nak fokus yang tournament sekarang je. Oh, Belleric.
Maybe go for something with more crowd control.
Orang dah start suka Belleric tapi Belleric pun bagus kan dalam
This
show
is
tu.
an odd Belleric. I got a feeling because yes, it stops the show, but that aside, there's nothing else it really interacts with.
sociabuzz
In Liquid ID's
5
Hey, thank you,
from
P1s.
Hewans.
So it might
Thanks
feel like
Lane
Winnie's Belleric
KTORG
from
brother Laphel.
No, thank you for the 5 ringgit P1s. Really appreciate it. Thank you very much.
They could go back to the Nova.
Aku kalau semalam tak kerja aku mungkin okey lah hari ni, tapi hari ni aku memang penat gila dah. Aku rasa lepas ni pun aku nak main Magic Chess. Aku nak relax lepas ni, aku nak main Magic Chess.
So very double
Alright, high loss.
poke lineup. There's the high loss.
Aku fikir orang perlukan lebih CC.
What does the Ghost pick up?
Lilia.
What does the Hezkill
Lilia.
end up with?
Well, tadi ada orang cerita pasal Lilia, guys.
Waiting for this pick.
Tis a debut.
Guys.
We're at 74 unique picks now in M6.
Lilia, guys.
Nope.
Ya, tu je potato. Oh, tapi retail tu. Lepas dia tidur, ya, lepas dia tidur kot. Ya, game baru MMB tu best tak? I akan try. I dah download tapi I tak try lagi.
For the final game in this best of 5, one of these teams are headed to Axiata as we head to the desk with Ingan and Naisu.
Thank you so much, panel, for breaking down the draft one last time. It's getting a little hot here, man. This is now the second match going the distance. And again, we wouldn't have it any other way. This is the spot top 4 and Axiata that we're talking about. Ingan, there's another new pick here that we get to witness now brought to the table. Let's take a look at the draft one more time. Who you feeling more for game 5?
I haven't played yet. I haven't played Magic Chess Go-Go. Haven't yet.
Go wrong if you have a Lilia or a Cecilia.
Hopefully Lilia win. Rasa-rasa Magic Chess boleh masuk esports ni tak? Akan masuk. Yang ni bukan rasa-rasa, akan masuk.
Brings out the Ling along with one of Skylar's signature. The
Magic Chess Go-Go sama tak dengan Magic Chess dalam ML tu? I don't know. I haven't tried yet. Orang cakap macam yes and no. W for Laphel today. Thank you, Mr. B-Roll. Any hero that I mentioned here will eventually get picked. Betul doh. Apa-apa korang cakap, diorang macam tahu tau. Kita punya live stream ni is live stream yang predict masa depan. Tak sama, ada mekanik baru. Oh ya ke? Macam mana lah caster nak cast? Diorang akan cast, diorang akan cast. Diorang cast. MC Gogo lain, ada different hero, different synergy, cara main agak sama lah. Oh ya ke? Say the Lucas stream snipe Islam kau ke? Oh ya kot. What's up, Say the Lucas?
Put out a
Hope you're doing good. Hope you're doing well.
A lot of first-time hero pick was cause of Yezkiel, but Widdy very aggressive. Just they want to put control.
Now we wait for Clint Gold Lane. The basic gameplay is the same, but there are minor interesting changes. Oh, okay. I might try it after this. I might try it after this because I wanna relax. I don't wanna play ML.
Sometimes a little overzealous and get punished, but nonetheless, he's had a
Oh, kali ni dia pakai tenacity. Oh, sebab lawan retail good.
You know, this is the other thing. Susujin, like our panel said, you know, they asked him. He is the Ling. And he runs the war cry here. Fabian, though.
Okay.
Uh-oh.
Quite low. A good response coming in from RRQ Hoshi. There's a thought from Adok to Widdy. And he's now going to focus his attention onto Rins. All the while, Yezico
Oi,
just trying to
Susujin dah ambil banyak damage ni.
Wow,
Oi, banyak. Terpaksa ulti.
The Tempest of Blades early on. That was a good play coming in from Yezkiel. Now Fabian, he has the Queller. Not going to connect. Susujin remains unbothered.
Really limit testing, you know, in the early game at this point. Already getting those Tempest Blades out. Oh, in a hook! Fabian goes in and picks up the kill. That's a solo kill right there. And now Turtle for the taking.
Okay. All the while, Susujin just focusing on his purple.
Alamak, kejap guys Aku baru perasan aku tak buat daily Zapoli.
5 from Alif. Semoga dimurahkan.
Thank you to Alif for the 5 ringgit. Semoga dimurahkan rezeki. Thank you though. Thank you so much.
Team Liquid ID.
Thank you so much guys yang bagi social buzz. Yes, Lilia effect. Very early memang kurang cok. Kau buat apa siap balik lah nyawa sikit. Siapa tanya kenapa link tak ramai pakai, see this. Okay, we're about to see. Kita tengok Sujin boleh tak nak farm.
RRQ Hoshi gonna have to adjust from it. Nothing too crazy to work from. They are playing with a Ling, and we know how important these buffs are going to be in the rotation for the Ling, for Susujin. Relying on the team to help him out if the pressure starts. That's the one thing you want to avoid is a too big of a lead to build for Team Liquid ID to the point where they're just always in Susujin's jungle here.
Yeah, but at the same time, RRQ Hoshi, they have to wait for the fact that Susujin needs to scale up. And looking at the proper targets that he could go for, I mean, Yezkiel has the black shoe, so at any given moment,
Fabian dah menang farm gila-gila ni. Tapi Susujin tak mati lagi, so that's okay.
And Susujin,
the fact that Susujin still tak mati lagi is a good sign.
the kill that he's looking for.
That's part of it. There's the
sakitnya.
already. Enoch out of the picture again. Susujin will jump in.
Boleh dapat WD ke? Oi, Susujin yang nak mati siap.
Yet for TLID once again, but they were able to take down Enoch. Not a strong start. A 0-2-0 for this Belleric.
Yeah, very tough. Even utilizing the Revitalize that time, but still just overloaded with damage. You know, kind of dealing with this. Again, 0 and 2. He's going to be fine though. Diamond will take some damage. They still might look to fight even further around the purple buff.
Just the ring of punishment just being a thorn in the neck for the whole squad of RRQ Hoshi. And now they're trying slowly, bit by bit, applying a bit of a pressure onto the jungle of Susujin. Again, this is a link that scales up pretty well towards
Susah, tidak dia early kuat sangat. Tapi kalau dia dapat bertahan, boleh ni. Kalau dia dapat bertahan lah.
If ever that fails, or if ever RRQ Hoshi manages to extend this game towards the late game, Yezikiel comes in with the Lilia.
Again, turtle up for the taking. A couple shots happening, and Susujin will make his way for this one.
Oi, sakit je Dairen. Maksudnya Dairen punya HP sikit sangat. Oi, Rins dapat. Oh, Susujin boleh menggila? Oh, tak boleh menggila. Hey, Lilia looking good. 202 dah Lilia.
Sociabuzz.
3.
Hey, thank you for trading it.
Rest well, Laphel. Always rooting for you.
Thank you, Dohazi. Hey, thank you guys for the social buzz. Like, I really appreciate it. You guys don't have to. Like, kita orang dekat sini just enjoy together, but I really appreciate it. Dah start jungle kena ambil. Lilia scaling is so good, early, mid to late. Rasanya kalau Barry ganti dengan Jawhead, yeah, I think kalau Jawhead okay good.
Sociabuzz.
5.
Hey, thank you for
From Shinsui, since me last game TQ for the stream W stream.
Hey, thank you Shinsui. You guys are making it into a W. Oh, Susujin. Okay, Susujin got a kill.
For a turtle? Turret might not be,
tapi memang TLID diorang kena lajukan game ni. Diorang kena start dapatkan apa nama dia? Objektif. Maksud aku turret lah. Diorang kena dapatkan as much turret as they can.
Not to mention Skylar is also rocking an Irithel.
Yeah, this is the part too, you know, because of the fact that Fabian was part of the early kills that he got, he is scaling up. As long as Susujin doesn't go down, he's able to go ahead and just keep focusing on the farm, then at least you're in a position where
kalau SRG menang, mungkin lawan RQ. Ya,
you should
mungkin.
be able to go ahead and fight. And again, it's one of those things with a Ling where you can always just try to go ahead and sweep.
Rasanya kalau Barry ganti dengan draft RQ last game ni jenis mid late game, betul.
Sociabuzz.
5. From Nizam, good luck and stay healthy.
Hey, thank you to Nizam. Thank you for the 5 ringgit. Oh my god, you guys are being so nice.
A nuisance, a part of this.
Aku appreciate guys. Really. Seriously, thank you, Dok. Aku faham kenapa dia pick Ling. Aku faham kenapa dia pick Ling. Ada hero kapal long lane, but why Belleric? Mungkin orang dah tak confident dengan Tigra kot. Itu aku punya teori lah. Mungkin orang takut dengan orang macam tak confident dengan orang punya Tigra.
That they have to think about when it comes to Susujin out.
Kenapa tak ada team nak pick jungle bin?
Again, getting in position, frontliners there.
Pun dia macam lemah sikit kot.
Set up the manipulation. Here comes Susujin though. Is he gonna go down as Diamond goes with the split? Gonna get caught off by 4.
Diamond punya glue tak nampak keras sangat tu kali ni.
Is gonna get bursted down by Susujin.
Oh, baik tu tarik balik.
Still there, gonna get gacked up by 3. He's gonna fall down in the hands of Fabian, but all
Eh,
the while
RQ dah start pegang balik ni.
Tapi
bagus tu daripada Diren.
Safely say RRQ won that trade.
RRQ, I mean, a lot of the times that's Diren's job. You know, he just tries to do things for the team, whether that's a turtle, whether that's a turret. cuts them off and keeps them focused on the goal for now.
Guys, macam RRQ dapat control balik je guys. Tak nak Ruby kena ban. Ruby kena ban.
Looking at how the farm's going, you know,
Zoni Darren gila siap. Relax je sacrifice. Betul tu. Mati pun mati lah. Tapi dia dapat tangkap Fabian tu. Dah gila tu.
Just kind of keeping the pace. Aaron Shiki will start to shine later on, already nearly there to the BOD. Does pick it up.
Relax, TLID got Lilia. Tapi kalau Suzuki menang pakai apa nama dia? Link ni. Maybe SRG akan bukan SRG lah. Mana-mana team diorang akan start consider untuk pakai link. Sebab bila satu player buat menjadi, yang lain pun rasa macam nak try.
Just because, again, even if it's just to steal with the retribution, Susagen's done a great job at just staying alive. Still trying to cover some ground here, but man, like, these ranged shots here from Team Liquid ID is what they have to overcome.
The warning shots coming in from Aaron Shiki, making sure that Edok cannot just zone out the members of TLID, making quick work in the minions in the middle lane. And now looking at Widdy, he does have a good position with the brush. They might be able to take a pick off onto Skylar if Skylar decides to go back up top.
Yes, macam Fredrin. Apa ni? Apa ni? We Grand Final. Oh, ya. Oh, dapat Skylar, siut. GG. Baik, Widdy. Oh, oish. 3-0-3 Lilia. Maybe Stormy boleh pakai Lilia. Sebab Lilia ni pun macam gila kat ni. Tim Malaysia pun bagus pakai Lilia.
They make their way to Lord, they'll start it up. And Susagen will see if he can pull something off, but he's going to get spotted out by Widdy. Not sure if he's going to be able to actually find an angle or a window to go in here. Dyron already taken the damage.
Hey, thank you someone.
W stream TQ Laphel.
Thank you to someone. Thank you. Oh, Aran kena tangkap.
And now a double man knockoff coming in from Widdy. RRQ Hoshi not backing down, trying to poke down Widdy. And now they're back on this Lord fight.
Enough to go ahead and stall things out.
Thank you guys for the social buzz. Really, thank you very much guys. Like, aku appreciate gila. Dia punya penat rasa kurang penat lah. Thank you very much. Two function damage link, long lane. Good link pasti dapat farming. Link cikai kat rank je yang masalah. Stop time. 2-0 TLID buat Simon. Aik dah 2-2 pula. Ya, Beleric kurang cok. Tadi menang Tete pun sebab zoning blue. Allah ingat habis game, tak habis lagi. Dah nak kau 11 ni.
Neither team can actually commit to this Lord just because of how much threat there is in around this Lord pit.
Yeah, and at the same time, with you can't just go in for the Jit Kundu combination because of the presence of Edok with the Beleric. Once he sees or once he feels that Widow is going to go in for the engage, he can just cast the Wrath of Dryad and just foil the plan of TLID. And for the same time, RRQ Hoshi, it's not...
Kejap lagi pause ni, janganlah. Kalau pause memang aku main game aku tu, serius tu.
It's been a thorn in the neck of RRQ Hoshi, honestly. That's why Ezekiel trying to zone out the members. Here comes Dyron though. Is he gonna cast a split? Real world manipulation coming in from Rins. Aaron Shaky just missing out the damage with the Rhapsody. Rins has to flicker away. Aran caught
betul, bunuh Dyron tu. Dyron kacau tu, sumpah Dyron kacau.
Dyron already out of the picture again. A Lord goes for a reset. I think it might just be a full reset again, even with Dyron out of the picture. So still,
susahnya diorang nak ambil Lord. Tapi RRQ diorang faham, diorang tak boleh nak lawan Lord ni. Diorang nak tak nak, diorang kena menangkan team fight. Oi, sakitnya, ya ampun. Sumpah sakit. Oh, Suzuji mati. Suzuji kena control kau-kau. Dia kena control dengan Aran dengan Widdy tu.
The patience from the cavalry will help them win that fight.
Dia kena control dengan Aran dengan Widdy tu, kena stun.
And then they collapse down at the right moment.
M2 Brand, M3 Blacklist, M4 Echo, M5 ni, strongest region Indonesia. Oh, it's a joke, it's okay. Sudah tukar zone ni tak ada ni. Match lain yang mana rasa ada potensi nak masuk M6. Apa lagi tak pakai? Aku rasa Ezekiel dah guna semua tu yang gila-gila. Xavier, Lilia, Farsa, Aurora Vexana semua dah pakai dah.
He has to go back, quarter the health left.
Kagura pun ada yang dah pakai. Kagura pun macam best juga.
They'll get ready to defend.
Tapi Kagura dia tak menyelesaikan apa-apa masalah yang ada lah.
Not sure if Witty's gonna go under and through. They're gonna go in.
Okay, cheat condo is there. Real world manipulation coming in from Rins. The glorious pathway is also there.
Kalau ada gila, Vale lah gila.
Will be taken down for the
Asal Susujin lalu situ, questionable.
Clearing it out. Susujin dealing with that bottom
Makin
side.
lemah, makin boom gameplay dorang ni sampai sudah game tak habis. Draft TLID ni memang mirip draft Vamos.
You're seeing the gaps here between the gold lane, between nearly every single lane.
Kecuali gold lane.
At this point.
Kecuali gold lane.
And you got to start to think, all right, RRQ,
dah lah,
how
Suyo
can
to
they
win.
actually turn this game around? How can they win a team fight? Even if it comes down to the base, it might be up to them. But Edok, this Belric has not been working out the way they wanted to. A lot of times he's just kind of slowed down and caught out. Yehezkiel as well. You know, the Gloom's enough for burning him down. I mean, this guy's got the Enchanted Talisman, the Glowing Wand, and the Wishing Lantern. And it just seems to eat away at the tankier members here of RRQ Hoshi.
Yeah, honestly, the Belric, it's more of a reactive.
Bagus Widdy. Widdy standby je untuk Aaron tiba-tiba kena tangkap. Good discipline Widdy. Good discipline.
And they know how to work around the Edok. So right now we have to commend Aran because
Susujin pun tak kena pancing.
vision for TLID, enabling actually Widdy to find the proper angle for those Jeet Kundos. He doesn't even need the Way of the Dragon. The Jeet Kundos alone has been connecting to at least 2 members of RRQ Hoshi.
Tapi why MY teams rarely use Granger in M6? Kita pakai tapi kalah. Pakai tapi kalah. Tengok game-game SRG. Kita pakai tapi kalah. Balik kind of good. The stun and burn can't be underestimated. Berkicau RRQ kena netizen orang nanti. Jap, next hero pool M6 dia tak besar kan? Ya, tak besar.
They've just been able to overload.
Oh, ada kak. Yawi balik M4.
Able to just take down, you know, almost a half health with the Destinado alone. The fight once again for the purple buff with the Lord coming up. RRQ Hoshi. They're gonna have to deal with that, so it looks like no purple for Susujin, and we know this is a tough place to be if you're a Ling and you're also just
Tapi nampak lah macam Aaron ni dia kuat bila pakai Granger. Kalau tak dapat Granger, macam kurang sikit.
Yeah, but they're not gonna burst down the Lord just yet because again, Fabian actually uses Retribution because that's how much they know how valuable is the purple buff for Susujin. A scaling type of hero needs that purple buff. So right now, TLID
Fabian pakai je
wait
dekat
for
buff.
Fabian's Retribution to be up. And again, look for a proper angle for Widdy to deliver the Way of the Dragon.
Granger dia lagi padu dari Bruno dia. Bagi aku patch update kali ni tak berapa best. Kalau patch masa MSC tu best, banyak hero boleh pakai. Ya. Dia yang tak best untuk gold lane lah, for sure. Sebab gold lane ni memang nampak sangat apa yang patut di bank keluar.
Sometimes forces Susujin to use the Tempest of Blades right away.
It's almost enough, and I like how Widdy was just kind of waiting with Fabian there, even as they were pushing down that bottom side, the long lane from this Lord, just to make sure that he can rotate and he's going to be fine, especially when the Retribution's up. So that time is now. Susujin picking up the BOD. They'll get the information they need. They're going to rely on Dyron and Edok to go ahead, but it's already going to be taken out. So Fabian gets the Lord. They don't want to fight this, so it looks like RRQ Hoshi will just go ahead.
Kenapa tak ada cubaan pakai fighter gold
for a defense again. Now break it
Sebab kalau korang
down,
tengok, gold lane memang like kita dah kembali kepada meta yang gold lane ni memang kuat. Gold lane memang kena carry. Kita akan pakai fighter gold lane kalau assassin jungle ni macam paling meta.
Now Widdy looking for another angle. Susujin just desperately trying to get this.
Nak tak nak memang gold lane yang banyak carry sekarang. So tetap kena pakai marksman. Innocent nak perform pakai Granger lepas tu time tu drop the beat of the flash. Esok cuti hari Selasa game Malaysia. Ya betul. Hari tu pause lama sebab apa? Cameraman sepak wire ke? Bukan. Phone dia macam flash warna putih gitu.
Widdy picking up this immortality means
sekarang kan meta Malefic kan, orang main range jauh je. Betul, sekarang ni memang meta range jauh. Dia meta range sampai tahap kalau kita dive pun macam tak cukup untuk kill.
Skylar, this is his time to shine on the Earthhill again.
Macam kalau ikut logik, Laphel lah, Yuzov lah, ni semua boleh masuk, tapi damage orang terlampau tinggi, diorang mati sebelum boleh buat apa-apa. Aaron Shiki baru beli Sky Piercer. Still okay lagi. Oh, Susujin kena stun.
They're trying to chase right after Susujin, but they're not going to mind him anymore. Set their eyes on the inhibitor turrets.
They got the black shoes, they got the flicker down. They still have to deal with the Lord here on the top side. RRQ Hoshi wants to hold on to what they can, even if at the expense of the base turrets. Rins though.
Oh, real manipulation, forcing the black shoes once again. This might be a go signal for RRQ Hoshi, but Fabian says no. Cutting off RRQ Hoshi. But still, that was still a good attempt for the Kingdom, because instead of losing all inhibitor turrets, they only lost one. And a lot of credit goes to Susujin because they forced out Yezekill's black shoes right away.
Yeah, I would say successful defense by RRQ Hoshi, holding down the walls of the base. Right now, 2 turrets still up, despite being down this much. Still got to give it to their lineup that they have here. Able to go ahead and lock things down. Rins as well. This time, they still get a position because they want to go ahead and allow that purple buff to be secured if it can and go in the hands of Susujin. It's going to work on the orange for now, but still... Again, RRQ Hoshi staying in the game. If
Just
they
not
can
farming
drag it on
cepat
a little bit further, they might actually be in a position to contest the next Lord that comes up here, because nearly
Memang normal ke
they
untuk
almost have
Memang normal ke
everything they
untuk
need,
Link
at least
pakai ulti
damage-wise.
untuk
Now,
clear
tankiness,
buff?
They got to build up a little bit more. Susujin also picking up a Malefic Roar. Idok,
Asalkan orang tak fight tak ada benda lah kot, tapi macam
That's why you just kind of
ke
see
dia nak practice?
dealing with a lot of damage. I mean, as tanky as he's
Susujin dah
supposed to
tanah
be, as
tu.
the Spellrick is supposed to be,
Tak normal, no.
like it. And it's not like you're going to be able to just surprise anyone.
Kalau CD Link cepat tak apa. Aku rasa macam CD dia cepat je, tapi
Yeah, exactly. And they're playing against two a glorious path.
buat check ulti tak apa buff biru. Tertekan kot, ya tertekan kot.
Look at the gloom damage.
Okay, they're gonna try and work on the Lord and try and burst it down. Energy with that Sonata. Just look at Edok.
Okay, dia dah ada ulti, so tak apa.
Too much Aaron.
Sakit lah siap. Susujin boleh buat apa-apa ke ni? Dengan tak ada purple buff ni.
Holding on to this Lord.
Edok able to get away. RWM drop down. There's a glorious path.
Oh, Aaron Shiki dah sakit tu. Aaron Shiki dah sakit tu. Aaron Shiki dah sakit tu. Oh!
Assisted him off to Aaron Shiki for that huge takedown. An answer for RRQ to bring down the run. Direct immortality will be popped and gets a flicker out to safety. But Aaron Shiki, does he have the ultimate though? RRQ Hoshi manages to lose Susujin, but TLID also got the Lord.
Blues trying to catch up too, but I'm surprised Tyrant stayed alive. Great usage of the flicker. They might.
Aku rasa macam maybe Link bukan pilihan yang terbaik.
They will have the rest of the waves to deal with, but by that time also RWM will be back. They'll have everything they need to go ahead and go for the defense, even the revitalize perhaps.
Aku harap bila orang tanya kenapa orang tak ambil Link masih ada dalam live stream ni, jadi boleh nampak kenapa Link tak dipakai.
3D charging up the cheat gun again. He has the flicker.
Sebab kerja dia adalah nak kerja marksman, nak kerja marksman. Tapi marksman punya damage lagi damage marksman boleh bunuh Link. Now I know why Link tak pick. Damage marksman sekarang ni terlampau tinggi guys. Kalau marksman boleh bunuh assassin, kalau marksman boleh bunuh assassin, sepatutnya benda tu tak masuk akal.
Still saving one more hit of that turret, making sure that the walls of their kingdom are still there.
Burjoy, what's the thought process behind Belleric pick? Someone tries to dive in and then the Belleric just ults.
21 minutes in, Skylar picks up the Malefic.
So it's more like a counter engage, more like counter engage. Yelah hari tu depa buff macam last patch. Uish, survive lagi Mantap tak, masih boleh clear minion. Ingatkan dah nak end. 21 minit and Lilia 307. Lagi buat Aaron the Sky Piercer, ya betul.
Making sure to bring down the tankiest hero of RRQ Hoshi. And now they're in trouble.
RRQ susah, tak ada initiator. Belleric kolam bukan flicker. Harap ke Skylar je ni, Link buat tank je dah lah. Siapa kena tangkap tu? Fabian.
And I'm just talking of the damage. He does have to revitalize now. And RRQ Hoshi lost all inhibitor turrets. Aaron Shiki sets his eyes on Susujin, but Susujin manages to evade that. They lost Dyren and all their inhibitor turrets.
All the inhibitor turrets taken down. You gotta give it up though, because it's
kena dah meriam. Nangis Link tu, Purple Asyik kena rembat. Baik tu Aaron Shiki. Aaron Shiki ni memang baik tu.
Slowly but surely exposing the base now.
Kalah je lah RRQ dah tidur cok. Tolong anak aku sebelah ni.
Once again, Skylar, I mean, Finally, he gets that Malefic Roar too, so he's locked
Rinse
in.
tak mati
Look
lagi tu.
at the amount of gold over here for Aaron Shiki. Even down to the point where sometimes just switching some of the items. And now that this Lord is up, again, we're going to see if they're able to actually go and fight it off. Dyron and Edok gets whittled down by these damage dealers, even the Blooms alone. Difficult enough to actually find a window to go into here to contest this Lord right now as Fabian holds it together. Witty's positioning as well. Might look for a play, but they take their time. This has been the story so far for Team Liquid ID, is just taking their time when they know that they have somewhat of an advantage against RRQ Hoshi, but still respecting.
If Ice Queen on, the slow is disgusting. Tapi dia pakai ke Ice Queen? Dekat M6 ni tak banyak pakai Ice Queen. Dekat apa ni Eve.
Someone has to deal with the wave up top as Sutsujin works on the purple buff. Just look at the Death Sonata forcing a Rinse and Edok to walk away. Aran cuts the exit route off.
Oi, Sutsujin dapat kill. Oi, tapi kau tengok Pak hilang.
The Bertate will be popped. Will be brought down by Edok. Shaky. The Death Sonata was just too much for them.
GG lah guys, GG lah.
Sutsujin will fall down. Now they
Tangan tak berpeluh ke mainan lama? Sejuk gila dalam tu, sumpah sejuk gila dalam tu. Dalam tu sejuk nak mampus. Kalau final nanti best of 7 main full 7 match berkicap oh. Potion lepas siap full item tu function ke? Function. Tapi orang pun jarang beli. Orang lebih suka untuk swap item. Mesti menggigil sejuk dia. Sejuk, serius sejuk.
And this is going to be the true test for RRQ Hoshi. This could
Grand Final
change,
MPL
if
ID
they can
repeat,
turn
cok.
around a couple immortalities for them and still holding on to that win.
Patutnya L ni. Oi, 24 minit siap baru aku perasan berapa lama game ni.
Okay, there's a conceal. Not gonna commit the Jeet Gun. Here comes the glorious pathway. They can actually focus on taking down Dark Crystal.
And
TLID
nice.
moments away from repeating history.
Okay, aku nak main game aku jap. Aku nak kena set aku punya release. Fair, kalau RQ kalah game ni sebab pick link ke? Antaranya. Tapi memang TLID main bagus dok.
RRQ Hoshi, as now they're one of the teams to represent Indonesia in the top 4 and going to Axiata Arena. What a match we had. What an evening of matches we've had. Absolute great gameplay, absolute cinema for a lot of people that would be watching this. Again, from the first match to now, it's been great to call the games here. Again, I'm Nice2, that's Singon. We're going to throw it back to the panel to break down the last game of the series.
A match and what a day. Liquid ID secures Axiata, extending the journey back to where it all started for the Kingdom. Gentlemen, was that last chapter in this 5-game series of an epic worthy?
Definitely worthy. The Cavalry able to withstand their siege and push through the Kingdom of RRQ Hoshi.
Yeah, I think it was, we got our 20-minute plus. We got our 20 plus on there, so I'm happy with it. I wish it was a little more back and forth. It felt more like RRQ was kind of hanging on, just doing the best they could to make that last as far as possible. In the end, TLID, though, a methodical approach, able to just come out on top, get those lords, get those objectives, and eventually smother down onto RRQ.
We gave Liquid ID an ultimatum. Come up with something new, a pocket pick, a pocket strat to put them back on the up and up, and here they did. They brought out and debuted successfully a Lilia in the hands of the Ghost of Jakarta, and luckily, despite not picking up a Purify, the Black Shoes was enough to keep him at his quota. Just one death on this Lilia, and all is well. Again, same story here for Weedy. We talked about how the mid was the priority for Team Liquid ID, and they secured.
Sorry, kau dah dengar dia orang berbual.
You know, for a second there, I thought we were going to get a repeat of Season 14 of MPLID.
In the upper bracket, yes.
Close. But it looks like we got a repeat of history of what we saw in our first series today, when we got to see Fnatic Onyx up against Falcons. Same exact way the matches played out, but they were able to find victory at the very end, able to find their composure. Just imagine if any of these were Game 7s today.
What was that? 14 for us?
14 games, yeah.
Why would you do that?
Why would you do that?
I'm not doing it. They're doing it. All right?
You're putting it out there. Putting the energy out there.
Hey, you can't
not
talk.
vibing with it.
He ate all the Hello Panda today.
He does not forget.
I have not forgotten.
Never forget.
I've been starving.
This is just how the Florida brothers roll.
How we roll.
You put us together in a hurricane forms, hot and cold.
Oh, yeah.
Miami.
There you go.
No, that's the part where you say where you're from.
Oh, I'm from Tampa Bay.
Jacksonville. So shout out to everybody from Florida. And out.
You guys don't know Leo's from Miami. He doesn't tell anyone. He says he's Filipino, but really, he's a Miami native.
I've never been to the...
Don't lie.
I've never been to the
Why
East
did I
Coast.
miss? Ako mismo match hari ni.
Oregon.
Ahad.
That's
It's
it.
10:47.
Domestic flight stopover. I've never been to the East Coast.
Comment IG mesti full kena kecam.
Man trio, and we get the longest
Dah agak lah
series
link memang tak
of them
bagus
all.
game ni.
On Steph
Last
Weezy's
Kingdom
debut,
buat kerja
we
je.
go all the
Musnah
way.
IG orang.
Well,
Nak dengar interview.
on the long series, more on the matchup that we just witnessed in just a bit. But for now, we are
Apa sebab saya daripada link?
to the stage.
Jujur cakap sepanjang hari ni draft sangat-sangat hari ni mostly sebab draft.
Cavalries has just sent the kings of the kings to the lower bracket. And right now, Team Liquid Indonesia holds top 4 this M6 World Championship. Right now, I'm with Widdy and Coach. Widdy, how are you feeling? Congratulations on top 4.
I'm feeling a bit freely because I got the tough game and like yeah, they are pretty opponent, but we can execute them better. So yeah, I feel very free. And
You feel very happy. I can see you're sweating. Was it a very intense match, Widdy? Intense?
Very.
Very intense. It was a 3-2. Now, Coach, how are you? Congratulations on top 4.
Okay, feeling good.
Feeling good. Okay, now, Widdy. We know that RRQ Hoshi was also your opponent in the MPL ID Grand Finals. How is it like rematching against RRQ Hoshi and still winning?
Very happy sih. Karena apa ya, mereka punya banyak potensi, terus juga resource yang mereka punya tuh sebenarnya emang potensial banget. Jadi ya kita pasti bisa belajar banyak lah dari mereka. Contohnya tadi kita juga dapetin game yang seru, jadi ya bakal banyak pembelajaran gitu sih.
I see. He said that actually he's very happy to go up against RRQ Hoshi once again, as he sees that the team actually has a lot of potential. And whenever they match up against each other, they do learn a lot, especially after such an intensive match, which was a treat to an amazing best of 5. Okay, now Coach, we know that RRQ is a team you guys are very familiar with, and I think we can say they're also familiar with you because you guys are from the same region. However, Coach, is preparation harder or easier if you guys are this familiar with each other?
I think against RRQ is like we are always playing puzzle. Like every match, every best of 5, best of 7, like we are like connecting each other. Like what's the best heroes for us to play at the game 5, at the game 4? Like I think like we are connected and we just play like a puzzle.
I see. So is that why they managed to actually secure a reverse sweep? Because, you know, it's like a puzzle. We don't know the missing pieces every game.
Yeah, I think we found the last piece at the game 5.
You guys managed to get the last piece. Now, Coach, I also have another question, which is regarding your mage picks, which took a lot of the casters and people by surprise because you guys took Novaria and Alilia, which is not very common, especially this M series. Maybe you can share a little bit on why you guys decided on these two heroes?
I think Novaria and Lilia because Yeskiel is one of the best in his city. He got top 1 in the Novaria and Lilia. That's why he very confident. Yeah.
I see. So it's more towards your trust for the team.
Yes, yes.
I see. Okay, I like that. Now, Widdy, what are the differences with facing RRQ Hoshi in the international stage and in MPL back home? Apa bezanya?
Mungkin mereka sekarang lebih berpengalaman aja sih, soalnya kan kita emang banyak kedatangan rookie juga kan, kita berdua. Jadi ya kita ajang ngadu pembelajaran aja sih, siapa yang lebih berproses dan ajang pembuktian satu sama lain aja gitu.
Okay, so the difference honestly is that because they're both learning here in M6, so we can see that RRQ Hoshi had a smoother run to the knockout stage. They learned differently compared to TLID. Okay, now, Coach, you guys just won this rematch up against RRQ Hoshi, right? However, after securing this win, you guys have to go through another matchup in the upper bracket finals up against Fnatic Onyx Philippines. Now, Coach, Fnatic Onyx Philippines is definitely on a roll. How are you guys preparing leading up to this matchup? Because you guys will be having a long break.
I think what we need to prepare for now is our stamina because today and yesterday is a long day for us. I think the most important one is we need to rest first And then for tomorrow, I think we're gonna prepare, like we're watching all the games from Fnatic. And also we kinda know their game style, and we are also know each other lah. But yeah, best of 5 I think is more entertaining later. Yeah.
Yes, I agree. Best of 5 is definitely very entertaining. Our casters are very hyped and obviously losing their voice as well. Now, we can also imagine the stamina it needs our players to have, especially long games. Look at Widdy. He's sweating. Widdy, are you okay? Are you tired?
A bit lah.
A bit tired. Okay, now Widdy, what about your opinion on rematch against Fnatic Onyx Philippines?
Again, I think we can learn a lot from them. So yeah, we just prepared ourselves and give the best learn lah.
Give a good game, right? Now, Widdy, do you have anything to say to Fnatic Onyx Philippines before we wrap up?
Give all the viewers best game.
Give all the viewers the best game. He told me just now, my mom don't let me taunt, so, okay, you know what? We respect that, okay? So, thank you very much to Widdy and to Coach. Congratulations on top 4. And with that, let us join back to the panel to break down this amazing series up against RRQ Hoshi.
Alright, and there you go. That's the interview.
Anything my mom says I can't do, I definitely will not do. Great hearing from Widdy the Wise and Coach St. Lucas from Team Liquid ID Class
English na support ka.
Every
single
time.
Still
very humble all the way till the end, right? Still giving credit where it's due, respecting the power of RRQ Hoshi.
Like, if Mirko wants to roast, that's his thing. Like, Mirko is an extrovert, I'm an introvert. I don't do that much.
The caliber of these
Coach,
teams,
you know, you got to
not
be
only in the game, but outside of it
cute,
as well.
Improve, I agree.
Yeah,
Coach T improve a lot.
Coach T,
W-Stream, bye-bye. Matcha Racing nga po. Matcha Racing nga po. W Laphel, W Chat, W-Stream. Thank you very much, guys. Thank you for all the donations as well. You guys are absolutely amazing.
Some pacing there in game 2 and 3.
Almost 8-hour stream.
TLID said it on stage during an interview. We just found the last piece first in game 5. They were able
Thank you,
to
everyone.
finally
You
found
guys
the
have been
play,
here
and
for
that's what we
8
saw
hours
now.
with me.
Taking a look at the Lilia, if this is something you
Spanjan
want to
stream
play
me,
now
I
in the
tutok
current meta,
monetization,
even
so I
though a lot of
appreciate
people
but it's
haven't.
more I don't
There's
need the
been
kind
some
of
changes.
sociabuzz.
You used to go for the Ice Queen Wand.
Thank you very much.
No more. Yehezkiel,
I
bring it
will
in the
work
lantern,
on Tuesday.
the old
Monday,
lantern.
tak ada
That
M6.
too, as well, no build
Bye-bye.